Chapter 1. Rebirth. The Star Player Mimicry System. All characters, locations, and events depicted in this novel are entirely fictional and bear no relation to any real individuals, groups, locations, or events. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This novel aims to entertain readers and does not represent any real-life stance or viewpoint. Readers are encouraged to engage with the content rationally and not conflate the narrative with reality. Thank you for your readership and support. Luja abruptly sat up in bed, his heart racing. Where am I? He surveyed his surroundings, his expression rife with confusion that a single bed, a bedside lamp, a writing desk opposite, and a wardrobe nearby. The room featured a window, curtains drawn, obscuring the view outside. The layout seemed somewhat familiar. Weren't I drinking at a roadside stall? How did I end up here? He cast a glance at his own body. His muscles remained, yet they appeared noticeably diminished. What was happening? He recalled vividly. Last night, he had been drowning his sorrows over his ban for short video platform. The catalyst for this turmoil was that accursed Zhao Qilin. With this thought, Luja's fists clenched involuntarily. The tale began 2 months prior. Luja was once a basketball player with immense potential. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. It was all due to Zhao Qilin's father, the influential Zhao Zhangwo, a prominent figure in the Chinese Basketball Association. The Chinese Basketball Association held unparalleled authority within the realm of basketball in China. The IT governed all aspects, including national team selections, professional league operations, and youth basketball development. As the vice president of this vast organization, Zhao Zhangwo wielded significant power, his words carrying weight. A mere utterance from him extinguished Luja's hopes of joining the national team, irrevocably derailing his career. The following decade saw Luja drifting aimlessly. Until the rise of short videos, Luja leveraged his physique to become a fitness influencer. Each day, he showcased his impressive muscles, which rivaled, if not surpassed, those of his earlier years. In just 2 months, he amassed over 500,000 followers. He was on the brink of a turnaround in his life. Yet, a fan unearthed his past glory. A video of him representing the national youth team in competition surfaced online, igniting a firestorm of discussion. Countless individuals questioned how this once promising talent had devolved into a mere meat seller influencer. The uproar escalated to the point of drawing Zhao Qilin's attention. Now a key player on the national team, he casually declared in an interview, Luja's actions severely tarnish the image of basketball players and contribute to a detrimental societal atmosphere. Such a person does not deserve to play basketball. Zhao Qilin's words cut into Luja's heart like a sharp blade. He couldn't comprehend his supposed transgressions. He merely sought to survive and earn a living. Was that a crime? Was he to be condemned simply for being an eyesore to Zhao Qilin? Even more absurdly, Zhao Qilin, the notorious ankle biter on the court. Luja vividly recalled the dirty plays he executed during the high school finals. What right did he have to criticize him? Was it due to his father's status as the vice president of the Chinese Basketball Association? Then, a torrent of vitriol descended upon Luja. His short video account was banned by the platform. Once again, he lost everything, reduced to a state of utter despair. Despair and fury, like venomous serpents, gnawed at Luja's heart. Thus, he found himself at a roadside stall, drinking excessively to drown his sorrows. Calm down. Luja took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. The immediate priority was to ascertain his whereabouts. He leaped from the bed, approached the window, and drew back the curtains. Outside lay a basketball court, and through its glass walls, he could see individuals training within. This is Luja's pupils dilated in realization. He suddenly grasped a more terrifying truth that he seemed to have become younger. He dashed to the bathroom mirror. In the reflection, a youthful and familiar visage stared back at him. Have I been reborn? Luja gazed incredulously at his reflection. This face was unmistakably that of his 19-year-old self. 2011. The National Youth Team Training Center. Everything aligned perfectly. This was the dormitory for the national youth team. He had inexplicably returned to this place. Luja's heart raced anew. This was simply unbelievable. He pinched his arm vigorously. It hurt. This was no dream. Suddenly, Luja burst into laughter, filled with exhilaration and fervor. Zhao Qilin, just you wait. In this lifetime, I shall trample you beneath my feet. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The Star Player Mimicry System has been activated. Star Player Mimicry System. Liu Jia was momentarily stunned before an overwhelming joy surged within him. A system. This was the essential golden finger for rebirth. He suppressed his inner excitement and silently intoned, "System, please introduce your functions." Ding! A crisp notification tone echoed, and soon, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible solely to Liu Jia. At the top of the panel were several succinct options. Personal information, Star Player Badge, System All. Liu Jia's focus shifted to Star Player Badge, and the panel transitioned accordingly. This system can assist the host in mimicking the abilities of great basketball players throughout history. Each player's abilities are represented in the form of badges, encompassing aspects such as shooting, dribbling, playmaking, defense, and physical attributes. The system's voice echoed in Liu Jia's mind, while detailed information materialized on the Star Player Badge page. Star Player Badge. Category: Offense, Defense, Playmaking, Physical. Level: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Legendary. Unlock Method: Incentive Points. Effects: Bronze Badge, Mimic 60 of the corresponding ability of the player. Silver Badge, Mimic 80 of the corresponding ability of the player. Gold Badge, Mimic 100 of the corresponding ability of the player. Legendary Badge, gain enhanced abilities based on the Gold Badge. Prices: Bronze Badge, 5,000 incentive points. Silver Badge, 20,000 incentive points. Gold Badge, 50,000 incentive points. Legendary Badge, 100,000 incentive points. Liu Jia's awareness then shifted to personal information. Personal information. Host: Liu Jia. Age: 19. Height: 182 centimeters. Weight: 75 kilograms. Incentive points: 6,325. 6,325 incentive points. Liu Jia was somewhat puzzled where had he acquired such a bounty of points. He clicked the question mark icon beside the incentive points. Incentive points can be earned through participating in basketball matches. The number of points awarded varies based on the match quality and personal performance. The current incentive points reflect all matches earned prior to the host's rebirth. The system provided a comprehensive explanation. Liu Jia was enlightened. It turned out these points were accumulated gradually over the years, from middle school through high school. He had led his team to national competitions in middle school and advanced to the finals in high school. However, due to the low level of competition, the points awarded were minimal. Infrequently, a match yields merely a few points, while at most, it may accumulate a few dozen. Over the years, I have managed to amass only a little over 6,000 points. Liu Jia furrowed his brow. At this pace, when on Earth will I ever afford a golden badge? Is this not absurd? The copper badge still requires 5,000 points. How many years will it take to exchange for a copper one? What is the point of continuing this endeavor? Sensing Liu Jia's discontent, the system emitted another notification. The quantity of incentive points obtained is directly correlated with the quality of the matches. Junior high and high school leagues are of a lower caliber, thus yielding fewer incentive points than if the host participates in higher-level competitions, such as the HBA Huaguo Men's Basketball Association. Each match could earn hundreds of incentive point selection for the national team, and international competitions could garner hundreds or even thousands of points per match, and participation in the NBA could result in thousands of points per match. HBA, national team, NBA. Liu Jia contemplated the system's message deeply. Following the trajectory of my past life, although I made it to the national youth team, I never had the opportunity to play in official matches due to Zhao Qilin's father's interference, at best participating in practice games. As for entering the national team, that was beyond my wildest dreams. The NBA was an even more distant fantasy. As for the HBA, although I had attended trials after graduating from university, my prolonged absence from a high-level competitive environment had severely diminished my athletic prowess, ultimately leading to my failure to succeed. Now, having returned to the age of 19, everything is still within reach. The pressing question remains: how can I swiftly enhance my abilities? After all, even with the system at my disposal, time is required to accumulate incentive points and unlock badges. The time I have is truly limited. Chapter 2. The Intense Training Session. Liu Jia began to ponder seriously what he most urgently needed at this moment. He opened the System All page, meticulously browsing through the various categories of badges. Offense, defense, organization, physicality. The dazzling array of badges left Elja feeling a bit overwhelmed. Calm down, he reminded himself. With only 6,325 motivation points at his disposal, he had to be judicious, ensuring every point was spent wisely. He was acutely aware that his height was merely 182 centimeters. In a basketball world dominated by towering figures, especially on high-level courts, he felt like a mere dwarf. During the high school league, he managed to carve out a niche thanks to his technical prowess. However, if he aspired to take a step further, to enter the HBA, or even the national team in the NBA, relying solely on skill without extraordinary physical attributes was but a fanciful dream. Thus, what he most urgently required was to enhance his athletic capabilities. Elja's gaze settled on the physical category. He began to browse and compare each option, searching for the badge that suited him best. Soon, a name caught his eye, Derrick Rose. Elja's eyes lit up. It was him, Rose, the man who embodied explosive athleticism, the youngest MVP. Most importantly, he, like Elja, was a point guard. Rose's style of play was characterized by explosive speed, remarkable leaping ability, and sharp directional changes. His signature move of changing direction without losing speed had struck fear into the hearts of countless defenders. Just imagine if he possessed Rose's athletic abilities, combined with his already honed skills. The thought was too exhilarating for Elja to fathom. Without hesitation, he selected the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, Bronze. Ding. The host has chosen to purchase the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, Bronze, for 5,000 motivation points. Confirm purchase? Confirmed. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 motivation points deducted. Remaining motivation points, 1325. The Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, Bronze, has been equipped. As the system's notification chimed, Elja felt a surge of warmth wash over him. He could distinctly sense that his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation. His muscles became more toned and powerful, every cell brimming with vitality. He clenched his fists, the joints cracking audibly. A gentle jump revealed that he felt significantly lighter than before. He even sensed that his reaction time had quickened. This sensation was simply extraordinary. Elja excitedly paced around his room. Although he was yet to ascertain how effective this badge would be in practice, the physical changes alone had left him elated. Glancing at the wall clock, he noted that it was only 6:30 a.m., half an hour before his regular training began. Elja could hardly contain his eagerness. He had to rush to the court immediately. He quickly completed his morning routine, donned his training attire, and laced up his sneakers. Elja burst out of the dormitory like a gust of wind. Sprinting along, he arrived at the national youth team's training facility. As he pushed open the gym doors, a unique scent mingling sweat, polished wood, and rubber wafted towards him. The scene before him was both familiar and foreign. Familiar were the standard-sized basketball court, the elevated hoops, and the surrounding bleachers. Yet, it felt strange. In his memories, this place should have been brighter, with more advanced facilities. In reality, some of the overhead incandescent lights flickered, casting a dim aura over the gym. The wooden floor had lost its sheen, marred by countless black scuff marks. The protective pads beneath the hoops had faded, with frayed edges showing signs of wear. The backboards appeared aged, their paint chipped and revealing faint traces of graffiti. In his memories, he had subconsciously beautified this training venue for the national youth team, viewing it through a lens of longing. Indeed, the training conditions of the national youth team in 2011 were incomparable to those of later years. But that no longer mattered. What was important was that he, Elja, had returned, and he had returned in a far more formidable manner. He could feel the surging power within him, a vitality he had never experienced before. It was as if he had regained a decade of youth. No, it wasn't merely a semblance. He had truly returned to that age brimming with infinite possibilities. Taking a deep breath, Elja approached the sidelines and picked up a basketball. Gently dribbling, he appreciated the feel, weight, and everything about the ball. It was just right. He began to dribble, and the familiar sensation washed over him. First, between his legs, then behind his back, followed by rapid crossovers. The ball felt as though it was glued to his hands, responding to his every command. So fast, Elja couldn't help but exclaim. This speed had surpassed his previous capabilities by leaps and bounds. He sensed his fingers were more agile, and his control over the ball had intensified. Suddenly, he wanted to try something different. He accelerated towards the basket. Takeoff. His body soared into the air like a spring. Bang. A thunderous sound echoed. Elja had completed a powerful one-handed dunk. It is worth noting that before his rebirth, despite being able to dunk at 182 centimeters, he often merely managed to place the ball in the hoop. To leap this high and execute a dunk with such explosive force had been virtually impossible. This leap was astonishing. After landing, Elja found it hard to believe. He looked down at his hands, then up at the hoop still swaying slightly. Was this the power of the Derrick Rose Athletic Ability Badge, bronze? Just a bronze badge, and it was already this formidable. What if it were silver, gold, or even legendary? Elja could hardly imagine. He felt as though he were a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, brimming with strength, ready to tear apart any obstacles in his path. Just as Elja was still immersed in the shock of his physical transformation, he suddenly heard a series of rapid, rhythmic dribbling sounds. The sound resonated distinctly in the empty gymnasium. Instinctively, Elja turned towards the source. Across the court, a figure was engaged in high-intensity dribbling drills. The individual had their back to Elja, but from their broad shoulders and the power and speed exhibited in their dribbling, Elja recognized him at once. Gwailuan. Elja whispered the name. He certainly knew this guy. As a key point guard for the national youth team and, in the future, the national team of Hua, Gwailuan was renowned for his sharp breakthroughs and indomitable spirit. At one point, he was even considered by fans and media to be the most likely player to enter the NBA. Although Gwailuan had yet to reach his peak, he was already demonstrating strength and talent far exceeding his peers. More importantly, this guy was infamous for his dedication to training. Elja hadn't anticipated that he would be training this early. It seemed that the dribbling he had just heard had been ongoing for quite some time. Chapter 3. One-on-one with Gwailuan. A resounding thud echoed through the vast gymnasium. It was the sound of a basketball striking the rim, signaling an interruption to Gwailuan's rhythmic dribbling practice. He ceased his intense, dual-handed dribbling and slowly turned around. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded down his cheeks, and his labored breaths betrayed the astonishing intensity of his recent training. His gaze fell upon the source of the noise, where a familiar yet unfamiliar figure stood, Luja. What was that commotion? Gwailuan's voice held a trace of confusion, but more prominently, astonishment, with a distinct accent marking his words. He had been so engrossed in his practice that he failed to notice when Luja had arrived. The noise from Luja's recent dunk had been considerable, particularly the final thud, which resonated with a palpable force that sent shivers down one's spine. Luja remained silent, merely offering a slight smile as an acknowledgement. Meeting Gwailuan's gaze, he resolved to demonstrate his prowess once more. He intended to give this future mainstay of the national team a true taste of his abilities. Dribbling. He accelerated, leapt. In one fluid motion. Bang. Another powerful one-handed slam dunk. This time, Luja soared even higher and with greater force. The rim trembled violently, as if it might be torn from its fixture at any moment. Gwailuan was utterly astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape, as though he had witnessed something miraculous. As a key player in the national youth team, Gwailuan possessed a discerning perspective. The youth team was not lacking in players with leaping prowess and dunking capabilities. However, he had never encountered someone like Luja, standing at a mere 182 centimeters, who executed dunks with such effortless grace and explosive power. You, my goodness, how can you jump like that? Gwailuan stammered, pointing at Luja, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He could not even muster Luja's name, only recalling that he was one of the players selected through the high school basketball league. In Gwailuan's memory, such latecomers to the game typically served merely to adorn the national youth team, a far cry from those nurtured within professional training systems from a young age. The training regimen of professional clubs was no trifling matter, encompassing the highest caliber in every aspect. Thus, Gwailuan seldom paid attention to players like Luja during practice. Moreover, this quiet fellow seemed rather unremarkable, aside from his decent looks, blending into the crowd with little to distinguish him in terms of skill. Yet, those two dunks. That astonishing vertical leap, that terrifying explosiveness. Goodness, what a rare find to encounter someone so skilled early in the morning. Gwailuan marveled, approaching Luja, his face a canvas of surprise and curiosity. Shall we have a chat? No, let us have a practice session. 3 shots, what do you say? Gwailuan gestured, indicating his desire for a one-on-one challenge. His words bore an undertone of condescension, for in his eyes, Luja was still merely an amateur. Luja met his gaze and nodded. Fine. A simple word, yet delivered with his characteristic stoicism. He had long sought someone to test his skills. Without hesitation, Gwailuan tossed the ball to Luja. You start. Luja caught the ball and positioned himself beyond the three-point line. He gently tapped the basketball, his eyes fixated on the hoop, as if plotting the optimal route for an offensive maneuver. Suddenly, he was in motion. Accelerating, he burst past Gwailuan's right side. Too swift. Guailuan could barely register the moment before Lu Jia had sprinted by. He hurriedly turned to pursue, but was already too late. Lu Jia leapt high once more, delivering another thunderous one-handed slam. Bang! The basketball swished through the net, the rim emitting a pained groan. 1 o'clock. Guailuan shook his head, still in disbelief. Again, for the second shot, Lu Jia dribbled, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles, confounding Guailuan's balance. Suddenly, he feigned right with a convincing move. Guailuan was caught off guard, and Lu Jia swiftly changed direction to the left. He effortlessly bypassed Guailuan. Another easy dunk. Bang! 2 o'clock. Guailuan was now utterly dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. For the third shot, Lu Jia continued to dribble. This time, he refrained from a direct drive, but rather performed continuous between-the-legs dribbles beyond the three-point line, seemingly searching for an opportunity. Guailuan, disregarding any embarrassment, focused solely on preventing Lu Jia from scoring. His eyes widened as he meticulously tracked Lu Jia's every movement, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, Lu Jia accelerated. Breaking to the right, Guailuan quickly matched his pace, arms extended, attempting to thwart Lu Jia's advance. Just then, Lu Jia abruptly halted. Leaning back, he pulled the ball behind him, an exquisitely smooth step back. Guailuan's balance was completely disrupted, and he stumbled, landing on the floor. Meanwhile, Lu Jia elegantly released the ball. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. 3 o'clock. Unlike before, Lu Jia refrained from dunking, perhaps showing some consideration for Guailuan. After all, this fellow would eventually be his teammate in the national team. Just as this thought crossed Lu Jia's mind, he was reminded of the loathsome matter concerning Zhao Qilin. And that overbearing father of his. How could he have forgotten? No matter how hard he tried, as long as that old man was around, he would never gain entry into the national team. With this realization, a wave of unnameable fury surged within Lu Jia. To hell with the national team. If they want to have me, I'll find my own place. You, what on earth was that? Guailuan exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his face a mask of incredulity. You even have a backward run? He scratched his head, utterly perplexed by how Lu Jia had accomplished such feats. Again. We must go again. I refuse to believe this. Guailuan's stubbornness flared. One more time. This time, I'll defend properly. While saying this, he retrieved the ball and tossed it to Lu Jia. Lu Jia accepted the ball in silence, simply walking back to the three-point line. Guailuan took a deep breath. His eyes locked onto Lu Jia as he assumed a defensive stance. This time, he exerted all his effort, sticking to Lu Jia like glue, determined to regain the pride he had lost. Lu Jia could feel the intensity of Guailuan's defense had escalated significantly. Truly commendable for a key player being groomed by the national youth team, his indomitable spirit was indeed admirable. However, it was still insufficient. For someone possessing the athletic ability of the Derrick Rose Athleticism Badge, bronze, such defense was still far too simple. He began with a probing step to the left, then suddenly accelerated, breaking to the right. Guailuan quickly fell in line, using his body to block Lu Jia, unwilling to allow an easy breakthrough. Sensing Guailuan's strength, Lu Jia opted against a direct drive. Instead, he executed a sudden stop, then a step back, creating space between himself and Guailuan. Guailuan hurriedly rushed forward to block, but it was already too late. Lu Jia leaped high into the air and released the ball. This time, he did not opt for a conventional shot. Instead, he executed an aerial relay. He tossed the ball high towards the hoop, then swiftly followed through, soaring into the air to catch the basketball, forcefully slamming it into the rim. Boom. Another powerful dunk reverberated through the court. 4 o'clock. My goodness, are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Guailuan was utterly astounded. He scratched his head in frustration, unable to comprehend why he could not contain Lu Jia. This fellow was nothing short of a beast. Chapter 4. The morning session begins. What is your name? I must remember you well. Guailuan was utterly devoid of temper. He was genuinely impressed. This individual before him was undoubtedly a promising talent. With his physical prowess and skill, he was destined for remarkable achievements in the future. Lu Jia spoke softly. Yet his expression bore an odd complexity, tinged with sarcasm, resignation, and a hint of indignation. He gazed at Guailuan, the future mainstay point guard of the national team, and reflected on his own decade of being sidelined. Recalling the vile faces of Zhao Qilin and his son, his emotions swirled into a turbulent mix. Lu Jia, I shall remember this name. Guailuan repeated it twice, as if to etch it into his memory. His mind was filled with Lu Jia's stunning shots from moments prior, particularly that breathtaking step-back jumper, It was simply magnificent. Hey, Luja, how did you practice that? Teach me. Let us train together. Guailuan looked at Luja with eager anticipation, completely shedding his previous arrogance. He was solely focused on understanding how Luja had become so formidable. Just then, other team members began to trickle into the gym. Each appeared bleary-eyed and lethargic, clearly not fully awakened from their slumber. What time is it? Why are you all dawdling? Do you wish to suffer the consequences? Suddenly, a coarse voice echoed from the entrance, shattering the atmosphere within the gym. This voice rasped like sandpaper against glass, an unpleasant sound to behold. Without even turning around, Luja knew who had arrived. The coach of the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu. True to his name, he was anything but cultured. Rather, he embodied brute force. Standing approximately 175 meters tall and weighing around 80 to 90 kilograms, he had a slight belly, reminiscent of a few months' pregnancy. His hair was cropped short, and he wore thick black-rimmed glasses behind which glinted a pair of fierce, small eyes. His face radiated an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. It seemed he could unleash a tirade of insults at any moment. He strode into the gym with great strides, and a mere glance was enough to compel all players to stand at attention, fearful of being caught in any misstep. Luja regarded Jiang Wenwu with a cold sneer. He recalled how deeply he had once admired him, yearning to join the national youth team, convinced that such strictness was for their benefit, believing that a stern teacher cultivates exceptional students. Yet now, Luja found it laughable. Jiang Wenwu was nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan. He was no strict mentor. He was evidently a psychologically warped tyrant, lacking the capability to coach higher-level professional teams, earn greater sums, or bask in more accolades. He channeled all his frustrations onto these young athletes. Within the national youth team, he reigned like a local emperor, wielding power to intimidate and humiliate players, all under the guise of enhancing their mental fortitude. In truth, it was merely a means to satiate his perverse desire for control. In Luja's memory, Jiang Wenwu was a cowardly bully. He greeted players from affluent backgrounds or those who had bribed him with smiles and attentiveness, while he relentlessly tormented players like Luja, who lacked any connections and did not know how to curry favor with him. It could be said that Jiang Wenwu was a parasite in the realm of Chinese basketball. His existence was a principal cause of its decline. With him around, Chinese basketball would never rise again. Contemplating this, Luja was overwhelmed with intense revulsion. He silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would change it all, not only for himself, but also for the young dreamers of basketball who shared his aspirations. Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear the whistle for assembly? Stand at attention. Jiang Wenwu bellowed with his grating voice. The players trembled in fear, quickly aligning themselves as per his command. The gym was left with only the sound of Jiang Wenwu's heavy breathing and the anxious heartbeats of the players. The morning session had commenced. However, Luja was acutely aware that with Jiang Wenwu's meager coaching abilities, he had no understanding of how to train these young players scientifically. The so-called morning session was merely a long run, 10 kilometers around the track, falsely dubbed as a stamina exercise. This crude and simplistic training method served only to deplete the players' physical strength and willpower, offering no real significance. As expected, Jiang Wenwu's orders confirmed Luja's suspicions. Everyone, run 10 kilometers around the field. If you can't finish, you won't eat today? Accompanied by Jiang Wenwu's piercing shouts, the players began to mechanically move their legs, looping around the track. Luja joined the ranks, maintaining a steady pace. Although his physical condition had greatly improved, it didn't mean he relished such meaningless training. Upon exiting the training facility, Luja's eyes fell upon Zhao Qilan among the group. Zhao Qilan. Upon seeing that detestable face, a surge of fury ignited within Luja. This guy, relying on his father's influence, wreaks havoc on the court, and outside of it, he is a tyrant. If it weren't for him, how could I have fallen to such depths? Luja's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. In my past life, I was muddle-headed, bullied by you for eternity. In this life, with the system at my disposal, I shall ensure you do not have it easy. Hey, Luja, wait for me. At that moment, Guailuan's voice broke through Luja's thoughts. He was running alongside, panting heavily, clearly struggling. This guy is really persistent. Luja mused. How did you practice that step back? Teach me. Guailuan remained undeterred, continuing to seek Luja's guidance. You will surely achieve greatness. Making it to the national team is a foregone conclusion. As Guailuan ran, he did not forget to flatter Luja. The national team? Huh. A hint of derision crept onto Luja's face. I fear I am destined to be forever estranged from the national team. The very thought filled Liu Jia with bitterness and helplessness. Don't forget about me when you make it. Guo Ailuan's words struck Liu Jia as profoundly ironic. When I make it to the national team? What a ludicrous notion. Come on, say something. Guo Ailuan, noticing Liu Jia's silence, grew anxious. What is wrong with this guy? He is never this aloof. Could it be? Guo Ailuan suddenly had a thought. Is he genuinely upset? Because I didn't regard him highly before. How about this? During the upcoming scrimmage, let us be on the same team. You can teach me, Guo Ailuan suggested, panting as he spoke. This is sufficient, right? I'm actively proposing to team up with you. ISNT that's showing you respect. If you can outrun me, I will agree to your request. Liu Jia suddenly declared. With that, he accelerated sharply, darting away like an arrow. You wish to team up with me? Let us see if you have the capability. What the? Are you serious? Guo Ailuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly gritted his teeth and sprinted after him. What a joke. I, Guo Ailuan, will not be outdone by you. It's just a run. Who is afraid of whom? He encouraged himself while strenuously moving his legs. Liu Jia, stop right there. Why are you running so fast? Are you in a rush to reincarnate? Jiang Wenwu, in a fit of rage, bellowed from behind. This rascal has truly gone too far. How dare he disregard my orders? He continued, and that Guo Ailuan. Usually quite astute. Why is he following along in this foolishness today? He ominously threatened. Just wait until you can no longer run. I shall deal with you then. The other team members, witnessing this scene, were left in astonishment. Is Liu Jia out of his mind today? How dare he challenge Jiang Wenwu's authority? One murmured. Isn't he usually quite obedient? What has caused this sudden transformation, this ferocity? Another questioned. And Guo Ailuan. Why is he joining in this chaos as well? It seems we are in for quite the spectacle. Chapter 5. Ding Yinyu, Wang Zhilin after completing the 10-kilometer run. Guo Ailuan collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire, clinging tightly to his body and outlining the contours of his muscles. He felt as though his legs had become foreign to him, achy and swollen, burdened as though filled with lead. Huff, huff, you really can run, Guo Ailuan stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he had still been left behind by Liu Jia by half a lap. What astonished him further was that Liu Jia appeared to be running with ease. Was he even human? You, why? Why do you seem, you haven't even tried hard? Guo Ailuan gasped, mustering the last remnants of his energy to inquire. He simply could not fathom how Liu Jia could possess such extraordinary physical prowess. Meanwhile, the other team members were just crossing the finish line, their faces pallid, panting heavily, swaying as if on the verge of collapse. They gazed at Liu Jia, who stood nonchalantly sipping water, their expressions filled with incredulity. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that someone could finish 10 kilometers with a 2-lap lead. Moreover, Liu Jia seemed to regard the feat as trivial. Was this truly the Liu Jia they knew? He was nothing short of a monster. Last lap. Push through. Jiang Wenwu shouted from near the finish line, his voice bellowing. As he yelled, he scrutinized Liu Jia with the gaze reserved for extraordinary beings, one filled with astonishment, skepticism, and a hint of barely concealed apprehension. Truth be told, Liu Jia's performance had far surpassed Jiang Wenwu's expectations. Originally, he had been hesitant to include this player in the national youth team. Prior to the training camp, someone had specifically warned him against allowing this lad named Liu Jia to be selected. However, during this year's National High School Basketball League Finals, Liu Jia had become embroiled in a highly publicized conflict with Zhao Qilin, capturing the attention of fans nationwide. Faced with public pressure, Jiang Wenwu ultimately decided to include Liu Jia in the national youth team training. Initially, Jiang Wenwu had no intention of granting Liu Jia any opportunity to be selected for the final roster for official competitions. He had planned to concoct some excuse about Liu Jia's inadequacy and send him packing. After all, within the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu was akin to a sovereign. Who would dare defy him? Yet today, Liu Jia's performance instilled a sense of unease within Jiang Wenwu. This fellow's physical conditioning was alarmingly superior. Completing 10 kilometers with a 2-lap lead was simply unfathomable. Even Guo Ailuan could not keep pace with him. Was it possible for a player emerging from the high school league to possess such formidable athleticism? Surely not. How could those who had come to the sport later hope to compare with players nurtured in professional club youth training systems from a young age? Jiang Wenwu's brow furrowed deeply as he resolved to put Liu Jia through his paces in the forthcoming training scrimmage. He intended to make it clear who wielded authority here. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiang Wenwu's mouth. Boy, you just wait. Once everyone completed the 10 kilometers, Jiang Wenwu waved his hand dismissively, granting less than 10 minutes of rest before announcing the commencement of the scrimmage. The players were utterly exhausted, resembling lifeless husks, yet they dared not voice a single complaint, forcing themselves to muster the energy for the impending competition. Elzhi observed Jiang Wenwu's demeanor towards Zhao Qilin, which was marked by an affable warmth. He offered water, towels, and inquiries about Zhao Qilin's well-being, almost fawning over him. Qilin, how do you feel after the run? Are you tired? Do you need more time to rest? The sycophantic attitude made Elzhi feel a wave of nausea. In stark contrast, Jiang Wenwu's demeanor towards the other players was entirely different. Look at you all, reduced to this sorry state after a mere run. With your level of fitness, do you dare to dream of a professional career? Wake up, as he scolded them. He did not hesitate to launch psychological attacks, a common practice known as PUA. It seemed that only in this manner could he assert his authority and command respect. When it came time to divide into teams, Guo Ailuan eagerly suggested pairing with Elzhi. Coach, I want to team up with Elzhi, Guo Ailuan declared, his tone imbued with excitement and anticipation. His curiosity about Elzhi was palpable. He was eager to collaborate with him in the scrimmage and glean insights into his skills. What madness has possessed you two? First, you cause a ruckus during the run, and now you wish to be on the same team? Do you intend to rebel? Jiang Wenwu shot a glare at Guo Ailuan, his annoyance evident. However, he refrained from further protest, tacitly granting Guo Ailuan's request. After all, Guo Ailuan was a key player he was grooming for future stardom as a primary point guard for the national team, and Jiang Wenwu owed him a measure of respect. As the teams were finalized, Elzhi noticed a familiar figure across the court, Ding Yanyu. Little Ding? He is now on the national youth team? Elzhi was somewhat taken aback. Ding Yanyu, a future cornerstone of the national team, had once been on the brink of the NBA. In Elzhi's memory, Little Ding's style was explosive, his drives incisive, and his scoring ability formidable, once regarded as the hope of Chinese men's basketball. He had aspired to enter the NBA, but ultimately fell short due to various circumstances, a regrettable outcome. What a pity, with such talent. Had he been in a better environment, he might have truly established himself in the NBA, Elzhi mused inwardly. He then glanced at his own team, spotting Wang Zhilin. Big Wang. Elzhi's gaze fixed upon Wang Zhilin. At this time, Wang Zhilin was merely an emerging rookie, yet he displayed immense talent and potential. Beneath the basket, he exhibited absolute dominance, nearly unstoppable. If Elzhi recalled correctly, the following year, in 2012, Wang Zhilin would shine at the Nike Basketball Summit, astonishing the world. However, subsequent developments proved to be disheartening. Wang Zhilin did not evolve into the pillar of the Chinese men's national team as anticipated. Instead, due to various reasons, his performance declined, and he became increasingly lackadaisical on the court, often spotted meandering rather than defending. He gradually earned the moniker Grandma Wang among fans. Such a fine physique wasted on a lack of training, Elzhi couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. This is the current state of Chinese men's basketball. The coaching is unprofessional, the training unscientific. The entire environment resembles a stagnant pool of water, slowly boiling the frog. In such an atmosphere, players gradually lose their ambition and drive, becoming lazier and less competitive. Indeed, the tribulations of Chinese men's basketball were foretold as early as today. Elzhi sighed, his heart heavy with resignation and sorrow. Yet, upon reflection, he pondered, how did this concern him? In his previous life, he had been blacklisted, unable even to compete in the HBA, let alone join the national team. In this life, although he possessed a system, as long as Zhao Zhengwo remained, entry into the national team would forever be beyond his reach. This thought filled Elzhi's heart with a profound bitterness. He turned away, casting aside those troubling thoughts, and redirected his focus back to the competition. Chapter 6. The training match dominates, Zhao Qilin. The training match commenced with Lu Zhi serving the ball. Guo Ailuan willingly relinquished control, standing aside with keen interest as he observed Lu Zhi, eager to discover what surprises this enigmatic individual might unveil. Positioned at the center court, Lu Zhi dribbled the ball, his gaze sweeping the entire arena. Opposite him stood Zhao Qilin. Upon seeing Zhao's arrogant visage, an inexplicable fury ignited within Lu Zhi. You think you're so formidable, huh? Afraid to match up against me? Zhao Qilin taunted first, his tone laced with provocation, all the while hurling insults at Lu Zhi. I heard you were quite the player in high school leagues. How come you've turned into a softie in the national youth team? With your caliber, Dreaming of the national team is futile. If you have any sense, just get lost and spare yourself the embarrassment. Lu Zhi paid no heed to Zhao Qilin's verbal jabs, not even casting a glance in his direction, as if he were entirely invisible. This disregard only fueled Zhao Qilin's ire. He loathed being ignored. In his eyes, he was a chosen one, deserving of undivided attention. How dare Lu Zhi dismiss him? It was utterly outrageous. Why so silent? Have you lost your voice? Or did I strike a nerve? Zhao Qilin persisted, attempting to provoke Lu Zhi further, yet Lu Zhi remained unfazed, his focus unwaveringly on the basketball. His sole intention was clear, to humiliate Zhao Qilin. What are you all standing around for? Execute the strategy. Jiang Wenwu commanded from the sidelines, his voice overpowering even Zhao Qilin's taunts. Lu Zhi, advance the ball to the front court, then pass to the perimeter. If there's an opportunity, lob it to the inside. Jiang gestured towards Wang Zhilin, stationed beneath the basket. The strategy was straightforward. Hand the ball to Lu Zhi and let him navigate to the front court, passing around the perimeter until a chance arose to penetrate the interior. With Wang Zhilin as a formidable presence inside, this approach was simple yet effective. In youth league competitions, individual prowess often eclipses tactical complexity. With a powerhouse like Wang Zhilin in the post, scoring became a mere formality. However, Lu Zhi disregarded Jiang Wenwu's tactical instructions entirely. He dribbled, accelerated, executed a swift change of direction, and effortlessly bypassed Zhao Qilin. Following up with a retreating dribble, he once again evaded Zhao's defense. Zhao Qilin lost his balance, nearly toppling over as he scrambled to regain his footing, but it was too late. Lu Zhi surged into the paint. Confronted by the opposing center's defensive effort, Lu Zhi leapt high. In midair, he performed a graceful maneuver, switching the ball to his other hand to evade the center's block, then gently flicked it into the hoop. 2 o'clock. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a breathtaking display of skill. Excellent play. Incredible! Guodailuan exclaimed in excitement. The first to react. The others quickly joined in with applause and cheers. Only Zhao Qilin remained rooted in disbelief, unable to fathom how easily Lu Zhi had outmaneuvered him twice. What an utter humiliation. What just happened? Even the usually composed Jiang Wenwu appeared flustered, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response. This score had completely disrupted his strategic plans. He had hoped for Wang Zhilin to dominate inside, yet Lu Zhi had singularly resolved the issue with such elegance and ease. Was this truly the Lu Zhi he knew? How had he transformed so dramatically? Had he been concealing his true capabilities all along? Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Wenwu's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Stop this nonsense. Who told you to play like that? Jiang Wenwu finally regained his composure and shouted in frustration. He had contemplated halting the match to reprimand Lu Zhi, but upon noticing Zhao Qilin's team had begun to serve, he saw Zhao charging towards the front court, evidently intent on reclaiming his pride. Jiang suppressed his anger, deciding against interrupting the game. Just right, let Zhao Qilin teach this arrogant brat a lesson. He mused. Zhao Qilin advanced, his expression darkening, teeth clenched in fury. Lu Zhi, you'll pay for this. Fueled by rage, Zhao dribbled towards the front court. He initially aimed to emulate Lu Zhi, employing flashy dribbling to outmaneuver his opponent and score effortlessly. However, upon facing Lu Zhi's defense, he quickly realized the challenge was far greater than he had anticipated. No matter how he dribbled, shifted direction, or accelerated, he could not shake Lu Zhi's relentless defense. Lu Zhi clung to him like a stubborn gum, denying him any chance to break through. After several failed attempts, Zhao Qilin found his speed stifled by Lu Zhi, rendering him unable to gain an advantage. Pass the ball. Zhao Qilin, what are you doing? Jiang Wenwu bellowed from the sidelines, nearly driven to madness by Zhao's obstinacy. Doesn't he realize he is wasting opportunities by forcing plays he can't make? Yet Zhao Qilin, consumed by his own fervor, continued to dribble. Now fully engrossed in his rivalry with Lu Zhi, his singular focus was to outmaneuver Lu Zhi and reclaim his lost dignity. Reality, however, proved unforgiving. No matter his efforts, he remained ensnared in Lu Zhi's steadfast defense. As the shot clock dwindled, Zhao was left with no choice but to attempt a desperate shot. Time's up. Jiang Wenwu announced loudly, signaling a violation on Zhao Qilin's team. He glared at Zhao, his frustration evident, but refrained from harsh words, mindful of Zhao's influential background. Turning back to Lu Zhi's team, Lu Zhi seized the ball, advancing with determination. Confronted by Zhao Qilin's defense, he exhibited no hesitation, accelerating past him with ease. One swift step, clean and decisive. Zhao Qilin barely had time to react, watching helplessly as Lu Zhi penetrated the paint. Facing the center's defensive challenge, Liu Jia remained undeterred, leaping high to execute a flawless layup. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. 4 o'clock. What astonished onlookers even more was the sight of the opposing center. Overwhelmed by Liu Jia's explosive force, stumbling backward as if on the verge of collapse. Such terrifying athleticism. Zhao Qilin, now bereft of rationality, was consumed by a desire for retribution. Ignoring his teammates' calls for the ball, he chose to act independently once more. Yet, under Liu Jia's relentless defense, he found no opportunity to shoot. As the shot clock ticked down again, Zhao had no choice but to force another attempt. With a swift motion, Liu Jia soared, snatching the ball from Zhao Qilin's grasp. A clean steal. He then dribbled furiously down the court, charging towards the opposing basket. Bam! With a powerful one-handed slam dunk. 6 o'clock. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all eyes fixated on Liu Jia as if he were a mythical creature. The gym fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the echo of the basketball bouncing on the floor resonated through the air. Zhao Qilin's team prepared to serve again. Upon receiving the ball, Zhao Qilin once again challenged Liu Jia. This time, he demonstrated greater cunning, refraining from his previous relentless attempts to outmaneuver Liu Jia. Instead, he sought to leverage his physical presence to force a layup. However, Liu Jia discerned his intentions and intentionally allowed him to advance. In the very moment Zhao Qilin attempted his layup, Liu Jia sprang into action from behind, soaring high into the air. With a resounding smack, he executed a formidable block. The basketball was sent flying with tremendous force. My goodness! This is utterly astonishing. It is almost beyond belief. The players on the sidelines could no longer contain their astonishment, erupting into exclamations of disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhao Qilin stood frozen like a statue, his face a canvas of incredulity and dismay. He could not fathom that he had been so thoroughly thwarted by Liu Jia. This was more painful than a mortal blow. Chapter 7. The national youth team of Huaguo? If it comes to that, I won't play anymore. In the ensuing rounds, the game transformed entirely into a personal showcase for Liu Jia. He scored consecutively, moving through the defense as if it were non-existent. Breakthroughs, layups, dunks, jump shots. All manner of scoring techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands, leaving the defense utterly bewildered. Even more astonishing was his ability to create opportunities for his teammates while scoring. A deft bounce pass directly assisted Guo Ailuan, who easily made a layup. The score quickly widened. Meanwhile, Zhao Qilin found himself in a complete slump. Under Liu Jia's tight defense, he failed to score even a single point, struggling to find any opportunity to shoot. During another offensive attempt, Zhao Qilin tried to force a layup. However, Liu Jia was already waiting, leaping high to deliver a formidable block. The basketball was emphatically swatted away, and Zhao Qilin fell heavily to the ground. This time, Zhao Qilin was thoroughly enraged. He rose from the floor, charging at Liu Jia like a mad bull. Seizing Liu Jia by the collar, ready to throw a punch. You think you're so great? Who do you think you are to guard me like that? Guo Ailuan, quick on his feet, rushed to protect Liu Jia. Zhao Qilin, what are you doing? Want to fight? He shouted, pushing Zhao Qilin away, his voice laced with anger. Jiang Wenwu hurried over as well, separating the two. Everyone stop it. How dare you? Do you even want to continue the game? Jiang Wenwu yelled, casting a fierce glare at Liu Jia, clearly showing his bias. Liu Jia, you better behave. If you keep playing like this, you won't even be able to stay in the training team. After being pulled away, Zhao Qilin remained unrelenting, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Jia. Just wait. I want to let you off the hook. Oh, come on. You little brat. Dare to act smug? If you have the guts, say it again. Guo Ailuan was equally furious, almost ready to charge forward, his temper flaring. Yet, Liu Jia remained calm, coldly observing Zhao Qilin and Jiang Wenwu, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. So are we still playing? Liu Jia asked nonchalantly, as if nothing that had just occurred concerned him. Jiang Wenwu glanced at Zhao Qilin, his expression clearly seeking his approval. Fight. Of course, continue. Zhao Qilin bellowed angrily, his singular focus now on dismantling Liu Jia. The game resumed. Zhao Qilin's team took possession. He dribbled forward, having completely lost his composure, his mind consumed by thoughts of revenge. Yet, Liu Jia granted him no opportunity. This time, he opted for a more astute approach rather than close defense. He passed the ball to Guo Ailuan and signaled for him to jump for an alley-oop. Seeing this, Zhao Qilin rushed forward, attempting to trip Liu Jia, only to find Liu Jia soaring into the air, with Zhao Qilin in between. Liu Jia caught Guo Ailuan's pass mid-air. Bam! A thunderous dunk sent Zhao Qilin flying backward. He crashed to the ground, a sharp pain radiating from his ankle. Clutching his ankle, He howled in agony. Not only did he fail to trip Lu Jia, but he collided with the basketball hoop, twisting his ankle. You. Just wait. I will not let you off. I'll make sure you can't survive in the basketball world. Zhao Qilin screamed, still determined to threaten Lu Jia amidst his suffering. Suit yourself. I'd rather not play for the national team. With your level, it's a waste of time. Lu Jia replied coldly, his tone dripping with contempt. He was well aware that with Zhao Qilin's influence, silencing him would be a trivial task. Lu Jia, shut your mouth. What kind of attitude is that? Jiang Wenwu rushed over, checking Zhao Qilin's injury while reprimanding Lu Jia. Look at the mess you've made. You've injured Zhao Qilin. Can you take responsibility for that? I'm telling you, this isn't over. Just wait. Facing Jiang Wenwu's threats, Lu Jia merely laughed coldly. He glanced at Jiang Wenwu, then at Zhao Qilin, before executing an unexpected move. He slammed the basketball onto the ground with force and turned to leave. I'm done. Lu Jia's voice echoed throughout the empty gymnasium. I'd rather go back to sleep. He left the gym without looking back, leaving a group of stunned individuals behind. Lu Jia, stop right there. You. Jiang Wenwu trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Jia's retreating figure, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The cries of Zhao Qilin spoke without raising his head, his tone as calm as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Oh, why are you so fierce? Is there anything that cannot be discussed properly? Why does it have to come to this? Come, let's chat. Did that old fool Jiang Wenwu give you a hard time? Tell me, and I shall help you vent your frustration. What Ailuan said as he approached Jia, intending to assist him in packing. This wretched place. It's better to leave. Jia's tone remained composed, yet Guo Ailuan could discern the simmering frustration within him. What can I say? How are we to proceed from here? What about the path ahead? Guo Ailuan sighed, realizing that Jia was genuinely heartbroken this time. Don't get too worked up. If it comes to it, we can always stop playing basketball. What is the big deal? It's not worth being upset over such trivial matters. Guo Ailuan continued to offer clumsy words of comfort, unsure of what else to say. Jia paused his actions, lifted his head, and looked at Guo Ailuan. Thank you. Guo, I know you mean well. You are truly genuine. It's refreshing. A rare smile graced Jia's face. Hey, we're brothers, right? Whatever happens, just tell me. Don't bear it alone. Guo Ailuan patted Jia's shoulder and inquired, by the way, what are your plans moving forward? He was eager to learn about Jia's future aspirations. I plan to go to the NBA, Jia replied while checking the system panel. Despite his outstanding performance in the recent training match, completing several challenging moves, he had only earned a few dozen incentive points. As expected, in such low-level competitions, it's impossible to gain significant incentive points. Staying here, or even within the realm of Chinese basketball, is a waste of time, Jia mused silently. What on earth? You're going where? The NBA? Oh my goodness, you must be joking. Guo Ailuan was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He even questioned whether he had misheard. Come on, that is not something we can aspire to. Are you kidding me? Guo Ailuan found it hard to accept Jia's statement, convinced that he was merely speaking out of anger. After all, not long ago, Jia was just a player in the high school league. The NBA, however, was the dream destination for basketball players worldwide, the pinnacle of the sport. The disparity between the two was nothing short of astronomical. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Jia asserted, his expression earnest, devoid of any jest. Guo Ailuan's reaction shifted from shock to skepticism, and then a hint of admiration. You're serious? He stammered, still struggling to believe it. Yes, Jia nodded. Incredible. Truly. I'm at a loss for words. I see now that you are no ordinary person. You're on a completely different path. Guo Ailuan, though still in disbelief, began to accept Jia's determination. In Jia's eyes, he saw a glimmer of something called a dream. After finishing his packing, Jia picked up his backpack and turned to Guo Ailuan. Listen to me, Guo. If you have the chance, you must strive for the NBA. Without a doubt, under old Zhang's training methods, everyone will eventually be hindered. Training properly in the NBA is the way to go. With that, Jia patted Guo Ailuan on the shoulder and left the dormitory. Guo Ailuan stood still, watching Jia's departing figure, emotion swirling within him. To the NBA, he murmured, a flicker of yearning crossing his gaze before it dimmed once more. It's not that simple. He sighed and turned to look out the window, lost in thought. Chapter 8. I intend to pursue the NBA. Lu Jia returned to the home he had long been away from. As soon as he stepped through the door, he was met with a barrage of reprimands. What on earth is happening? I heard you've withdrawn from the national youth team. What do you really want to do? Lu Jia's father, a tall man whose stature had been bent by the weight of time, pointed an accusatory finger at his son, his voice brimming with anger and disappointment. Each word struck Lu Zhi's heart like a hammer. Xiaozhe, what are you thinking? This is an opportunity that countless people dream of. How can you not cherish it? Lu Zhi's mother, a quintessential traditional woman with reddened eyes, clearly having recently cried, bore a face filled with anxiety and concern. Her dark hair now interspersed with strands of gray. Faced with his parents' scolding, Lu Zhi did not retort. He stood there silently, head bowed like a child who had erred. Deep inside, he understood that even if he obediently remained with the national youth team, diligently trained, and strived to excel, he would ultimately not make it to the national team. However, he refrained from voicing these thoughts, knowing that even if he did, his parents would not believe him. Only becoming more worried, Lu Zhi raised his gaze to meet his parents. They appeared as he remembered, yet undeniably younger, as it was 2011. A decade ago, they had fewer gray hairs, and the lines on their faces were less pronounced. He recalled his previous life, where he had lived in poverty, achieving nothing in his 30s, causing his parents much distress. His father's back had grown more stooped, and his mother's hair had turned entirely white. The thought brought a sharp pang to Lu Zhi's heart, filling him with profound guilt and remorse. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. I promise I won't let you down again in this life. Lu Zhi silently vowed. I will succeed. I will ensure you live well. As Lu Zhi's parents observed their silent son, their anger gradually faded. You've always been stubborn. Once you've made up your mind, not even 10 oxen can pull you back. Lu Zhi's father sighed, his tone softening. Now you've offended the national youth team. What will you do moving forward? Your mother and I have little means to assist you. This matter relies on you alone. Lu Zhi's mother added, her voice tinged with helplessness and worry. Why don't we pull some strings and see if we can mitigate the impact of this situation? Lu Zhi's father tentatively suggested, still hoping to help his only son. No need, Dad, Mom. Please don't worry about me, Lu Zhi firmly replied, shaking his head. I intend to pursue the NBA. What? Lu Zhi's parents exclaimed in unison. Their faces a canvas of disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? Is the NBA a place for someone like you? His father furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face as he looked at Lu Zhi. In his mind, his son, though introverted and reserved, had always been sensible and grounded. How had he suddenly become so unrealistic? Dad, Mom, I am neither crazy nor under any duress. I am serious, Lu Zhi stated, enunciating each word. I truly want to pursue a career in the NBA. Seeing their astonished expressions, Lu Zhi was reminded of his childhood friend, Jiang Qingjie, 3 years older than Lu Zhi. They had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to brothers. Although Jiang Qingjie had recognized early on that he lacked the talent for professional basketball and did not pursue that path, his passion for the sport was as fervent as Lu Zhi's. After graduating from high school, Jiang Qingjie attended New York University to study sports management. In Lu Zhi's previous life, Jiang Qingjie had returned home and served as his agent, but alas, Lu Zhi had long faded into obscurity, unable to even enter a professional team, let alone make a name for himself. Consequently, Jiang Qingjie's endeavors as an agent had also met with dismal failure. Yet, despite this, Jiang Qingjie never abandoned Lu Zhi, continuously offering support and encouragement. Their brotherly bond remained unaltered. Reflecting on this, Lu Zhi felt warmth in his heart. He resolved that in this life, he would ensure Jiang Qingjie enjoyed the fruits of success alongside him. Both would thrive and lead prosperous lives. It was now the spring of 2011. Although Lu Zhi was in his final semester of high school as a student with athletic distinction, he had not attended school regularly. Initially, he had planned to enter university through special recruitment for sports, continuing his basketball journey, having even secured a school. However, Lu Zhi had since changed his mind. Rather than tread the fruitless path of his previous life, he preferred to take a leap of faith and pursue a grander dream. Nevertheless, directly telling his parents about his desire to join the NBA would surely be met with disbelief, even leading them to think he had lost his mind. He needed to devise a strategy to help them accept his decision. After some contemplation, he decided to approach the subject through Jiang Qingjie. Dad, Mom, do you remember Jiang Qingjie? The one I used to play basketball with? Lu Zhi began. Yes, that boy went to the U.S. to study sports management, right? What about him? Lu Zhi's mother replied. He's still in America, and I wish to visit him to learn more about the basketball environment there, Lu Zhi explained. You want to go to America? To find Jiang Qingjie? His parents were once again taken aback, not anticipating such a notion from Lu Zhi. Is that reliable? You'd be going alone to a place where you know no one. What if something goes wrong? Lu Zhi's mother expressed her concern. Indeed, Xiaozhe. You've never traveled far before. The U.S. is quite different from here. Perhaps you should reconsider, his father advised. Jiang Qingjie will be there. He will take care of me, Lu Zhi reassured them. Moreover, given the recent happenings with the national youth team, the environment at home may not be very welcoming. I think it would be good for me to get away for a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhi's parents fell silent. They exchanged glances filled with both worry and resignation. This child has truly grown, developing his own thoughts. Lu Zhi's father sighed, his tone a mix of pride and reluctance. Ever since this incident, his prospects here have been tarnished. Rather than let him remain home, lost in thought, it may be better for him to venture out and clear his mind. Lu Zhi's mother gently added, her gaze filled with the unique tenderness and affection of a mother. If that's the case, then you may go. She stepped forward, tenderly stroking Lu Zhi's hair, as if he were still the little boy who needed her protection. Once you arrive, listen to Jiang Qingjie. Take good care of yourself, and don't let us worry. Do you have enough money? If not, I can send you more. If you need anything, just let us know. Don't bear it all alone. Lu Zhi nodded, smiling, yet feeling a twinge in his nose. I understand, Mom. Please don't worry. I will take good care of myself. He knew that although his parents did not openly express their support, they nonetheless harbored it in their hearts. However, his father could not help but voice his concern. My son, what has prompted this sudden aspiration to pursue a career in the NBA? It is a realm that every basketball player dreams of, but it is hardly an easy path to tread. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Lu Zhi responded, Dad, I understand the challenges that lie ahead, yet I firmly believe I can achieve this. He clenched his fist tightly, his tone imbued with confidence and resolve. This opportunity may very well be the only one I encounter in my lifetime. Turning his gaze towards the window, Lu Zhi seemed to envision the basketball sanctuary brimming with challenges and opportunities. I must seize this chance to travel to America to the NBA and to chase my own basketball dreams. No matter how arduous the journey, no matter the sacrifices required, I am determined to give it a try. I must be there to prove myself. In Lu Zhi's eyes burned a fierce flame, a manifestation of his yearning for dreams and his aspirations for the future. In that moment, he transformed from a bewildered and disheartened youth into a spirited warrior, resolutely marching forward. His journey in basketball had only just begun, and from this point, his dream of the NBA was officially set in motion. Chapter 9. New York, Here I Come. Although Lu Zhi's family was merely an ordinary working-class household with modest financial means, his parents tirelessly traversed from place to place, borrowing money from relatives and friends to support their son's aspirations. After much effort, they managed to gather the required bank statement for his visa application. Besides the financial hurdles, navigating through the various bureaucratic procedures proved to be a cumbersome task. Passports, visas, flight tickets, school documentation, an array of documents needed preparation, and numerous processes had to be completed. During that period, Lu Zhi's parents were almost perpetually on the move, employing every possible means to overcome the obstacles, all to ensure that Lu Zhi could embark on his journey to America smoothly. Witnessing their efforts deeply touched Lu Zhi. He understood the immense sacrifices his parents had made for him. He silently vowed to carve out a successful life in the United States, providing a better future for his parents and relieving them of their worries. After more than a month of relentless pursuit and waiting, Lu Zhi finally obtained his visa and secured his flight tickets. Bidding farewell to his parents, he embarked alone on the flight to America. The airplane landed at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York, a primary entry point for many travelers from his homeland and one of the busiest airports in the city. Gazing through the aircraft window, Lu Zhi beheld the iconic sights of this world-class metropolis. Towering skyscrapers formed an awe-inspiring city skyline, while the distant silhouette of the Statue of Liberty symbolized the freedom and inclusivity that the city represented. This was Lu Zhi's first glimpse of New York, and his heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation. New York, I have arrived. NBA, here I come, he silently proclaimed. Upon disembarking, Lu Zhi collected his luggage and stepped outside the airport. The moment he exited, he spotted a familiar figure. Lu Zhi, over here, Jiang Qingjie called out, waving his arms vigorously. His face radiated with the same exuberant smile, exuding his characteristic warmth and cheerfulness. Lu Zhi joyfully waved back. Qingjie. The two embraced tightly, as if they had an endless amount of conversation to share. You rascal, you finally made it. I missed you so much, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, enthusiastically patting Lu Zhi's back, his excitement palpable. I missed you too, Lu Zhi replied with a smile, his eyes glistening with emotion. Come on, let's get in the car. I'll take you home, Jiang Qingjie declared, taking Lu Zhi's luggage and leading him to an old second-hand sedan. This will be our first base in America, he said with a grin, starting the engine. As they drove away from the airport, the car cruised along the highway towards the city center. The vibrant street scenes of New York unfolded before Luja's eyes. There were bustling commercial districts filled with towering buildings, alongside dilapidated neighborhoods that showcased a stark contrast. This disparity intrigued Luja. He gazed out the window, determined to imprint every detail in his memory. What thrilled him even more were the numerous basketball courts he spotted along the way. Each court was alive with players, including some street ball enthusiasts showcasing their skills. Dressed in loose jerseys and various headbands and protective gear, they executed flamboyant dribbling moves amidst intense competition, embodying the wild and liberated spirit of street basketball. The fierce rivalries, dazzling ball handling, and the cheers of onlookers stirred his passion. How does it feel? Doesn't this seem like basketball heaven? Jiang Qingjie inquired, noticing the excitement in Luja's eyes. Indeed, the basketball atmosphere here is incredible. Luja marveled genuinely. This is just the beginning. Later, I'll take you to Rucker Park, the true mecca of street ball, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. Rucker Park, Luja replied, bubbling with enthusiasm. He had heard of this legendary street ball park in his previous life. Rucker Park was renowned not only in New York but across the entire United States as the pinnacle of street basketball, where players from around the world aspired to showcase their talents and validate their skills. Many NBA stars had emerged from Rucker Park. Jiang Qingjie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon, you'll be playing there too. I believe in you. Haha, yes. Qingjie, I look forward to it. Luja nodded vigorously. The car eventually entered the Brooklyn area, stopping in front of an old apartment building. Here we are. My mansion in New York. Jiang Qingjie chuckled, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. They exited the vehicle, grabbed their luggage, and entered the building. Jiang Qingjie's mansion was a modest one-bedroom apartment on the third floor. Though small, it was reasonably tidy and well-kept. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Jiang Qingjie welcomed Luja, placing the luggage in a corner of the living room. Luja glanced around and smiled. Qingjie, you're doing well, owning a home and a car. A successful person indeed. Successful? This place is rented, and the rent is exorbitantly high. With these conditions, it's hard to keep track. Jiang Qingjie replied with a wry smile. And that car? It's an old clunker that has changed hands countless times, aside from the horn. Everything else makes noise, and it breaks down every few days. Jiang Qingjie sighed, revealing the struggles of his life in New York. My living expenses during my years at NYU have mainly gone towards this. Even then, it's not enough. I have to find part-time work to make ends meet. Oh, enough of that. Talking too much about it only brings tears, he lamented, embodying the weariness of someone battered by the trials of capitalist society. By the way, tell me, what made you suddenly decide to come to America and pursue the NBA? Jiang Qingjie shifted the conversation to Luja. Well, I wanted to give it a shot and see if there's an opportunity, Luja admitted with a nod. Well, you're quite ambitious. I always knew you were different from others, talented, imaginative, and daring. Jiang Qingjie enveloped Luja in yet another hearty embrace. When I chose to study sports management in New York, I had similar thoughts. I figured that if one day you made it big, I could lend a hand. At the very least, I could be your agent. To his surprise, Luja was audacious enough to aim straight for the NBA. I know some folks at school. Let me see if I can help you find some opportunities to increase your visibility. This is a step-by-step process. We need to get more people to notice you first before anything else can happen. Jiang Qingjie excitedly suggested, envisioning Luja's future success in the NBA. Listening to Jiang Qingjie's words, a warm current surged through Luja's heart. He realized that Jiang Qingjie genuinely cared for him and believed in his potential. Qingjie, I promise I won't let you down this time. I will succeed and make you the top agent. Luja silently vowed. After a brief rest in the room, the two ventured out for a bite to eat. Due to their tight budget, they opted for a simple meal at a street vendor. After lunch, Jiang Qingjie drove Luja straight to Rucker Park. Rucker Park, nestled in Harlem, is a legendary street ball sanctuary. Countless street ball aficionados and even NBA superstars have left their marks on this hallowed ground. For Luja, the name Rucker Park was already familiar. Yet this was his first visit. The car came to a halt at the entrance of Rucker Park. As he stepped out and looked up, his gaze was immediately drawn to a colossal graffiti wall, adorned with an array of vibrant graffiti patterns and inscriptions, exuding a rich essence of street culture. Beyond the graffiti wall lay an open basketball court, encircled by a fence and festooned with a variety of advertisements and banners. The court itself was a striking blend of orange and blue, dominated by a large circular emblem inscribed with the name Rucker Park. alongside the court. Several rows of makeshift bleachers provided seating for spectators. At that moment, a group of African-American players was engaged in an intense contest on the court. Each player was robustly built, their muscles rippling, and their movements were nimble, radiating a sense of power. The dazzling array of dribbling skills left onlookers mesmerized. While the forceful physical confrontation stirred the blood, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers and shouts. Standing at the sidelines, Luja was awestruck by the scene before him. He realized that the intensity of the competition here seemed to surpass that of the training matches of the national youth team back home. A revelation that filled him with both surprise and exhilaration. Among the players, one in a purple headband caught Luja's attention. This individual was tall, muscular, and exceptionally skilled, executing his moves with flair. He appeared to be a master of every aspect of the game, dribbling, layups, shooting, and slam dunks alike. In yet another play, the player in the purple headband, with the ball in hand, faced his defender and executed an impressive crossover, effortlessly bypassing his opponent. He then soared into the air, completing a one-handed slam dunk with grace and power, embodying the beauty of athleticism. What a remarkable play! The spectators erupted in applause. Luja couldn't help but silently commend the feat. This player in the purple headband is truly formidable. He mused. I wonder how many incentive points I could earn from playing here. Suddenly, a pivotal thought struck him. After all, he had come to earn those incentive points. He felt a surge of excitement and was eager to step onto the court and showcase his skills. Chapter 10, Black Dog, the NBA Development League. Luja observed the game closely for a while and noted that, although it was a full-court match, it seemed to employ a style known as receiving waves. This approach involves a team remaining on the court after winning a round, awaiting the next challenger, akin to the competitive atmosphere found in local streetball courts. Just moments ago, the team adorned with purple bandanas triumphed in a round, eliminating their opponents. The purple bandana team taunted their adversaries while eagerly anticipating the next challengers. Hey, softies. Is that all you've got? I thought we could play a little longer. Haha, with skills like yours, how dare you show up at Rucker Park? Better go home and practice for a few more years. Next, hurry up and come forward to face defeat. On the sidelines, several other teams, predominantly composed of street ball players, were waiting for their turn, each one eager and ready to showcase their talents. Observing the scene before him, Luja formulated a plan. He intended to approach and see if he could join the game. Brother Qingjie, I want to give it a try, Luja said to Jiang Qingjie. What? You want to go in now? Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, astonished. Isn't that a bit too bold? Shouldn't I introduce you first? I've been here for a few years and am quite familiar with the language and culture. I can help explain things to them. No need, Brother Qingjie. I can manage on my own. I specifically brushed up on my English before coming, Luja replied with a smile, not wanting to rely too heavily on Jiang Qingjie for everything. Jiang Qingjie nodded, albeit with skepticism, knowing that his childhood friend had always been diligent and capable. However, when Luja stepped up to the group of black players, he quickly realized how naive he had been. Hey, man, can I join you guys? Luja attempted to speak in standard English, crafting what he believed to be the most polite opening line. Yet, the response from the players left him utterly bewildered. Were they truly speaking English? Why could he not comprehend a single word? Their expressions, filled with slang and accents, resembled a series of codes that left Luja completely perplexed. He suddenly recognized that the textbook English he had learned bore little resemblance to the authentic street vernacular. What? Luja exclaimed, his expression one of confusion, the simplest word he could muster to convey his bewilderment. Observing his befuddled demeanor, the black players exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, this kid must be a first-timer at Rucker Park. Look at that clueless expression. He probably doesn't even understand what we're saying. This is hilarious. He thinks he can join us? Does he even know where he is? In desperation, Luja cast a pleading glance towards Jiang Qingjie. Noticing his friend's plight, Jiang Qingjie hurried over. Hey guys, what's up? My friend here wants to join the game. Is that cool? Jiang Qingjie articulated in fluent English, peppered with an authentic street accent that immediately marked him as a seasoned player. The black players sized up Jiang Qingjie before one of them replied, We just lost a guy. He said he wasn't feeling it and dipped. We were just looking for someone to fill in. I guess your boy can hop in, but he better not be trash. Sure, let him play. But we're short a player, so he can sub in, provided he's not awful, Jiang Qingjie translated for Luja. It turned out that following the elimination of a team, one player had opted out, leaving them in need of a substitute, hence their reluctant agreement to allow Luja to join. Nevertheless, skepticism lingered in their gazes. After all, With Luja's dark hair, yellow skin, and youthful visage, he appeared merely as a high school student to them. This kid, with those skinny arms and legs. Can he really hold his own? Who cares? We need someone, so let him fill the spot. He can just run around on the perimeter for a bit and play defense. Offense is out of the question. He probably won't even touch the ball, ha 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 ha. As they scrutinized Luja, the players conspired in hushed tones laden with slang. They had already decided that Luja would merely be a placeholder on the court, serving as a purely defensive role with no expectation of contributing offensively. While waiting on the sidelines, Luja's gaze remained fixed on the player in the purple bandana. He diligently studied the player's style and attentively listened to the audience's roars. From their cheers, he discerned that the player in purple was known as Black Dog. Black Dog, Black Dog, Black Dog. Each time Black Dog received the ball, the crowd erupted in excitement, their cheers crescendoing with each possession. Jiang Qingjie leaned in to provide insight. That guy in the purple bandana is Black Dog, a star player here. He even played in the NBA Development League for a while. Although he never made it to the NBA, his skills are still formidable. They say he is one of the best players on this court, and many have tried to challenge him, but failed. Be careful when you get on the court. This guy is no joke, Jiang Qingjie cautioned. Concern still etched on his face. After all, Black Dog's reputation was well known, and his prowess evident. Meanwhile, although Luja had garnered some recognition back home, this was Rucker Park, the hallowed ground for streetball talent. Here, brilliance and skill were in abundance. Understood, Brother Qingjie, Luja nodded, maintaining an outward calm while excitement bubbled within. Having played in the NBA Development League, his skills must be exceptional. This is a rare opportunity for me. If I can compete against such a skilled player, I will undoubtedly gain valuable experience. Luja's heart brimmed with anticipation as he eagerly awaited his turn to step onto the court. Finally, the moment arrived. As dusk descended, the sun sank below the horizon, casting a golden glow over every corner of Rucker Park. The lights surrounding the court gradually illuminated the scene, transforming it into a radiant spectacle. The crowd's enthusiasm surged, with cheers, shouts, and whistles reverberating through the air. Vendors set up their stalls around the court, offering an array of food and drinks. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meats and hot dogs wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Street performers commenced their acts, some singing, others dancing, and a few showcasing their acrobatic skills, drawing numerous spectators to pause and watch. The entirety of Rock Park resembled a vibrant carnival, brimming with energy and enthusiasm. Before the competition began, the players from both sides gathered at the center of the field. The Black Dog noticed Luja standing across from him. He furrowed his brow, his expression revealing displeasure. Hey, you yellow-skinned kid, are you here as a tourist? This is not a place for you. You should go home. The Black Dog's words were laced with derision, tinged with a hint of discrimination. In response to the Black Dog's provocation, Luja remained unperturbed. He merely smiled faintly and replied, "Whether or not I belong here will be determined on the field." Chapter 11. Lock Park. The game begins. As the whistle sounded, Luja immediately sensed the intensity of the game. The atmosphere here was starkly different from the matches he had played back home. The pace was swifter, and the confrontations were far more fierce. Each player resembled a wild beast, brimming with aggression. Despite possessing Derrick Rose's athleticism, Luja found himself somewhat out of his depth. On one hand, he needed time to acclimate to this high-intensity rhythm. On the other, and perhaps more crucially, he simply could not get his hands on the ball. His teammates seemed to regard him as mere air, neglecting to pass him the ball during their offensive plays. Each time they attacked, they merely exchanged the ball amongst themselves, hastily shooting without involving him. Meanwhile, on defense, they were utterly overwhelmed by the opposing team, led by Black Dog. The score quickly widened, and in a game to 21 points, they found themselves trailing 0-6. Being struck down 6 o'clock at the outset was a nearly devastating blow in such a competitive setting. Once on the back foot, mounting a comeback would be an arduous task, especially in a place like Lock Park, where a loss meant elimination and ridicule. What is this nonsense? With your skill, you dare to play in Lock Park? You can't even dribble properly, let alone pass. You are just here for comic relief. My grandmother would perform better. In yet another offensive play, Black Dog breezed past the defense, executing a stunning spin and dunk. The basketball thundered into the hoop, resonating throughout the arena, igniting the crowd's fervor. Black Dog, Black Dog, Black Dog. The audience chanted in unison, fervently cheering for him. The score now stood at 8 o'clock. Black Dog's team had scored again, and the scales of victory had tipped entirely in their favor. Meanwhile, Luja's teammates had completely lost their spirit. beginning to bicker amongst themselves. It's your fault. Couldn't you keep up with that spin? What about you? Why didn't you box out for that rebound? All right. Enough arguing. How about we let that kid take a shot and see what he can do? One of the black players suggested. Impatience and disdain evident in his tone as he pointed at Lucia. Yeah, let him try. We're not winning anyway. Might as well see if he can surprise us. Another player concurred. Thus, during the next offensive play, the ball was indeed passed to Lucia. It was a casual, almost dismissive pass. As if it were a mere afterthought. Here, kid, have a go? The passing player called out, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager to witness the spectacle. The surrounding spectators turned their gaze towards Lucia, curious about the sudden appearance of this yellow-skinned newcomer. Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. No idea. Probably some Na'vi rookie. Look at him. He likely can't even dribble correctly, yet he thinks he can play at Lock Park? Huh. Just wait to see him embarrass himself. The crowd buzzed with skepticism, as in Lock Park. Establishing oneself required not luck, but genuine skill. To them, Lucia, the foreign yellow-skinned boy, was nothing more than a complete novice. Yet, amidst the surrounding mockery and derision, Lucia felt an unusual thrill. This was his first opportunity to touch the basketball at Lock Park. His moment had finally arrived. The ball landed in Lucia's hands, and Black Dog immediately closed in on him, defending closely. Hey, yellow kid, can you even hold on to the ball? Let me teach you how to play. Black Dog taunted, attempting to unsettle Lucia's composure. His face was etched with disdain, as if Lucia were unworthy of consideration. However, through keen observation, Lucia had discerned a flaw in Black Dog's defense. Black Dog's aggressive, tight marking style left him susceptible to feints. He underestimated Lucia, assuming the yellow-skinned boy would buckle under pressure. At that moment, Lucia sprang into action. He exploited the defensive gap and unleashed Derrick Rose's athleticism to its fullest extent. Although limited to a mere bronze badge, tapping into 60 of Rose's athletic prowess was sufficient for the current situation. With a swift and effective crossover step, Lucia surged past Black Dog with remarkable speed. Black Dog barely had time to react before Lucia slipped by effortlessly, driving into the lane, unchallenged. Lucia executed a layup, securing 2 points. The score now read 8-2. The gap slightly narrowed, but the significance of that basket transcended mere numbers. What the? This kid actually broke through Black Dog's defense? I can't be seeing this right. That crossover was impressive. Gasps filled the crowd. Disbelief etched on their faces. After all, Black Dog was a star player at Lock Park, renowned for his defensive skills. Yet, this previously unknown yellow-skinned boy had not only breached Black Dog's defense but had done so with ease. The astonishment was even more pronounced among Lucia's teammates. They had merely expected him to take the blame, never anticipating he would score. Yet now, he had actually done it, and it was against Black Dog. Their shock morphed into a newfound respect. Wow, this kid really does have some talent. That crossover was no joke. Looks like we underestimated him, they murmured, their gazes towards Lucia subtly shifting. Black Dog stood rooted, incredulous. He could hardly believe that he had been outmaneuvered by a yellow-skinned boy. The humiliation was unbearable. In Lock Park, he was a well-known figure. He had never suffered such indignity before. No way, this cannot be happening. Black Dog shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept reality. He convinced himself that he had simply overlooked something, allowing this yellow-skinned boy an opportunity. Moreover, how dare this boy directly challenge him and make him look foolish? His anger simmered beneath the surface. Kid, you've truly angered me. You will learn who truly holds the power at Lock Park. Black Dog glared at Lucia, teeth clenched as he spoke. In the ensuing possession, Black Dog demanded a one-on-one with Lucia. Dribbling the ball, he faced Lucia, embarking on a dazzling display of crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. He aimed to humiliate Lucia with his flashy skills and regain his lost pride. Although Lucia had activated Rose's bronze badge, significantly enhancing his physical attributes, his technique and experience paled in comparison to Black Dog's. Despite Lucia's utmost effort to defend, Black Dog skillfully outmaneuvered him, scoring again. 10-2. Black Dog added another 2 points, and the crowd erupted in cheers once more. Black Dog! Black Dog! Black Dog! The audience erupted in applause, celebrating Black Dog's spectacular performance. As Lucia turned around, his teammates were astonished to see him scoring, and they began to feel a sense of capability themselves. They once again left Lucia sidelined and resumed their chaotic play. Pass me the ball, Lucia shouted emphatically, fully aware that this was a critical moment for narrowing the score, and every offensive opportunity must be seized. However, his teammates seemed oblivious to his call, disregarding him entirely. On 2 consecutive possessions, they hastily attempted shots from beyond the arc, resulting in nothing but clanging misses. Meanwhile, the Black Dog team seized the opportunity and scored again, executing a challenging long-range three-pointer. The score now stood at 13-2, with the gap widening to an alarming 11 points. Time was swiftly running out for Lu Zhe and his team. Chapter 12. Lu Zhe, am here to score. As the score gap widened, the audience began to grow anxious. They felt the disparity in the game was too vast, rendering it uninteresting, and started to voice their discontent. Hey, pass the ball to that Asian guy. Let him play. We want to see something different. The crowd rallied in support of Lu Zhe, eager to witness what this young player of Asian descent could truly do. After all, they had come to Rucker Park to witness an exhilarating match, not to observe a one-sided massacre. Lu Zhe's teammates also heard the calls from the audience. They felt a tinge of embarrassment, after all. They were also conscious of their pride. Being subjected to such ridicule was not a pleasant experience. In light of this, they decided to let go of their inhibitions. During another offensive play, they tossed the ball to Lu Zhe once more. Here you go, kid. Take your shot. Their tone was laced with resignation. Since victory seemed unattainable, they might as well let this young player have his moment. Black Dog, the defender, returned to closely guard Lu Zhe. He thought to himself that his earlier oversight had allowed this young player to score 2 points. This time, he would ensure that Lu Zhe understood who was in control at Rucker Park. Kid, you want to be so lucky this time. While taunting him, Black Dog intensified his defense, believing that a high-pressure approach would overwhelm the novice. His movements became increasingly aggressive, occasionally making contact with Lu Zhe's face. However, in street ball, such physicality was rarely deemed a foul. This was the nature of street ball, a part of its allure. Lu Zhe felt the pressure from Black Dog. He knew he had to devise a strategy to shake off this tenacious opponent. Engaging in a physical contest, he utilized his body and arms to fend off Black Dog's interference while creating some space. Suddenly, he executed a retreating step, moving back towards the midcourt area. Black Dog mistakenly believed that Lu Zhe was intimidated and unwilling to advance, and he felt a sense of pride. Is this all the courage you have, yellow boy? Do you dare to wreak havoc at Rucker Park? However, in that fleeting moment of Black Dog's complacency, Lu Zhe sprang into action. He seized the space he had created with his retreat, accelerating forward with a powerful stride. Following that, he performed a signature, unrelenting change of direction reminiscent of Derrick Rose. In an instant, he dashed past Black Dog with remarkable speed. It was so swift that Black Dog had no time to react. He could only watch in disbelief as Lu Zhe surged towards the basket. Meanwhile, another player from the opposing team rushed to provide support. Yet, in his fervor, Lu Zhe showed no fear of this additional defender. He leaped high, delivering a thunderous dunk over the defender. The basketball crashed into the hoop with a resounding thud, causing the entire rim to tremble. 13-4. Lu Zhe scored again, narrowing the score gap for his team. More importantly, this moment ignited an overwhelming fervor among the spectators. Oh my God, did you see that? It's insane. The audience erupted with excitement, scarcely able to believe their eyes. This young player of Asian descent had just dunked over his opponent. Moreover, this feat followed his successful evasion of Black Dog's defense. It was simply astonishing. This kid possessed undeniable talent. That change of direction, where had they seen it before? Of course, it was Derrick Rose's signature move. The crowd buzzed with amazement, thoroughly captivated by Lu Zhe's incredible display. Black Dog stood frozen, his expression one of shock and confusion. He struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. Here he was, a prominent player at Rucker Park, outmaneuvered and dunked on by an unknown young player of Asian descent. How could this be possible? Furthermore, that change of direction, it felt so familiar. Suddenly, a light bulb flickered in Black Dog's mind. He finally recalled it. Derrick Rose. This was indeed Derrick Rose's signature move. Black Dog exclaimed in disbelief. In the recently concluded 2010 to 2011 season, Derrick Rose had delivered a miraculous performance. With his explosive athleticism, dazzling style, and uncontainable ability to penetrate defenses, he led the Chicago Bulls to a remarkable regular season record of 62 wins and 20 losses, the best in the league. Rose himself averaged an impressive 25 points, 4.1 rebounds, and 7.7 assists per game, along with countless jaw-dropping, high-difficulty shots and game winners, ultimately earning him the MVP title for that season. He became the youngest MVP in NBA history at just 22 years of age. Especially renowned was his unparalleled change of direction, which became his trademark and a nightmare for countless defenders. As someone who had spent considerable time on the street ball scene and had even played in the NBA Development League, Black Dog was well aware of the NBA and its stars. He knew Derrick Rose and understood the young man's terrifying prowess. Yet, he never imagined he would witness someone replicate Rose's signature move at Rucker Park. Moreover, this player's physical attributes were astonishingly impressive. While he may not have matched the Real Rose, it was enough to leave the audience in awe. What is this kid's background? Black Dog pondered. Filled with confusion and astonishment, he began to reassess the young player before him. Despite having witnessed Luge's extraordinary explosiveness and speed, Black Dog remained unconvinced. After all, he was a seasoned veteran at Rucker Park, experienced in various high-pressure situations. He would not be intimidated by a newcomer of Asian descent. So what if he resembled Rose? In Black Dog's eyes, Luge was ultimately just an imitator, an outsider challenging him, and a person of Asian heritage. In the depths of his subconscious, he believed that individuals of Asian descent simply could not excel in basketball. He would never accept that Luge could overturn the game on his home turf. Furthermore, as a veteran of Rucker Park, Black Dog would not allow his pride to be trampled by a young player of Asian descent. Thus, in the ensuing match, Black Dog became increasingly aggressive. Each time they attacked, he targeted Luge, even intentionally colliding with him on several occasions, clearly provoking him. Yet, Luge remained undeterred. He understood that in the realm of street ball, sympathy and retreat held no value. One must let their skills speak for themselves. Moreover, with his physical prowess bolstered by the Rose Bronze badge, he had no reason to fear Black Dog. The two became embroiled in an intense struggle, with every offensive and defensive exchange charged with tension. In one sequence, Black Dog controlled the ball, attempting to bulldoze through Luge. However, Luge stood his ground, closely shadowing Black Dog and matching his strength and speed. They wrestled down to the basket, ultimately resulting in Black Dog's shot missing its mark. Meanwhile, Luge seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a fast break. He advanced with the ball, utilizing his speed to once again penetrate the defense of the Black Dog team, scoring with a layup. 13-6. The gap in the score diminished further. Yellow boy! Yellow boy! Yellow boy! The spectators erupted in cheers for Luge, utterly captivated by the performance of this young man with golden skin. Immediately, the Black Dog team launched another offensive. This time, he opted for a long-range jump shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air and found its mark. 15-6. The Black Dog responded with a mid-range shot, asserting himself. Turning around, Luge initiated another attack. With a deft feint, he evaded the Black Dog's defense, driving into the paint and drawing a foul from his opponent. He sank both free throws. 15-8. Luge calmly secured 2 points, continuing to close the scoring gap. Once again, the Black Dog pressed forward. This time, he drove to the basket. And faced with Luge's defense, he executed a challenging scoop shot. The ball danced precariously on the rim before finally rolling in. 17-8. The Black Dog scored again, showcasing his exceptional individual talent. However, Luge was brimming with confidence, calling for the ball. With the Black Dog closely guarding him, Luge sensed the defender's center of gravity through physical contact, skillfully maneuvering behind him to execute a mid-range jumper. 17-10. Luge responded with a splendid shot, countering the Black Dog's efforts. The contest intensified, with both sides fiercely contesting every point. The score fluctuated, yet the margin remained unyielding. The excitement among the spectators surged, as they fervently cheered for both teams, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Finally, after another round of fierce contention, the Black Dog team capitalized on a successful team play to score. 19-15. The Black Dog team extended their lead, now merely one basket away from victory. Chapter 13. The atmosphere ignites. In the midst of an intense struggle, Luge keenly observed a decline in the stamina of the Black Dog. After all, the Black Dog was advancing in years and had already engaged in several high-stakes matches prior to this day. Now, after an extended battle with Luge, his energy was beginning to wane. His steps grew heavier, his breathing became labored, and each acceleration and change of direction lacked the swiftness it once possessed. In stark contrast, Luge felt as though he was still in his prime. This prompted him to reflect on the undeniable truth that basketball is indeed a sport heavily reliant on physical prowess. Possessing exceptional physical attributes equates to having the capital to dominate the court. At that moment, the atmosphere in Rucker Park reached a fever pitch. The audience erupted in cheers, their roars echoing like thunder. Some rallied behind the Black Dog, the seasoned veteran of Rucker Park, while the majority fervently supported Luja. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. The synchronized chants drowned out the cheers for the Black Dog S team. Amidst the crowd's exuberance, the shouts of vendors and the performances of street artists intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry of street life. Hot dogs. Get your hot dogs here. Come and see the amazing street dance show. Freshly squeezed juice, only $1. The cacophony of sounds fostered an exhilarating and immersive atmosphere, transporting one entirely into the authentic realm of street basketball. In this lively environment, Luja felt an unprecedented clarity of mind and remarkable control over his body. He could distinctly sense each contraction of his muscles, the rhythm of his breath, and the cadence of his heartbeat. He accurately discerned the intentions behind each of his opponent's movements and could anticipate the trajectory of the basketball with precision. This sensation was simply exquisite. Despite the scoreboard suggesting his team teetered on the brink of defeat, Luja was resolute. He was confident and capable of leading his team to victory. The ensuing moments of the game entered a critical juncture. With the score at 19-15, the Black Dogs team needed just 2 more points to clinch the win. Luja seized the ball for another offensive play, facing the Black Dogs defense. He executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, seeking an opportunity to break through. The Black Dog adhered closely to Luja, denying him any space. Suddenly, Luja made a dramatic front crossover, lowering his center of gravity and accelerating to the right. The Black Dog's balance faltered, instinctively shifting right. In that instant, Luja pivoted on his right foot, swiftly slipping past the Black Dog's left side. After bypassing the Black Dog, Luja took 2 steps and 3 strides towards the basket. Faced with an oncoming defender, he leapt high, executing a deft layup that evaded the block and sent the ball through the hoop. 19-17. The deficit had narrowed to just 2 points. Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy. The crowd's cheers intensified, applauding Luja's spectacular play. Subsequently, the Black Dogs team failed to score, and Luja's team secured the rebound. Luja quickly advanced the ball. This time, he offered no chances to his adversaries. As he crossed half-court, he signaled his teammates to spread out. Against the Black Dog's defense, Luja executed a series of under-the-legs dribbles before suddenly transitioning to a behind-the-back move, transferring the ball to his left hand. He then lowered his center of gravity and accelerated left. The Black Dog closely pursued, attempting to thwart Luja's advance. However, Luja's speed was too overwhelming, and the Black Dog struggled to keep pace. Just as the Black Dog anticipated Luja would charge straight to the basket, Luja abruptly halted, retreating a small step before launching his shot. The basketball arced elegantly through the air, landing squarely in the basket. 19-19. Luja had scored for consecutive points, leveling the game. Only 1 round remained. The atmosphere reached a crescendo, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the final shot. The Black Dog, now thoroughly incensed, cast aside any concern for dignity. All he desired was to win this match. Yet, he was utterly exhausted, resorting to taunting Luja. "Kid, don't get too cocky. I'll make you regret this shot. Prepare to be obliterated. No one has ever bested me at Rucker Park." In the face of the Black Dog's taunts, Luja chose to remain unperturbed. He understood that words were futile. Only his performance on the court could serve as the most potent retort. In the final round, the Black Dogs team held possession. They entrusted the ball to him for the decisive play. With the ball in hand and facing Luja, the Black Dog lacked the energy for complex maneuvers, resorting instead to a desperate acceleration in an attempt to break through. However, Luja had already deciphered his intentions, closely shadowing him and denying any opportunity. As the seconds dwindled, the Black Dog found himself unable to shake off Luja's defense. With the shot clock winding down, the Black Dog hastily released a turnaround jumper. The basketball soared through the air, and all eyes were fixed upon it. Clang! The ball struck the rim and fell short. The Black Dog's final attempt ended in failure. Possession shifted, and it was now Luja's team's turn to attack. This opportunity, if capitalized upon, would secure their victory. Undoubtedly, all the pressure now rested upon Luja's shoulders. He stood beyond the 3-point line, confronting the Black Dog's defense. The Black Dog, drained of energy, could only huff and puff, attempting to guard with his gaze. The audience rose to their feet, arms raised high, cheering for Luja. "Yellow boy, yellow boy, yellow boy." The resounding chants reverberated throughout Rucker Park. In that moment, time seemed to slow. Everything around him felt as if it had been placed in slow motion. The vendors' shouts and the street performers' music faded into the background, becoming distant and indistinct. The audience's cheers elongated, transforming into a deep, resonant hum. In Luja's eyes, there remained only the hoop and the black dog before him. He could see beads of sweat trickling down the black dog's forehead, one by one. He felt his heartbeat, powerful and steady. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Luja executed an unexpected maneuver. He initiated a series of under-the-legs dribbles before suddenly lowering his center of gravity and accelerating right. The black dog instinctively moved right, attempting to thwart Luja's advancement. Yet, in an astounding twist, Luja quickly retreated a significant step to land beyond the three-point line. He leapt and released the ball. This was a highly risky choice. Should he miss, possession would revert to the black dog's team. However, Luja showed no hesitation in committing to this action. He had faith in his touch and in his abilities. As his body withdrew, the basketball soared from his fingertips, capturing the gaze of all present as it ascended toward the hoop. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. The ball traced an elegant arc through the air, akin to a shooting star piercing the night sky of Rock Park. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, awaiting the final outcome. Swish! The crisp sound of the ball netting reverberated through the air, a perfect shot. 22-19. The game concluded. Luja had scored the decisive three-pointer, leading his team to a remarkable comeback victory. Yes, after a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted in exuberance. Chapter 14. Points of motivation. The audience erupted in fervent cheers, rushing into the arena to encircle Luja, embracing him warmly, and offering their congratulations. In that moment, Luja was the hero of Rucker Park. He maintained his shooting stance, raising his right hand high, standing tall with an expression full of confidence and pride. His teammates, who had previously dismissed him, were now completely won over by Luja's performance. They leaped with excitement, celebrating with chest bumps and joyfully releasing their inner elation. The entire court was enveloped in a sea of happiness, the atmosphere at its peak. In stark contrast stood Black Dog, who remained frozen in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity as he watched the basketball bounce on the ground. His eyes brimmed with resentment and disappointment. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by an obscure young man with yellow skin, and worse still, on his home turf at Rucker Park. This was an utter humiliation for him. Exhausted, he angrily yanked off his purple headband and hurled it to the ground. Then, he kicked the basketball away and sulked to the sidelines, brooding in solitude. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Jiang Chengjie squeezed his way through, rushing to Luja's side and enveloping him in a hearty embrace. "Luja, you were incredible. Absolutely incredible." Jiang Chengjie's voice trembled with excitement. He could scarcely believe that his childhood friend had triumphed over Black Dog at Rucker Park, achieving such a remarkable comeback. "You've truly impressed me. From now on, you're my brother. I'm sticking with you." Jiang Chengjie babbled in exhilaration, completely captivated by Luja's display. The spectators lingered, reluctant to depart, engaged in animated discussions about the thrilling match they had just witnessed, all centered around the miraculous young man with yellow skin. The buzz surrounding this game soared. Having witnessed an Asian player achieve such a comeback at Rucker Park, someone uploaded a blurry photo taken at the scene to Reddit, one of the most popular forums in America in 2011, frequented by basketball enthusiasts. "Shock. I just witnessed an unbelievable game at Rucker Park," the poster excitedly wrote, attaching a blurry image. The photo barely captured the silhouette of a young man with yellow skin, but his robust physique was discernible. A yellow-skinned player scored consecutively in the final moments, turned the tables on Black Dog, and made a game-winning three-pointer. "This is insane. Does anyone know who this guy is?" The post immediately sparked a heated discussion among netizens. "Is this real? Black Dog lost to a yellow-skinned kid? No way. Black Dog is a legend at Rucker Park. Without video evidence, I don't believe it. This must be a fabrication. I think it's fake too. People nowadays will concoct any story for attention. Could it be some marketing stunt, deliberately creating a buzz?" Due to the absence of video footage and only a few blurry images, many expressed skepticism. They found it hard to believe that a young man with yellow skin could defeat a legendary figure like Black Dog at Rucker Park. Yet, some were intrigued by the robust figure of the Asian player in the photo. Regardless of its authenticity, that yellow-skinned player looks impressive. There is potential there. Indeed. Anyone capable of dunking must possess remarkable athleticism. Does anyone know who he is? I want to see footage of him playing. In no time, discussions and speculations about this match and the mysterious young man proliferated on the forum, but this was merely the beginning. The name Luja began to enter the consciousness of a few individuals for the first time. That evening, Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie returned to their rented apartment. Lu Jia, drenched in sweat, headed for a shower. After defeating Black Dog, he had played 2 more matches and won both. Now, nearly everyone at Rucker Park was captivated by the enigmatic Eastern newcomer, whose athletic prowess and playing style resembled Derrick Rose. Conversations buzzed around him, speculating about his origins and eagerly anticipating his next remarkable performance. Warm water cascaded down from above, washing away Lu Jia's sweat and the fatigue of the day. In the steamy bathroom, as he scrubbed the foam from his body, he summoned the system panel in his mind. He was eager to see how many motivation points he had accrued from today's matches at Rucker Park. System, open the panel. With his intent, a translucent panel appeared before him, visible only to him. At the top of the panel were several simple options: personal information, star badges, system store. Lu Jia focused on personal information. Personal information, host, Lu Jia, age, 19, height, 182 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, motivation points, 3,143. Lu Jia's eyes brightened as he examined the source of his motivation points. He had garnered a total of 1,791 motivation points from the matches at Rucker Park today. Adding the existing 1,352 points, he now possessed a total of 3,143 points. This haul exceeded Lu Jia's expectations significantly. He realized that after years of competing domestically, he had only accumulated over 6,000 points. Yet today, from just a few matches, he had nearly gained 2,000 points. This reaffirmed Lu Jia's belief that Rucker Park was indeed a treasure trove for earning motivation points. The intensity and visibility of the matches here far surpassed those in his home country. It was apparent that his decision to come to America and to Rucker Park was profoundly wise. However, unlocking more badges required even more motivation points. A bronze badge demanded 5,000 points, while a silver badge required a staggering 20,000 points. To upgrade the Derrick Rose athleticism badge from bronze to silver, he had a considerable distance yet to traverse. Clearly, he needed to participate in more matches at Rucker Park to accumulate motivation points. Now, the question arose, which badge should he unlock to maximize his on-court effectiveness? As he continued to scrub away the foam, he pondered. Although it seemed that with the bronze badge of Rose's athleticism, he could barely cope with the matches at Rucker Park. As the strength of his opponents escalated and the intensity of the games increased, this advantage might soon evaporate. To establish himself here and to realize his NBA dream, he must continuously enhance his abilities. Thus, he needed to unlock a new badge promptly to bolster his competitiveness. Upgrading Rose's athleticism badge to silver was indeed one option. However, the price of 20,000 motivation points was prohibitively high. At the current rate of accumulation, he wondered how many matches it would take to gather enough points. Furthermore, for LV Jia at this juncture, augmenting his physical prowess isn't necessarily the most pressing matter. As a neophyte, what he craves most is opportunity, trust, and assimilation into the team, thereby earning the approbation of his teammates and coach. The most expeditious route to achieving this is by demonstrating his value and his capacity to bolster the team's performance. On the court, the attribute that most readily aids the team and garners the confidence of teammates is, unequivocally, assists. For a point guard, possessing exceptional assist capabilities is undeniably the most pragmatic and beneficial asset. With this realization, LV Jia's resolve solidified. He contemplated unlocking a bronze badge related to assists to enhance his proficiency in this area. This would not only contribute to the team's success in securing victories, but also facilitate the rapid accumulation of game experience and incentive points, a mutually beneficial endeavor. That settles it, LV Jia murmured to himself, his countenance radiating determination. Emerging from the shower, LV Jia discovered that the Chinese takeout ordered by Jiang Qingjie had arrived. Knowing you're new here and might not be accustomed to the local fare, I specifically ordered Chinese cuisine for you, Jiang Qingjie remarked with a smile. LV Jia was aware that in the United States, Chinese food was a relatively costly indulgence, exceeding the price of typical fast food. Thanks, Brother Qingjie. You truly understand me. LV Jia responded with a grateful smile, his heart warmed by the gesture. The duo transported the takeout containers to the rooftop, where they set up a small table and 2 chairs. The balmy night air of New York City carried a gentle coolness, providing a sense of comfort. From the rooftop vantage point, they could survey the city's nocturnal panorama. Distant skyscrapers, ablaze with lights, resembled shimmering crystal towers. The streets below bustled with traffic, like luminous rivers coursing through the urban landscape. Such a night, such a vista, induced a feeling of profound contentment and relaxation. They opened a few cans of beer, savoring the Chinese cuisine while engaging in casual conversation. "Elvija, do you realize you've become quite the sensation?" Jiang Qingjie exclaimed with enthusiasm as he dined. "A sensation? What do you mean?" Elvija inquired, perplexed. "See for yourself," Jiang Qingjie replied, handing Elvija his smartphone, a Motorola Atrix 4G, one of the era's most popular devices, capable of browsing the internet. Jiang Qingjie deftly navigated to the Reddit forum and located the thread dedicated to Elvija. "Take a look at these comments. They're all discussing you." Jiang Qingjie pointed to the screen. As the thread contained a plethora of American internet slang, Elvija found it challenging to comprehend. This GAT is an acronym for greatest of all time. Yellow Mamba is a reference to Kobe Bryant, as they perceive a resemblance. And Rucker Park's new king. Jiang Qingjie patiently elucidated the meanings of the slang terms. Elvija then grasped the extent of the online buzz generated by his performance at Rucker Park. "It seems you're truly on the cusp of stardom," Jiang Qingjie declared, his tone brimming with excitement and anticipation. "This is merely the genesis. Your fame will undoubtedly escalate. Brother Qingjie, I owe it all to you. If you hadn't brought me to Rucker Park, I wouldn't have had this opportunity," Elvija expressed with sincere gratitude. "Nonsense. We're brothers. Your triumph is my triumph." Jiang Qingjie responded heartily, patting Elvija on the shoulder. "By the way, the EBC League is commencing soon. You must prepare diligently." "EBC League? What's that?" Elvija inquired, his curiosity piqued. EBC, short for Entertainers Basketball Classic, is a summer basketball league held at Rucker Park. It attracts numerous elite streetball players and even NBA players each summer. The league garners considerable attention from fans and media, with NBA scouts often in attendance. If you can distinguish yourself in the EBC League, your notoriety will undoubtedly soar. Jiang Qingjie elaborated, his voice filled with anticipation. "That sounds impressive. I must give it my all." Elvija responded, eager to participate. "Indeed, it's a golden opportunity," Jiang Qingjie affirmed. "Therefore, you should frequent Rucker Park to play games, maintain your form, and acclimate yourself to the rhythm and atmosphere of the competition." "Understood, Brother Qingjie," Elvija acknowledged with a nod. The two reminisced about their hometown of Jinling and the amusing times they had playing basketball together as children. They discussed their childhood aspirations, their future ambitions, and reveled in each other's company. "By the way, how's the food? Does it suit your palate?" Jiang Qingjie inquired. Elvija smiled and replied, "It's quite palatable, but it doesn't quite resemble Chinese cuisine, does it?" "Haha, I knew it," Jiang Qingjie interjected. They exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding transcending words. Chapter 15, One-on-One. In the days that followed, Luja made it a routine to report to Rock Park almost every day, engaging in a plethora of competitions. However, since that memorable match against the Black Dog, the fervent atmosphere had not re-emerged. It was only later that Luja learned that the crowd on that day had been swelled by a local community event, attracting many who typically did not frequent Rock Park. The Black Dog, as the park's star player, was meant to be the center of attention. Yet all the limelight had been usurped by Luja, the unexpected newcomer with yellow skin. One could only imagine the frustration and irritation brewing within the Black Dog. Luja surmised that the Black Dog must have harbored a grudge against him. Nevertheless, Luja remained unfazed. Rock Park was a domain where prowess spoke volumes. Possessing skill earned one respect, while lacking it relegated one to obscurity. If the Black Dog was unwilling to concede, then they would settle the score on the court in due time. During this period, Luja relied on random streetball games to accumulate motivation points. Thanks to the athletic prowess bestowed by Ross's bronze badge, he often led his team to victory. Each match yielded dozens of points, and with a stroke of luck, he could even amass over 100. Although these games were incomparable to the high-quality encounters of his first day, the gradual accumulation was nonetheless significant. Luja's motivation points steadily approached the milestone of 5,000. As Luja played at Rock Park, he gradually garnered some renown. Occasionally, female admirers would come specifically to the site to request photographs with him. Most of these fans were black girls, embodying a vibrant street style. Some sported dreadlocks. Others adorned themselves with bold eye makeup, and many flaunted striking crimson lips. Their figures were alluringly curvaceous, radiating a primal charm. Despite the fact that these exuberantly spirited girls were not Luja's type, he graciously consented to their requests for pictures. After all, it was his first experience of being in the spotlight in America, and the novelty of it was rather delightful. The girls expressed their joy while posing with Lu Jia, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. To them, this yellow-skinned boy from the East was not only a skilled player, but also exuded an air of intriguing exoticism. "You are so cool. May I take a picture with you? I adore your style of play." Each time they posed together, the girls conveyed their admiration for Lu Jia in various ways. In turn, Lu Jia responded politely, expressing his gratitude. Though these exchanges were simple, they allowed him to further integrate into the vibrant atmosphere of Rock Park. He began to perceive that this place was not merely a basketball court, but a lively and passionate community where he could not only play but also forge friendships and experience diverse cultures. This enriching experience filled Lu Jia with a sense of fulfillment and joy. During this period, Jiang Qingjie was preoccupied with final examinations, leaving for school early and returning late. Utterly engrossed in his studies. "Ah, you have it easy, going to play basketball every day, while I'm stuck here preparing for exams," he would often lament during their meetings, his tone laden with envy. "Once I finish my exams, let's South conquer Rock Park together," Jiang Qingjie would add, his voice tinged with anticipation. Without Jiang Qingjie's company, Lu Jia had to take the subway to Rock Park alone. The New York subway was notoriously old, filthy, and chaotic. The carriages were a cacophony of various odors, sweat, food, perfume, and even some unidentifiable scents mingling together, creating an overwhelming stench. Within the subway stations, one could frequently spot homeless individuals. Some lay sleeping on benches, others sat on the ground begging for change, and a few engaged in peculiar soliloquies, their behaviors quite eccentric. Yet, at times, one could also encounter individuals adorned in interesting attire, some donned eccentric outfits, others sported exaggerated makeup, and many adorned themselves with an array of accessories, eliciting a chuckle from passers-by. This eclectic mix of characters contributed to the unique tapestry of the New York subway. Through this period of adaptation, Lu Jia gradually became adept at understanding the accents and slang of the black community. At the very least, he could now engage in normal conversations with street ball players on the court. "Yo, pass the rock. Nice move, man. Let us go, defense." These simple basketball terminologies had become second nature to him. During his time at Rock Park, Lu Jia also met a street ball player named Jerome. Towering at nearly 2 meters, Jerome stood out in the crowd. Unlike the other rugged street ball players, Jerome's most distinguishing trait was his courteous demeanor. He was polite and friendly towards everyone, often initiating conversations with Lu Jia. In their discussions, Lu Jia discovered that Jerome harbored a keen interest in Chinese culture and had even taught himself some Mandarin. "Hello, my name is Jerome. It's a pleasure to meet you," were his first words upon greeting Lu Jia, his pronunciation somewhat halting, yet leaving Lu Jia pleasantly surprised. "I love China, particularly its culture, especially Kung Fu. I've watched movies featuring Bruce Lee, Jackie Chan, and Jet Li," Jerome exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Lu Jia sensed that Jerome was well educated, as his eloquence and demeanor set him apart from other street ball players. "I never imagined you would be interested in Chinese culture," Lu Jia remarked with a smile. "Indeed, I find Chinese culture to be profound and captivating," Jerome replied earnestly. "If I have the chance, I must visit China." "Haha. You are welcome to come to China. I'll show you around," Lu Jia responded warmly. Thus, Lu Jia and Jerome forged a strong friendship. They frequently played basketball together, shared stories, and exchanged dreams. One day, Lu Jia and Jerome arranged a one-on-one match, with the rule that the first to score 11 points would be the victor. "Let us have a good game today," Jerome said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Absolutely, Jerome. I'm looking forward to our match," Lu Jia replied. As the game commenced, Lu Jia took the first possession. He dribbled the ball, keenly observing Jerome's defensive stance. Jerome's defense was tenacious yet clean, devoid of unnecessary movements, almost atypical for a street ball player. This caught Lu Jia off guard, prompting him to focus even more intently. He executed a series of crossovers, then swiftly changed direction, attempting to break through on the right. Jerome quickly sidestepped, blocking Lu Jia's path. Instead of forcing the issue, Lu Jia adeptly pulled the ball back and executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated to the left. Jerome swiftly moved sideways, attempting to block Lu Jia's path. However, Lu Jia's speed was too formidable, leaving Jerome a beat behind. With a quick step, Lu Jia bypassed Jerome's defense, then took 2 steps in one, charging to the basket and effortlessly scoring. 2 o'clock. Lu Jia claimed the first point. "Well done, Lu," Jerome exclaimed, offering Lu Jia a round of applause. Next, it was Jerome's turn to attack. He dribbled the ball while facing Liu Jia, a smile still gracing his face. Yet Liu Jia dared not let his guard down, fully aware of Jerome's undeniable prowess. Jerome dribbled leisurely and suddenly, pivoting on his right foot, executed a rapid spin, slipping past Liu Jia's right side in an instant. His movements were remarkably elegant yet swift, filled with feints that caught Liu Jia slightly off guard. After evading Liu Jia, Jerome opted not to drive straight to the basket. Instead, he came to a sudden halt and performed a fading jump shot, the ball sinking smoothly through the hoop. 2-2. Jerome equalized the score. Nicely done, Jerome. Liu Jia cheered for Jerome's splendid display. In the subsequent exchanges, the two competitors were evenly matched, trading scores back and forth. The tally fluctuated, with neither able to pull ahead. Liu Jia's offensive strategy relied heavily on speed and direction changes. He exploited the physical advantages conferred by his athletic prowess, consistently challenging Jerome's defense. Jerome, on the other hand, showcased a more diversified approach. He capitalized on his height advantage for strong inside plays, while also demonstrating proficiency from the perimeter and using various feints to confound his opponent. Though this one-on-one duel lacked the explosive intensity of Liu Jia's previous match against Black Dog, it was marked by finesse and excitement. Every offensive and defensive maneuver was imbued with a contest of intellect and skill. The atmosphere remained remarkably amicable, with neither party engaging in trash talk or malicious fouls. They were simply reveling in the joy that basketball brought, savoring this pure competition. As the match progressed, a crowd gradually gathered around them. Captivated by the thrilling showdown, they erupted in cheers and gasps of astonishment. Suddenly, a peculiar commotion arose from the crowd. Skip! Skip! Skip to my Liu! Someone was shouting a name. Liu Jia recognized it as Skip to my Liu, though he was uncertain who had arrived. Chapter 16. Skip to my Liu. Upon hearing this name, Liu Jia was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly recall whose nickname it was. Rafer Alston, the legendary figure hailed as the king of streetball, the man who had once been a teammate of Yao Ming on the Houston Rockets, leaving an indelible impression on countless fans in China. Born in Queens, New York in 1976, Alston grew up on the street basketball courts. With his dazzling dribbling skills and imaginative passing, he swiftly rose to prominence in the streetball scene, earning the well-deserved title of King of Streetball. In 1998, Alston entered the NBA draft and was selected in the second round as the 39th pick by the Milwaukee Bucks. However, his journey in the NBA was anything but smooth sailing. He bounced around several teams, struggling to make a name for himself. It wasn't until 2004, when he joined the Houston Rockets, that he became a teammate of Yao Ming. At the Rockets, Alston finally reached the pinnacle of his career. His creative playing style complemented Yao Ming's dominance in the paint, helping the Rockets become one of the most competitive teams in the league at that time. Alston's outstanding performance with the Rockets earned him the adoration of countless fans, particularly in China, where his popularity soared due to his association with Yao Ming. By 2011, Alston had likely just retired from the NBA after a brief stint with the Miami Heat, officially bidding farewell to the NBA stage. Reflecting on this, Liu Jia couldn't help but reminisce about Alston's spectacular performances on the court. His dribbling was like a butterfly flitting through flowers, mesmerizing onlookers. His passing was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, always slicing through the opponent's defense. His gameplay was infused with creativity and imagination, consistently delivering unexpected delights to fans. He brought the freedom and improvisation of streetball to the NBA, showcasing an alternative possibility for the game of basketball. At that moment, Liu Jia and Jerome paused their one-on-one match, drawn by the sound of commotion. Among the crowd, a familiar figure was making his way towards them. It was none other than Rafer Alston, dressed in a simple t-shirt and loose-fitting sweatpants, wearing a baseball cap and a warm smile. He greeted the surrounding spectators with handshakes and embraces, as if reuniting with old friends. He bore none of the airs of an NBA star, seamlessly blending into the atmosphere of Rucker Park. This was Liu Jia's first encounter with an NBA player. His heart swelled with excitement. Previously, he had only glimpsed NBA players through fuzzy television broadcasts or unclear online images. While Alston might not have been a superstar for Liu Jia, witnessing a living NBA player in person was an extraordinary event. Moreover, this was Alston, the king of streetball, who had once brought him countless surprises and emotions. At that moment, Alston spotted Liu Jia and Jerome. He waved at them, exclaiming, "Hey, you two had a fantastic game just now. Don't stop, keep playing. Finish it." As Alston approached, he added, "And you know what? I might challenge the winner. Let us make this interesting, shall we?" Alston's tone was filled with joy and anticipation, reminiscent of a child encountering a delightful toy. His words instantly ignited the atmosphere, with the surrounding spectators erupting in excited cheers, eager to witness a showdown between the king of street ball and emerging talent. The arrival of Alston thrilled Luja. He recognized this as a rare opportunity, a chance to showcase his skills before an NBA player. With this in mind, Luja resolved to take the upcoming match seriously. He intended to bring forth his best performance. "Jerome, let us continue," Luja declared, his eyes brimming with determination. "Sure, Lou. I was just thinking the same," Jerome replied with a smile, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As they resumed play, Luja initiated the offense. He aimed to force his way through, leveraging his speed and strength to overpower Jerome. After all, he still held a physical advantage. However, Luja was taken aback as Jerome seemed to suddenly become more serious. His defensive intensity escalated dramatically. Standing a full 20 centimeters taller than Luja, Jerome now loomed like a mountain before him, fully exploiting his height and reach. Each of Luja's attempts to break through were met with Jerome's interference and blockades. Luja summoned all his speed and strength, but Jerome was like an impenetrable net, overshadowing him at every turn. He consistently appeared just in time to thwart Luja's offensive maneuvers, rendering them futile. In one offensive attempt, Luja sought to capitalize on his speed, executing a series of swift crossovers before abruptly accelerating to break right. Jerome quickly sidestepped, cutting off Luja's path. Refusing to concede, Luja pivoted on his left foot, attempting to slip past Jerome's left side. Yet Jerome's reflexes were equally rapid. He shifted again, blocking Luja's route once more. Left with no choice, Luja opted for a forceful layup, adjusting his body midair in an effort to evade Jerome's block. However, Jerome's long arms were like an insurmountable barrier, mercilessly rejecting Luja's shot. The basketball clanged off the rim, bouncing high. Such impressive defense. Luja marveled inwardly, astonished by Jerome's defensive prowess. As the play transitioned, it was now Jerome's turn to attack. He faced Luja, his expression turning unusually serious. His eyes locked onto Luja, filled with determination and tenacity. Observing Jerome, a sudden realization struck Luja. He recognized a familiar intensity in Jerome's gaze, a yearning, a fervor for victory, a commitment to dreams. That look resembled a blazing flame, brimming with passion and strength. In that moment, Luja seemed to glimpse another version of himself, one that had once harbored basketball dreams but faced setbacks, ultimately resigning to despair. Yet now, through Jerome, he saw a continuation of that dream. This is the gaze of a young man who also harbors aspirations of entering the NBA. Luja reflected. In that instant, Jerome sprang into action. He no longer relied on flashy moves to confuse Luja. Instead, he opted for a straightforward acceleration, forcing his way to the right. This was the simplest and most direct method of attack. Jerome intended to leverage his height and strength to overpower Luja. Faced with Jerome's aggressive advance, Luja did not flinch. He understood that in terms of height and strength, he was indeed at a disadvantage. However, he possessed his own advantages, speed and agility. With the enhancement of physical attributes granted by Ross's athletic prowess, he swiftly lowered his center of gravity, closely adhering to Jerome, denying him an easy breakthrough. The task of a smaller defender contesting a larger opponent is inherently challenging. However, Luja excelled in this endeavor, resolutely resisting Jerome's advances with his own physicality. The court became a battleground of intense physical confrontation, the sound of muscle colliding resonating clearly. Jerome attempted to dislodge Luja with his body. Yet Luja clung to him like a piece of taffy, unwavering in his stance. Ultimately, Jerome opted for a forceful layup, leaping high in an attempt to leverage his height advantage over Luja. In response, Luja sprang into action, raising his right hand to disrupt Jerome's shot. Just as the basketball was about to be released, Luja's fingertips grazed the ball ever so lightly. That mere touch altered the trajectory of the basketball, which struck the rim and failed to score. Luja successfully thwarted Jerome's offensive attempt. What a splendid defense! Alston on the sidelines couldn't help but applaud Luja's efforts. As possession shifted, it was Luja's turn to attack. He faced Jerome, their gazes once again intertwining. In that moment, it seemed as though they could see the flames of determination reflected in each other's eyes. Now this feels right. This is the competition I yearn for, Luja silently declared, fueled by Jerome's fervent performance. He aimed to seize victory through his own prowess, earn Jerome's respect, and gain Alston's acknowledgement. Luja executed a series of dribbles between his legs, searching for an opportunity to break through. Yet, Jerome's defense remained steadfast, offering no openings. In the heat of the contest, Luja made another bold attempt to penetrate. Leveraging his speed, he sought to bypass Jerome. However, Jerome's long arms functioned as an insurmountable barrier, consistently obstructing Luja's path. Amidst the fierce struggle, the basketball struck the rim and ricocheted back. Luja's offensive endeavor once again ended in failure. A commendable defense. Alston again praised Jerome's remarkable efforts. Now it was Jerome's turn to attack, this time altering his strategy. He refrained from forcing his way through and instead employed a variety of feints to bewilder Luja. He shifted left and right, spun around, and executed sudden stops. His movements were both graceful and practical, imbued with deception. Nevertheless, Luja steadfastly maintained his defensive position, standing firm like an impenetrable wall before Jerome. Ultimately, Jerome's offensive attempt also concluded without success. Chapter 17, Confrontation. Alston. The spectators at the sidelines were captivated by this sudden surge of high-intensity competition. They cheered with excitement, applauding the brilliant performances of the two players. Every breakthrough, every defensive maneuver, every clash of bodies elicited waves of gasps from the audience. Go, go, go. Defense, defense. Beautiful move. Block. The fervor of the crowd invigorated both Luja and Jerome, who showcased their finest skills in a fierce contest. Each offensive play was executed with utmost effort, and every defensive action was met with unwavering resolve. The sounds of muscle colliding, the basketball bouncing on the floor, and sneakers scraping the surface intertwined, creating a rousing symphony. Each time Luja and Jerome executed a remarkable move, the audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause. Woo. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. However, when one player's offense was thwarted by the other's defense, the crowd would respond with disappointed sighs. Ah, so close. What a shame. Their hearts rose and fell with the ebb and flow of the game, teetering on the edge of anticipation. Only Alston maintained an infectious enthusiasm and vigor, continuously cheering for both players with an impassioned voice. Well done, young men. Keep it up. Great defense. Just like that. You can do it. Under his influence, the atmosphere in the arena grew even more vibrant and exhilarating. As the match approached its final moments, the score remained tied at 10-10. Whoever secured the last point would claim victory. All eyes were fixed on Luja, for the ball was now in his possession. Standing beyond the three-point line, Luja faced Jerome's defense. His gaze was resolute and unwavering, filled with an intense yearning for victory. He took a deep breath and began to dribble. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, he suddenly executed a behind-the-back move, transferring the ball to his left hand. Immediately, he lowered his center of gravity and accelerated leftward. Jerome swiftly shifted to block Luja's path. Yet, Luja's speed was too formidable, and Jerome's footwork faltered just slightly. In a swift motion, Luja bypassed Jerome's defense. Instead of going for a layup, Luja opted for a sudden halt. Taking a quick step back, the abrupt stop, the retreat, the jump, and the shot. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, exuding fluidity. The basketball arched gracefully through the air, and everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. This was a highly challenging maneuver, demanding exceptional body control, impeccable touch, and unwavering confidence. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. 12-10. Luja triumphed in this match. Yeah, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. They cheered and shouted, celebrating Luja's remarkable performance and victory. Jerome watched as the basketball swished through the net, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. However, he quickly composed himself, approaching Luja with an outstretched hand and a smile. Congratulations, Lu, you won. That was an incredible game. With that, Jerome turned and exited the court, taking a seat in the stands, gazing quietly at the towering buildings surrounding the court. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon him, elongating his silhouette. A bittersweet smile graced Jerome's face. He understood that he might lack the innate talent required to enter the NBA. Deep down, he had always known. Yet, after competing against Luja, particularly after witnessing the fervor and determination in Luja's eyes, a flicker of discontent ignited within him. He longed to possess the same talent and opportunity as Luja to pursue his own basketball dreams. But reality was harsh. Perhaps I should really consider giving up. Jerome mused silently. Nonetheless, his admiration for Luja grew. He wished and believed that one day, Luja would indeed make it to the NBA. For in Luja, he saw boundless potential. The crowd continued to cheer for Luja's victory, those who had become familiar with him over the days excitedly chanting his name. Lu, Lu, Lu. Yellow Mamba, the new king of Rucker Park. They even began to introduce Lu Jia to Alston. "Hey Skip, this guy is amazing. He's from China. He's a high school student. He's got real talent." Alston stood up, applauding Lu Jia's victory. Then, he moved to the center of the court, fulfilling his promise. "All right, young man, you've won. Now it's my turn to challenge you." He called Lu Jia out for a one-on-one match. A showdown between a streetball king and an emerging talent was about to unfold. Facing an NBA player, even a retired one, Lu Jia's heart brimmed with excitement. Alston stood before Lu Jia, wearing a friendly smile and a relaxed demeanor. He towered over Lu Jia, his physique more robust. Although Alston had retired, the aura he had cultivated throughout his years in the NBA still emanated an invisible pressure. Lu Jia knew the intensity of this match would likely surpass any he had previously experienced. Alston had heard the crowd speak of Lu Jia. In fact, he had even visited a Reddit forum to peruse a post about Lu Jia. After reading it, Alston found himself intrigued by this young man from the East. Especially upon learning that Lu Jia had defeated Black Dog at Rucker Park, his curiosity intensified. A young man with yellow skin managed to defeat Black Dog at Rucker Park? Interesting, Alston thought to himself. However, he did not perceive this young player as particularly formidable. After all, he was a retired NBA athlete. He had encountered countless skilled players. Therefore, Alston approached this match with a mindset more focused on mentoring than competition. He wanted to see just how much this seemingly extraordinary young man truly possessed. The match commenced, and Lu Jia initiated the offense. He held the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Alston's defense. Taking a deep breath, Lu Jia suddenly surged forward. Lowering his center of gravity, he accelerated towards Alston's right side. Following that, he executed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand, then accelerated again. He changed direction and broke through. Lu Jia's speed was astonishing, catching Alston off guard. Just like that, Lu Jia glided past Alston, charging towards the basket. He was poised to score with a layup. "This kid is quick," Alston thought, astonished by Lu Jia's remarkable speed. However, Alston is undeniably a player of NBA caliber, possessing remarkable reaction speed and explosive power. Almost the instant Lu Jia maneuvered past him, Alston swiftly sprang into action, pursuing Lu Jia with impressive agility. The speed of an NBA player is indeed extraordinary, even when it comes to those who have retired from the league. Despite Lu Jia benefiting from the athletic prowess of a Derrick Rose bronze badge, he was still overtaken by Alston. The two arrived at the basket almost simultaneously. Lu Jia leaped high, preparing for a layup. Yet, Alston also ascended, raising his right hand like a formidable wall, obstructing Lu Jia's path. In an effort to evade Alston's block, Lu Jia had no choice but to forcefully alter his trajectory midair. He launched from the right side of the rim, twisting his body in the air to flick the ball up from the left side of the basket. It was an exceptionally challenging move, a grand pull-up. The basketball traced an odd arc through the air, and then, clang, it did not go in. The ball struck the rim, bouncing high into the air. This miss left Lu Jia astounded. He hadn't anticipated that even a retired NBA player could possess such astonishing speed and explosiveness. Despite his own athletic capabilities, enhanced by Rose's bronze badge, he found himself unable to gain any advantage over Alston. For the first time, Lu Jia experienced the intense level of competition characteristic of the NBA. Is this the prowess of NBA players? Lu Jia mused inwardly. Simultaneously, Alston was equally taken aback. He hadn't expected this seemingly unassuming young man with yellow skin to exhibit such remarkable speed and leaping ability. Moreover, the grand pull-up he attempted was of such high difficulty that even many NBA players might struggle to replicate it. This kid has something special, Alston thought to himself, beginning to reassess his perception of Lu Jia. Chapter 18, Flowing Like Water. As the possession changed, it was Alston's turn to attack. He stood beyond the three-point line, facing Lu Jia's defense. "Hey there, young man, where do you hail from?" Alston inquired, his curiosity piqued by Lu Jia. "Huagua," Lu Jia replied succinctly. "Huagua? How cool." Alston nodded. "Which city?" "Jiling." "Where did you play before?" Alston continued, deliberately slowing his speech to ensure Lu Jia could comprehend. "High school, Jiling No. 2 High School." Lu Jia answered in simple English. Surprise flickered in Alston's eyes upon hearing Lu Jia's response. "High school? You're still in high school?" "Yes," Lu Jia confirmed with a nod. "Wow, impressive," Alston exclaimed. "You know, I used to play with Yu Ming." He mentioned his former teammate, a great player who had left a deep impression on him. "But you are different," Alston remarked, gazing at Lu Jia. "You possess a distinctive style, one I have yet to witness in players from Huagua. Just as Lu Jia was attentively listening to Alston, somewhat distracted, Alston suddenly sprang into action. With the ball in his right hand, he executed a swift crossover, transferring the ball to his left hand. Following that, pivoting on his left foot, he spun rapidly, circling the ball behind his back before quickly pulling it back. The entire movement was akin to a juggling act, brimming with imagination and creativity. "Be careful, young man. I'm about to showcase some real skills," Alston warned Lu Jia, signaling his intent to get serious. Lu Jia snapped back to attention, but it was too late. He had been entirely mesmerized by Alston's movements and had failed to react. He didn't even catch how Alston maneuvered the ball behind his back and then yanked it back. This is astonishingly fast," Lu Jia thought, filled with astonishment. He had previously watched Alston's game footage and knew of his exceptional dribbling skills, full of imagination and creativity. However, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Only by standing directly in front of Alston could one truly appreciate the exaggerated brilliance of his dribbling technique. Noticing Lu Jia's seriousness, Alston's lips curled into a confident smile. He began to dribble, gradually closing in on Lu Jia. His rhythm was unpredictable, sometimes quick, sometimes slow, sometimes high, sometimes low, making it nearly impossible to anticipate. Moreover, his dribbling stance was remarkably low, almost grazing the floor, akin to a spinning top, agile and versatile. Suddenly, Alston accelerated, darting towards Lu Jia's right side. Lu Jia swiftly sidestepped, attempting to block Alston's path. But at that moment, Alston abruptly halted, quickly pulling the ball back. Then, at an incredible angle, he passed the ball through his legs to his left hand. This unconventional behind-the-back maneuver was highly challenging and distinctly street ball in style. Simultaneously, his body leaned left, feigning a leftward drive. In the blink of an eye, Alston had executed the renowned street ball move, the Shamgot. Lu Jia was completely deceived by Alston's feint, shifting his center of gravity to the left, attempting to thwart Alston's advance. Yet just then, Alston swiftly pulled the ball back and accelerated past Lu Jia's right side. Lu Jia was left bewildered. After bypassing Lu Jia, Alston chose not to make a layup, but instead stepped beyond the three-point line. He glanced at the hoop and smiled gently, as if to say to Lu Jia, "Watch closely. This is how a real three-pointer is made." He then flicked his wrist and released the ball. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing smoothly in the net. A three-pointer. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, a seamless display of imagination and creativity, epitomizing the essence of street ball. Lu Jia stood motionless, gazing at the ball still bouncing beneath the hoop, his heart awash with astonishment. He had never witnessed anyone playing basketball with such artistic flair and nonchalance. Was this the prowess of the streetball king? Truly, the reputation was well-deserved. In that moment, Lu Jia felt a profound admiration for Alston. The next round commenced with Lu Jia again on defense. Alston held the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Lu Jia. This time, instead of relying on speed and strength to overpower Lu Jia, he commenced a wholly new display. He dribbled back and forth with frequency, the movements wide and the rhythm rapid. He deliberately exposed the ball before Lu Jia, as if daring him to steal it at any moment. This was an enticing defensive strategy, a psychological tactic often seen in streetball. Alston, like an experienced hunter, was luring his prey with bait. Faced with Alston's provocation, Lu Jia hesitated. He understood this might be a trap. However, seeing the basketball tantalizingly close, he found it hard to resist the urge to snatch it away. His eyes were fixed on the ball, his mind calculating the perfect moment and angle for a steal. But Alston's dribbling was too swift, too flashy. After observing for a while, Lu Jia could not identify an opportune moment to make his move. Each time he felt ready to pounce, Alston always managed to slip the ball away just in time. Is this guy intentionally toying with me? Lu Jia thought to himself. He recognized that Alston was deliberately teasing him, aiming to make him stumble. Yet, Lu Jia did not feel anger. Instead, he grew even more composed. He knew that he must not act impulsively. A rash move would only lead him into Alston's trap. Thus, Lu Jia patiently continued to observe, waiting for the ideal moment. Noticing Lu Jia's reluctance to act, Alston casually placed the ball directly in front of Lu Jia. It was as if he were saying, "Come on, try to take my ball." At that moment, Lu Jia could no longer hold back. How could I not take this opportunity? It's practically gift-wrapped, Lu Jia thought. With that, he lunged forward, reaching for the basketball. Chapter 19, A Dance of Man and Ball. At that moment, Alston sprang into action. His movements were as swift as lightning. Luja barely registered what transpired. In a flash, Alston maneuvered the ball deftly through his legs. Almost immediately, he accelerated past Luja with ease, man and ball in perfect harmony. After leaving Luja behind, Alston charged toward the basket, leaping high and executing a stunning 360-degree spin before gently depositing the ball into the hoop. It was an extraordinarily beautiful 360-degree layup. Wow! The crowd erupted in fervor once more. They cheered for Alston's dazzling display, marveling at his extraordinary skill. Luja stood there, bewildered. He had not anticipated that Alston would surpass him in such a manner. It was utterly astonishing. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if he were a puppet, effortlessly manipulated by Alston's deft hands. The sensation was truly disheartening. Yet, it deepened Luja's appreciation for the prowess of NBA players. Their skills, awareness, and experience far exceeded his own. In comparison, he realized he had a long journey ahead. Good move, young man, Alston remarked with a smile, gesturing for Luja to commence his offensive play. But let me see what you can do on the attacking end. He expressed his curiosity about Luja's offensive capabilities. After several exchanges, Luja recognized that his speed advantage was negligible against Alston. Moreover, in terms of technique and experience, he was light years behind. Persisting with aggressive drives would surely prove futile. He needed to devise a different strategy. Standing beyond the three-point line with the ball, Luja faced Alston's defense. He executed a deceptive move to the right, then suddenly dribbled through his legs, transferring the ball to his left hand. Following that, he made a lateral step to the left and jumped, releasing a three-point shot. This was a beautifully orchestrated three-pointer following a deceptive between-the-legs move. The motion was fluid and unexpected. However, the ball failed to find its mark. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim and soared high into the air. The audience let out a collective sigh of disappointment. They all felt that the shot was tantalizingly close to success. In the next attempt, Luja sought to conclude his offensive drive with a turnaround jumper. He first dribbled to the right, then suddenly pivoted, presenting his back to Alston. He leaned back and leaped to release the shot. It was a remarkably executed turnaround jumper. Yet, the ball still did not go in. Clang! Once again, the ball struck the rim and bounced back out. The spectators expressed their dismay once more. They acknowledged that Luja's offensive maneuvers were inventive, and his execution was elegant, but luck was not on his side. 2 consecutive misses left Luja somewhat disheartened. He recognized the significant gap between his offensive capabilities and those of Alston. Alston's defensive footwork was rapid and intense, consistently disrupting Luja's shooting rhythm. This made it exceedingly difficult for him to find a comfortable shooting space and timing. Observing Luja's successive failures, the crowd began to chant. They were eager to witness Luja's signature move without losing momentum. Come on, young man. Show us your signature move. Execute a no-speed change, they urged, clapping in rhythm. Alston, too, encouraged Luja with a grin. Come on, kid, let me see what you've got. Don't be shy. Bolstered by the crowd's encouragement, Luja inhaled deeply and began to dribble. He executed a feint to the right, then accelerated, darting left. A no-speed change. This was Luja's signature move, one he had employed to outmaneuver countless opponents. Yet, Alston was no ordinary adversary. He swiftly shifted laterally, blocking Luja's path. In that instant, Luja unexpectedly dribbled the ball through Alston's legs. Man and ball in perfect unison. Inspired, Luja mirrored Alston's earlier maneuver. After evading Alston, he charged toward the basket, leaping high for a thunderous dunk, slamming the ball through the hoop. The crowd erupted in jubilation. They cheered and shouted, utterly captivated by Luja's remarkable basket. Alston stood momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Luja's audacious move. This kid's ability to learn is astounding. Alston gazed at Luja with astonishment, then chuckled and shook his head, beginning to applaud. With rhythmic enthusiasm, he raised his arms, encouraging the crowd to join in their applause for Luja. Lu, Lu, Lu. Under Alston's lead, the audience collectively chanted Luja's name, their voices echoing throughout the arena. Kid, you've got some serious talent, Alston said, approaching Luja and patting him on the shoulder. I believe you have a genuine chance to enter the NBA. And you're so young. I know some NBA scouts. I can recommend you to them. Alston continued, moreover, the EBC League is about to commence. How about we team up? I can provide you with some opportunities to showcase your skills. Alston extended an invitation to Luja. Hearing Alston's words, Luja felt a surge of excitement. Gaining recognition and endorsement from an NBA player was a coveted opportunity for many. However, at that moment, Luja suddenly recalled his system panel. Upon opening it, he discovered that his incentive points had exceeded 5,000, reaching a total of 5,235. These points were accumulated through numerous matches at Rock Park, notably a significant contribution from his game against Black Dog. His encounters with Jerome and the recent match against Alston had also yielded ample rewards. Gazing at the numbers on the panel, Luja fell into contemplation. He recognized that this was a rare opportunity. Yet, he also had his own aspirations. "Thank you, Mr. Alston," Luja finally spoke after a moment of reflection. "But I wish to team up with someone else, because defeating you would be far more exhilarating." Alston paused, taken aback by Luja's response, then burst into hearty laughter. He had not anticipated that this seemingly shy young man would utter such words. This newfound insight into Luja only deepened Alston's respect for him. "All right, kid," Alston chuckled. "I admire your confidence. I'll be waiting for you on the court." Chapter 20. The Magician, Johnson. After the game, Luja and Jerome walked home together, still discussing Alston's remarkable performance and the thrilling match. "Lou, you were incredible today," Jerome exclaimed sincerely. "Especially that moment when you went past Alston with that between-the-legs dribble and dunk. Absolutely insane. I truly believe you have a chance to make it to the NBA," he continued, his voice imbued with envy and well wishes. "You know, I once played in the NCAA, in the second division. I performed quite well, but I was nowhere near NBA caliber. Therefore, I genuinely admire you and sincerely hope for your success." Jerome's tone carried a hint of melancholy, yet it was primarily filled with blessings and anticipation for Luja's future. Hearing Jerome's words, a warm current surged within Luja. He understood that Jerome genuinely cared for him and believed in his potential to enter the NBA. This bolstered his conviction and intensified his desire to prove himself in the upcoming EBC League. Jerome is truly an excellent teammate, tall, skilled, and with clean defense. Luja mused inwardly. Forming a team with him to defeat Alston in the EBC League would undoubtedly be an exhilarating endeavor. At that moment, a brief silence fell between them. Jerome suddenly broke the quiet. "Hey, Lou, I was thinking, since the EBC League is about to start, perhaps we should form a team? You know, it's a great opportunity for exposure, plus there's a chance for some prize money. We could really use that money at home to improve our living situation." Jerome's tone was tinged with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Upon hearing Jerome's suggestion, Luja felt a stir in his heart. This was precisely what he had been pondering. To his delight, Jerome had brought it up himself. It was simply wonderful. For Jerome, participating in the EBC League was about securing some prize money to enhance his family's circumstances. For Luja, it meant not only gaining more visibility, but also earning additional incentive points. More importantly, he could join forces with Jerome to challenge Alston. This was a splendid opportunity that served multiple purposes. The two were in perfect agreement. "That's a brilliant idea, Jerome," Luja exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I share the same sentiment. Let us make it official. We will form a team and win the EBC League championship." "Absolutely. Let us do it," Jerome replied, equally exhilarated. The two exchanged high fives, their faces beaming with radiant smiles. "By the way, Lou, are you free on June 19th? Jerome suddenly inquired. "June 19th? Let me think. I should be available." "Why do you ask?" Luja responded. Jerome continued. "I was considering that perhaps you could come to my place, and we could discuss the EBC League in detail. Moreover, we'll have a small celebration that day." "A celebration? What kind of celebration?" Luja asked curiously. "It's Juneteenth," Jerome replied. "Juneteenth? What is that?" Luja asked, puzzled. "You don't know about Juneteenth?" Jerome seemed surprised. "For us African Americans, it's a profoundly significant holiday. It commemorates the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States." Jerome explained. On that day, June 19th, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger announced that over 250,000 enslaved African Americans in Texas were free. This was more than 2 years after President Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. Thus, every year on June 19th, we celebrate Juneteenth, remembering our history and celebrating our freedom. We host a large party with food, music, and games. Additionally, some street ball players from other communities will join us. We can discuss the EBC League with them and perhaps even play a few games. "Sounds delightful," Luja said. "I would love to participate." "Great, it's settled then. See you on June 19th. Jerome replied with a smile. "Okay, see you then," Luja responded. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Luja eagerly summoned the system panel. He needed to carefully consider which passing badge to unlock to maximize his on-court effectiveness. Personal information. Star badges. System Store. Luja focused on System Store and opened the passing category. A row of badges was neatly arranged on the panel, awaiting Luja's selection. Stockton, Playmaking Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Nash, Quick First Step Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Kid, Fast Break Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Luja examined each badge, meticulously comparing their characteristics and costs. This one is good, and this one is quite appealing. Luja muttered to himself as he browsed. Suddenly, a name caught his eye. Irvin Johnson, Fancy Passing Badge, Bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Magic Johnson. This name resonated powerfully in the basketball realm. Though he was a player from the 1980s, his passing skills remain unparalleled even today, standing at 6 feet 9 inches. Magic Johnson is the tallest point guard in NBA history. He possesses an extraordinary court vision and an imaginative passing style that consistently produces astonishing assists. His passes are not only precise, but also visually captivating. He often executes no-look passes that leave defenders bewildered. Remarkably, he can leverage his height to locate teammates in crowded spaces, delivering assists in fantastical manners, such as long passes with one hand or effortless bounce passes. It was precisely due to these flashy yet practical passes that he earned the moniker Magic. It's you. Luja decisively selected the Fancy Passing Badge, Bronze, associated with Magic Johnson. Ding. The host has chosen to purchase the Irvin Johnson Fancy Passing Badge, Bronze, for 5,000 incentive points. Confirm purchase? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 incentive points deducted. Remaining incentive points, 235. The Irvin Johnson Fancy Passing Badge, Bronze, has been equipped. As the system's notification chimed, Luja noticed his incentive points had diminished by 5,000, leaving him with only 235. However, he found it peculiar that he did not experience any significant changes in his body. There was no sense of warmth flooding through him, as he had felt when unlocking the Rose Athleticism Badge, nor did he perceive any enhancement in his passing skills. What is going on? Luja questioned in confusion. System, have you made a mistake? Yet the system remained silent. Hey, respond, system. Luja called out several times, but the system continued to show no reaction. This left him feeling quite frustrated. He expended 5,000 incentive points to unlock a new badge, only to find it utterly ineffective. How disheartening. Could it be a deception? Luja couldn't help but harbor doubts. Yet, he also felt it improbable. After all, this system had previously instilled a sense of reliability in him. However, with the current predicament, how could one explain such an anomaly? Luja was at a loss. He attempted to pass the ball several times within his room, yet still felt no extraordinary sensation. Perhaps it was best to retire for the night and reassess the situation in the morning. With a resigned shake of his head, he temporarily abandoned his inquiries and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Huagua, a tempest concerning the national youth team was quietly brewing. A post titled Explosive Revelations on the National Youth Team on the country's largest basketball forum, Hoop Forum, sparked a tremendous uproar. Shockingly, it claimed that the head coach of the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu, practiced nepotism and resorted to physical and verbal abuse against the players. The title alone was captivating. Anonymous insiders from the national youth team disclosed that Coach Jiang wielded absolute power within the team, favoring only those players with whom he had personal ties. While treating others with disdain and aggression, he frequently berated players during practice without cause and even resorted to physical violence, creating a highly tense atmosphere within the team. Some players, unable to endure Jiang's tyranny, chose to stand up in defiance or even left the team without justification. Notably, one of the departing players was the exceptionally talented guard, Lu Jia, who had shown in the high school league. Upon the publication of the post, it immediately ignited a firestorm across the forum. Fans flooded the comments section, expressing their shock and outrage. Is this true? Is the national youth team truly so corrupt? How arrogant is this Jiang Wenwu? How can someone like him be a head coach? Is there any hope left for Huagua basketball? It's heartbreaking to see such a promising talent like Lu Jia being ruined. Jiang Wenwu must be severely punished. The national youth team deserves to be vindicated. Where is the basketball association? Someone needs to intervene. In no time, discussions surrounding the national youth team, Jiang Wenwu, and Lu Jia permeated the entire forum. Meanwhile, the central figure of this storm, Lu Jia, remained blissfully unaware, fast asleep in his home in America. Chapter 21, Censorship. The revelations regarding the national youth basketball team continued to stir controversy on the Hoop Forum. Initially, the comments from netizens overwhelmingly criticized both the team and coach Jiang Wenwu. Such a coach deserves to be dismissed. He is nothing short of a malignant tumor in Chinese basketball. What is the Basketball Association doing? How can someone like him be the head coach of the national youth team? It is a pity for those young players who could have brought glory to the nation, but now have to endure such treatment. We support severe punishment for Jiang Wenwu, restoring integrity to the national youth team. The netizens expressed their indignation and dissatisfaction passionately. However, strange voices soon emerged on the forum. Accounts devoid of avatars, nicknames, and posting history, known as 3No accounts, began to proliferate, attempting to exonerate Jiang Wenwu. You people only know how to stir up trouble. Do you even understand the truth? Today's young players are overly pampered, unable to endure hardship or fatigue. What is wrong with a strict coach? Is it not for their own good? Exactly. What athlete has not faced harsh treatment from a young age? Tough love is essential for growth. Coach Jiang's approach reflects his high expectations. I see it as some players being lazy and blaming the coach for being too strict. It is utterly ridiculous. Moreover, these 3No accounts targeted Lu Jia. Do you know who that departing Lu Jia is? He is nothing but a troublemaker. Remember the national high school basketball finals last year? It was Lu Jia who clashed with Zhao Qilin during the match and was subsequently ejected. Such a player, whose emotions are so easily unraveled, is clearly not a good character. I believe this incident is certainly Lu Jia's fault. Perhaps he instigated trouble and then slandered Coach Jiang. Yes, it must be so. Lu Jia is clearly no saint. With the impetus from these 3No accounts, the tide of discussion on the forum began to shift. An increasing number of netizens started to question Lu Jia, deeming him the true culprit of the incident. In no time, the forum became a cacophony of opinions, with various voices emerging, making it difficult to discern truth from falsehood, resulting in utter chaos. This media storm caught the attention of journalists as well. At a press conference following a warm-up match for the national youth team, a reporter posed a question to Coach Jiang Wenwu regarding the matter. Coach Jiang, what are your thoughts on the recent rumors about the national youth team circulating online? The reporter inquired. Rumors? What rumors? Jiang Wenwu feigned ignorance. The rumors regarding your favoritism within the team and your tendency to resort to harsh treatment toward players, the reporter stated bluntly. Oh, you mean that? That is utterly preposterous. Jiang Wenwu's expression darkened as he declared emphatically, I have been dedicated and responsible in my role with the national youth team for many years. How could I engage in such behavior? These rumors are fabrications concocted by those with ulterior motives, aimed at tarnishing my image and that of the national youth team. As for the departing player Lu Jia, I am extremely disappointed in him. Jiang Wenwu shifted his focus to criticize Lu Jia. As a young player, he should concentrate on training rather than seeking trouble. Such conduct is simply undisciplined and disorganized. Our national youth team will not tolerate the existence of such a disruptive influence. I hereby announce that the doors of the national youth team are forever closed to him. Jiang Wenwu's voice resonated powerfully, reminiscent of a righteous and incorruptible coach. Seated beside Jiang Wenwu, Zhao Qilin interjected appropriately. What Coach Jiang says is correct. As a player, one must first learn to be a person before mastering the game. We must not only strive on the court, but also be mindful of our behavior off the court, constantly cultivating our moral character. Only then can we become qualified athletes and bring honor to our nation. Zhao Qilin's remarks ostensibly emphasized the importance of players' character and ethics but subtly ridiculed Lu Jia, casting him as a moral pariah. After the press conference, the statements made by Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilin rapidly spread online. An increasing number of netizens began to align with their perspective, viewing Lu Jia as a problematic player. Look, even Coach Jiang has said so. It seems Lu Jia must indeed have issues. Exactly. I said it before, one hand cannot clap alone. It must be Lu Jia's fault. Such a person should be banned to prevent him from corrupting the national youth team's ethos. What a pity for a promising talent, ruined by himself. In no time, the criticisms and doubts directed at Lu Jia inundated the online space. He transformed from a victim into a pariah, reviled by all. The following morning, Jiang Qingjie rose early. While nibbling on a piece of leftover packaged bread, he scrolled through his phone, a morning ritual that filled his stomach and kept him updated on the latest news. Suddenly, a headline caught his eye. National youth team coach Jiang Wenwu criticizes Lu Jia, disorganized and undisciplined. The doors of the national youth team are forever closed to him. Lu Jia? Jiang Qingjie was taken aback, forgetting to chew the bread in his mouth. He quickly clicked on the news article, reading intently. After finishing the article, His brow furrowed deeply. He could hardly believe that the Luja mentioned in the report was his dear friend. What is going on? Jiang Qingjie murmured, filled with confusion and concern. He abandoned breakfast and hurriedly shook Luja awake from his slumber. Luja, wake up. Something has happened. Luja, roused from sleep by Jiang Qingjie, looked utterly bewildered. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, "What's wrong? Qingjie, what happened? You need to see this." Jiang Qingjie thrust his phone into Luja's hands, his tone laced with urgency. Upon viewing the article, Luja's expression darkened. Last night, he had been frustrated over an unresponsive flashy passing badge that he had unlocked for 5,000 motivation points, feeling cheated by the system. Now, seeing this distorted report, Luja's pent-up fury could no longer be contained. "These guys are talking nonsense," Luja exclaimed, tossing the phone aside in anger. "Especially Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilan. They are slandering me." His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from pressure. "Luja, don't get too worked up. There must be something amiss in this situation." Jiang Qingjie quickly reassured him. "How about I reach out to some media contacts in the country to help clarify the facts?" "Forget it, Qingjie, it's futile." Luja shook his head. Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qilan hold too much influence in the Chinese basketball scene. Ordinary media outlets wouldn't dare to offend them. Moreover, even if someone were willing to speak on my behalf, it would unlikely alter the prevailing public sentiment. In this current predicament, anything I say would fall on deaf ears. The innocent shall remain untainted. Henceforth, I shall silence them with my prowess. Elja's tone resonated with a sense of helplessness, yet it was imbued with a hint of determination. But is this truly the end of the matter? Jiang Qingjie felt a twinge of reluctance. Shall we simply allow them to tarnish your reputation? What other course of action is available? Elja replied with a bitter smile. At this point, my words would serve no purpose and would only exacerbate the situation. My sole focus must be on excelling in basketball in America, proving my worth through my skills. Only in this manner can I utterly dismantle these unfounded rumors. Alas, it seems this is the only recourse. Jiang Qingjie sighed, acknowledging the truth in Elja's words. In this context, any defense would be but a feeble gesture. Only actions, driven by true ability, can deliver the most potent retort. Rest assured, Elja, I have faith that you will succeed. Jiang Qingjie encouraged, giving Elja a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Indeed, I shall, Elja affirmed, his eyes brimming with resolve. After a brief freshening up, he stepped outside. I am heading to Rock Park. Reach out if anything arises, Elja informed Jiang Qingjie. Be careful, Jiang Qingjie replied. Though concern for Elja weighed heavily on him, he understood that he could offer no tangible assistance, and so he chose to support him silently. Chapter 22, The Festival of June. Luja arrived at Rock Park, joining a game of street basketball. As soon as the match commenced, Luja swiftly acquired the ball. At the very moment he touched it, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. He felt as if he stood atop the pinnacle of the court, able to discern the position and condition of every player with remarkable clarity. Moreover, he could even perceive the locations and states of those players he could not see. It was as if a panoramic map of the court had suddenly materialized in his mind, with every detail firmly within his grasp. What is happening? Luja was taken aback. He had never experienced such a feeling before. Suddenly, he recalled the fancy passing badge he had unlocked the previous night. Could it be the influence of this badge? The realization dawned on him. It was evident that the badge was not ineffective, but rather functioning in an entirely unforeseen manner. His previous inability to sense the badge's effect stemmed from not having tested it in real combat. Now, upon obtaining the ball during the game, the badge's effects manifested instantaneously. Aha! So that's it. A wave of elation washed over Luja. He finally understood how to utilize this badge. With this newfound clarity, a radiant smile illuminated his face. He could now relish the game and showcase his talents to the fullest. Luja began experimenting with various passing techniques during the match. At times, he executed a precise through ball, delivering the ball to a teammate stationed beneath the basket. At other moments, he employed a clever bounce pass, threading the ball through the legs of a defender to reach a teammate on the opposite side. He even lofted an arcing pass, sailing over the heads of defenders and landing perfectly in the hands of a teammate sprinting down the court. Even more astonishingly, Luja was able to perform no-look passes. He could gaze left yet deliver the ball accurately to a teammate on the right. He could face the basket and still manage to send the ball to a teammate in an open position behind him. These imaginative passes left the spectators and players alike utterly astounded. They had never witnessed such an innovative passing style. It was as if magic unfolded before their eyes. Wow. Did you see that pass? He didn't even look. This guy is incredible. Where did he learn that move? Is he a magician? The audience buzzed with excitement, marveling at Luja's performance. They were bewildered by how he had suddenly developed such passing skills, or whether he had been concealing his prowess all along. On the court, his fellow players were equally baffled by Luja's passing. They found it impossible to anticipate his passing trajectory, only able to watch in awe as the basketball soared through the air, landing in the hands of Luja's teammates. Hey, how did you do that? I didn't even see you pass. What just happened? Players bombarded Luja with inquiries, their faces reflecting confusion and astonishment. Luja merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He began to savor this sensation of commanding the game, relishing the freedom of his passing style. In the latter half of the match, Luja even began to forego his own scoring, instead focusing on creating opportunities for his teammates. He consistently delivered exquisite assists, enabling his teammates to score effortlessly. Although Luja did not accumulate many points in this game, he emerged as the brightest star on the court. Each of his passes elicited cheers and gasps from the audience. After the game concluded, Luja descended from the court, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He realized that with the fancy passing badge, his chances of defeating Alston in the forthcoming EBC League had increased significantly. As for the remaining uncertainties, they depended on his synergy with Jerome and the overall strength of the team. Time swiftly progressed to June 19th, the Festival of June. Jiang Qingjie had also completed his final exams, and he drove his old second-hand car, taking Luja to Jerome's home. The vehicle departed the bustling streets of Manhattan, traversed into Brooklyn, and after passing through several blocks, finally arrived at a typical New York African-American neighborhood. The buildings here were mostly low and dilapidated, their walls adorned with an array of graffiti, some artistic, others gang-related. Litter and debris cluttered the streets, and an unpleasant odor permeated the air. Groups of young African Americans congregated on the streets, some clad in baggy t-shirts and jeans, others sporting baseball caps and sunglasses, and some even displaying tattoos. Their eyes revealed a sense of untamed wildness, rendering it unwise to approach them carelessly. Among them, some appeared to be gang members, their clothing and insignias evoking an unsettling sensation. Seeing such scenes, Luja felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension. It was his first encounter with such a neighborhood, and the chaotic, perilous atmosphere left him somewhat disoriented. However, today was the Festival of June, and the celebratory ambience on the streets was palpable. Groups of people strolled together, greeting one another with smiles. Temporary stages were erected in some areas, where performances took place, and music and laughter filled the air. Street vendors set up stalls selling a variety of foods and beverages, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, making one's mouth water. This was indeed a quintessential New York African-American community. As Jiang Qingjie drove, he explained to Luja, the safety here is rather questionable. It's best to avoid this area on ordinary days. However, today is the Festival of June, their grand occasion, so it should be relatively safe. Still, we ought to remain cautious, as we are outsiders. Luja nodded in acknowledgement, attentively observing the sights outside the car window and committing everything to memory. The vehicle continued onward, eventually coming to a halt in front of an old apartment building. Here we are, Jiang Qingjie announced. The two alighted from the car and followed the address provided by Jerome to locate his residence. There stood Jerome at the door, waiting for their arrival. He was impeccably dressed in a sharp suit. His hair neatly styled and his shoes gleaming, he exuded an air of vitality that seemed somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding chaos. Hey, Lu, Qingjie, you've arrived. Jerome greeted them warmly, a beaming smile illuminating his face. Jerome, you look exceptionally dapper today, Luja said with a smile. Haha, it's the Festival of June, so I had to dress up a bit, Jerome replied with a hearty laugh. Come, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Jiang Qingjie. Luja introduced Jiang to Jerome. This is Jerome. We met at Rock Park, and he is also a great friend of mine. Hello, Jerome. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Qingjie extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, Qingjie. I'm equally delighted to meet you, Jerome responded enthusiastically. Please, come inside. Let us chat. Jerome ushered the two into the apartment building. Chapter 23, Jerome's Acquaintance. Upon entering the apartment building, Luja observed that the seemingly narrow two-story structure was teeming with people, bustling about in close quarters. Allow me to introduce you to my family, Jerome said to Luja and Jiang Qingjie, as he began acquainting them with his relatives. This is my father, my mother, my siblings. Lu Jia soon realized that Jerome hailed from a large family, with 5 siblings, Jerome being the youngest. Yet, he was the tallest and most skilled basketball player among them. "This is Lu, and this is Chengjia, my esteemed companions," Jerome announced to his family. "Welcome to our abode." Jerome's family exclaimed warmly, their faces radiant with smiles. "Come, partake in this delectable strawberry soda and red velvet cake, a cherished tradition of our Juneteenth celebration," Jerome's mother offered, approaching with a tray. "It is indeed a rare occasion for me to meet someone from China." She extended the refreshments to Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie. "Thank you, ma'am." Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie responded courteously, accepting the treats. "Jerome has always been an intelligent and sensible child, a source of immense pride for our family," Jerome's mother remarked, gazing at her son with affection. "He is the sole member of our family to have attended university and even made it to the NCAA. In due time, he aspires to play in the NBA, a path brimming with potential." Upon hearing his mother's words, a wry smile crept across Jerome's face. Once his mother had moved away, he confided in Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie, "My mother invariably holds such high expectations of me. In truth, I am acutely aware that I lack the inherent talent to reach the NBA. My siblings have had limited formal education, subsisting on odd jobs. As the sole academic achiever in our family, they yearn for me to attain success and transform our family's fortunes. However, I recognize the daunting challenge that lies ahead." Jerome's tone was tinged with resignation and disappointment. Hearing Jerome's words, Lu Jia was overcome with emotion. He had not anticipated that Jerome carried such a heavy burden. "Jerome, refrain from such self-deprecation. You have already accomplished remarkable feats," Lu Jia consoled him. "I firmly believe that with unwavering diligence, you shall realize your aspirations." "Thank you, Lu." Jerome responded with a smile. "Allow me to elucidate the origins of strawberry soda and red velvet cake." Jerome gestured towards the food on the table. The tradition of consuming red-colored foods on Juneteenth serves as a solemn tribute to those ancestors who sacrificed their blood during the era of slavery. As strawberry soda and red velvet cake both bear the color red, they have become quintessential Juneteenth delicacies. "Fascinating, a truly enlightening revelation," Lu Jia exclaimed. "I am scheduled to perform shortly. Please, make yourselves comfortable here, enjoy the refreshments, and I shall prepare myself," Jerome said. "Certainly, proceed with your preparations." "We shall manage on our own," Lu Jia replied. Jerome nodded and promptly departed. Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie settled on the sofa, savoring the red velvet cake and strawberry soda while engaging in conversation. "It is astonishing to witness Jerome's family dynamics," Jiang Qingjie remarked. "Indeed. Each individual carries their own unique narrative," Lu Jia responded. "Nevertheless, Jerome possesses exceptional qualities. Despite his humble background, he consistently demonstrates diligence and ambition." "Agreed. He evidently possesses a strong sense of responsibility," Jiang Qingjie concurred. As they conversed, Lu Jia's attention was captured by a figure descending the stairs and approaching the living room. The individual, adorned with a purple headscarf, appeared to have just awakened, stretching and yawning as they ambled along. Lu Jia scrutinized the figure and was taken aback, recognizing him as Black Dog. Black Dog, in turn, noticed Lu Jia, his expression shifting from initial surprise to one of peculiar unease. Subsequently, his reaction intensified. "Who authorized his presence here?" Black Dog bellowed, his tone laced with hostility and rejection. His loud voice startled those nearby. Jerome's mother, hearing the commotion, hastened over. "Tyrone, what is amiss?" she inquired, her face etched with confusion. "These are Jerome's companions, Lu and Qingjie," she introduced, gesturing towards Lu Jia and Jiang Qingjie. "Jerome's companions?" Black Dog's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Lu Jia and then Jerome's mother. "What is he doing here?" "Tyrone, what troubles you?" "They are my esteemed guests," Jerome's mother responded, increasingly bewildered by Black Dog's reaction. Black Dog hesitated before reluctantly stating, "He vanquished me at the Rucker Park." Black Dog's revelation stunned those in earshot. They recognized Black Dog's prowess. He was a formidable figure at the Rucker Park. Yet, he now admitted defeat at the hands of a yellow-skinned youth? Unbelievable. "What?" Jerome's mother exclaimed, astounded. "Tyrone, is your statement truthful?" "Assuredly," Black Dog retorted, exasperated. "Would I fabricate such a claim?" The surrounding onlookers, having heard Black Dog's admission, erupted in a chorus of murmurs. They began to examine Lu Jia with newfound interest, as if he were an anomaly. This young man managed to defeat Tyrone? Is this genuine? Am I mishearing? This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Despite the buzz, Black Dog remained averse to Lu Jia, protesting. I fail to comprehend why you would invite a yellow-skinned individual to partake in our festivities. This is a celebration of our culture. He is incongruous here. I propose that he be asked to depart. Black Dog's words created an awkward atmosphere. Jerome's mother frowned, retorting, Tyrone, refrain from such pronouncements. Lou is a friend of Jerome's and a guest in my home. My word is law within these walls. If you are displeased, you are free to leave. Jerome's mother was visibly incensed, her voice booming and her tone severe. Black Dog, chastised by Jerome's mother, begrudgingly fell silent, though his displeasure lingered. He glared at Luja before turning and departing. My apologies, Lu Qingjie, for this embarrassing display, Jerome's mother said to Luja and Jiang Qingjie. Tyrone's temperament is somewhat volatile. Please do not take offense. No offense taken, ma'am. We comprehend, Luja replied politely. I neglected to mention earlier that Tyrone Williams is Jerome's uncle. Jerome's full name is Jerome Williams, Jerome's mother explained. He is Jerome's uncle? Luja and Jiang Qingjie were taken aback. They were taken aback to discover the unexpected connection between the Black Dog and Jerome. The personalities of these two individuals were as different as night and day. One was coarse and tempestuous, while the other was refined and elegant. They hardly seemed related. Could it be that the teammate Jerome invited to join him in the EBC League was, in fact, the Black Dog? Luja inquired with a glance at Jiang Qingjie. To his astonishment, a glimmer of surprise flickered across Jiang Qingjie's face. With an air of mystery, he said to Luja, Luja, this presents a splendid opportunity. A splendid opportunity? What do you mean? Luja asked in confusion. Think about it. Your previous match against the Black Dog has already stirred quite a commotion online. Jiang Qingjie elucidated. Now, if the two of you were to form a team and participate in the EBC League together, wouldn't that generate even more buzz? This is an excellent chance to enhance your visibility. In such a scenario, you would surely attract more media attention and fans, and perhaps even catch the eye of NBA scouts. Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's explanation, Luja finally grasped the underlying intention. It was evident that Jiang Qingjie was quite astute. His commercial acumen was indeed remarkable. Just then, Jerome descended from the upper floor, cradling a saxophone. Apologies for the wait. Everyone, Jerome announced. Now, allow me to perform a piece for you. With that, he raised the saxophone to his lips and began to play. The melodious strains of jazz reverberated through the room, infusing the lively celebration with a unique charm. Although the room was bustling with activity, the attendees were captivated by Jerome's music and gradually fell silent, savoring his performance. Yet, the Black Dog was conspicuously absent. He had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Chapter 24, the EBC League. As the jubilant festivities of the June Festival came to a close, the throngs of people gradually dispersed. Jerome, accompanied by Luja and Jiang Qingjie, arrived at a modest basketball court within the community. Although termed a court, it was merely a rudimentary concrete slab, featuring only half a court with a dilapidated wooden backboard that lacked a net. There, they found the Black Dog, practicing alone, dribbling and shooting, appearing somewhat desolate and frustrated. Upon spotting Luja, Black Dog erupted in fury. He ceased dribbling, clutching the basketball, and vociferously confronted Jerome. Jerome, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought him here? Are you not aware of the animosity between us? In the face of Black Dog's accusations, Jerome remained unfazed. With a calm demeanor, he replied, Uncle, I understand there has been some misunderstanding between you and Lou. However, Lou is currently one of the strongest players at Rucker Park. I know you aspire to win the EBC League Championship. Just think about it. The championship prize is a staggering 100,000. What could that mean for us? With Lou's assistance, we stand a greater chance of clinching the title, and this money could significantly enhance our lives. Although still seething, Black Dog began to ponder Jerome's words seriously. He certainly yearned for the EBC League Championship and the accompanying 100,000 prize. Yet, the prospect of teaming up with Luja, the very individual who had once bested him, filled him with reluctance and resistance. But Jerome, you know I do not wish for others to perceive me as relying on outside help to win, Black Dog lamented, his tone tinged with resignation. I do not want the people of Rucker Park to look down upon me. Moreover, he is Asian. He does not belong here. Even if we win, it would not be a victory for Rucker Park. I must uphold the dignity of this place. Black Dog scrutinized Lu Zhu with an unfriendly glare, his eyes brimming with provocation. It was at that moment that Luja interjected, I can refrain from scoring and focus solely on passing. Would that be acceptable? Black Dog was momentarily taken aback by Luja's unexpected proposal. He pondered the implications behind Lu Zha's suggestion. What exactly was he scheming? He thought to himself, if Lu, with his remarkable offensive skills, abstained from scoring and merely facilitated, wouldn't that mean we would be missing a crucial scoring asset? Another consideration struck Black Dog. The competition in the EBC League was fiercely intense, with formidable opponents. Could Jerome and I truly secure victory if only the two of us were to score? His internal conflict deepened. He was torn between not wanting Lu Zha to eclipse his own prowess and the fear that without Lu's support, he might be unable to win. Ultimately, Black Dog reluctantly acquiesced. Fine, you can join us, he stated, his tone laced with reluctance. But you must heed my lead and not overshadow me. Not a problem, Lu Zha readily agreed. Seeing the two reach an accord, Jerome exhaled in relief. Very well. Since you both have consented, let us shake hands, he proposed. This marks the beginning of our collaboration. With a reluctant expression, Black Dog gazed at Lu Zha, hesitating momentarily before extending his hand. Lu Zha reciprocated, and they shook hands. At that instant, Jiang Qingjie suddenly clapped and exclaimed, "Wow, this is indeed a historic moment. I should have brought my camera to capture this scene. This will surely become a classic moment of our EBC journey, a magnificent beginning," Jiang Qingjie declared, animatedly gesturing. Finally, the EBC League was set to commence. As evening descended, Lu Zha and Jiang Qingjie arrived at Rucker Park. Upon entering the park, they were awestruck by the spectacle before them. A sea of people surged, bustling and vibrant. The entire court was surrounded by spectators, some perched on chairs at the sidelines, others standing in open spaces, some even climbing atop nearby vehicles, and others hanging over the iron railings, as nimble as monkeys. Even from the rooftops of the surrounding high-rise buildings, onlookers could be seen peering down at the court. A cacophony of cheers, shouts, and roars filled the air, creating a deafening symphony. Charge! Charge! Defense! Defense! Shoot! Shoot! Block him! Block him! The atmosphere was infused with the sense of sweat, adrenaline, and hot dogs, igniting a fervor within. The court was ablaze with lights, illuminating every corner. In the center of the court, players dribbled, shot, passed, and engaged in fierce confrontations. Surrounding the court, vendors hawked a myriad of goods, their voices cutting through the noise. Get your hot dogs. Right here. Ice-cold drinks, only $1. EBC t-shirts. Show your support. The music, vendor calls, and cheers intertwined, crafting a scene of unparalleled excitement. This was the EBC League. This was Rucker Park. This was the allure of street basketball. Wow, this is incredibly lively, Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, brandishing his camera and continuously filming. Of course it's lively. This is the EBC League, Lu Zha replied, his heart brimming with exhilaration and anticipation. The EBC League, formerly known as the Entertainers Basketball Classic, is an annual street basketball league held in Rucker Park, New York, every summer. The league's origins trace back to 1982, initiated by Greg Marius, the owner of a hip-hop record label in New York. The EBC League follows a 5-on-5 full-court game format, with each match lasting 40 minutes, divided into two halves of 20 minutes each. Each team may register 12 players, but only may 10th participate in a game. The competition is structured as a single elimination tournament. Lose one match, and you are eliminated. The participating teams in the EBC League consist of street ball prodigies from various neighborhoods across New York. Some are regulars at Rucker Park, others are legendary figures of street basketball. And occasionally, some NBA players make an appearance. As a result, the caliber of play in the EBC League is exceptionally high, and the competition is fiercely intense. I must tell you, Lu Zha, this is a golden opportunity for you to make a name for yourself, Jiang Qingjie remarked while filming. You must showcase your skills and impress those NBA scouts. Yes, I will, Lu Zha nodded, his gaze resolute. At the entrance of the park, staff members were checking tickets to control the crowd. Since Lu Zha had registered as a player, he could enter the court directly. Jiang Qingjie, however, needed to purchase a ticket to gain entry. Lu Zha, I'm heading into the stands. I'll capture every spectacular moment of yours, Jiang Qingjie declared, waving his camera at Lu Zha. All right, I await good news. Lu Zha responded with a smile. Today marks the inaugural match of the EBC League. Lu Zha, Jerome, Black Dog, and several other players have formed a new team. Jerome named the team Diverse Alliance, signifying a union of multifaceted identities. He personally designed the uniforms, which are resplendent with a vibrant array of colors. The overall palette is rich, adorned with an assortment of patterns characterized by vivid hues and striking geometric shapes. The uniforms feature various cultural symbols and motifs, symbolizing the fusion of diverse cultures. Luja finds both the name and the uniforms to be intriguing and meaningful. He is confident that this team will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the EBC League. Chapter 25. The competition officially commences. As the previous match drew to a close, the crowd in the arena gradually dispersed, clearing the stage for the forthcoming contest. Elja, Jerome, Black Dog, and their teammates made their way onto the court, commencing their warm-up routines. "Remember what I told you, kid? Don't steal my thunder," Black Dog warned as he approached Elja. His tone was laced with an unmistakable hint of threat. Elja merely chuckled in response, choosing silence. He understood that Black Dog remained skeptical of him, fearing he might overshadow him. Nevertheless, Elja paid little heed to it. "Rest assured, I shall adhere to our agreement," he replied calmly. The spectators were taken aback to see Elja and Black Dog on the same team, engaging in animated discussions as they speculated about the unusual pairing. "Hey, look, ISNT that L. How did he end up on the same team as Black Dog? Indeed, weren't they at odds before? This should be quite a spectacle. I wonder if they can cooperate effectively." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Elja felt an unfamiliar surge of emotion. He surveyed the audience surrounding the court, absorbing the fervent and tense atmosphere, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure amidst the throng. It was Alston, dressed in a jersey. He was evidently participating in the EBC League as a player. Alston stood at the sidelines, keenly observing Elja, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. He seemed to find the young man from Huagua genuinely intriguing. As their gazes met, a shared smile passed between Elja and Alston. Alston then called out a phrase to Elja, which sounded like encouragement, yet carried a hint of provocation, due to the cacophony of the surroundings. Elja could not discern Alston's exact words. However, he could infer the essence from Alston's lip movements. "Perform well, kid, I'm watching you." This was undoubtedly the message Alston intended to convey. Inspired by Alston's shout, Elja felt a renewed sense of determination. He was resolute in showcasing his skills, not only to secure victory in this match, but also to impress Alston with his prowess. Before the tip-off, Jerome gathered all the players together. He glanced at his teammates, black, white, and of various hues, yet in their eyes shone a shared desire for victory. "Friends, I recognize that we hail from diverse backgrounds and possess different skin tones," Jerome began, his voice soft yet resonant with strength. "However, we share a singular dream, to win this match. Let us unite and fight for that dream." Raising his right hand high, he shouted, "For victory." The others mirrored his gesture, echoing, "For victory, for victory, for victory." Their voices reverberated through the arena, resonating for what felt like an eternity. Just then, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the imminent commencement of the match. Jerome positioned himself at the center circle, poised for the jump ball. The basketball soared from the referee's hand, and Jerome leaped alongside the opposing center, vying for possession. With his remarkable leaping ability and height advantage, Jerome was the first to make contact with the ball, directing it to his teammate. The competition was officially underway. As the match began, Black Dog immediately demanded the ball, persistently seeking to dominate the game single-handedly. Jerome cast a puzzled glance at Elja, bewildered by his decision to acquiesce to Black Dog's demands and foregoing offensive plays in favor of passing. What was his intent? Jerome subtly gestured to Elja, seemingly inquiring for his thoughts. Yet, Elja simply smiled faintly, offering no words. Despite his confusion, Jerome chose to trust Elja and passed the ball to Black Dog. Upon receiving the ball, Black Dog shot a triumphant glance at Elja, as if to say, "Kid, just sit back and enjoy my performance." Elja maintained an expression of indifference, gradually moving about the court, seemingly acclimating to the intensity of the game. True to form, Black Dog showcased his skills, executing a series of impressive dribbles before accelerating past a defender and driving to the basket for an effortless layup. 2-0. Black Dog puts the team on the scoreboard first. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Black Dog's dazzling display. He basked in their adulation, waving to the crowd as he returned to defense, simultaneously flaunting his prowess to Elja. Meanwhile, Elja remained composed, quietly observing the unfolding dynamics on the court and analyzing the opponent's characteristics. He discerned that the players on the opposing team possessed rudimentary skills, lacking finesse. However, they were all tall and physically robust, reminiscent of European players. Their passing was notably swift and straightforward, favoring teamwork, frequently executing cuts and screens. On the defensive end, Elja noted their rapid and efficient passing. They rarely dribbled unnecessarily. Prioritizing immediate ball distribution, they favored pick-and-roll strategies to create offensive opportunities for their teammates. At one juncture, the opponents executed a simple pick-and-roll that thwarted Black Dog's defense, allowing them to score effortlessly. 2-2. The opponents have leveled the score. Following the basket, several players on the opposing team exchanged high fives and encouragement before swiftly returning to defense, exuding a sense of unity. After a few exchanges, Elja had grasped the opponent's tendencies. He realized that his height offered no advantage among these players, most of whom towered over him. It appeared he would need to leverage his physicality to penetrate their defense and create opportunities for his teammates. In the ensuing plays, Black Dog predominantly engaged in isolation plays. He rarely passed the ball, occasionally executing a pick-and-roll with Jerome. Initially, Black Dog's individual skills afforded him some success. However, the opposition soon caught onto their strategy. They began to employ a defensive tactic where one player would guard him while another would apply pressure, effectively wearing down Black Dog's stamina. Under this defensive scheme, Black Dog's performance increasingly faltered, and his shooting percentage began to decline. Chapter 26. Passing without looking. As the match progressed, the Black Dog grew increasingly impatient. His offensive efficiency dwindled, and his mistakes multiplied. On one occasion, while handling the ball beyond the arc, he faced intense pressure from a defender. Despite executing several feints, he could not shake off his opponent's defense. Ultimately, he was forced to take a desperate shot, resulting in a complete airball. On another occasion, during a drive, his opponent intercepted the ball, initiating a swift counterattack. The Black Dog attempted to chase back, but his efforts were in vain, leaving him to watch helplessly as the opponent scored with ease. After several failed offensive attempts, his anxiety became palpable. He began demanding the ball frequently, eager to resolve the issues himself. However, the opposing team's defense was specifically tailored to counter him, employing double-team strategies that denied him any opportunities for a clean shot. His teammates struggled to provide effective support, their limited abilities unable to alleviate the pressure on the Black Dog. Jerome continually urged him to pass the ball and trust his teammates. Talon, share the ball. Share the ball, Jerome shouted. Yet, it seemed the Black Dog was determined to go it alone. He repeatedly attempted to isolate against defenders, only to find himself thwarted time and again. Trust me, Jerome. I can handle this, the Black Dog retorted as he dribbled the ball. Jerome, feeling helpless, frequently set screens for him in an effort to create some offensive space. On one occasion, Jerome executed a high-quality screen, allowing the Black Dog to shake off his defender. After receiving the pass, the Black Dog charged toward the basket, executing a spectacular dunk. However, such opportunities were few and far between. After a few possessions, the opponents adapted their defensive strategy, switching their assignments to counter Jerome's screens. Consequently, the Black Dog once again found himself ensnared in a defensive quagmire, struggling to find open shots and facing arduous offensive sequences. In one instance, he forced his way into the opponent's encirclement, confronted by 3 defenders. He attempted a contested shot, only to be met with a resounding block from the opposing center. The ball flew out of bounds, and the Black Dog tumbled heavily to the floor. Ouch, he exclaimed, rubbing his backside as he complained about the lack of fouls called by the referee. In the subsequent defensive possession, the Black Dog was penalized for a defensive foul due to overexertion. Within a matter of minutes, he had accumulated multiple mistakes, including blocks and fouls, reaching a state of utter disarray. At this point, over 10 minutes had elapsed in the first half, and the Diverse Alliance trailed their opponents by a significant margin. As the opposing team prepared for free throws, Jerome approached the Black Dog, advising him to remain calm. Talon, you must collect yourself. If you continue like this, we won't win the game, Jerome implored. How can I be calm? The Black Dog exclaimed in frustration. Look at them. They're offering no assistance. They promised to help me win EBC, and now look at this deficit. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly pointing at Lu Jia. And him. What is he even doing here? Why isn't he taking any shots? Is he just watching us lose? Jerome was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. It was evident that the Black Dog had been monopolizing the ball, denying Lu Jia any shooting opportunities, yet now he was blaming Lu Jia for not contributing. Talon, Jerome began, but was interrupted by Lu Jia. Jerome, it's all right, Lu Jia replied calmly. In the next possession, I'll take the shot. You'll take the shot? The Black Dog gasped, scrutinizing Lu Jia from head to toe. All right, I'm curious to see what you can do. His tone was laden with skepticism. After the opposing team concluded their free throws, it was the Diverse Alliance's turn to attack. Lu Jia eagerly seized the ball, signaling for his teammates to create space. The audience erupted in excitement at the sight of Lu Jia finally taking charge, eager to witness his performance. After all, he had barely touched the ball for most of the game, running back and forth on the court. Now, he was finally ready to attack. An exhilarating prospect for the crowd. Oh, Lu is about to make a move. Look, he has the ball. This guy is finally going to shoot. I can't wait to see how he plays. The spectators buzzed with anticipation, their eyes alight with excitement. Lu Jia faced a defender who towered over him. Yet he showed no fear. Dribbling the ball, he suddenly accelerated, then executed a sharp stop, immediately followed by another burst of speed in the opposite direction. Maintaining his pace while changing direction, this was Lu Jia's signature move. The defender, clearly unprepared for Lu Jia's rapidity, was easily outmaneuvered, rendered utterly defenseless. Wow, that was incredibly fast. This guy, who seemed to be coasting earlier, has some serious skills. That speed is extraordinary. The opposing players were equally stunned by Lu Jia's agility. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous player could possess such explosive talent. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers as they witnessed Lu Jia's signature move. Lu, Yellow Mamba. Go, go, go. However, as Lu Jia advanced, the opposing defense coordinated effectively. Two players rushed in to contain his drive, attempting to thwart his progress. Jerome, stationed beyond the three-point line, called out for the ball, believing that Lu Jia would struggle to score against such formidable defense. Lu, over here, Jerome shouted, gesturing for Lu Jia to pass. In that moment, Lu Jia executed an unexpected maneuver. He passed the ball without looking. With his right hand gripping the ball and eyes fixed ahead, he suddenly flicked the ball backward. The basketball seemed to possess a mind of its own, weaving past the two defenders and finding a white teammate lurking near the baseline. With the opposing defenders preoccupied with Lu Jia, his teammate was in a completely open position. Receiving the ball, he effortlessly laid it in. What? Jerome gasped, utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Lu Jia could pass, let alone with such subtlety and precision. He hadn't even fully comprehended how the ball was delivered. Did this guy have hidden talents? Jerome pondered. The audience was equally bewildered. They had expected Lu Jia to rely solely on his explosive drive to score, but instead, he had executed a miraculous pass that led to a teammate's score. It was simply unfathomable. Goodness, did you see that pass? It was insane. He didn't even look. The spectators paused momentarily, then erupted into cheers for Lu Jia's stunning display. They felt that not only was Lu Jia's drive electrifying and aesthetically pleasing, but his subsequent pass was also imaginative, leaving them in awe. The opposing players exchanged glances, their expressions filled with astonishment and confusion. They clearly had not anticipated that Lu Jia possessed such remarkable skills. While serving, they were engaged in conversation, seemingly deliberating on Lu Jia's previous pass. This guy can pass too? Indeed, I had completely overlooked how he executed it. We must exercise caution. We cannot focus solely on his breakthroughs. Upon witnessing the opponent's reactions, Lu Jia secretly chuckled to himself. This is merely the beginning. You cannot confine me, he mused. Black Dog, observing Lu Jia's performance, was filled with mixed emotions. He was astonished by Lu Jia's passing ability, infuriated by his previous underestimation, and somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, convinced that he too could achieve greatness. In the next round, Lu Jia employed the same tactic. He once again leveraged his extraordinary breakthrough capabilities, drawing the opposing defense's attention. This time, the defending players were well prepared, swiftly tightening their formation to encircle Lu Jia. To Lu Jia's height, the towering opponents appeared as an insurmountable wall, blocking his path and vision for a pass. However, they were mistaken. Lu Jia executed yet another exquisite pass. This time, he lofted the ball high, soaring over everyone's heads, perfectly finding Black Dog, who was making his descent. Black Dog received the ball and, facing an open basket, effortlessly completed a dunk. Is this even possible? Black Dog was momentarily taken aback, instinctively executing the dunk, only to turn back in astonishment at Lu Jia's pass. Well done. After scoring, Black Dog expressed his gratitude to Lu Jia. The audience erupted in cheers, astonished by the extraordinary synergy between Lu Jia and Black Dog. Wow, Black Dog and Lu. This combination is incredibly powerful. It's simply unbelievable. They have dominated the game. The crowd marveled, exclaiming that they were witnessing a rare and spectacular performance. Chapter 27, Omnipotence. Under the orchestration of Luja, the offense of the Diverse Alliance team flowed with newfound fluidity. They executed several exquisite plays in succession, scoring effortlessly. Numerous possessions featured Luja leveraging his breakthrough prowess to draw defenders, subsequently passing the ball to his open teammates, assisting them in scoring. He even crafted an exceptional opportunity for Black Dog. At that moment, as Luja dribbled through the defense, he attracted the attention of two opponents. Simultaneously, Black Dog made a swift cut to the basket from the weak side. Luja, with remarkable quickness, delivered a bounce pass that landed perfectly in Black Dog's hands. Before him lay a wide-open path, devoid of any defenders. He leapt high, executing a thunderous tomahawk dunk. Boom! The rim reverberated with a resounding crash, igniting the entire arena. Yeah, Black Dog. This is what I've been talking about. The spectators erupted in exuberant cheers, applauding Black Dog's spectacular display. He, too, exuberantly pounded his chest and threw his head back in a triumphant roar. It had been a long time since he felt such exhilaration on the court. Simultaneously, Black Dog was astonished by Luja. He had not anticipated that this young man from Huawa possessed not only exceptional dribbling skills, but also such exquisite passing ability. It was simply astounding. Before the next possession commenced, Black Dog willingly handed the ball to Luja, entrusting him with the orchestration of their offense. "Kid, you control the ball, and I'll move into position," Black Dog said, his tone now imbued with recognition rather than arrogance. Luja accepted the ball, confidently bringing it up the court, prepared to utilize his breakthrough skills to create opportunities for his teammates once more. However, just then, an unexpected mishap occurred. While attempting to pass to a cutting teammate, Luja's delivery went awry, landing directly in the hands of an opposing player. What? Luja was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how he had committed such a glaring error. It dawned on him that he was equipped only with the bronze badge of Magic Johnson, not his full potential. In a competition of EBC's caliber, the badge's effect was commendable. Yet, to establish himself at higher levels, to aspire for the NBA, this badge's capabilities were woefully inadequate. Seeing Luja's blunder, the opponents swiftly launched a counterattack, easily scoring with a layup. "It's all right, Lou, don't dwell on it," Jerome reassured him as he approached. "Just one mistake. You'll bounce back next possession." Even Black Dog came over, giving Luja a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Hey kid, don't get down. It's just a mistake. No big deal. Keep your spirits up and continue to challenge them." Though Black Dog's words were direct, his intent was evidently to encourage Luja. Upon hearing his teammate's support, warmth surged within Luja. He nodded and replied, "Rest assured, I'm fine. I'll make it up next round." The game resumed, with both teams exchanging leads. Under Luja's guidance, the Diverse Alliance team's offense flourished. They consistently scored, gradually narrowing the gap with their opponents. By the end of the first half, the Diverse Alliance trailed by merely 6 points. This outcome brought satisfaction to all, considering they had spent much of the half in a deficit. To reduce the margin to 6 by halftime was an impressive feat during the halftime break. Jiang Qingjie excitedly approached Luja, handing him a bottle of water. "Luja, you were incredible!" Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, his face beaming with a radiant smile. "I never imagined your passing would be so phenomenal. It's simply transcendent. I see the shadow of Magic Johnson in your play." As he spoke, he waved his camera. "I've captured every spectacular moment. These will become invaluable footage. In the future, if you become an NBA legend, this material will fetch a handsome price for me. I'll be counting on you to make it big." Jiang Qingjie joked, his tone filled with hope and anticipation. "Haha, Qingjie, you're thinking too far ahead," Luja chuckled. "But don't worry, there will definitely be opportunities for you to thrive. However, we need to focus on the game at hand first." "Absolutely," Jiang Qingjie affirmed. "I believe in you. You can do it." Surrounding the court, the audience buzzed with discussions about Luja's performance. "Hey, did you see that? That yellow-skinned kid's passing is extraordinary." "Indeed, I read about him on the forum. They say his athleticism is explosive and his playing style resembles Rose's. I didn't expect him to showcase such passing skills today, executing them with such finesse. It's as if he embodies Magic Johnson." The seamless fusion of these two distinct styles within him was simply unbelievable. This yellow-skinned high school student is truly remarkable. As the second half commenced, Luja noticed a shift in the opponent's defensive strategy. They began employing man-to-man coverage on him while assigning others to guard Black Dog and the like, primarily to thwart Luja's passing. Observing their tactics, Luja smirked. "It seems my passing has instilled some trepidation in them," he mused. "But do they think this will contain me? That's merely a fantasy." With the opponent opting for individual defense, Luja felt no need to hold back. He initiated a personal offensive, challenging the opponent's defensive line. This marked the first instance in the game where Luja took the initiative to go one-on-one. The defender assigned to him felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Should he advance to assist? He worried that doing so might leave his assignment open for Luja's pass. What to do? Should I help defend? The defender questioned his teammates. No need, stick to the plan. His teammate replied. Let him handle it himself. Let us see what he can do. Thus, the opponent's defensive player opted for a one-on-one strategy. However, he quickly paid the price for his decision. With a burst of speed, Luja surpassed his defender, charging towards the basket and executing a powerful dunk. Boom! The rim echoed with another thunderous sound, and the entire arena erupted once more. Yeah, Lu. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers, celebrating Luja's stunning display. They were astonished to discover that Luja was not only a masterful passer, but also possessed remarkable one-on-one abilities. This yellow-skinned kid was simply a paragon of versatility. Chapter 28. The Veteran Scout. The opposing team was evidently skeptical, opting to defend Luja one-on-one in an attempt to curtail his performance. However, they soon realized what a grave mistake this was. Luja erupted with fervor. He commenced his personal showcase. Faced with the singular defense, Luja played with remarkable ease, taking what he desired. Whenever an opponent adhered closely, Luja exploited his speed advantage, executing a swift breakthrough to glide past them effortlessly. If they granted him even an inch, he would rise for a clean jump shot, landing it with precision. In one instance, Luja held the ball outside the arc. Confronted by a pressing defender, he feigned a right-side drive, then suddenly executed a behind-the-back dribble to transfer the ball to his left hand. Following this, he accelerated, eluding the defender on his left. After bypassing his opponent, Luja charged towards the basket, leaping high to complete a stunning layup with finesse. In another sequence, Luja possessed the ball at the arc, facing defensive pressure. He performed several between-the-legs dribbles, then executed a sudden stop, retreating before launching a jump shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc, nestling securely in the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the net sent the audience into a frenzy. Lu! 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 MVP! 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 The spectators erupted, cheering for Luja's brilliant display. They even began chanting his name in praise of his exceptional performance. This evening, Luja's shooting touch was scorching. He scored consecutively, swiftly aiding his team in regaining the lead. The opposition, at a loss, resorted to placing a taller player to shadow Luja. Yet, this too failed to impede his prowess. Luja continued to leverage his speed and skill, relentlessly penetrating the opponent's defense, scoring effortlessly. At this juncture, Luja no longer confined himself to mere isolation plays or passing. Instead, he adapted dynamically to the evolving circumstances on the court, orchestrating the opponent's defensive response. He would sometimes penetrate and distribute, assisting teammates in scoring, and at other times, he would take matters into his own hands to secure crucial points. He delivered a spectacular alley-oop to Black Dog, facilitating a remarkable dunk. He executed a precise long pass to Jerome, enabling an easy layup. Additionally, he provided an array of assists to various teammates, enhancing their scoring opportunities. In one play, Luja held the ball at the perimeter, facing defensive pressure. He initiated a right-side drive feint, then suddenly accelerated, breaking through on the left. After evading the first defender, Luja employed a behind-the-back dribble to bypass the second defender who had come to assist. He then barreled towards the basket, confronted by the opposing center, and delivered a clever bounce pass to a cutting teammate, allowing for an effortless layup. In another moment, Luja propelled the ball forward during a fast break. Unfazed by the three incoming defenders, he deftly maneuvered past the first with a change of direction. Accelerating, he evaded the second defender and finally, facing the third, he executed a sudden stop followed by a fadeaway jump shot, smoothly sinking the ball into the basket. Under Luja's guidance, the diverse Alliance team's offense flowed seamlessly, akin to Mercury gliding effortlessly. Despite the opposition's relentless pursuit, maintaining fluid teamwork and consistently scoring, they simply could not contain Luja's brilliance. As the score gap gradually widened, they found themselves powerless to counteract. This sensation was akin to a dull knife slicing through flesh, or as the modern phrase goes, a slow simmer. Yet, the opposing players did not grasp the essence of this slow simmer. For after such a process, there often comes a moment of high heat to intensify the dish's flavor. However, this match lacked that climactic finish. Luja controlled the rhythm of the game from start to finish, executing each possession as if in an uninhabited realm. By the end, Luja was so engrossed in the game that he lost track of time. During a fast break, as he pushed the ball forward and bypassed a defender, he had yet to decide on a layup when the referee's whistle pierced the air. In that moment, Luja momentarily assumed he had committed a foul, bewildered. Turning to glance at the scoreboard, he realized the game had concluded. Ultimately, the Diverse Alliance team triumphed with a comfortable lead of several points. As the game ended, the arena erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The audience celebrated Luja's dazzling performance, showering accolades upon his outstanding display. Lu, MVP, MVP, MVP. That guy is incredible. He is truly remarkable. The crowd's cheers crescendoed, resonating throughout the arena. After the game, Jerome excitedly rushed to Luja, enveloping him in a hearty embrace. Lu, you were absolutely phenomenal, Jerome exclaimed, his face radiant with joy. I knew I had not misjudged you. You are the leader our team needs. As he spoke, Jerome patted Luja's back vigorously. What do you think, Talon? Jerome turned to Black Dog, seeking his opinion. Though Black Dog maintained his brash demeanor, he could not deny Luja's exceptional performance. Humph. I suppose the kid has some skill, Black Dog conceded, albeit begrudgingly acknowledging Luja's prowess. As players exchanged pleasantries, the opposing team approached Luja, offering high fives and admiration. Hey, you were truly impressive. We were unable to stop you. Well played. The opposing players expressed their admiration, clearly acknowledging Luja's talent. Their curiosity about Luja's background was palpable. Where are you from? I've never seen you before. Are you from around here? Upon learning that Luja was a high school student from Huagua, they were astounded. What? You're still in high school? From Huagua? That's unbelievable. They could hardly fathom that a high school student of Asian descent could perform so exceptionally at Rock Park in the EBC League. Some even speculated whether Luja was merely participating in the EBC for fun before entering the NBA draft. Are you here for the draft? Playing in the EBC just for kicks? In response to their conjectures, Luja simply smiled, refraining from elaboration. In the stands, Alston was equally surprised by Luja's performance. Previously, he had only witnessed Luja's explosive and artistic drives, but today he was treated to Luja's exquisite passing, further piquing his interest. Alston eagerly introduced Luja to a companion beside him, his tone brimming with admiration. What do you think, Rodney? I wasn't lying, was I? Alston remarked. I told you this kid is impressive. I brought you here to witness his performance firsthand. The individual beside Alston was named Rodney Hurd. He serves as the director of scouting for the New York Knicks. As Rodney observed Luja on the court, he meticulously noted down his observations in a notebook. You previously mentioned that this young man possesses impressive physical attributes, akin to Derrick Rose, Rodney remarked. However, you did not inform me that his passing skills were equally exceptional. Alston paused momentarily, then chuckled. To be honest, this is the first time I've witnessed his passing prowess. This kid continually surprises us. Nevertheless, as I previously mentioned, his capacity for learning is truly remarkable. Rodney nodded in agreement. As a seasoned scout with over 30 years of experience in the NBA, Rodney Hurd has cultivated a wealth of knowledge and a discerning eye, having identified numerous talented players for various NBA teams. Notably, Rodney has a keen interest in international players, as he believes that the realm of international basketball harbors many promising athletes awaiting discovery. This was precisely the reason Alston invited Rodney to observe the EBC League, hoping he would witness Luja's performance firsthand and provide a professional evaluation. This young man exhibits remarkable strengths, Rodney stated while jotting down his thoughts. He boasts exceptional physical attributes, explosive driving abilities, and, it appears, commendable passing skills as well. The ability to seamlessly blend these two distinct playing styles is indeed rare. I am even at a loss as to whom I should compare him to. However, he swiftly transitioned to address Luja's evident shortcomings. His shooting remains inconsistent. His defense requires enhancement, and his height does not afford him an advantage among NBA guards. At his current level, he is far from meeting the NBA standards. Rodney pointed out several areas needing improvement. Nonetheless, I am genuinely intrigued by this young man, Rodney concluded as he closed his notebook. I will continue to monitor his progress. Chapter 29. Astonishing. A mysterious master from Huagua emerges at Lock Park. Following the conclusion of the match, in a celebratory spirit, Jerome graciously invited everyone to dine at an affordable Italian restaurant. Within the establishment, the group gathered around a large table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The table was laden with an array of Italian delicacies, pizzas, pastas, salads, and breads, presenting a delightful feast. Come, everyone. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate our victory today, Jerome proclaimed, lifting his glass high. Cheers. The others echoed, the sound of clinking glasses resonating joyfully. Lou, you were simply outstanding today, Jerome exclaimed as he savored a slice of pizza. Your breakthrough plays and passes were nothing short of spectacular, especially that no-look pass. I still cannot fathom how you executed it. Haha, it was merely luck, Luja humbly replied. It's primarily due to everyone's seamless cooperation that we were able to produce such an exhilarating offensive display. Do not be so modest, Lou, Black Dog interjected, twirling his fork with pasta. We have all witnessed your prowess. Though I may not be particularly fond of you, I must concede that you are indeed formidable, especially your passing. He added, how come I never noticed this talent before? I've only just developed it recently, Luja chuckled. Thanks to Jerome's guidance. Haha. Do not flatter me, Jerome replied with a smile. I have never taught Lou such passes. That is purely his innate talent. Come, everyone, eat your fill. And if it's not enough, we can always order more. As they feasted on delectable dishes, sipping drinks, and engaging in conversation, the atmosphere remained harmonious. They reminisced about the thrilling moments of the match, shared amusing anecdotes from their lives, and discussed their dreams and aspirations for the future. Laughter and cheer filled the air, making the meal a joyous occasion. After the gathering concluded, the group bid farewell and returned to their respective homes. Luja and Jiang Qingjie made their way back to their shared rental apartment. In the late hours of the night, Luja woke to use the restroom and noticed that the light in Jiang Qingjie's room was still on. The glow from the computer screen spilled through the crack of the door, illuminating the corridor floor. Qingjie, it's quite late. Why are you still awake? Luja inquired as he pushed open Jiang Qingjie's door. I'm editing a video, Jiang Qingjie replied without turning around, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. Despite the evident fatigue etched on his face, his tone brimmed with excitement. Editing a video? What video are you working on? Luja asked curiously. Of course. It's the video from your match today, Jiang Qingjie responded. I assure you, once this video hits the internet, it will surely create a sensation. Luja leaned closer to the screen, catching a glimpse of the footage Jiang Qingjie was meticulously editing. Given that it was 2011, the video quality was not particularly high, appearing somewhat blurry. The editing software Jiang Qingjie employed was also a popular one from that era, its interface looking somewhat antiquated. Moreover, Jiang Qingjie's computer was not of high specification, causing the fan to hum loudly, seemingly on the brink of failure. Nevertheless, Jiang Qingjie remained dedicated, diligently cutting together every exhilarating moment of Luja's performance, pairing it with invigorating music, making it appear incredibly electrifying. Look here, this breakthrough is simply magnificent. Jiang Qingjie pointed at a segment on the screen, his voice filled with enthusiasm. And here, this no-look pass is nothing short of genius. As Luja watched his performance from this new perspective, he felt a surge of wonder. Observing himself from the sidelines, he indeed looked impressive and outstanding. This reinforced his belief in the effectiveness of the system's badges. What do you think, Luja? Isn't it remarkable? Jiang Qingjie boasted. Once this video is released, you are bound to gain fame. Indeed, it is impressive. Luja nodded in agreement. However, Qingjie, don't overexert yourself. You should rest soon. I'm fine. I'm not sleepy, Jiang Qingjie replied. I'll finish editing this video before I sleep. You go ahead and rest. Very well. Do make sure to get enough sleep, Luja said, turning to leave Jiang Qingjie's room. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Qingjie finally completed the video. He gazed at his edited masterpiece with immense satisfaction, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This 3-minute video encapsulated all of Luja's remarkable plays during the match, every frame igniting excitement. Now, Luja is truly going to be famous, Jiang Qingjie mused, his tone brimming with anticipation. He believed that once this video was published, it would undoubtedly create a stir online. Jiang Qingjie navigated to a video-sharing platform named YouTube, one of the most popular sites in the United States in 2011. He uploaded the edited video, titling it with a striking headline, Astonishing. Huahua High School student dominates Locke Park, unbelievable performance in EBC League. Then, he clicked the publish button. However, in the ensuing days, the video's view count remained disappointingly low. Despite logging into YouTube daily to check the video's statistics, Jiang Qingjie found himself increasingly disheartened. How could this happen? Jiang Qingjie lamented. I edited it so well. Why is no one watching? Perhaps it is merely an ordinary EBC group match, Luja offered comfortingly. Besides, I might be somewhat known at Lock Park, but who would know who I am online? True enough, Jiang Qingjie sighed. It seems relying on this video to gain fame is not very realistic. Although he spoke these words, a sense of loss lingered in his heart. He had initially believed that Liu Zhe's stellar performance, combined with his careful editing, would surely cause a sensation online. Yet reality struck him hard, making him realize that matters were not as simple as he had imagined. Never mind, Qingjie, don't dwell on it too much, Liu Zhe said. After all, basketball is a sport that relies on skill, not merely on creating viral videos. Let us focus our energy on the game. As long as we perform well enough, attention will naturally follow. Indeed, you are right, Jiang Qingjie nodded. We should concentrate on the matches. Though he uttered these words, a sense of reluctance still lingered within him. He felt it was a pity that the video he had painstakingly edited would seemingly vanish without a trace. Observing Jiang Qingjie's demeanor, Liu Zhe understood his thoughts. However, he had no better solution to offer, so he allowed him to process it at his own pace. Qingjie, I'm heading out now, Liu Zhe announced. I'm going to practice at Lock Park. All right, take care, Jiang Qingjie replied. After Liu Zhe left, Jiang Qingjie sat alone in front of the computer, gazing at the video with its meager view count, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Huagua, a discussion about Liu Zhe was quietly beginning to unfold. In the basketball section of the largest domestic forum, Hoop, a thread titled Shocking, a mysterious Chinese master appears at Rucker Park, has sparked fervent discussions among netizens. The poster shared a video uploaded by Jiang Qingjie on YouTube, accompanied by the following text: Brothers, you must check this out. I've discovered an astonishing video on YouTube. A Chinese player at Rucker Park has completely outplayed those seasoned players. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him before? Does anyone know? Please share. Upon its release, the post immediately captivated many users, prompting them to click on the video to witness LJ's performance in the EBC League. Wow. Who is this guy? He is incredible. That agility, that speed, simply astounding. And those passes, utterly slick. Is this really a Chinese player? I feel like he is even better than those on the national team. As viewers watched the video, they engaged in lively discussions, all astonished by LJ's performance, while simultaneously expressing curiosity about his identity. Given the limited information regarding LJ in the video and his somewhat indistinct appearance, netizens found it challenging to ascertain his true identity. Who is this person? Does anyone have any insights? Come on, spill the beans. I don't know. I've never heard of such a figure before. Could he possibly be a professional player? Perhaps. It's not typical for an amateur player to possess such remarkable skills. The online community speculated on LJ's identity, yet no consensus emerged. Some users began to extol LJ, asserting that his prowess had reached the level of the national team. This player could definitely compete for the national team. Indeed, he is far superior to those guards who can only shoot. I strongly suggest the national team recruit him. However, some users expressed skepticism, contending that this was merely an ordinary street ball game and did not signify much. Let us not exaggerate. This is just a street ball game. Indeed, street ball and professional basketball are entirely different realms. He might excel on the street, but that doesn't guarantee success in a professional setting. Among the myriad of comments, one stood out as particularly logical, garnering the most likes. I believe this individual might be a player from a professional team who traveled to the United States and decided to play at Rucker Park for fun. After all, typical amateur players don't possess such exceptional physical capabilities and skills. This theory resonated with many who felt it was the most reasonable and logical explanation. Thus, despite the lively discussion sparked by the post, no one connected the figure in the video to LJ, who had recently been dismissed from the national youth team. After all, in the minds of most, LJ was merely a problematic player expelled from the national youth team. How could he suddenly appear at Rucker Park in the United States, showcasing such dazzling talent? That seemed utterly implausible. Chapter 30. The Lone Black Dog. Jerome's Timidity. Though Jiang Qingjie's videos posted on YouTube did not garner significant attention, he remained steadfast in his commitment, attending every match to film, editing tirelessly through the night, and then uploading the results to the platform. LJ, just focus on your game, Jiang Qingjie said, camera in hand. I will capture every brilliant moment of yours. One day, your talent will be recognized by the world. Haha, I'll take that as a good omen, LJ replied with a smile. But, Qingjie, don't overexert yourself. Make sure to rest. It's fine. I'm not tired, Jiang Qingjie asserted. As long as I can immortalize your prowess on the court, every bit of effort is worth it. In the subsequent matches, Elja's performance remained consistently outstanding. He not only scored for himself but also orchestrated the team's offense, creating opportunities for his teammates. Under his leadership, the Diverse Alliance team triumphed over numerous opponents, capturing the audience's attention. They cheered for the trio of Black Dog, Jerome, and Elja, even dubbing them the Three Titans. "Wow, look, the Three Titans are back!" exclaimed the crowd. "This team is simply phenomenal. Their synergy is flawless. LS organization, Jerome's defense, and Black Dog's scoring create an unstoppable force." Indeed, each player brought unique strengths to the ensemble, amplifying their collective power. Whenever the Diverse Alliance team took the court, the audience erupted in cheers and applause, fully captivated by their performance. During games, Elja focused on orchestrating the offense, delivering assists, while Jerome dedicated himself to defense and support, safeguarding the team. Black Dog, on the other hand, was tasked with explosive scoring, utilizing his sharp drives to breach the opponent's defenses. The trio's coordination grew increasingly harmonious and potent. Following the matches, spectators would often approach Elja, requesting photographs. "Hey, El, can we take a picture together? You were incredible out there. I'm a huge fan." Elja was taken aback by the enthusiasm, not expecting to have garnered such a following at Rock Park. This recognition filled him with joy and pride. While Jiang Qingjia's uploaded videos received lukewarm responses on YouTube, they sparked a fervent discussion about Elja's identity across distant Huahua. On the Hoop Forum's streetball section, the thread concerning Elja gained significant traction, with users expressing curiosity about the enigmatic Huahua player and speculating about his background. "Who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him before?" One user pondered. "It's astounding. To perform like that at Rock Park, he must be extraordinary. Could he be from the national team?" Another questioned. "Impossible. I know all the national team players, and he isn't one of them. Doesn't his playing style remind you of someone?" "Who?" "Derrick Rose. His drives are eerily similar. Now that you mention it, he does resemble Rose, but his passing has a touch of Magic Johnson. Indeed, it's remarkable to see those two styles coalesce in one player. If he joined the national team, Huahua basketball would have hope." Various speculations filled the forum. Yet no one connected the player in the videos to the Elja who had been sidelined by the national youth team. After a series of intense matches, the Diverse Alliance team finally advanced to the semifinals. There, they faced a formidable opponent known for their offensive prowess, but relatively weak defense. Elja initially anticipated an easy victory against such a team. However, the match unfolded unexpectedly. Although the Diverse Alliance team ultimately secured a win by an 8-point margin, the journey to the finals was anything but effortless. Elja noticed that Black Dog seemed increasingly impatient, leaning towards individual plays and rarely passing to teammates. Jerome, conversely, appeared to shy away from offense, focusing all his energy on defense and support, seldom taking initiative to score. Even when Elja provided him with a wide-open shooting opportunity, Jerome opted to pass instead of taking the shot. "Jerome, why don't you shoot?" In one sequence, Elja offered Jerome an excellent opportunity for an open three-pointer. But Jerome chose to return the ball to Elja, missing a golden chance to score. I think passing to you is the safer option," Jerome replied, his voice tinged with hesitation. Elja felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing Jerome's response. He was puzzled by the sudden lack of confidence exhibited by his teammate. In the semifinals, due to Black Dog's individualism and Jerome's timidity, the burden of offense fell almost entirely on Elja. He found himself scoring, orchestrating plays, and creating opportunities for his teammates, all while bearing an immense load. Despite the considerable obstacles presented in the semifinals, Elja, harnessing his exceptional individual skills, led his team to victory. His incisive drives and swift fast breaks consistently tore through the opponent's defenses, resulting in easy points. Yet, Elja was not without his flaws. His shooting, particularly from beyond the arc, lacked stability. During the semifinal, his shooting percentage dipped, as he squandered multiple open opportunities from three-point range. Ultimately, it was his ability to penetrate and execute fast breaks that established the team's lead. After the semifinals concluded, Elja reflected on his accumulation of incentive points. Through his stellar performances in the EBC League, he had amassed a significant number of points. Combined with his previous balance, he now held a total of 4,813 incentive points, just shy of the 5,000 points required to unlock a bronze badge. It seems the time has come to unlock a new badge, Elja mused to himself. He intended to unlock a shooting badge to compensate for his inconsistencies in shooting. Among the myriad badges in the shooting category, one familiar name caught his eye: Stephen Curry's three-point shooting badge, bronze, 5,000 incentive points. Without a doubt, if he were to choose, it would be Curry. Stephen Curry, one of the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history, possessed a shooting ability unparalleled in the realm of basketball. Although Curry had only recently entered the league in 2011, his three-point prowess had yet to reach the level he would later achieve. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Curry, in his second year, averaged 33.6 minutes per game, scoring 18.6 points, grabbing 3.9 rebounds, dishing out 5.8 assists, and accumulating 1.5 steals. With a three-point shooting percentage of 44.2. Although the data is already quite impressive, it has yet to reach the pinnacle of his prime. I wonder which phase of Curry's career this badge's capabilities are based upon? Luja pondered with a hint of confusion. He posed his query to the system. Ding. All badge abilities are configured according to the athlete's peak performance. The system provided a clear response. Upon hearing this, Luja felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since the badge is set according to his prime, Curry's three-point shooting badge must be undoubtedly reliable. However, Luja soon sensed an unsettling thought. It is currently 2011. And logically, a player like Curry, who has not yet reached his peak, should not have his badge available in the system's marketplace. Luja mused internally. Why can I unlock Curry's badge now? Furthermore, if I can unlock the badges of future players at this moment, does that not mean I could access their abilities ahead of time? Wouldn't that imply I could traverse a path untraveled by others, leaving them with no options? The more Luja contemplated, the more incredulous he became. For instance, if I were to unlock Luka Doncic's step-back jumper badge now, when Doncic later employs that move, wouldn't it be akin to performing before the legendary Guangong with a broadsword? As this thought crossed his mind, Luja couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized there was no need for astonishment. After all, having experienced reincarnation, what significance does unlocking a future player's badge hold? Since I have this opportunity bestowed upon me by the system, I shall make the most of it and strive to realize my basketball dreams at the earliest. Luja mused to himself. Chapter 31. New York University. As Luja pondered ways to enhance his skills, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find Alston standing behind him. Hey, young man, you played remarkably well, Alston remarked with a smile, his tone brimming with admiration. Your team's performance truly astonished me. Especially you, Lou. Your progress is nothing short of extraordinary. Thank you, Luja replied politely. This is the result of everyone's hard work. Haha. You're quite humble, Alston chuckled. But don't forget, you once claimed you would defeat me. I've kept that in mind. He shifted the conversation, his tone laced with anticipation and a hint of provocation. I have good news. My team has also advanced to the finals. This means we will confront each other directly. Alston emphasized, I will bring my full strength. I won't hold back. You better be prepared for our encounter in the finals. With that, he turned and departed. Once Alston left, Luja felt the weight of his earlier audacity sink in. He had dared to challenge a former NBA player and boldly declared his intention to defeat him. Recalling the one-on-one match where he had been utterly dominated by Alston, a wave of intense anxiety washed over him. I must find a way to rapidly elevate my abilities, Luja resolved. Unlocking the three-point badge is essential for a greater chance of victory in the finals. However, with less than 2 days until the finals, he wondered where he could quickly accumulate enough incentive points. Playing street ball would undoubtedly be insufficient. The time was too short, and the quality of street games varied greatly, making it difficult to earn substantial points. Qingjie, do you know of any high-level basketball games happening in New York these next couple of days? Luja inquired of Jiang Qingjie. High-level basketball games. Jiang Qingjie paused, puzzled by Luja's sudden question. What's the matter? Isn't the EBC finals in 2 days? Are you looking to play in other matches? Luja hesitated, unsure how to explain his possession of a system to Jiang Qingjie. It was such an absurd notion that even if he voiced it, Jiang Qingjie might not believe him. I just want to play a few more games to maintain my form. Luja finally settled on a vague excuse. Oh, I see, Jiang Qingjie said, though he remained skeptical but refrained from pressing further. You're quite dedicated, Luja, he exclaimed. You don't even take this time to rest, opting instead to play. Compared to you, I feel rather inadequate. I think I'll just stick to being a humble agent. That's the right path for me. How about this? I'll reach out to New York University to see if their team has any games you can join, Jiang Qingjie proposed. But Luja, you must be cautious not to get injured before the finals. Your basketball journey is just beginning. Don't let it take an unexpected turn right from the start. Rest assured, Qingjie, I will be careful, Lu Zhi assured him. The following day, Lu Zhi found himself standing in the New York University gymnasium. He surveyed the surroundings, marveling at the advanced facilities that surpassed those he had experienced with the Chinese national youth team. The spacious and brightly lit arena featured a gleaming new wooden floor, with standard basketball hoops at each end, adorned with pristine nets. Various training equipment, dumbbells, barbells, treadmills, stationary bikes, was neatly arranged around the gym, and the walls displayed banners of the university's basketball team's numerous accolades alongside photographs of notable alumni. At that moment, several NYU players were warming up, practicing shooting, dribbling, passing, and engaging in strength training. Witnessing such a scene filled Lu Zhi with deep admiration. The conditions are truly impressive, he mused. It seems Qingjie has some significant connections to arrange this for me. At that moment, Jiang Qingjie stood in a corner of the gym, conversing with a balding middle-aged white man, the head coach of the NYU basketball team, who appeared quite stern. While chatting with Jiang Qingjie, the coach frequently scrutinized Lu Zhi with an assessing gaze. Although Lu Zhi's English was limited, he sensed the coach's skepticism towards him. Yet, he had grown accustomed to such doubt. After all, in the eyes of Americans, Chinese players hailed from a basketball void. In the realm of basketball, skill was the ultimate truth. Only through demonstrating prowess could one earn respect. After a brief discussion with the coach, Jiang Qingjie beckoned Lu Zhi over. Lu Zhi, come here, he called. Lu Zhi approached and stood beside Jiang Qingjie. Coach, this is Lu Zhi, the talent I mentioned to you, Jiang Qingjie introduced. He is an exceptional basketball prospect. The coach nodded, his gaze still fixed on Lu Zhi. Lu Zhi, this is Coach Joe Stafford of the NYU basketball team, Jiang Qingjie added. Hello, Coach. Lu Zhi greeted courteously. Coach Stafford acknowledged with a nod. Once the introductions concluded, Jiang Qingjie turned to Lu Zhi and said, I went to great lengths to secure this opportunity for you. I contacted numerous individuals and navigated several layers of connections to learn about today's training scrimmage. You need to perform well. Rest assured, Qingjie, I won't let you down, Lu Zhi replied. By the way, you truly have some impressive connections, he added, patting Jiang Qingjie on the shoulder with a smile. Haha, of course. You should know who I am. Jiang Qingjie beamed with pride. However, Lu Zhi, I must clarify something. Jiang Qingjie suddenly lowered his voice. I told the coach you're here for a tryout, hoping to join the NYU basketball team. A tryout? Lu Zhi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Qingjie would say such a thing. Yes, a tryout, Jiang Qingjie confirmed. Otherwise, how could a relatively unknown player just show up and expect to play? They wouldn't agree to that. I had no choice but to say it. I even shared the edited game footage with the coaching staff, which is why they consented to give you a tryout. You must seize this chance. Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's explanation, Lu Zhi finally understood. Jiang Qingjie had resorted to this tactic to secure him an opportunity to play. Thank you so much, Qingjie. Lu Zhi expressed his gratitude. Hey, no need for formalities between us. Jiang Qingjie waved his hand dismissively. We are indeed brothers. Your dreams are my dreams. I shall do everything within my power to assist you in realizing your aspirations in basketball. Chapter 32, The Trial Game. Although Lu Zhi had no desire to join the New York University basketball team, he found himself in a situation where he could only make the best of it. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, he thought to himself. He resolved to treat this as a mere training match. After all, his primary objective was to accumulate incentive points. The venue mattered little. Thus, Lu Zhi adjusted his focus from aiding the Diverse Alliance team in their pursuit of the EBC League Championship to maximizing his incentive points during the training session at NYU. Coach Stafford divided the NYU basketball players into two groups, the starting lineup and the substitutes. He initially placed Lu Zhi in the latter, assigning him the role of point guard. Kid, give it your all, Coach Stafford instructed Lu Zhi. Let me see what you've got. Understood, Coach, Lu Zhi nodded in response. The game commenced swiftly. While the NYU basketball team was not regarded as a powerhouse in the NCAA, their skills were commendable. The players exhibited remarkable teamwork and executed their strategies effectively. Nevertheless, Lu Zhi remained unimpressed. After all, he was a seasoned player who had weathered the trials of the EBC League. He had seen it all. Moreover, he possessed the Derrick Rose Athleticism Badge, bronze, and the Magic Johnson Fancy Passing Badge, bronze, two formidable assets. Since I'm merely here to earn incentive points, there's no need for pretense, Lu Zhi mused. Let them witness my true prowess. Consequently, during the game, Lu Zhi unleashed his full potential, playing with unrestrained vigor. He utilized his exceptional driving ability to consistently breach the opponent's defenses, scoring effortlessly. His signature move, an explosive, swift change of direction, left his adversaries utterly bewildered. On one occasion, holding the ball beyond the arc while being closely guarded, Lugia suddenly accelerated, darting past the defender on his right. After eluding the first defender, he executed a behind-the-back dribble to bypass the second who had rushed to help. He then charged towards the basket, leaping high to deliver a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. The rim echoed with a resounding thud, reverberating throughout the arena. Wow, this kid is incredible. Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? The NYU players were astonished by Lugia's performance. They had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable young man with yellow skin possessed such astonishing explosiveness and breakthrough capability. In addition to his scoring prowess, Lugia showcased his exceptional passing skills. He consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to read his teammates' movements, delivering exquisite assists. On one notable play, while driving towards the basket, he flicked the ball behind his head, and the basketball seemed to have a mind of its own, landing perfectly in the hands of a cutting teammate beneath the rim. The teammate effortlessly converted the pass into an easy layup. In another instance, while holding the ball at the perimeter against a defender, Lugia executed a bounce pass through the defender's legs, perfectly finding a teammate beyond the three-point line. The teammate caught the ball and swiftly sank a three-pointer. What an extraordinary pass! How did he manage that? The NYU players exclaimed. This guy not only excels at penetration, but is also an exceptional passer. As the game unfolded, the NYU players were thoroughly impressed by Lugia's passing finesse. They likened his passing to that of the legendary Magic Johnson, infused with imagination and creativity. After several plays, the NYU players were utterly convinced by Lugia's capabilities. They realized that this young man of Asian descent was nothing short of a phenomenon. His agility, passing, speed, and strength far surpassed their own. Under Lugia's leadership, the substitute group managed to dominate the starters, leaving the latter feeling humiliated. How is this guy so strong? His drives are impossible to defend, and his passing is just bizarre. We are the starters. How could we be bested by the reserves? The NYU starters were filled with confusion and resentment, struggling to comprehend how this seemingly ordinary young man had outperformed them. Eventually, one of the NYU players recognized Lugia as the renowned player from Rucker Park. I know him. He's that incredibly skilled player from Rucker Park. What? He's that player? Yes, I saw his game footage on YouTube. He's phenomenal. No wonder he's so extraordinary. He's the mysterious player from China. Upon discovering Lugia's true identity, the NYU players were even more astonished. They began to chatter among themselves, filled with curiosity about him. Coach Stafford, observing from the sidelines, was equally taken aback by Lugia's performance. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man could possess such exceptional basketball talent. Where did this kid come from? Coach Stafford pondered. His drives and passes are remarkable. Furthermore, his athleticism is outstanding. Quickness, strength, and leaping ability. He is a natural-born basketball player. Intrigued by Lugia, Coach Stafford believed that recruiting him to the NYU basketball team would significantly enhance the team's capabilities. Thus, he approached Jiang Qingjie to inquire about Lugia's background. Young man, who exactly is Lugia? Coach Stafford questioned. Which high school did he attend? Does he have an agent? Is he interested in joining a college team? Faced with Coach Stafford's barrage of questions, Jiang Qingjie responded as best he could, providing vague, ambiguous information. Coach, you've seen Lugia's skills. He is undoubtedly a rare basketball prodigy, Jiang Qingjie asserted. If you give him a chance, he will surely astonish you. However, Jiang Qingjie dared not reveal that Lugia had merely come to play a game and had no intention of joining NYU. If Coach Stafford discovered the truth, he might very well expel him from the team. The 10-minute scrimmage concluded swiftly, yet under Lugia's guidance. The substitutes had managed to lead the starters by a considerable margin. This left everyone in a state of disbelief. This guy is simply too strong. Indeed, we are no match for him. His drives and passes are simply indefensible. I never expected an Asian player could excel at basketball to this extent. The NYU players were left in awe of Lugia's remarkable performance, completely captivated by his prowess. Chapter 33. Apologies, my aspiration is the NBA. Coach Stafford was eager to continue his inquiry into Lugia's situation with Jiang Qingjie. My boy, you must tell me honestly, has Lugia trained with any other schools? Coach Stafford asked, his tone brimming with urgency. Does he have a preferred school? What is his level of interest in New York University? Jiang Qingjie hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Coach Stafford's questions. Coach, Lugia, He hasn't made a decision on which school to attend yet, Jiang Qingjie replied vaguely. He is still considering his options. Oh, is that so? Coach Stafford's eyes brightened. He perceived an opportunity. That's splendid, he exclaimed. New York University warmly welcomes Lu Jia. We can offer him an athletic scholarship, along with the best training conditions and competitive opportunities. As long as he is willing to join, everything is negotiable. Coach Stafford spoke enthusiastically, already envisioning Lu Jia as the future star of the NYU basketball team. Rest assured, Coach, I will convey your sentiments to Lu Jia, Jiang Qingjie assured him. However, the final decision rests with him. While managing Coach Stafford's expectations, Jiang Qingjie couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. What am I going to do now? He pondered. Seeing Jiang Qingjie's demeanor, Coach Stafford assumed he was unable to make decisions on his own and needed to consult Lu Jia. Therefore, Coach Stafford resolved to speak directly with Lu Jia. He could hardly wait. He had to recruit Lu Jia swiftly to avoid any prolonged uncertainty. Approaching Lu Jia, Coach Stafford enthusiastically remarked, Lu Jia, your performance today was extraordinary. I have never encountered a player as talented as you. Would you be interested in joining our NYU basketball team? We have the finest coaching staff, state-of-the-art training facilities, and the most passionate fans. If you come, I assure you will realize your basketball dreams here. Faced with Coach Stafford's fervent invitation, Lu Jia was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that his initial intention was to try out for NYU. However, his true aim was not to join the NYU basketball team, but to accumulate incentive points, unlock the Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, and ultimately defeat Alston in the EBC finals. At that moment, he was still a fraction short of 5,000 points and needed to continue playing. Thank you for your kind offer, Coach, Lu Jia replied. However, I wish to play a few more games. More games? Coach Stafford was genuinely astonished. He couldn't comprehend Lu Jia's reasoning. You have passed the tryout. You have demonstrated your capabilities, he exclaimed. Is there anything you are still uncertain about? Not at all, Coach, Lu Jia clarified. I simply feel that I haven't played enough yet. I want to experience more games. Coach Stafford was taken aback by Lu Jia's explanation. It was his first encounter with a player who, after successfully passing a tryout, actively sought to continue playing. What is this kid thinking? Coach Stafford mused, filled with curiosity. Could it be that he wants to better understand his future teammates through these games? Suddenly, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. What does this signify? It indicates that Lu Jia has an interest in New York University. Otherwise, why would he want to learn more about his potential teammates? Coach Stafford felt elated, convinced that Lu Jia's joining NYU was all but assured. Very well, Lu Jia. Since you wish to play more games, continue, Coach Stafford declared. I will arrange for the players to engage in practice matches with you. This time, I will move you to the starting team so you can develop synergy with your future teammates. As he spoke, Coach Stafford patted Lu Jia's shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Thank you, Coach, Lu Jia replied. Thus, Lu Jia continued to participate in several practice matches. However, after completing one game, he realized he still had not reached 5,000 incentive points. Consequently, he approached Coach Stafford again with a request to play more games. Coach, I would like to play another game, Lu Jia stated. Another one? Coach Stafford was genuinely surprised. He had never encountered a player as fervent about competition as Lu Jia. Nonetheless, he did not refuse Lu Jia's request. After all, Lu Jia's performance was exceptional, and he was eager for him to play even more. All right, Lu Jia, let us have another match. However, this will be the last one, Coach Stafford stipulated. Okay, Coach. Thank you, Lu Jia responded. The players of New York University were utterly beleaguered by Lu Jia's prowess. They could not fathom why this young man, with yellow skin, was so extraordinarily skilled. His drives, passes, speed, and strength left them in despair. During the matches, they were utterly incapable of containing Lu Jia, merely watching helplessly as he scored repeatedly and assisted his teammates in doing the same. This guy is simply monstrous. Indeed, we are no match for him. Why does the coach insist on having us play against him? Is this not a form of torture? Who knows? Perhaps the coach thinks we are too weak. The players of New York University murmured among themselves, astonished by Lu Jia's abilities while perplexed by Coach Stafford's arrangements. They began to question whether Lu Jia genuinely wished to join their basketball team. Do you think Lu Jia really wants to join us? I'm not sure. But he seems quite interested in our team. If he truly comes, our team's strength will undoubtedly soar. Yes, with him on board. We might even make it to the NCAA tournament. Still, I find it odd that he insists on playing so much. Who knows? Maybe he simply loves basketball. The players of New York University were filled with anticipation regarding Luja's future, hoping he would join their team and lead them to greater achievements. However, they were also perplexed by his unusual behavior, unable to comprehend his fervent passion for the game. The practice matches continued throughout the morning, leaving the NYU basketball players utterly exhausted. They had never engaged in such a lengthy and intense series of games. Each player was panting, drenched in sweat, and collapsed onto the ground, unwilling to move. Even Luja, a physical marvel, felt a tinge of fatigue. However, Luja felt a sense of satisfaction as, after an arduous morning of competition, he had finally amassed 5,000 incentive points. At last, Luja's heart surged with excitement. He decided to cease playing and not continue any further. Seeing Luja finally stop, Coach Stafford let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he too felt rather bewildered, even somewhat numb. After years of coaching, he encountered a player as exuberant as Luja for the first time. Typically, players come for trials. And after one match, that suffices. Even with a request for an additional game, they might play only one or two more. Yet Luja played an entire morning of matches without pause. Throughout the games, his performance remained consistently outstanding, showing no signs of fatigue, which left Coach Stafford utterly astounded. What perplexed Coach Stafford even more was that, despite expressing his desire to recruit Luja and even offering a sports scholarship, Luja insisted on continuing to play. What could possibly be the reason? Was my message unclear? Coach Stafford began to reflect, realizing that he needed to have a more in-depth conversation with Luja. Approaching Luja, Coach Stafford spoke candidly. As long as you are willing to come, I can assure you that you will receive the best training and development here. If you have any other requests, please feel free to voice them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you. His words brimmed with sincerity and anticipation. Hoping that his earnestness would persuade Luja to join the New York University basketball team. However, Luja's response shocked Coach Stafford. Thank you for your kindness, Coach, Luja said hesitantly. But he faltered, unsure of how to explain his situation to Coach Stafford. A glance at Jiang Qingjie revealed his own helplessness. What should he do? After all, Jiang Qingjie had mentioned coming to New York University for a trial, leading to this unexpected situation. He never anticipated that the coach would take such a keen interest in him. Noticing Luja's expression, Jiang Qingjie realized he had caused trouble and hurried over to clarify. Coach, it's like this, he began, but was interrupted by Coach Stafford. Young man, please hold your thoughts for a moment. I wish to hear Luja's perspective. Coach Stafford's gaze was fixed intently on Luja, eager to uncover his thoughts. Luja, do you have any reservations about coming to New York University? Coach Stafford inquired. Do you believe the basketball program is not at a high enough level for you? It's perfectly fine to express your concerns. We can discuss them together. As long as you are willing to come, everything can be negotiated. No, Coach, that's not what I meant, Luja quickly clarified. I don't think New York University is inadequate. I just what? Coach Stafford pressed. Have you already been in touch with other schools? What conditions have they offered you? Tell me, and I can attempt to match their offers. As long as you are willing to come to New York University, everything is negotiable. Coach Stafford's tone was laced with urgency. He genuinely did not wish to miss out on a talent like Luja. Faced with Coach Stafford's enthusiasm, Luja felt somewhat at a loss. He never expected to find himself in such a predicament. Truly, the greater the capability, the greater the trouble. Coach, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Luja stated. However, I do not intend to join the university basketball team. My goal is the NBA. Upon hearing Luja's response, Coach Stafford was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. The NBA? You mean you wish to enter the NBA directly? Coach Stafford asked, astonishment evident in his voice. Yes, Coach, Luja nodded. That is my goal. This revelation left Coach Stafford utterly flabbergasted. He had not expected such a statement from Luja. It was simply unbelievable. Luja, you cannot be serious? Coach Stafford questioned, still in disbelief. Coach, I am not joking, Luja replied earnestly. I mean every word. I genuinely appreciate your recognition of my talent. But I cannot join the New York University basketball team. I apologize for disappointing you. With that, Luja bowed respectfully to Coach Stafford and turned to leave the gymnasium. Jiang Qingjie quickly offered a brief apology to Coach Stafford before following Luja out. Left alone, Coach Stafford stood in shock, struggling to process the astonishing turn of events. This kid actually claims his goal is the NBA? How is that even possible? He felt a mix of disbelief and disappointment. He had thought he had discovered a basketball prodigy, only to find that this prodigy was, in fact, a dreamer. Inside the gym, the New York University basketball players were equally taken aback by Luja's declaration. They gaped in astonishment, speechless. This guy actually has the audacity to say his goal is the NBA? That's incredibly arrogant. Who does he think he is? What a lunatic. Exhausted, the players sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. They watched Luja's departing figure, filled with a tumult of emotions, shock, confusion, admiration, and disdain. Yet, despite their mixed feelings, they could not deny that Luja was indeed a remarkably unique player. His prowess, confidence, and audacity left a lasting impression on them all. Chapter 34, EBC Finals. On the day of the finals, Luja arrived at Lock Park early. To avoid the embarrassing situation he encountered when unlocking the flashy passing badge of Magic Johnson, which left him unable to experience its effects immediately, Luja decided to come a few hours ahead of time to acclimate to the venue and test the effects of his new badge. However, there was not much to adapt to. After spending so many days there, Luja was exceedingly familiar with Lock Park, almost as if it were his second home. As he stepped into the park, several fans recognized him, enthusiastically greeting him and expressing their support. "Hey Lu, good luck in the finals. We're rooting for you. You're the best." Hearing the encouraging voices of the fans filled Luja with gratitude. He smiled and waved back at them before entering the court. Upon entering, he noticed that the setup at Lock Park was somewhat different from usual. Although there were still several hours until the game began, numerous staff members were busily preparing. The court was adorned with special finals decorations, featuring a massive championship trophy design and the prominent word final, which stood out strikingly. Surrounding the area were sound equipment and personnel adjusting microphones, punctuated by the sounds of testing. Additionally, others were neatly organizing the cheer towels provided by sponsors, stacking them together in an orderly fashion. Clearly, the organizers had gone all out to prepare for this grand event. Seeing such a scene ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Luja. "I must perform exceptionally well," he thought to himself. "I wonder if there are any NBA scouts present today. If they notice me, it would bring me one step closer to the NBA." He scanned the area, attempting to identify any scouts hidden among the crowd. However, after a prolonged search, he failed to spot any suspicious figures. Sigh, perhaps I'm just dreaming. Luja chuckled at himself. At my current level, how could I possibly attract the attention of NBA scouts? It's better to stay grounded and progress step by step. Luja walked onto the court and began his shooting warm-up. The court staff recognized him as a participant in the finals and did not impede him. Instead, they greeted him warmly. He started by attempting a few three-point shots near the arc. While the feel of the shot was decent, his shooting percentage left much to be desired. "Alas, my three-point shooting still isn't up to par." Luja sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. "During regular training, I shoot quite accurately. Why is it so difficult to maintain that percentage in a high-intensity game? I distinctly remember being quite accurate during high school. How did I return and end up like this?" It seems that people always tend to embellish their memories. Luja chuckled at his own self-deprecation. He opened the system panel to check his balance of motivation points. Without hesitation, he unlocked the three-point shooting badge, bronze, of Stephen Curry. Ding. The host has chosen to purchase the Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, requiring 5,000 motivation points. Confirm purchase? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 motivation points deducted. Remaining motivation points, 13. The Stephen Curry three-point shooting badge, bronze, has been equipped. As the system's notification echoed, Luja felt his motivation points diminish by 5,000, leaving him with a mere 13 points. Simultaneously, he distinctly sensed a change in his connection with the basketball. Now, this is the effect a badge should have. Luja felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly wanted to test the power of this new badge. Grabbing a basketball, he positioned himself beyond the three-point line and began shooting. Swish. The basketball arced beautifully through the air, swishing through the net. Swish. Another swish. Swish. Yet another swish. Luja continuously made shots, each one a clean swish. This left him utterly astonished. Indeed, Curry's three-point shooting badge is remarkable. Luja mused. He took a step back, positioning himself even further from the three-point line, and shot again. Swish. The basketball swished through the net once more. Swish. Another hit. Swish. Still another. Luja continued to score, his shooting feeling scorching hot. He kept retreating until he reached near the center circle, then shot again. Swish. The basketball soared in a high arc, yet again swishing through the net. Swish. Another hit. Swish. Still going. Swish. Continuing to score. Lu Jia scored consecutively from near the center circle, only missing his fifth shot. At this point, Lu Jia felt completely at ease. Haha, this is solid. Lu Jia rejoiced in his heart. With Curry's three-point shooting badge, I can be more confident in the finals. Turning around, he noticed the court staff staring at him in astonishment, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Some even began to applaud and cheer for him. Wow, that was absolutely spectacular. This guy is on fire. Did you see that? He made 4 consecutive shots from half court. The staff members buzzed with excitement, marveling at Lu Jia's performance. Realizing the impact of his display, Lu Jia quickly decided to cease shooting to avoid prematurely revealing his secret weapon before the finals. He smiled and exited the court. More than an hour before the game began, Lock Park was already teeming with people, every seat filled. The host stood at the center of the court, microphone in hand, tirelessly stirring the atmosphere. The exhilarating music blasted, invigorating everyone present. The audience, electrified, waved their glow sticks and cheer towels, enthusiastically cheering along with the rhythm of the music. In the players' lounge, thunderous rock music blared from the massive speakers, nearly overwhelming eardrums. Jiang Qingjie leaned close to Lu Jia's ear, shouting, "Lu Jia, I have some fantastic news to share with you." "What good news?" Lu Jia asked loudly, straining to be heard over the cacophony. "Someone contacted me," Jiang Qingjie shouted. "Who?" Lu Jia inquired. "They left a message for me on YouTube, inviting you to join a league," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. "What league?" Lu Jia asked, but due to the overwhelming noise, he couldn't hear Jiang Qingjie's reply. Upon hearing the word league, a wave of intense excitement and anticipation surged within Lu Jia. Could it be the NBA? He pondered. Have NBA scouts really taken notice of me and invited me to play in the NBA? This is simply unbelievable. Is it really true that my thoughts are manifesting? Lu Jia's heart raced, his blood boiling with exhilaration. He felt he was one step closer to realizing his dream. I must perform exceptionally well, he resolved. Let those NBA scouts witness my capabilities. On the other side of the court, players from the Diverse Alliance team were warming up. Lu Jia noticed that today, the Black Dog seemed particularly excited. He continuously dashed and leaped across the court, even showcasing several thunderous dunks. Each slam brought forth a wave of cheers and screams from the audience. "Hey, Tyron, save some energy," Jerome cautioned the Black Dog. "Today's opponents are formidable. Don't squander all your stamina on warm-ups." Jerome's tone was laced with concern, sensing that the Black Dog was excessively exuberant today. What do you know?" The Black Dog retorted disdainfully. "I'm merely warming up, getting my body in motion. This is essential for performing at my peak in the game." Observing the contrasting states of the Black Dog and Jerome, a sense of unease surged within Lu Jia. Why do these two seem increasingly off-kilter? Lu Jia pondered. One is overly exuberant, while the other is excessively worried. This cannot bode well. On the opposite side of the court, Alston and his teammates were also engaged in their warm-up routines. Lu Jia noticed that Alston appeared more serious than ever before. His gaze was filled with focus and determination, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce on its prey. The sight of Alston instilled a sense of caution in Lu Jia. He was acutely aware that today's match would be a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his own warm-up exercises, determined to swiftly enter the competitive mindset for this crucial final. Before long, the time for the match arrived. The announcer approached the center of the court, microphone in hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Rucker Park," he boomed, his voice resonating throughout every corner of the arena. "Today marks the day of the EBC League Finals. Let us extend the warmest applause to the two teams competing for the championship." With the announcer's enthusiasm, the atmosphere intensified. The audience stood, waving their glow sticks and rally towels in support of their teams. "First, let us welcome the Diverse Alliance team," the announcer declared loudly. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the players of Diverse Alliance entered the court one by one. The first to step out was their demolition man, Tyron Williams. "The Black Dog," the announcer introduced him, and the Black Dog raised his hands, greeting the audience to an eruption of applause and cheers. Next came their guardian, Jerome Williams. The announcer continued. Jerome waved to the audience, a shy smile gracing his face. Following that, let us welcome their secret weapon, the extraordinary Lu from Huagua. The announcer introduced Lu Jia, highlighting his explosive athleticism and astonishing passing skills akin to that of a magician. Let us witness the surprises he shall unveil today. The crowd chanted Lu's name in unison, the fervor reaching a fever pitch. Lu Jia waved to the audience, filled with gratitude and excitement. He realized his efforts had not been in vain. "Fortunately, I still have some secret three-pointers up my sleeve," Today's final will showcase my prowess. Luja contemplated. Next, let us welcome their opponents. The announcer elongated his voice, deliberately building suspense. The leader of this team is a legend from the streets of New York. Once known as Skip to My Lou, he is none other than former NBA player Rafer Alston. The announcer's voice surged, igniting the atmosphere instantly. Oh! The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their enthusiasm deafening. Amidst the applause, Alston and his teammates entered the court. Alston waved confidently to the audience, his expression radiating self-assurance. His gaze locked onto Luja's, who met him with unwavering determination and resolve. The real spectacle is just beginning, Luja mused. Chapter 35, Black Dog. Impatient. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the music ceased, and the players from both teams positioned themselves at the center court, poised for the jump ball. For the Diverse Alliance team, Jerome was designated to leap for possession, while their opponents fielded a center slightly shorter than Jerome. Surely, he can win this jump, Luja mused. After all, Jerome possesses the finest height and vertical leap on our team. As the referee tossed the ball high into the air, both Jerome and the opposing center leapt simultaneously to contest for it. To Jerome's astonishment, he found himself unable to surpass his rival's altitude. The shorter center managed to make contact with the basketball first, deftly redirecting it to a teammate. Is this the power of skill? Jerome pondered, surprised by the opponent's prowess. As the match commenced, Black Dog was assigned to guard Alston. Hey, old man, you're past your prime. Black Dog unleashed a barrage of taunts, attempting to rattle Alston's composure. Today, I shall demonstrate who reigns supreme at Rucker Park. Alston, undeterred, dribbled the ball while retorting. Let us see if you've made any progress over these years. Although Black Dog had previously played in the NBA Development League and showcased considerable talent, age had inevitably dulled his athleticism. Conversely, Alston, despite his long retirement, maintained a high level of skill and experience. In their one-on-one encounters, Black Dog found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Alston scored repeatedly, showcasing his formidable individual ability. In one instance, Alston held the ball beyond the arc, facing Black Dog's defense. He executed a deceptive rightward drive, followed by a sudden behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. Accelerating, he slipped past Black Dog on the left side, charging towards the basket for an effortless layup. On another possession, Alston operated from the low post, backing down Black Dog. Utilizing his physical advantage, he bumped Black Dog twice before spinning around for a fadeaway jumper. The ball traced a graceful arc, sinking smoothly into the net with a resounding swish. The crowd erupted in jubilation, chanting, "Skip! Skip! Skip to my Lou!" in celebration of Alston's dazzling performance. Witnessing Alston's consecutive scores, Black Dog grew increasingly agitated. He yearned to respond with points of his own, yet opportunities eluded him. Under Alston's relentless defense, Black Dog's offensive efficiency plummeted, and several forced shots missed their mark. A wave of unease washed over Luja. Why is Black Dog resorting to isolation play again? He wondered. And isn't his matchup with Alston excessively intense? Could it be that Alston is the very opponent he has long sought? At that moment, on the court, Black Dog faced Alston with a heart brimming with resentment and fury. He had exhibited extraordinary basketball talent since childhood, dominating Rucker Park. In his youth, he had clashed with Alston, who had slightly surpassed him in skill at that time. Nevertheless, Black Dog persevered, training diligently to keep pace with Alston's prowess. Eventually, Alston ascended to the NBA, becoming a professional player, while Black Dog toiled in the Development League, scraping by on meager wages and an uncertain future. Despite the hardships, Black Dog had never relinquished his basketball dreams, steadfastly believing that one day he could grace the NBA court, even if only for a fleeting minute. However, a devastating injury shattered those aspirations, severely impairing his athletic capabilities and extinguishing any hope of a professional career. To compound his despair, as an informal Development League player, he bore the burden of his medical expenses alone, an additional hardship for his already struggling family. Yet, even after such a profound setback, Black Dog refused to abandon basketball. He returned to Rucker Park, continuing to play and chase his shattered dreams. Years passed, yet the fire within him never waned. Today, the opportunity to compete alongside Alston reignited his competitive spirit. He yearned to conquer Alston, to prove his worth, and to vindicate the years of perseverance and toil. Thus, he played with reckless abandon, driven by the knowledge that this might be his final chance. As the game progressed, Black Dog's impatience only grew. He incessantly called for the ball, eager to take on Alston, yet he struggled to find favorable opportunities. "Tyrone, calm down," Jerome implored, attempting to reason with him. Pass the ball. Let us play team basketball. Silence. Black Dog brusquely interrupted. This is my battle with him. Stay out of it. On the offensive end, he could not shake Alston's defense, and his shots continued to veer off course. On defense, Alston exploited Black Dog's vulnerabilities, scoring effortlessly through a combination of experience and skill. During one play, Black Dog committed an offensive foul due to an overzealous movement. The referee's whistle only fueled his frustration. Hey, what are you doing? The referee admonished sternly. If you continue like this, I will issue a technical foul. Yet, Black Dog remained obstinate, persisting in his complaints. Once more, the referee blew the whistle, imposing a technical foul on Black Dog. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jerome rushed over to restrain him. Tyrone, please, you must calm down. Jerome urged. If you keep this up, you'll be ejected. Simultaneously, Jerome signaled to the referee, requesting a timeout. Across the court, Alston observed Black Dog with a complex expression, as if he understood Black Dog's turmoil, yet lamented his impulsiveness. During the timeout, Black Dog remained agitated, venting his frustrations and even violently slamming a water bottle. Tyrone, listen to me, Jerome persisted, striving to bring Black Dog back to reason. I know you want to win, but this approach will not secure victory. We are a team. We must work together to triumph. However, Black Dog was impervious to Jerome's counsel, ensnared in his own turmoil. Seeing Black Dog's demeanor, Jerome suddenly shouted, Tyrone, look at the scoreboard. See how far we are trailing. His voice resonated like thunder, startling Black Dog into lifting his gaze toward the scoreboard above the court. The scoreboard revealed a widening chasm of 15 points between the two teams. Upon witnessing this score, the expression of the Black Dog grew increasingly complex. He slowly bowed his head, his eyes filled with a profound sense of loss and frustration. Tyrone, why don't you take a moment to rest on the sidelines? Jerome suggested, his tone softening slightly. We shall manage this game from here. Lou, take the reins of the tempo, he directed towards Lucia. Understood. Lucia nodded in acknowledgement. He noticed a tremor in Jerome's voice, as if he was haunted by some unsettling memory. Chapter 36, a three-pointer. As Jiang Qingjie observed Lucia take the court, he found it peculiar that Lucia did not initiate an offensive play as he had previously. Lucia, why aren't you taking the ball? Jiang Qingjie shouted from the sidelines, waving his camera enthusiastically. You need to showcase your skills. That is how you gain exposure. Lucia nodded, acknowledging his friend's call. With the timeout concluded, the game resumed. Lucia brought the ball to the forefront, commencing the organization of his team's attack. To his surprise, Alston stepped forward to defend him. What is this? Finally brave enough to challenge me head-on? Alston smirked, a hint of amusement dancing at the corner of his mouth. I thought you preferred hiding behind your teammates, too timid to confront me directly. Alston's taunts did little to incite anger within Lucia. He recognized them as a deliberate attempt to rattle his composure. Taking a deep breath, Lucia began to dribble. Instead of opting for a breakthrough as before, he lowered his center of gravity, keenly observing Alston's defensive stance. Alston, instead of pressing Lucia, allowed him a step, closely monitoring every motion he made. He assumed Lucia would rely on his remarkable speed and agility to maneuver past him. However, to Alston's astonishment, Lucia chose not to drive. He suddenly raised his arm, adopting a shooting posture. Alston quickly advanced to intercept, but it was too late. Lucia released the ball from just beyond the three-point line. Swish. The basketball traced an elegant arc, descending flawlessly into the net. A perfect shot. The arena fell silent. Everyone rendered speechless by Lucia's unexpected three-pointer. They had not anticipated him to take a shot from that position, let alone execute it with such precision. Alston stood momentarily stunned, watching the ball bounce beneath the hoop before regaining his senses. What is this kid up to now? He mused. When did he learn to shoot threes? Why have I never seen him employ this move before? Alston was both astonished and perplexed. He had presumed Lucia was merely nervous in his presence, unwilling to drive, and instead flailing in a desperate attempt. Yet here he was, making the shot. Alston approached Lucia, patting him on the shoulder with an approving grin. Well done, young man. That three-pointer was quite impressive. But don't think this alone will defeat me. I advise you to unleash your true abilities. Lucia found Alston's words somewhat puzzling. Haven't I already unleashed my skills? He thought. I came in with my three-point shot as my trump card. Is that not sufficient? What does Alston mean by not playing with full force? As Alston initiated his offensive, Jerome stepped up for defense. Jerome was acutely aware of the significant gap in skill between himself and Alston, yet he resolved to do everything within his power to thwart Alston's scoring attempts. However, his defense appeared somewhat clumsy against Alston's finesse. Alston embarked on a dazzling display of individual prowess. Like a nimble sprite, he darted across the court, shifting directions with agility, dribbling between his legs. The basketball seemed to come alive in his hands, manipulated effortlessly. He executed a jump step to evade Jerome's defense, followed by a behind-the-back dribble that left Jerome disoriented. Despite Jerome's height advantage, he struggled to keep pace with Alston's rhythm, becoming a mere plaything in Alston's hands. Alston continued his mesmerizing dribbling, alternating between hands, then suddenly executed a dramatic front crossover, accelerating past Jerome on his right side. Rather than going for a layup directly, Alston halted abruptly, then performed a step-back jump shot. Swish. The ball nestled comfortably in the net. Woo. Skip. Skip. Skip to my Lou. The audience erupted in cheers, celebrating Alston's spectacular performance. In another round, he used consecutive behind-the-back dribbles to shift Jerome's weight, then swiftly transitioned to his left hand, lowering his center of gravity as he accelerated leftward, evading Jerome before executing a layup. Yeah, the crowd's roars grew even more fervent. Watching Alston's dazzling skills, Jerome could only sigh in admiration. He recognized the vast chasm between himself and Alston. As Alston continued to score, the point differential widened further. When it was Luja's turn to attack, he once again faced Alston's defense. He understood there was no absolute advantage over Alston. Alston chose to give him space, tightly guarding against any potential drive. Meanwhile, Luja's teammates struggled to shake off their opponent's defense. Faced with a lack of passing opportunities, Luja reluctantly opted for another three-pointer. He positioned himself beyond the arc, lifting his arm to shoot. Swish. The basketball once again found its mark. Seeing Luja sink yet another three-pointer, Alston paused momentarily. He was baffled as to why Luja had suddenly become so adept at shooting from beyond the arc. Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Why aren't you driving to the basket? Alston inquired with a chuckle. Aren't you supposed to defeat me? Why shy away from a drive? Alston's trash talk failed to perturb Luja. He merely smiled faintly before preparing for the next offensive round. Once again, Luja opted for a three-point shot. Swish. The ball found the net once more. With two consecutive three-pointers, Alston's intrigue grew. He began to question whether Luja's shots were mere flukes or if he truly possessed shooting prowess. In the subsequent possession, Alston maintained his strategy of giving Luja space, hoping to gamble on the notion that Luja's previous shots were simply lucky. However, this time, Luja's three-pointer did not connect. Clang. The ball ricocheted off the rim, bouncing away. Witnessing Luja miss, Alston exhaled a sigh of relief. As expected, his earlier three-pointers were just lucky shots. He thought, now, I can defend him without hesitation. Frustrated with his missed opportunity, Luja inwardly cursed, damn that bronze badge. It still falls short. It seems I must upgrade to a golden badge as soon as possible. Yet, to Alston's astonishment, during the following offensive possessions, Luja proceeded to sink two more three-pointers in succession. Swish, swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena once again. Now, Alston was utterly bewildered. He could not discern whether Luja's three-point shots were mere luck or if he genuinely possessed the skill. Doubts began to creep into Alston's previous judgments. As the rhythm of the game transformed into Alston's exhibition of dazzling dribbling against Luja's relentless three-point barrage, the two individuals engaged in a fierce contest on the court, each unwilling to yield an inch. With every offensive maneuver, waves of applause erupted from the audience. The spectators grew increasingly astonished, never anticipating that Elja had unveiled yet another skill, truly enigmatic in its nature. Chapter 37, The Quarrel. In the ensuing rounds, Alston began to showcase his formidable individual prowess. Drawing upon his extensive competitive experience and exceptional basketball skills, he consistently scored, leaving Jerome utterly defenseless. During one offensive play, Alston executed a series of deft crossovers, shifting Jerome's center of gravity, and then, with a sudden burst of speed, he surged past Jerome on his right side. Jerome attempted to keep pace, but his footwork could not match Alston's velocity, rendering him a mere spectator as Alston effortlessly laid the ball into the hoop. Now, that's how you play, Alston remarked to Jerome, his tone dripping with disdain. On another occasion, Alston held the ball beyond the three-point line, facing Jerome's defense. He first feigned a leftward drive, then abruptly retreated, leaping to shoot. Jerome rushed to block, but was a moment too late. Alston's release was lightning fast. By the time Jerome realized it, The basketball had already traced a graceful arc and settled securely through the net. The crisp swish of the net sent the crowd into a frenzy. Jerome found defending Alston increasingly taxing. Each attempt felt akin to wrestling with a relentless beast, leaving him utterly exhausted. In one instance, Jerome's overzealous defense led to a foul call from the referee. This incident further instilled a sense of trepidation in Jerome, making him hesitant to commit to aggressive defense. In stark contrast, Alston grew bolder, even beginning to display an array of visually stunning street ball maneuvers. In one play, while dribbling past Jerome, Alston tossed the ball over Jerome's head, maneuvered around him, and caught the ball mid-air for an easy layup. The audience was left in awe, unable to fathom that Alston would score in such a flamboyant manner. Jerome, feeling utterly humiliated, sensed his dignity being trampled by Alston, and with his confidence steadily eroding, he was thrown into disarray. Observing Jerome's deteriorating state, Luja knew he could no longer remain passive. He approached Jerome and said, "Jerome, take a breather. I'll defend Alston." "All right." Jerome hesitated before nodding, recognizing his current condition was inadequate to halt Alston's onslaught. Luja stepped in to replace Jerome, fully aware of Alston's formidable capabilities. He understood that he had to exert himself to the utmost to keep pace with Alston. With the enhancement of the Rose Athletic Ability Badge, Luja experienced a significant boost in both speed and explosiveness, allowing him to barely keep up with Alston's pace. Yet, despite Luja's earnest efforts, he found it impossible to completely curtail Alston's performance. Alston continued to capitalize on his vast experience and impeccable technique, scoring relentlessly. During one defensive play, Alston executed a dramatic change of direction, completely unbalancing Luja, and then easily finished with a layup. As Luja watched the basketball swoosh through the net, he couldn't help but marvel. NBA players truly live up to their reputation. Even in retirement, they remain this formidable. It seems I still have a long way to go. However, Luja did not succumb to despair. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reinvigorated himself for the offensive play. When it was Luja's turn to attack, he found himself once again confronted by Alston's defense. Realizing Luja's proficiency in three-point shooting, Alston began to closely guard him, denying him any space to shoot. Aware that he needed to alter his approach, Luja resolved to drive to the basket. He executed a series of crossovers before suddenly accelerating to break right. Alston swiftly moved to intercept his path. Instead of forcing the drive, Luja performed a behind-the-back dribble, transferring the ball to his left hand. He then lowered his center of gravity and accelerated leftward once more. Alston clung closely to Luja, providing no opportunities. Although Luja could not break through, he adeptly used his driving ability to draw Alston's attention, creating a passing opportunity. Luja delivered the ball to the cutting Jerome. At that moment, Jerome found himself unguarded just 3 steps from the basket, perfectly positioned for an easy layup. "Dunk it, Jerome. Dunk it. Boost our morale," Luja shouted, hoping Jerome would seize the moment to regain his confidence. Yet, to Luja's disappointment, Jerome hesitated. Instead of opting for a dunk, he chose a stationary jump shot. Clang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim and bounced away. Sigh. Luja let out a resigned breath. He sensed that Jerome's condition was wholly off. Not just Jerome, but Black Dog's performance was also noticeably lacking. Both had lost their usual composure and confidence, becoming increasingly impatient and flustered. If we cannot help them regain their form, we are truly in jeopardy, Luja pondered. As the first half concluded, owing to Luja's consecutive three-pointers, the Diverse Alliance team managed to narrow the deficit to just 10 points. In the break area, Black Dog, having witnessed Luja's performance, was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to confront the harsh reality. Luja was indeed superior. His precise three-point shooting and fluid offensive skills left Black Dog feeling inadequate. Am I truly past my prime? Black Dog mused, his eyes filled with confusion. Although he recognized that his abilities had waned over the years, the fire within him remained unquenched. He still yearned to step onto the court and confront Alston, eager to prove that he could still fight and uphold the dignity of Rucker Park. During the halftime break, Jerome attempted to persuade Black Dog to remain calm. "Tyrone, you need to keep your cool," Jerome said. "Look at your current state. If this continues, we will surely lose the game. Mind your own business." Black Dog snapped, interrupting Jerome. "I know my own situation. I must play. I want to face Alston. But you cannot possibly contend with Alston in your current condition," Jerome argued. "You will only harm the team, not help it." Black Dog's anger intensified upon hearing Jerome's words. He pointed a finger at Jerome, shouting, "Do you look down on me? Do you think I lack the ability to defeat Alston?" "I do not disdain you," Jerome countered. I merely feel that you are too impulsive. You cannot think clearly. I want to win too, but not like this. We are a team. We should strive together, not resort to your solo antics. And look where that has led us, still trailing. Black Dog retorted, gesturing toward Luja in the distance, his frustration palpable. Can't you give me a single chance? Do you believe he is stronger than I am? Isn't the current deficit a result of your reckless play at the start? Jerome shot back, equally incensed. Can't you reflect on this? How does your behavior benefit the team? You simply cannot bear to see Alston surpass you. Jerome continued. In their youth, he and Alston were inseparable friends on the court, yet now he found himself trailing far behind Alston. Even after Alston's ascendance to the NBA, Jerome could not forget him. Upon hearing Jerome's words, Black Dog's face contorted with a mixture of anger and resentment. Grasping Jerome's jersey tightly, he exclaimed, "This may be my only chance. This is the greatest opportunity of my life, and I refuse to let it slip away. I refuse to lose." The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. He clutched Jerome's collar with a grip of despair, his eyes filled with hopelessness and sorrow. However, your actions are detrimental to the team, Jerome retorted, his voice quivering slightly. We are a team. We ought to stand united rather than engage in self-destructive conflict. The altercation between Black Dog and Jerome drew the attention of everyone around them. Spectators began to murmur and speculate about the nature of their dispute. Some even raised their voices in an attempt to counsel the two, urging them to calm down. The resting area was instantly engulfed in chaos. Chapter 38, The Team Leader. As Luja observed the chaotic scene before him, a surge of anger ignited within him. He charged forward, forcibly separating Black Dog and Jerome. Are you two intent on bickering, or are we here to win the game? Luja demanded loudly. Black Dog glared at Luja, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. He recognized that his recent actions had indeed harmed the team, yet the bitterness in his heart prevented him from calming down. Do you think I'm unaware of my reckless playing? Black Dog panted. But I can't stand losing. I simply refuse to accept it. Luja pointed at the scoreboard. We're only 10 points behind. Is that too much? It's not. Those 10 points were earned one by one through my effort. Do you genuinely want to win? He asked, locking eyes with Black Dog. Then give me the ball. Let me handle it. If you're dissatisfied, prove your worth by beating me first. Luja's words left Black Dog utterly astonished. He stared at Luja, the young man from Huagua who had once defeated him. His chest heaved, and his breath quickened. He wanted to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Am I truly inferior to him? Black Dog questioned himself. Am I really getting old? After a moment, Black Dog's fury finally subsided. He sighed heavily, his tone filled with resignation. All right, I admit it. You are stronger than me, he said, his voice low and hoarse with frustration. I really don't want to play anymore. With that, Black Dog lowered his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Seeing Black Dog's state stirred a pang of compassion in Luja, despite Black Dog's difficult demeanor. His passion for basketball is truly admirable, Luja thought. Listen closely, Black Dog, Luja stated firmly. I will not allow you to abandon this game. I will create the best opportunities for you to defeat Alston. We need your breakthroughs and explosiveness. You must step up. Black Dog raised his head sharply, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. He stared at Luja, as if silently asking, Why are you doing this for me? Did you hear me? Luja shouted. Black Dog blinked, regaining his composure, and nodded vigorously. Hope reignited in his eyes. Good, now go to the side and calm down, Luja instructed. He then pulled Jerome aside. Jerome, I must ask, why have you suddenly lost your confidence? Luja asked straightforwardly. You can dunk. Why opt for a jump shot instead? Jerome hesitated, then managed a wry smile. I once played in the NCAA. Back then, I was the core player of my team. However, in a crucial match, I faltered and missed several key shots. The coach still unconditionally trusted me and let me continue, but I never regained my form, and ultimately, we suffered a crushing defeat. After the game, seeing my teammates in tears, I felt I had betrayed their trust. Since then, I have lived in guilt. I can no longer dare to shoot, fearing I would let everyone down again. Jerome's voice was low, resonating with disappointment and anguish. So now you only think about passing, focusing on defense and support? Luja inquired. Yes, Jerome nodded. Then embrace the role of a blue-collar player, Luja suddenly declared. Blue-collar? Jerome looked at Luja, puzzled. Exactly. By becoming a blue-collar player, you relieve yourself of psychological pressure. Luja replied with a smile. Remember, your job is to defend and support. Then wait for me to pass you the ball for an easy dunk. You have no offensive pressure, Just do what you need to do. And what about you? Jerome asked. Don't you feel any pressure? Of course I do. Luja responded. Do you know why a Huagua person traveled thousands of miles here? Was it to win games? To become a streetball star? No, none of that. My goal is to play in the NBA. I have to win, or I have nothing. That's why I am the core of this team. Without me, you can accomplish nothing. Luja asserted with a confident and proud tone. And if that were not the case, why did you choose to team up with me in the first place? Luja asked, casting a smile at Jerome. Jerome was taken aback, gazing at Luja with surprise and admiration. Suddenly, he laughed, feeling a heavy weight lift from his heart. He had rediscovered his place and regained his confidence. Thank you, Lu. Jerome expressed gratefully. However, Jerome, remember this. When the core passes you the ball for a dunk, you had better make that shot. Luja reminded him with a grin. Rest assured, Lu, I will make that dunk, Jerome declared, thumping his chest confidently. As the second half of the game was about to commence, Luja, Jerome, and Black Dog returned to the court. In the stands, Jiang Xingjie observed the scene he had just captured on camera. The footage showed Luja pulling apart Black Dog and Jerome, engaging them in conversation. Luja's gaze was resolute, his tone steady, brimming with confidence and strength. Every movement, every expression he made resembled that of an experienced team leader, exuding charisma. Wow. Jiang Xingjie marveled at the footage, astonished. This guy Luja possesses such potential? He is remarkably eloquent and capable of soothing others' hearts. When did he transform into a team leader? It seems I underestimated him. Jiang Xingjie mused, his eyes filled with surprise. He believed this moment would undoubtedly become a classic segment in Luja's career and would resonate with countless fans. This scene has to be included in the video. Jiang Xingjie thought. It's bound to go viral. It has to. Standing on the court, Luja gazed forward with determination. His heart swelled with fighting spirit and conviction. If not for my reincarnation and the wealth of experience I possess, I would have been utterly lost in handling such a situation, Luja pondered. People often only see the glamour and glory of success in basketball, neglecting the harsh realities and struggles hidden behind the scenes. More individuals, like Black Dog and Jerome, are filled with passion yet ultimately face failure for various reasons. However, even the defeated harbor their own love and dedication, along with their dreams and aspirations. What I can do is help them rediscover their worth and reignite the fire within their hearts. As the match commenced, the possession remained firmly in the hands of the Diverse Alliance team. Luja, with the ball in hand, advanced to the front court, once again confronting Alston's defense. Alston had just witnessed Luja's calming interaction with Haigyu and Jerome, leaving him somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this seemingly shy young man possessed such formidable leadership skills, effortlessly resolving the discord among his teammates. This is hardly something a mere high school lad could achieve. Alston mused. It appears I can no longer underestimate him. However, despite his newfound respect for Luja's capabilities, Alston was not one to concede easily. He remained resolute in his determination to thwart Luja's scoring attempts. Mere words would not win a basketball game. With a smile directed at Luja, Alston remarked, I advise you to rely on your abilities to prove yourself. I will demonstrate to you that on the court, only skill holds true significance. Chapter 39. The score surges. Elja gazed at Alston, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He chose to disregard Alston's taunts, instead focusing intently on the dynamics of the game unfolding before him. He observed that Black Dog was actively maneuvering, striving to shake off his defenders. Witnessing Black Dog's spirited determination, Elja felt a flicker of relief within. He recognized that Black Dog had regained his composure and rediscovered his rhythm in the game. Are you certain you wish to continue matching up against me? Elja inquired of Alston, suddenly breaking the silence. Perhaps you should dedicate more of your energy to defending my teammates. Alston momentarily appeared perplexed, unable to comprehend Elja's intent. Just then, Elja executed a passing motion. Contrary to Alston's expectation of a drive, he swiftly delivered the ball. With a resounding swish, the basketball sailed through the fingertips of several defenders, accurately soaring toward the basket. It turned out that Black Dog was entangled with an opposing defender. Employing his speed and strength, he finally broke free and darted into an open space. He raised his hands high, signaling for the ball. At the moment the basketball landed in Black Dog's grasp, he leaped skyward. A powerful alley-oop dunk. The rim reverberated with a thunderous crash, igniting the arena into a frenzy. Yeah, Black Dog. He*s back. The audience erupted in ecstatic cheers, awestruck by Black Dog's spectacular performance. They were once again treated to his electrifying dunks, rekindling the wild fervor he embodied. As Black Dog re-entered the fray, executing such an exquisite offensive play, the atmosphere surged with exhilaration. Alston finally grasped the meaning behind Elja's earlier words. "This kid is indeed remarkable," Alston mused. "He possesses the uncanny ability to deftly orchestrate his teammates and leverage their talents to pose a threat to me." Realizing he must alter his strategy, Alston understood that he could no longer concentrate solely on defending Elja. He needed to shift his focus toward containing Elja's teammates, preventing them from seizing additional scoring opportunities. "All right, I concede. You do possess some skill," Alston remarked to Elja. "However, I know you are the most significant threat." In the ensuing possessions, Elja continued to facilitate the ball, orchestrating his teammates' movements. Black Dog remained relentless, seeking openings with remarkable speed and explosive power, leaving his opponents bewildered. In one sequence, Elja dribbled through the defense, drawing the attention of two defenders before delivering a pass to the cutting Black Dog. Upon receiving the ball, Black Dog surged toward the basket, completing yet another breathtaking dunk. "Yeah, Black Dog is on fire." The crowd roared, celebrating Black Dog's stellar performance. In the following possession, Black Dog again found himself in an open position. Elja executed a precise bounce pass, delivering the ball to Black Dog. After receiving the pass, Black Dog utilized a feint to shake off the defender, effortlessly scoring with a layup. Under Elja's orchestration, the Diverse Alliance's offense flourished, flowing seamlessly. They scored consecutively, quickly leveling the score and even taking the lead. Observing the shift in momentum, Alston felt a twinge of astonishment. Is this kid truly a high school student? Alston pondered. How can he possess such formidable leadership skills? How could he so effortlessly control Black Dog, who had just moments ago been so volatile? Alston recalled the earlier incident where Black Dog had quarreled with his teammates off the court. He recognized Elja's strategies as exceptionally sophisticated. "It appears I can no longer afford to play games with him," Alston resolved, acknowledging that he must summon his true abilities to secure victory in this match. He began to modify his approach, abandoning flashy street ball maneuvers in favor of efficient traditional point guard play. On offense, Alston utilized his experience and skills to continually seek scoring opportunities. His dribbling became steadier, his passing more precise, as he opted for safer scoring methods. On defense, he placed greater emphasis on team defense, employing screens to restrict Elja's penetrations and shots. "Screen," Alston called out. His teammates swiftly moved to set a high-quality pick for him. Alston maneuvered around the screen, evading Elja's defense, and executed a sudden jump shot, sinking the ball smoothly into the hoop. In another possession, Alston again called for a screen. He utilized the pick, breaking through Elja's defense, and surged toward the basket for another score. "Yeah." The crowd once again erupted in cheers for Alston's remarkable display. As the game reached a fever pitch, the score fluctuated as both teams battled fiercely, neither willing to yield. On defense, Alston began attempting to assist his teammates with double teaming, aiming to limit Elja's impact. However, whenever Alston opted to assist, Elja would showcase his precise three-point shooting prowess. The moment Alston relaxed his defense, Elja seized the opportunity, decisively launching from beyond the arc. Swish, swish, swish. Each three-pointer pierced the opponent's defense like a blade, leaving Alston feeling increasingly cornered. If he defended Elja, he would create openings for others, fracturing his team's defense. If he eased off, he would watch helplessly as Elja continuously sank three-point shots. "Hey, old man." Elja smiled at Alston. "Why do you still refuse to guard me? Are you truly unafraid of my three-point shooting?" Hearing Elja's taunts, Alston felt a deep sense of frustration. He realized Elja was deliberately provoking him. Yet, he found himself powerless if he chose to tighten his defense on Elja. Black Dog would capitalize on the situation, scoring effortlessly. Conversely, if he eased his defense, Elja would exploit his precision shooting, leaving him defenseless. "Black Dog, screen," Elja shouted. Black Dog swiftly moved to set a pick for Elja, utilizing the screen. Elja evaded Alston's defense and quickly passed the ball to the open Black Dog. Receiving the pass, Black Dog charged toward the basket, once again executing an impressive dunk. Yeah, the audience was once more ignited by Black Dog's dunk, cheers reverberating throughout the arena. With the seamless synergy between Elja and Black Dog, the Diverse Alliance's offense became increasingly unstoppable. They scored consecutively, swiftly reclaiming the lead and gradually extending their advantage. As Alston observed the developments on the court, he was filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated Elja's rapid adaptation to the game's tempo and his remarkable agility in making adjustments. Is this kid truly a high school student? Alston mused. How can he possess such profound basketball intelligence? Is he a basketball prodigy? Alston's mind swirled with doubt and astonishment. He understood that he could no longer allow Lugia to continue his impressive performance. He had to take action to prevent the Diverse Alliance team from scoring further. After Lugia made yet another three-point shot, the lead of the Diverse Alliance team expanded to 12 points. Good heavens! It was unbelievable. They were on the verge of victory. The audience erupted with fervor, cheering for Lugia's splendid display and applauding the flawless teamwork of the Diverse Alliance team. They never anticipated that the Diverse Alliance team could stage such a formidable comeback. At that moment, with just over 3 minutes remaining in the match, Alston called for a timeout. In the break area, Black Dog excitedly high-fived Lugia in celebration, then enthusiastically embraced Lugia's shoulders, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. I never doubted your talent. I admit, I underestimated you." Though Black Dog's tone remained coarse, his face radiated excitement and admiration. "Not bad," Lugia replied calmly. His gaze fixed on Alston in the opposing team's break area. He observed Alston conferring tactical strategies with his teammates. Lugia was acutely aware that defeating a former NBA player was no simple task. The game is far from over, Lugia thought, his eyes brimming with vigilance and determination. Chapter 40, 51 seconds. The pause has concluded, and both teams return to the court. To Lugia's astonishment, Alston is resolutely shadowing him, adhering to him like a piece of chewing gum, allowing him no respite. Alston's defensive intensity is formidable. He employs his extensive experience and remarkable defensive skills to continually disrupt Lugia's dribbling and passing. Lugia feels an immense defensive pressure and finally comprehends the true essence of NBA-level defense. It seems Alston is genuinely serious now. Lugia muses, "To be subjected to such tight defense is a testament to my progress." Despite possessing Derrick Rose's athleticism badge, he finds it exceedingly difficult to shake off Alston's relentless pursuit. Alston's footwork is exceptionally swift, and his defensive awareness is impeccable, always predicting Lugia's next move with uncanny accuracy. He stands before Lugia like an insurmountable wall, rendering any advance nearly impossible. The spectators are taken aback to witness Alston personally defending Lugia so closely. They never anticipated Lugia's prowess would warrant such attention from Alston. Wow, what is happening? Alston is personally guarding Lugia. This just got serious. The crowd buzzes with curiosity and excitement. Faced with Alston's stringent defense, Lugia feels a sense of helplessness. He attempts various strategies to elude Alston's grasp, but fails miserably. Even receiving the ball becomes a daunting challenge. During one inbound play, Lugia maneuvers in the backcourt, striving to receive a pass. However, Alston, like a shadow, closely tailors his every move, denying him any opportunity to catch the ball. With no chance of receiving the pass, Lugia can only shout, "Black Dog. Pass it to someone else." Upon hearing Lugia's call, Black Dog swiftly relays the ball to Jerome. Yet, under the weight of psychological pressure, Jerome falters at the moment of reception, losing possession and allowing the opposing team to intercept. "What the heck?" Jerome laments, smacking his forehead in frustration. Following the successful steal, the opponents swiftly launch a counterattack, scoring effortlessly. At this moment, the score gap narrows to just 10 points. Witnessing this turn of events heightens Lugia's alertness. He realizes that their consecutive scoring has provoked Alston to take the game seriously. He understands that this marks the true challenge. The most arduous moment has arrived. In the ensuing plays, Lugia remains unable to break free from Alston's tenacious defense. He feels like a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, brimming with potential yet unable to unleash it. He tirelessly runs, seeking to escape Alston's entanglement, but to no avail. Unable to receive the ball, Lugia can only watch as Black Dog dribbles past half court. Although Black Dog wishes to pass to Lugia, Alston's staunch defense leaves him bereft of any viable passing options. Reluctantly, Black Dog is compelled to initiate the offense himself. However, the opponent's defensive pressure renders his efforts increasingly challenging. His drives become more arduous, and his shots more erratic. During one play, Black Dog attempts to forcefully penetrate the opponent's defense but finds himself closely matched. Unable to evade the defense, he is forced into a desperate shot. Clang! The basketball strikes the rim and bounces away. In another play, Black Dog stands just beyond the three-point line, facing intense defensive pressure. He attempts a shot, but due to the hurried nature of his release, the ball veers off course. Swish! The basketball arcs in an odd trajectory and sails out of bounds. Witnessing Black Dog's failed attempts only deepens Lugia's anxiety. He knows that this is the team's most challenging moment. They must devise a strategy swiftly to break the deadlock. Don't worry, Lou, Jerome reassures him. We will find an opportunity. Despite his words, Jerome's tone betrays a sense of anxiety. He understands they are teetering on the edge of a precipice. A misstep could send them plummeting into despair. In the subsequent offensive plays, the Diverse Alliance team commits several mishaps. Their passes are intercepted, their shots clang off the rim. And they even incur a traveling violation. The opponents seize the opportunity to initiate consecutive fast breaks, scoring with ease. The score gap gradually diminishes. And they even take the lead. Luja casts furtive glances at the scoreboard above the court, watching as time ticks away while the score disparity shrinks. His heart races with urgency. He must find a way to shake off Alston's defense and regain control of the game's tempo. However, Alston's defense is impenetrable, akin to a fortress, leaving Luja at a loss. Alston's taunts grow more frequent and aggressive. What's wrong, kid? Alston grins at Luja. Weren't you supposed to defeat me? Why aren't you attacking? Look at you now, like a headless fly flailing about. Seems your fighting spirit isn't so grand after all. Alston's banter ignites Luja's competitive fire. He refuses to be subdued by Alston any longer. He must find a way to breach Alston's defense and reclaim the rhythm of the game. In one play, Alston utilizes a screen to evade Luja's defense. He then steps beyond the arc and releases a jumper. Swish. The basketball sails through the hoop. Alston's consecutive points propel his team ahead, granting them a 2-point lead. The Diverse Alliance team finds themselves once again in a precarious position. With only 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in the match, the outcome hangs in the balance. The Diverse Alliance team prepares to inbound the ball. The audience, witnessing yet another score reversal, erupts in jubilation. They are captivated by the intensity of the game, as if they themselves are part of the fierce contest. Goodness, this match is incredible. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. The score keeps alternating. The crowd cheers wildly, their emotions ebbing and flowing with the game's tempo. In the stands, Jiang Qingjie holds his camera aloft, capturing every thrilling moment of the match. Yet, concern etches his features. Despite Luja's burgeoning fame, with countless fans rallying behind him at Rock Park, Jiang Qingjie still hopes for a satisfying conclusion to this EBC League tale. He silently prays for Luja to lead the team to victory. On the court, Luja is engulfed in urgency. He glances at Jerome and notices his strained expression, palms slick with sweat. He knows this is the team's most arduous juncture. They must break the deadlock post-haste. Luja dribbled forward once more, attempting to break free from Alston's staunch defense. Yet he found himself thwarted at every turn. Alston stood before him like an impenetrable wall, leaving Luja with no means to surpass him. He felt his speed and skill rendered insignificant against Alston's formidable presence. At one point, in the midst of a sprint, Luja collided with Jerome, and both nearly lost their balance. No, I can't continue like this, Luja thought to himself. I must devise a new strategy to escape Alston's grip. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Luja's mind. He conceived a plan. He immediately signaled to Jerome, indicating that he should follow his lead. Jerome, comprehending Luja's intent, began to jog slowly from the backcourt towards the front, fulfilling his role as a blue-collar player. Observing Jerome's deliberate pace, Alston felt a twinge of confusion, unsure of Luja's intentions. In that instant, Luja surged forward, slipping past Alston's side. He maneuvered around Jerome, initiating a series of circular movements. Taken aback by Luja's sudden acceleration, Alston rushed to intercept. But he was impeded by Jerome's towering figure. Luja capitalized on Jerome's screen, successfully evading Alston's defense. Alston was taken aback. This kid possesses quite the skill, he mused. How did he suddenly think to utilize a screen to elude my defense? Is he truly just a high school student? Upon shaking off the defense, Luja promptly received a pass from his teammate. Alston quickly adjusted his defensive strategy, closely shadowing Luja in an attempt to curtail his offensive maneuvers. However, Luja no longer engaged in a head-on confrontation with Alston. Instead, he began to leverage Jerome's screens, continuously altering his running routes. He circled around Jerome, making it difficult for Alston to maintain close defensive pressure. Jerome marveled at Luja's prowess. His playing style is remarkably seasoned, he thought. Such mastery over the rhythm of the game is certainly not typical of an ordinary high school player. Utilizing the screen, Luja successfully advanced into the front court. Alston sprinted after him, striving to thwart Luja's offensive thrust. Yet, due to Luja's swiftness, Alston's footwork faltered slightly. Believing Luja would opt for a three-point shot, Alston hastily urged his teammates to close in for support. However, to Alston's astonishment, Luja did not choose to shoot. Instead, he executed a sudden pass to the cutting Black Dog. Upon receiving the ball, Black Dog surged towards the basket, effortlessly laying it in for 2 points. The crowd erupted in jubilation, their excitement reignited by Black Dog's spectacular display, as cheers reverberated throughout the arena. The Diverse Alliance team had successfully leveled the score. With only 51 seconds remaining in the match, the tension in the air was palpable. Chapter 41, The Final Kill. Alston's team initiated the serve. Regaining control of the offensive play, Luja adopted a close-marking strategy, denying Alston any opportunity for an easy score. He was like a wall, firmly glued to Alston, causing him considerable discomfort. "What? Are you starting to defend me now?" Alston remarked with a smirk. "It seems you are afraid." "I merely wish to let you experience the taste of being closely guarded," Luja replied coldly, his tone laced with provocation. "Enough talk. Let us see who the ultimate victor is. I shall accompany you to the end." Alston retorted defiantly, reigniting his fighting spirit, determined to utterly defeat Luja in the ensuing match. The audience was captivated by their confrontation, their excitement escalating, and their cheers growing louder. They even began to gather around the court, eager to rush in and stand alongside the players. The staff had to repeatedly intervene to prevent them from storming the field. Alston once again called for a pick, attempting to shake off Luja's defense. Luja swiftly signaled for Black Dog to switch coverage, denying Alston any chances. Facing Black Dog, Alston executed a low cross dribble, the basketball dancing in his hands like a nimble sprite. With a series of swift changes of direction, he threw off Black Dog's balance and then accelerated past him on the right side. After slipping past Black Dog, Alston charged towards the basket. Just when everyone assumed he would score, he unexpectedly tossed the ball behind his head to a teammate in a vacant position. His teammate received the ball and effortlessly made the layup. Alston's team regained a 2-point lead. "Damn!" Black Dog pounded his chest in frustration, filled with anger. Alston glanced at Black Dog, shook his head, and wore a provocative smile. His eyes brimmed with determination. He was resolute in his quest for victory. Then, Alston pivoted once more, closely guarding Luja. He aimed to obliterate Luja's offense with his defense. Observing Alston's tight coverage, Black Dog clenched his teeth, feeling a sense of discontent. Meanwhile, Luja appeared to have discovered a method to break through. Suddenly, he opted to utilize Black Dog's screen again to maneuver. "Screen!" Luja shouted. Black Dog understood immediately and stepped up to set a pick. Luja capitalized on the screen, shaking off Alston's defense. Alston hurriedly pursued, attempting to re-establish close coverage on Luja. However, he collided with Black Dog's towering frame, crashing to the ground. "Humph!" Black Dog sneered at the fallen Alston, thumping his chest heavily. "You old man, I told you, I will not lose to you. My years of hard work will not be in vain." His voice resonated with anger and resentment. Luja evaded the help defense and successfully caught a pass from his teammate. Aware that this was a crucial moment, they had to proceed with caution to secure victory. He refrained from risking a breakthrough, instead making a swift change of direction without losing speed, then executed a layup, sinking the ball with precision. "Yeah!" The crowd erupted again, fervently cheering for Luja's remarkable performance. The Diverse Alliance team had once again leveled the score. At this juncture, only 15 seconds remained in the game. Alston's team resumed play, struggling to shake off Luja's defense, and finally received the ball. Just as he prepared to dribble for an attack, Luja suddenly made a move. Utilizing his keen judgment and superb stealing technique, he successfully snatched the basketball from Alston's hands. "What?" Alston exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that Luja had dared to confront him so boldly. After the steal, Luja dashed towards the opponent's half, hoping to seize the opportunity for a fast break to take the lead and win the match. However, just as he was about to lay it in, his hands were empty. "Damn it!" Luja cursed inwardly. Alston had once again reclaimed the ball from Luja. His speed was astonishing and his movements so deft that Luja could hardly react. Having regained possession, Alston sprinted towards his own half. Luja quickly gave chase, attempting to thwart Alston's advance. Yet, Alston's speed was too formidable. He simply could not keep up. Alston maneuvered past Black Dog's defense once more and charged towards the basket, poised to score. Observing this scene, Luja felt a wave of shock wash over him. Am I truly to be defeated at the last moment? He pondered. After all my efforts, will I ultimately fail? The scoreboard ticked down. 7 seconds, 6 seconds. Alston raised his arms high, ready to shoot the ball into the hoop. His face radiated excitement and exhilaration. He could almost see the dawn of victory, envisioning himself conquering Lock Park once again. At this point, tactics were irrelevant. The only factor determining the outcome was the resolve of the players on both sides. Time seemed to freeze as everything slowed down. Each of Alston's movements was vividly clear to Liu Jia. He watched as Alston leaped high, arms extended, fingers gently brushing the basketball. He saw the ball soaring towards the hoop. Suddenly, a figure surged in from the side. Bang! With a resounding crash, the basketball was forcefully swatted away. And it was a clean block. What? Alston gasped in disbelief. He anticipated that someone could emerge at the last moment to thwart his impending score. That person was Jerome. Yeah, Jerome shouted, vigorously pumping his fists, clutching the basketball tightly to his chest. His face was alight with excitement and fervor. Blue-collar workers should do their jobs, Jerome declared. But a blue-collar worker can also be a hero. With that, Jerome hurled the ball to Liu Jia at the front court. Liu Jia caught the ball, with only 3 seconds remaining. He realized he had no time for further adjustments. He had to shoot immediately, facing the defender's block. Liu Jia swiftly maneuvered his body, attempting to shake off the defense. Yet, he could not entirely evade his opponent's coverage. As the defender lunged towards him, Liu Jia had no choice but to take a hurried shot. He leaped high, sending the basketball soaring into the air. The ball traced a beautiful arc, capturing the attention of everyone present. Time seemed to halt once more. The cacophony of the crowd faded into silence. Liu Jia could distinctly hear the pounding of his heart as he fixated on the basketball soaring through the air, filled with anxiety and anticipation. However, fate did not seem to favor Liu Jia. Clang! The basketball struck the rim and bounced out. No, Liu Jia gasped in shock. He never anticipated that his effort would result in a misfire. Just then, a figure burst forth from beneath the basket. With a magnificent leap, he exerted every ounce of his strength to send the descending basketball soaring back into the hoop. Swish! Yes! The crisp sound of the net and the thunderous cheers of the audience erupted simultaneously. Time seemed to freeze at the very moment of 0 seconds. The game concluded. With a breathtaking putback, the Black Dog delivered the final blow to Alston's team. The Diverse Alliance emerged triumphant in this thrilling championship match. Chapter 42. Ignite the Forum. Liu Jia stood frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. His heart brimmed with astonishment, and he could scarcely believe that the events unfolding before him were indeed real. Did we win? He pondered. We truly triumphed over Alston's team? This buzzer beater is simply unbelievable. While Liu Jia remained in a state of shock, the deafening cheers enveloped him entirely. Yes, they did it. The Diverse Alliance is the champion. Liu Jia was utterly astounded. The audience erupted in frenzied cheers, celebrating the victory of the Diverse Alliance. Applauding the remarkable performances of each player, they surged down from the stands, flooding onto the court, encircling Liu Jia, Black Dog, Jerome, and their fellow teammates. They embraced the players with fervor, congratulating them on their hard-won success. Alston stood in disbelief, his face marred by incredulity. He had yet to recover from the shock of being outplayed and defeated. He gazed at Liu Jia, filled with admiration and a tinge of helplessness. This young man from Huaguo is truly a genius, he mused. He has grown to such heights in such a short span of time. He has led his team to victory over me. He finally recognized that he was indeed aging. No longer the street legend he once was. He had to concede that times were evolving, and new forces were emerging. Alston looked towards Liu Jia, now surrounded by a throng of admirers, his heart swelling with both astonishment and anticipation. At this moment, Black Dog was likewise encircled by the audience. He raised his head to the heavens, vocally releasing his exhilaration and excitement. He had finally secured victory in the match. He had finally proven himself. The crowd roared in support, chanting Black Dog's name, celebrating his game-winning shot. Many spectators gathered around Liu Jia, eagerly extending their hands for a handshake, clamoring for photographs. They extolled Liu Jia's organizational skills, his three-point shooting, his splendid performances, his leadership qualities, and the hope and inspiration he had instilled in them. Some fans rushed to Jerome's side, acknowledging his significant contributions to the day's game. His defense, his rebounding, his playmaking had all played a crucial role in the team's triumph. In the end, the enthusiastic crowd even hoisted Liu Jia, Black Dog, and Jerome aloft, cheering in unison. They are the champions. They are the best. Diverse Alliance. The cheers of the audience reverberated throughout Lock Park. The host was equally ecstatic, microphone in hand, passionately narrating the closing moments of the game. "This was a magnificent match," the host exclaimed. "It is undoubtedly one of the most iconic finals in EBC history. The final seconds were nothing short of miraculous. The Diverse Alliance, fueled by their unwavering spirit, executed a stunning comeback to seize victory. Let us extend our warmest applause to congratulate them as the new champions of the EBC League." Jiang Qingjie squeezed into the jubilant crowd. He leapt and shouted, waving his camera excitedly. "Lu Jia, I knew it. I knew you could do it," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed. "You are truly remarkable. You are truly remarkable." Once the atmosphere calmed, the awards ceremony commenced. In truth, the so-called ceremony was quite simple. The staff set up a table at the center of the court, placing a championship trophy atop it. The trophy featured a straightforward design, a silver cylindrical base crowned with a golden basketball sculpture. The surface of the trophy bore the inscription EBC Championship. Though the trophy's appearance was humble, Lu Jia felt its weight heavily in his hands. He understood that this trophy represented their team's honor and the blood, sweat, and tears they had invested. Alston approached the center of the court, embracing Lu Jia to express his congratulations. "You played exceptionally well," Alston remarked, his tone brimming with admiration. "Though I lost with utmost respect. Your performance was truly astonishing. I hope to see you on an NBA court one day," Alston said earnestly, pointing at Lu Jia. "I will strive for that," Lu Jia replied, exhilarated. Receiving affirmation from a former NBA player filled him with immense joy and excitement. The host handed the championship trophy to Lu Jia and then offered him the microphone, signaling him to share a few words of gratitude. "Hello, everyone," Lu Jia began, taking a deep breath as he held the microphone. His voice resonated throughout the arena. "My name is Lu Jia. I hail from Huaguo, and I am merely a high school student. Standing here today is the realization of a dream. This dream propelled me across great distances to be here. I want to convey to you all that as long as you persist in your dreams and dedicate yourselves to them, you can achieve your goals. My goal is to reach the NBA. I will give everything to pursue my basketball aspirations. My next stop, the NBA." Lu Jia raised the trophy high above his head, shouting to the audience, "Yes, Lu, NBA, NBA, NBA." The venue erupted once more into a jubilant celebration. Within days, the video of the EBC Finals was shared on the Huaguo Basketball Forum, Hoop. This video was the very one Jiang Qingjie had hastily edited and uploaded to YouTube. Upon being shared on Hoop, the video ignited the forum, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. What an extraordinary match. This game was simply phenomenal. The twists and turns of the plot are even more captivating than the HBA. After viewing the video, netizens were left speechless, marveling at the unprecedented excitement of the match. They were captivated by the players' passion and vitality on the court, as well as the astonishing moments that unfolded during the game. Particularly, the mysterious Huaguo player drew immense attention from online users. Who is this Huaguo player? He is incredible. That drive, that pass, that three-pointer, simply unstoppable. And his physical prowess is astounding. He seems capable of anything. Netizens enthusiastically praised Lu Jia's performance, utterly enthralled by the formidable talent he displayed. They were filled with immense curiosity regarding the identity of Lu Jia, eagerly yearning to uncover who this enigmatic figure from Huaguo truly was. In fact, many netizens had long adopted this team, featuring the mysterious Huaguo individual as their own. During the first half of the match, as the Diverse Alliance team found themselves trailing, viewers anxiously held their breath for them. Yet, during halftime, when they witnessed the Huaguo player effortlessly mediate the discord between two of his black teammates, the leadership qualities he exhibited left them utterly astounded. Goodness, he even knows how to soothe his teammates' emotions. How impressive is that? Despite the poor audio quality of the video and the surrounding chaos, the netizens could not quite discern the specifics of the altercation between Lu Jia and his teammates. Nonetheless, they could still sense the formidable aura and exceptional leadership ability that Lu Jia projected. Their curiosity about this Huaguo individual deepened. As the video drew to a close, the awards ceremony commenced. When Lu Jia stood on the podium, accepting the championship trophy and flashing a smile at the camera, the viewers finally beheld his clear visage. Wow, he is quite handsome. Indeed, very charismatic. His looks could easily launch a career. As the netizens marveled at Lu Jia's appearance, they continued to engage with the content of the video. When Lu Jia, with somewhat halting English, introduced himself and articulated his dreams, the viewers were once again taken aback. Lu Jia, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Some netizens found the name vaguely familiar. They began to scour forums for information. And soon enough, they uncovered details about Liu Jia. No way. This is Liu Jia. Seriously? Wasn't he dismissed from the national youth team? Could it be a coincidence of names? Surely not. What are the odds? The netizens buzzed with speculation, questioning whether the individual in the video could indeed be the same Liu Jia they were familiar with. It was not until someone unearthed previous news reports concerning the National High School Basketball Championship Finals that the truth became evident. Upon seeing Liu Jia's photograph in the reports, all the netizens were completely flabbergasted. It's really him. No way. I can't be seeing this correctly. How could he have become so formidable? What on earth is happening? I feel as though my worldview has been completely upended. The netizens were utterly overwhelmed. Left speechless by the revelation before them, they finally grasped that the mysterious Huahua player dominating at Rock Park was, in fact, the very Liu Jia who had been expelled from the national youth team. This revelation detonated across the forum like a bombshell. Chapter 43. The interview at this moment. The U19 Men's Basketball World Championship is in full swing in distant Latvia. Night falls, and Gua Ailuan sits in the dormitory of the tournament hotel, browsing basketball forums from his homeland on his mobile phone. The Chinese national youth team has suffered consecutive defeats in the group stage, losing all 3 matches. They are now relegated to the ranking matches for places 13 to 16. Alas, it's disheartening. Gua Ailuan rakes his fingers through his hair, his heart heavy with frustration and helplessness. He feels the gap between himself and the world's elite is still insurmountably vast. We have trained so hard. Why can't we defeat them? Doubt and confusion swirl in Gua Ailuan's mind. Is our training method truly flawed? Suddenly, he recalls the words spoken by Elja when he departed from the national youth team. If you continue to practice like this, you will eventually become obsolete. I want to go to the NBA. Back then, Gua Ailuan thought Elja was somewhat arrogant, but now, in retrospect, he feels a twinge of admiration and envy. Did he really mean it when he said he wanted to go to the NBA? Gua Ailuan mutters to himself, what a madman he is. His thoughts drift to the earlier press conference where the national youth team had blacklisted Elja. Gua Ailuan is appalled by Jiang Wenwu and Zhao Qiulin's hypocritical demeanor. Yet he feels utterly powerless. These individuals are truly despicable. He mutters under his breath. Alas, what has become of Elja now? He must be keeping an eye on the world championship, right? Gua Ailuan worries for Elja. He longs to reach out and inquire about his recent circumstances. Yet they have never exchanged contact information. After a moment's contemplation, he decides to check the forum for any news regarding Elja. After all, Elja performed exceptionally well in the high school league. There should be plenty of attention on him. Just then, Gua Ailuan stumbles upon a post. Shocking. A mysterious Chinese master emerges at Rucker Park. This post has gained immense popularity, catapulting it to the forefront of the forum. What is this? What streetball league? I've never heard of it. Gua Ailuan feels an inkling of curiosity and clicks on the post. Within, he finds a video showcasing a player clad in a vibrant team uniform dominating the court. When he sees the player's face, he is instantly taken aback. No way. Is that Elja? Gua Ailuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Elja? How could he be here? What on earth is happening? Filled with wonder and curiosity, he continues to watch the video. As he observes Elja's fluid drives, dazzling passes, and precise three-pointers, astonishment washes over him anew. Wow, when did Elja become this strong? Gua Ailuan is filled with amazement. He perceives that Elja's current prowess has far surpassed his level during their time in the youth team. What a drastic transformation. I remember he had some talent, but he was certainly not this formidable. How long has it been since he left the youth team? How did he become so exceptional? Was he hiding his abilities all along? What a concealed gem he is. Gua Ailuan can hardly contain his astonishment, his mind swirling with shock and questions. When he sees netizens questioning the credibility of the EBC League, he can no longer hold back. He immediately replies in the comments section. What do you know, you people? Do you have the faintest idea of Elja's level? You're utterly ignorant. You're so limited in your perspective. Although Gua Ailuan recognizes that his words may spark controversy, he feels compelled to defend Elja. He knows Elja's current skill set is well above the threshold for the national team. As he reaches the end of the post, he is again astonished to hear Elja express his ambition to play in the NBA on camera. No way. Elja can't be serious about wanting to go to the NBA. Gua Ailuan gazes at his phone screen, muttering to himself. What audacity! What madness! Yet, given his current level, it might just be within reach. Gua Ailuan is filled with mixed emotions, surprise, admiration, and a hint of envy. The following day, the Chinese national youth team finally triumphed over South Korea in the ranking match. After the game, reporters swarmed around Jiang Wenwu, eager to conduct interviews. Having endured the pressure of 3 consecutive losses, he felt a slight relief now that they had secured a victory. "Coach Jiang, congratulations on leading the team to this win," the reporters exclaimed, their tones laced with flattery. "Thank you, everyone," Jiang Wenwu replied with a smile. "The players worked exceptionally hard, and today's victory is well-deserved." "Coach Jiang, what are your thoughts on this victory?" the reporters pressed further. "Well, we played quite well," Jiang Wenwu stated. "The players showcased their capabilities, particularly our interior players, who excelled today." Just as he prepared to continue praising his team, a reporter abruptly shifted the focus to Elja. "Coach, have you been following the recent EBC League held at Rucker Park?" the reporter inquired. "EBC League?" Jiang Wenwu's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure evident. "What is that? I haven't heard of it." "Coach, the EBC League has been quite popular lately," the reporter continued, "especially with a player from China who has been performing remarkably well, garnering significant attention." "Who are you talking about?" "I'm unaware." Jiang Wenwu's tone grew impatient. He felt these reporters lacked professionalism, bringing up irrelevant topics in such a setting. "Coach, the player's name is Elja," the reporter stated. "Elja?" Upon hearing the name, Jiang Wenwu's expression darkened. "What are you implying?" he demanded, his voice tinged with anger. "I've already stated that Elja is a player with character issues, lacking discipline and organization. Our national youth team will never accept him again." "Coach, don't you think you're being a bit absolute?" the reporter countered. "There is a lot of discussion online regarding Elja, with many recognizing his talent. Some even believe that his skills have reached the level of the national team. Do you not think it a significant loss to overlook such a talented player due to character concerns?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Wenwu's anger escalated. He pointed at the reporter and shouted, "Are you questioning my decision?" "I'll say it again. Elja has been blacklisted from our youth team, and he will never be eligible for the national team again." "Coach, are you aware that many netizens are discussing why Elja was not selected for the national youth team?" the reporter pressed on. "Some believe that while Elja may have character issues, his exceptional skills should not be wasted. Some netizens believe that Elja should not be selected for the national youth team due to his questionable character. Currently, there is much debate and differing opinions on the matter." Upon hearing the reporter's inquiries, Jiang Wenwu's anger intensified. He felt that these journalists were deliberately seeking to provoke him. "I will reiterate one last time. Elja's character is indeed problematic," Jiang Wenwu exclaimed angrily. "I absolutely refuse to allow an individual of dubious morality to join our national youth team. Moreover, that so-called EBC League holds no real value. What reputation can come from such insignificant competitions? You journalists are utterly unprofessional, wasting time on such trivial matters." "Coach Jiang, since you deem the EBC League to be devoid of merit, may I ask why our national youth team could not even advance past the group stage?" the reporter retorted. "How do you explain that?" The reporter's words struck a nerve with Jiang Wenwu, causing him to lose his composure entirely. You, Jiang Wenwu stammered, trembling with rage as he pointed at the reporter. "Our players have given their all. They performed admirably. They have exerted themselves to the utmost. You understand nothing at all. If you believe Elja is so remarkable, let him try out for the NBA." With that, Jiang Wenwu stormed off from the interview area, completely enraged and unwilling to continue the confrontation with the journalists. The reporters were left astonished by Jiang Wenwu's reaction. They had not anticipated he would be so visibly affected by their comments. It was evident that the issue concerning Elja had indeed struck a deep chord with him. Chapter 44, The NBA Lockout. In the early morning, Lu Zhu awoke from his slumber, feeling a deep ache throughout his body, as if his very bones had been disassembled. The previous night, they had triumphed in the EBC League, claiming the championship prize. Although each member received only $20,000, it was still a considerable sum for them. "Luja, we must celebrate tonight," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed with excitement. "Let us head to a bar, or perhaps a nightclub, and indulge ourselves. Let us embrace the splendid traditions of those NBA players and revel in a life of excess." Is that really appropriate?" Lu Zhu replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "What is wrong with that?" Jiang Qingjie countered. "We worked hard to win this match. We deserve to celebrate." "Fine then. I suppose we'll experience it tonight," Lu Zhu reluctantly agreed. As night fell, Lu Zhu and Jiang Qingjie arrived at the entrance of a renowned nightclub in New York. They surveyed the scantily clad women adorned with heavy makeup and the imposing, intimidating security guards, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over them. "Qingjie, are you sure this is a place we can enter?" Lu Zhu inquired quietly. Aye. Jiang Qingjie stammered, unable to provide a direct answer. Weren't you the one who said you were familiar with this place? Lu Zhi pressed on. I. Jiang Qingjie's face flushed with embarrassment as he finally admitted, all right, I confess, I've never been here before. I didn't have the money to waste on such things. Lu Zhi found himself at a loss for words. I thought you knew America so well. He mused. It seems you are merely a man of empty words. Just as they hesitated at the entrance, a robust security guard resembling a round ball spotted them. He greeted them with a friendly smile and waved them over. Hey guys, welcome. The security guard said warmly, his demeanor exceptionally inviting. Unable to refuse his hospitality, Lu Zhi and Jiang Qingjie steeled themselves and ventured inside the nightclub. However, upon entering, they were utterly astounded. Before them lay an overwhelming spectacle of blinding lights, deafening music, swirling smoke, and a cacophony of intense aromas. Goodness, why are the drinks so expensive? Jiang Qingjie gasped as he glanced at the price list. The mingling scents of smoke and alcohol were unbearable for Lu Zhi. He felt as though he had stepped into a vast steamer, the various odors making him dizzy. The two found a secluded corner where they ordered the cheapest beers available. They silently sipped their drinks, listening to the thunderous music and watching the frenetic dancing of patrons in the club. They felt entirely out of place amidst the revelry. Before long, they both felt lightheaded and ill at ease, prompting them to exit the nightclub in defeat. As they left, their embarrassment lingered, preventing them from making eye contact with the security guard. Sigh, this lifestyle does not suit me at all, Lu Zhi contemplated. I should focus on basketball instead of chasing ephemeral pleasures. Back at their rental apartment, Lu Zhi opened the system panel. Having purchased 3 bronze badges, he found his motivation points had dwindled to 733. It appears I must accumulate more motivation points, he mused. At that moment, Lu Zhi recalled that during the EBC League, Jiang Qingjie had mentioned someone reaching out to him regarding a potential game invitation. Could it be the NBA? The thought filled him with excitement. He quickly sprang from his seat and dashed to Jiang Qingjie's room, vigorously shaking him awake. Qingjie, wake up, Lu Zhi shouted. What is it? It's early morning. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Qingjie groggily replied, clearly irritated by the disturbance. Didn't you say someone from a league contacted you about me? What league was it? Is it the NBA? Lu Zhi asked anxiously. What? What league? When did I mention the NBA? Jiang Qingjie responded, bewildered. At the EBC League. You said someone contacted you. Lu Zhi pressed further. Oh, that. I was referring to the fact that the NBA is currently locked out. Didn't you know? Jiang Qingjie finally realized. What? It's locked out. Lu Zhi was taken aback, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Seeing Lu Zhi's confused expression, Jiang Qingjie was taken aback. You didn't know such a significant event? He exclaimed, pulling out his phone to search for news. He handed the phone to Lu Zhi, urging him to look for himself. Lu Zhi examined the screen, reading the news with growing distress. It dawned on him that it was the summer of 2011. Today, or more precisely, at this very moment, a shocking event was unfolding. The NBA lockout. On July 1st, 2011. Due to the failure of both parties to reach a new collective bargaining agreement, the NBA officially announced the lockout. This lockout lasted 149 days, concluding on December 8, 2011. During this period, all NBA games were suspended, teams could not train normally, and players were unable to receive their salaries. Many NBA players chose to play overseas during the lockout, with some joining the Hua Men's Basketball Professional League (HBA). Goodness, Lu Zhi muttered under his breath. He had not anticipated forgetting such a critical matter. He had intended to seek an opportunity to try out for an NBA team after the EBC League, to showcase his talent. However, with the NBA in lockout, teams were closed, and all activities were halted. Players could not even access their training facilities, let alone allow external players for tryouts. This is truly disastrous. Lu Zhi lamented. What am I to do now? Where can I find games to earn motivation points? He could not simply return to NYU and ask that bald coach to let him join the team for practice games again. If he did, he could only imagine the look that coach would give him. Sigh, what an unfortunate turn of events. Lu Zhi felt overwhelmed and lost. But don't fret too much. Jiang Qingjie suddenly interjected. Although the NBA is locked out, a league did reach out to me, inviting you to play. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhi's spirits soared. Really? Which league is it? He inquired eagerly. It's the Drew League. Jiang Qingjie replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. The Drew League? Lu Zhi paused, a note of confusion coloring his expression. What on earth is the Drew League? As he pondered this question, a sudden realization struck him. Of course. How could I have forgotten about the Drew League? The Drew League is a renowned amateur basketball league. Moreover, during this year's NBA lockout, many NBA players flocked to the Drew League to compete. The Drew League, formerly known as the Drew League, is a summer amateur basketball league located in Los Angeles, California. Established in 1973, it is a premier amateur basketball league that gathers numerous streetball prodigies and NBA players. The games in the Drew League are characterized by their fast pace, intense competition, and an abundance of passion and energy. During the NBA lockout, many superstars chose to participate in the Drew League to maintain their form. Even legends such as Kobe Bryant, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James have graced the courts of the Drew League. Wow, this is an unprecedented opportunity, exclaimed Liu Jia. If I can play in the Drew League, not only will I earn more incentive points, but I will also get the chance to compete directly against NBA superstars. This is simply fantastic. With this thought in mind, Liu Jia could no longer remain seated. Jiang Qingjie, quickly contact them and find out when I can play. Liu Jia urged anxiously. I need to book my flight to Los Angeles right away. All right, I understand. Please calm down. Jiang Qingjie chuckled at Liu Jia's eagerness, observing how he was nearly bouncing off the walls in his excitement. This guy is truly obsessed with basketball. Jiang Qingjie thought to himself. Rest assured, I will contact them immediately. Jiang Qingjie picked up his phone and dialed the number. Chapter 45, The Drew League. A few days later, Liu Jia and Jiang Qingjie arrived in Los Angeles. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, they promptly rented a car and hurried towards the arena. Los Angeles. Here I come, Liu Jia thought, gazing out at the fleeting scenery with a heart full of anticipation. The summer sun in Los Angeles shone brilliantly, and the sky was a vivid blue. On either side of the road, palm trees swayed gracefully, while an array of vehicles zipped by. In the distance, towering skyscrapers mingled with low-lying houses, creating a unique urban landscape. They passed by the iconic Hollywood sign, the Griffith Observatory, famed for its appearances in countless films, and the bustling Santa Monica Beach, all the while absorbing the city's vibrancy and passion. Jiang Qingjie had already arranged their hotel accommodation, but due to the tight schedule with a game that evening, they drove straight to the arena without checking in. The Drew League's venue is located within a high school, Jiang Qingjie remarked as he drove. The surroundings might not be as professional as an NBA arena, so please don't be disappointed. Not at all. As long as I can play, I am content, Liu Jia replied. Showing no concern for the quality of the playing field, his joy stemmed from the simple act of playing basketball. Here we are, Jiang Qingjie announced. Parking the car by the roadside, Liu Jia stepped out and looked up to see a rather ordinary high school gymnasium. This was indeed the venue for the Drew League. The gym appeared somewhat aged, with a worn, dark red exterior that bore the marks of time. Outside, banners displaying the Drew League logo fluttered, adorned with various faded patterns and text that, despite their age, exuded character. Upon entering the gym, Liu Jia noted that while the facilities were not the newest, they were relatively well-equipped and certainly superior to those in high schools back in China. The walls inside were painted the same dark red and were decorated with posters and photographs from the Drew League. Surrounding the court were several tiers of bleachers, capable of accommodating a considerable audience. The gym was already teeming with people, locals dressed casually, primarily from the middle to lower classes. Children donned cartoon-themed jerseys, excitedly darting about with basketballs, while adults chatted in the stands, sipping drinks and snacking, all wearing cheerful smiles. The atmosphere here is fantastic, Liu Jia exclaimed. Indeed, Jiang Qingjie agreed. The Drew League is just like this. It's a true grassroots league, a stage for everyone who loves basketball. It lacks the commercial taint and is filled only with the purest passion for the sport. By the way, that contact hasn't returned my call yet. I'll try again, Jiang Qingjie said, pulling out his phone to dial. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. A cold female voice echoed from the phone. Why is it off again? Jiang Qingjie frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Didn't he say he was the team manager responsible for assembling the team? Why can't I reach him now? Hey, you still don't know how casual street basketball is in America. Jiang Qingjie shrugged. They often form temporary teams, and it's quite common to lose contact with someone. Plus, the Drew League is essentially an amateur league. No tickets, no commercialism, just pure basketball. Liu Jia felt somewhat relieved after hearing Jiang Qingjie's words. He realized that his understanding of the Drew League was still superficial. To play here, he needed to immerse himself in the culture and adapt to the rhythm of the environment. It seems we'll have to find someone ourselves, Jiang Qingjie declared. Let us head inside for now. The two pushed through the crowd and entered the gym, where the noise was deafening. and the atmosphere was electric. Jiang Qingjie attempted once more to reach their contact, but was met with failure. Forget it. It seems unreachable. He sighed. We'll have to find someone ourselves. With that, Jiang Qingjie began calling out the contact's name through the gym. Hey, is there anyone here named Jamal? He shouted, his voice echoing throughout the arena. After several calls, a spectator responded. Hey, Jamal is over there. The onlooker pointed to a corner of the gym. Jiang Qingjie quickly followed the direction indicated, with Lu Zhi closely behind. They spotted a tall, dark-skinned man animatedly shouting at a player. His body language was expressive. He gestured emphatically, waving his arms and occasionally pointing directly at the other person. His demeanor quite intense. The player, visibly chastised, shook his head in discontent. Is that Jamal? Jiang Qingjie asked, astonished. He doesn't seem very approachable. Hello, are you Jamal? Jiang Qingjie mustered the courage to approach the man. Jamal turned, eyeing Jiang Qingjie and Lu Zhi with skepticism. Who are you? What do you want? He inquired, his tone laced with wariness. We're the ones you contacted online, Jiang Qingjie hurriedly explained. I'm Jiang Qingjie, and this is Lu Zhi. We're from New York. Oh, Jamal's expression shifted to one of realization. You're the team from New York, he said with a smile, his demeanor warming. Welcome to the Drew League. As he spoke, however, he pulled out his phone only to discover it was dead. Damn phone, Jamal exclaimed, slapping it in frustration. It died, which is why I couldn't reach you. Lu Zhi and Jiang Qingjie exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat incredulous. Is this really the team manager of the Drew League? How unreliable, Lu Zhi thought. No wonder we couldn't get in touch. Just a moment. Let me handle this situation first, Jamal said, turning back to the player he had been reprimanding, continuing to berate him as he seemingly tried to send him off the court. What are they doing? Lu Zhi asked, puzzled. I have no idea. Jiang Qingjie replied, shaking his head. He seems quite difficult to deal with. You might want to tread carefully. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhi felt increasingly confused, as if he had stumbled into a peculiar world. After a while, Jamal finally ceased his tirade, and the chastised player left the court, looking defeated. My sincerest apologies. Jamal approached Lu Zhi and Jiang Qingjie, stating that individual committed a malicious foul during the game and shows no remorse. In the Drew League, we hold a strong disdain for such unsportsmanlike players. We welcome all who cherish basketball and respect the game. As he spoke, Jamal gestured towards Lu Zhi's height, then shook his head. You appear not to be as tall as you seem in the video, he remarked, gazing at Lu Zhi with a look of bewilderment. And you certainly don't seem as robust as you do in the footage, he continued. Moreover, were those flashy moves in the video truly executed by you? Upon hearing Jamal's comments, Lu Zhi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. If it wasn't me, who else could it be? Lu Zhi pondered. Yet he was at a loss for how to respond to Jamal's inquiries. Just as Lu Zhi hesitated, Jamal suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, truth be told, I have grown accustomed to this, he mused. I enjoy scouring the internet for players and inviting them to play in person. However, many players turn out to be completely different from their online personas. Some boast about their prowess, only to arrive and struggle to even handle the ball. As he spoke, he gestured towards the players around him who were warming up. Nevertheless, you need not be concerned. Jamal redirected his attention to Lu Zhi. I have already viewed your video, and your skills are undoubtedly impressive. Now, why don't you go ahead and participate in a trial to evaluate your true level? Chapter 46, NBA. Tryouts. The method of the tryout was quite straightforward, consisting of a 4v4 half-court match. Jamal casually gathered a few players and teamed up with Lu Zhi for a simple game. While playing, Lu Zhi observed the other players on the court and realized that none of them were professional athletes. Most were merely enthusiasts, at best possessing semi-professional skills. Isn't it said that many NBA players come to play in the Drew League? Lu Zhi pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. Could it be that they are all absent today? He speculated that perhaps they were in other teams, and maybe he would encounter them as opponents in future games. This thought sparked excitement within him. What a thrill it would be to compete against NBA superstars. Lu Zhi's determination grew stronger. I must showcase my abilities here and let those NBA players witness my prowess. However, the players before him were merely of amateur caliber, posing no real threat to him. All right, kid, let the show begin, Jamal shouted from the sidelines. Show me if you're as impressive as in the videos. Lu Zhi nodded and received the pass from his teammate. Dribbling to half-court, he suddenly halted. He was eager to demonstrate his skills and impress everyone. He raised his arm and launched a three-pointer from half-court. Swish. Liu Jia watched as the basketball arced beautifully through the air, already imagining the scene of it swishing through the net and the audience erupting in cheers. However, reality struck him hard. Clang. The ball hit the rim and bounced off. What? Liu Jia was taken aback. What happened? I felt like I shot it perfectly. Why didn't it go in? The other players were equally astonished at Liu Jia's audacious attempt at a half-court three-pointer. Wow, what a long shot. Did you see that? Has he lost his mind? Yet. When they witnessed Liu Jia's shot clanking off the rim, they were left dumbfounded. Their expressions were filled with confusion and disbelief, as if questioning Liu Jia's abilities. Could it be that this guy isn't as formidable as he appears in the videos? Is he merely a fade? Liu Jia felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated missing such a simple three-pointer. It seems I need to play more cautiously and not rush to impress, he thought. Don't worry, Liu. A teammate patted Liu Jia on the shoulder, smiling. You might just be a bit nervous. Relax. I saw your videos online, and you're quite impressive. The other teammates chimed in with encouragement. They had heard of Liu Jia and recognized him as the mysterious Chinese talent who had recently gained fame online. Thus, they did not underestimate him. They merely thought he might be a bit anxious, leading to his poor performance. All right, thank you all, Liu Jia nodded and said. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself. He was determined to prove that he was no mere spectacle. In the ensuing offense, Liu Jia received another pass from his teammate. This time, he opted for a more calculated approach, dribbling steadily while assessing the court's dynamics. Suddenly, he executed a quick stop, stepped back, and launched another three-pointer. Swish. The basketball swished cleanly through the net. The crowd erupted in cheers. Yeah, what a beautiful shot. This is what I meant. The other players lauded Liu Jia's remarkable performance. They finally understood that Liu Jia was not merely a name, but indeed possessed formidable skills. All right, kid. You know how to play. Jamal nodded approvingly from the sidelines, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The subsequent matches transformed into Liu Jia's personal showcase. He commanded the court like a general, orchestrating plays with precision. Even when faced with relentless defensive pressure, he effortlessly scored. At times, he utilized lateral movement to create shooting space, nailing three-pointers with pinpoint accuracy. At other moments, he relied on his exceptional speed and agility to break through defenses for emphatic dunks. He also showcased his keen passing ability, drawing double teams and assisting his teammates in scoring. Each of his offensive maneuvers drew waves of applause from the audience. His performance astonished everyone and ignited a palpable excitement. In the stands, a middle-aged African-American man watched intently. He was Rodney Hurd, the director of scouting for the New York Knicks. With the NBA on hiatus, Rodney's work had come to a standstill. He decided to utilize this free time to vacation in Los Angeles, knowing it hosted the renowned streetball league, the Drew League. Thus, he made a detour to observe the games. As a professional scout, Rodney's instincts compelled him to pay close attention to every player on the court. He meticulously observed each player's movements, every offensive and defensive play, searching for those with potential. However, after a full day of watching, Rodney felt profoundly disappointed. He found no players who truly caught his eye. Those he observed either excelled in one skill while severely lacking in others or possessed average physical attributes, devoid of the potential to become professional players. It seems the level of the Drew League is rather underwhelming, Rodney thought, feeling a bit bored. I should return to New York and wait for the NBA to resume, then continue my work. Just as Rodney prepared to leave, his attention was suddenly captured by a player who had just entered the gym. It was a young man with yellow skin, a well-proportioned physique, and a determined gaze. His every move radiated confidence and composure. Could it be him? Rodney was taken aback, recalling that this individual was the Chinese high school player Liu Jia, whom Alston had previously recommended to him. Rodney's interest was piqued once more. He decided to stay a while longer to assess this young man's capabilities. He watched Liu Jia compete in the 4v4 tryout match, and his agile drives and precise three-pointers compelled him to take detailed notes. When he observed Liu Jia develop such accuracy in his shooting within a brief period, he was utterly astonished. This kid is truly a prodigy, Rodney thought. To achieve such progress in such a short time is remarkable. His capacity for learning is simply astounding. Rodney crossed out his earlier notes regarding Liu Jia's shooting inconsistency and began anew, documenting the characteristics of Liu Jia's three-point shooting. He noted the rhythm of his release, his hand positioning, and the power in his legs. He recorded Liu Jia's shooting posture, his body balance, and the arc of his shot. As he documented, he marveled at Liu Jia's rapid improvement, which was indeed rare. By the time the tryout concluded, Rodney had completed his notes. He knew he could not afford to overlook such a promising player. Thus, he proactively approached the court. Rodney arrived at the sidelines and noticed a vertical jump testing pole. He moved the pole in front of Lucia and pointed at it, saying, "Young man, I would like you to undergo a few more tests. Are you up for it?" Lucia, unfamiliar with Rodney, simply saw a middle-aged black man approaching him. He presumed that Rodney was either a staff member from the Drew League or a scout from a team, seeking to conduct additional evaluations on him. "Sure, no problem." Lucia nodded eagerly in agreement. He thought to himself, since this person wanted to assess his abilities, he would gladly oblige. Rodney first had Lucia perform a standing vertical jump test. He instructed Lucia to stand beneath the pole with his arms extended to record his standing reach height. Subsequently, he elevated the pole slightly to allow Lucia to attempt a vertical jump. Taking a deep breath, Lucia propelled himself upwards with all his might. A resounding clap echoed as his fingertips struck the horizontal bar of the testing pole. Rodney meticulously observed Lucia's movements and recorded his jumping height. Lucia's standing vertical jump was approximately 85 centimeters, a commendable result among NBA players. He was somewhat astonished by his performance, realizing that his rebounding ability in this new life surpassed that of his high school days. It seems that Derrick Rose's athleticism badge is indeed remarkable, Lucia mused. Excellent. Very impressive. Rodney nodded in satisfaction at Lucia's jumping ability. He then instructed Lucia to perform a running vertical jump test. Once again, he raised the pole's height and prompted Lucia to take a running start. Lucia inhaled deeply, sprinted, and leapt toward the pole with all his strength. With a powerful strike, his palm struck the horizontal bar. Rodney's expression turned to one of surprise as he observed Lucia's jump height. Realizing that the bar seemed set rather low, as Lucia had managed to hit all the horizontal bars, he elevated the pole once more, urging Lucia to attempt another running jump. Lucia complied and, with a vigorous effort, soared through the air. This time, he successfully touched the bar, achieving a running vertical jump height of 102 centimeters, a remarkable feat. Absolutely fantastic. Truly outstanding, Rodney exclaimed in admiration. He had not anticipated Lucia's jumping ability to be so extraordinary. Next, Rodney temporarily cleared the area for Lucia to conduct a 3-4 court sprint test. Rodney personally timed the run, recording Lucia's sprint time at approximately 3 seconds. This was an exceptional result, demonstrating Lucia's explosive power. Finally, Rodney set up a 4-corner movement test within the key. He instructed Lucia to start from one corner and successively run to the other 3 corners before returning to the starting point. After timing the run, Rodney noted Lucia's time at 11.2 seconds. Upon completing the 4 tests, Lucia felt a twinge of confusion. He glanced at Rodney and then at Jamal. Why the sudden need for such professional testing? He wondered. Wasn't the previous trial rather casual? Jamal, noticing Lucia's puzzled expression, shared his bewilderment. He too was perplexed as to why this middle-aged black man was conducting such unusual tests. Rodney diligently recorded the test results in his notebook, nodding in satisfaction. He believed Lucia's physical gifts were quite commendable, already meeting NBA standards. He had formed a preliminary understanding of Lucia's potential. This young man might truly have a chance to enter the NBA. Rodney thought to himself, I may very well be the first to record Lucia's physical data. This should serve as a baseline. I eagerly anticipate his future performances and further improvements. Rodney offered Lucia some encouraging words before taking his leave. You, young man, keep pushing yourself. I have high hopes for you, Rodney said to Lucia, then turned and exited the gym. Once Rodney departed, Lucia turned to Jamal. Jamal? Who was that person? Why did he suddenly conduct these tests? I have no idea. Jamal shrugged, replying. I thought he might be your trainer or a relative. Lucia and Jamal exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat speechless. They were unaware of the identity of the middle-aged black man, yet they both sensed that he was someone of significance. Chapter 47. Harden, DeRozan. As the evening game approached, Lucia was naturally included in the starting lineup. He donned a brand new jersey and stood on the court, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. He yearned to showcase his prowess, to make his presence known and unforgettable. However, he felt a tinge of disappointment when he noticed the absence of any NBA players in the opposing camp. Could I have been mistaken? Lucia pondered. Would NBA players truly come to participate in the Drew League? Doubts began to cloud his memory. No, that cannot be. He insisted to himself. I remember distinctly. I recall that many NBA players, due to the lockout, opted to play in the Drew League during the summer. Perhaps they have yet to arrive. Lucia consoled himself internally. Maybe they will appear in the subsequent matches. Regardless, he thought, the most crucial thing now is to perform well in the game at hand. I shall treat this as an opportunity to earn some incentive points. As the game commenced, Liu Zhi immediately found his rhythm. He constantly moved, receiving passes, dribbling, and orchestrating the team's offense. Each of his actions radiated strength and passion, capturing the attention of the spectators. Initially, the audience noticed Liu Zhi due to his yellow skin. In the Drew League, it was uncommon to see players of Asian descent. This was neither a training camp nor a university, it was pure street basketball. Most players here hailed from nearby neighborhoods, predominantly black or Latino. Moreover, those who came were there purely for the joy of the game, not for commercial gain. Therefore, the audience's curiosity piqued upon seeing Liu Zhi, the player with yellow skin. What brings this Chinese individual here? What could his purpose in playing be? Does he truly enjoy street basketball? However, as they witnessed Liu Zhi's remarkable performance, they were thoroughly impressed by his skill. They began to cheer for each of his spectacular baskets and applaud his exceptional assists. Liu Zhi became akin to a powerful magnet, drawing the gaze of all. His movements exhibited both the creativity and imagination characteristic of street basketball, infused with explosive energy and strength. His style was captivating, and his performance was visually striking. The audience gradually grew fond of Liu Zhi, captivated by the basketball talent he displayed. They began to believe that Liu Zhi was genuinely passionate about the game, having traveled great distances simply to relish the joy basketball afforded. Observing his performance on the court, they concluded he was indeed a rare gem. Throughout the match, Liu Zhi practically assumed responsibility for the team's entire offense. He scored for himself while also facilitating plays for his teammates. With his exceptional abilities, he led the team to a comfortable victory. After the game, Liu Zhi reviewed his statistics, which were quite impressive. In his first match, he scored 32 points, made 11 assists, grabbed 5 rebounds, and recorded 3 steals, an outstanding performance. The following day, he continued to excel. In that game, he not only showcased his formidable scoring ability but also further honed his playmaking skills. His statistics shone even brighter: 30 points, 15 assists, 7 rebounds, and 4 steals. Over these 2 matches, Liu Zhi's displays were remarkable. While not utterly dominant, they undeniably proved his formidable talent. The day after the matches, Liu Zhi lay in his hotel bed, feeling rather bored. He tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind consumed with thoughts of basketball. He reflected on last night's game, his stellar performance, and the many areas where he needed improvement. Qingjie, do you know the schedule for the Drew League? When is the next game? Liu Zhi inquired of Jiang Qingjie, who was engrossed in his phone. You really are obsessed with basketball, Jiang Qingjie remarked, looking up at Liu Zhi with a smile. It's barely been a moment since the last game. And you're already eager to play again? Without a game, I feel utterly restless. Liu Zhi replied helplessly. I just want to enhance my skills as quickly as possible and play in the NBA. I can't believe you. Jiang Qingjie shook his head. All right. Let me check the Drew League schedule for you. Jiang Qingjie picked up his phone, accessed the Drew League's official website, and began to look for game information. Oh, found it, he exclaimed. According to the schedule, the next game is not until next Friday. What? Liu Zhi gasped, taken aback by the news. A whole week to wait. This is unacceptable. Doesn't that mean this time is going to be wasted? Indeed, the Drew League only holds games on weekends. Jiang Qingjie explained. Typically, these players have their own jobs or other commitments. They can't play basketball all day. Can you find out if there are any other games I can participate in? Liu Zhi implored. I feel I must keep playing to continually improve my abilities. Jiang Qingjie noticed Liu Zhi's anxiety and attempted to soothe him. You're really pushing yourself too hard. Jiang Qingjie said. I understand your desire to enhance your skills quickly, but you must also balance work and rest. If you exhaust yourself, how can you continue to play? Take a break and don't rush it. Since you have some time, why not hit the gym and work on your fitness? Muscles need training too. Suddenly, Jiang Qingjie had a thought. Oh, I could also reach out to the Drew League officials to see if there's an opportunity to use their gym for free. No way, the gym won't work. Liu Zhi immediately dismissed Jiang Qingjie's suggestion. I need to play games. Only through competition can I rapidly elevate my skills. Liu Zhi had tried working out in the gym, but no matter how exhausted he became, the system would not grant him any incentive points. Sigh, you are hopeless. Jiang Qingjie sighed deeply as he observed Liu Zhi. He felt a sense of concern for Liu Zhi, who seemed utterly consumed by his love for basketball, almost enchanted by it. I advise you to relax. Jiang Qingjie suddenly stood up and, without further ado, pulled Liu Zhi off the bed. You're in Los Angeles. You can't just stay in the hotel all day. Let us go. I'll take you out for some fun. Lu Zhe, bewildered, was dragged out of the room by Jiang Qingjie. Where are we going? Qingjie, I still want to practice. Lu Zhe protested reluctantly. Today, you are going nowhere. You will accompany me for some leisure. Jiang Qingjie asserted firmly. You practice daily. You're on the verge of driving yourself mad. It's time to unwind. Jiang Qingjie drove Lu Zhe to the renowned Santa Monica Beach. At that moment, it was dusk, and the sun's golden glow cast shimmering reflections upon the ocean, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. On the beach, throngs of people of various hues congregated to revel in this splendid moment. How beautiful! Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, captivated by the breathtaking scenery. However, Lu Zhe appeared somewhat despondent, preoccupied with thoughts of how to earn incentive points, enhance his skills, and establish a foothold in the NBA. Lu Zhe, do not overthink it, Jiang Qingjie urged, noticing Lu Zhe's demeanor. We have come all the way to Los Angeles. Why not take a moment to relax? Enjoy the beautiful sights and embrace life. Oh, Lu Zhe replied absently. Just then, he suddenly let out a cry, his tone brimming with surprise and excitement. Stop the car! Stop the car! Quickly! He shouted. What's wrong? What is happening? Jiang Qingjie, startled by Lu Zhe's reaction, hastily pulled over to the side of the road. Before Jiang Qingjie could comprehend the situation, Lu Zhe had already flung open the car door and dashed out. What is it, Lu Zhe? Jiang Qingjie queried, his expression one of confusion as he followed Lu Zhe. Following Lu Zhe's gaze, he quickly understood the source of his excitement. Not far from the roadside, in a nearby park, there was an open-air basketball court teeming with spectators. They were fervently chanting the names of two players, Harden, 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 DeRozan, DeRozan, DeRozan. Chapter 48. Let us play. Elja jumped up in a fit of anxiety, eager to discern the events unfolding on the basketball court. Fortunately, his leaping ability was commendable, allowing him to barely clear the throng and glimpse the scene before him. What met Elja's eyes was a spirited 3v3 basketball match in progress. Most importantly, he spotted two familiar figures among the players, James Harden and DeMar DeRozan. Goodness, it's Harden and DeRozan, Elja exclaimed, exhilarated. He had never imagined he would encounter these two active NBA stars in this very place. At that time, James Harden was merely 22 years old, playing as the sixth man for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Although he had yet to cultivate his iconic beard, he had already begun to showcase his remarkable scoring and playmaking abilities. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Harden averaged 26.7 minutes per game, scoring 12.2 points, grabbing 3.1 rebounds, providing 2.5 assists, and making 1.1 steals. His offensive style predominantly utilized his left hand, excelling in driving layups, sudden jump shots, and three-pointers, while also demonstrating considerable playmaking prowess. DeMar DeRozan, equally 22 at the time, was the star player for the Toronto Raptors. His physical prowess was exceptional, boasting remarkable leap and explosiveness. In the 2010 to 2011 season, DeRozan averaged 35.2 minutes per game, accumulating 21.4 points, 4.6 rebounds, and 3.8 assists. He was particularly skilled in mid-range jump shots, with the sudden jump shot being his signature move, and he also possessed notable driving ability to attack the rim. This is unbelievable, Elja exclaimed. I can actually see them playing here. What? Harden? DeRozan? What are you talking about? Jiang Qingjie gazed at Elja, utterly bewildered. He had not noticed the happenings on the court and was clueless as to Elja's excitement. It's true. Look over there. Elja pointed towards the basketball court. They're playing. Really? No way. Jiang Qingjie's excitement surged as he stood on his toes, striving to catch a glimpse of the action. Oh my gosh. It really is them. I can't believe I'm seeing current NBA players here. This is incredible. Stop jumping. Just stop. Jiang Qingjie quickly pulled Elja back. Conserve your energy. I'll help us squeeze in. An idea struck Jiang Qingjie. He hurried to a nearby street vendor to purchase a gelato. With the ice cream in hand, he approached the edge of the crowd and shouted, Hey, free gelato over there. Go check it out. Free gelato? The crowd buzzed with excitement, some growing restless. Is that for real? Free gelato? We need to see. Forget it. Let us just watch the game. What is so special about gelato? While some hesitated, others began to move towards Jiang Qingjie's direction. Soon, more and more people, lured by his ploy, were making their way in that direction, leading to a decrease in crowd density. Let us go. Quick. Now is our chance to push in. Jiang Qingjie urged Elja as they maneuvered towards the court. Brother Qingjie, you really have a knack for these tricks. Elja chuckled. Of course. Jiang Xingjie replied with pride. I'm a genius. But remember, keep a low profile. I'm worried those who realize they've been duped will come after us. He pulled on his hood and lowered the brim to obscure his face. Finally, Elja and Jiang Xingjie made it to the front row of the court. They threaded their way through the crowd and could now clearly witness the game unfold. On the court, Harden and DeRozan played in a relaxed yet joyous manner, as if engaged in a casual practice match. Harden appeared to be the more talkative of the two, constantly joking with his teammates, eliciting hearty laughter from them, while DeRozan maintained a quieter demeanor, silently playing with a touch of melancholy on his face. The two engaged in spirited one-on-one matchups. During one offensive play, Harden faced DeRozan's defense while dribbling. He executed several crossovers, then performed a behind-the-back dribble, switching the ball to his left hand. Following that, he took a step back, launching a jump shot from beyond the three-point line. Swish. The ball swished cleanly through the net. Great shot, James. Harden's teammates cheered for his impressive display. DeRozan simply smiled, wordlessly running to the front court. When it was DeRozan's turn to attack, he backed down Harden, using his physical advantage to bump him twice before pivoting and executing a fadeaway jumper. Swish. The ball fell steadily through the hoop. Well done, DeMar. His teammates applauded his remarkable performance as well. In the subsequent play, Harden again took control of the ball. Utilizing his exceptional driving ability, he easily surpassed DeRozan's defense, charging to the basket for a layup. Yeah, Harden shouted, filled with exhilaration. Next, it was DeRozan's turn to score. He set a screen for his teammate, then utilized it to sprint to the three-point line. Understanding the cue, his teammate passed the ball to DeRozan. Upon receiving the ball, DeRozan executed a quick jump shot, landing the ball in the basket. That's it, DeRozan shouted. Throughout the match, Harden continually counted the score loudly, calling out each time he scored. 12-10, 15-12, 18-14. His voice brimmed with joy, as if he were playing a game rather than competing earnestly. Finally, Harden completed a layup using a Euro step, sealing the score at 21-16. Hooray, 21-16. We won, Harden exclaimed, embracing DeRozan, both radiating joy. Great game, buddy. You too. They lauded each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. The spectators cheered for their spectacular performance, reveling in both the joy of the game and the proximity to their idols. Elja watched Harden and DeRozan on the court, feeling profoundly astonished. He realized that NBA players indeed possessed remarkable height and build. Previously, he had not found Alston's half-head height discrepancy particularly striking. However, upon witnessing the towering 1.96 Harden and 2.01 DeRozan, he truly grasped the formidable physical prowess of NBA athletes. They appeared to be a head and shoulders above him, with distinctly defined muscle tone. Indeed, Elja mused, regardless of how formidable you may appear, never take a photograph with NBA players, lest you find yourself looking like a mere underling. Even the mighty Dwayne Johnson, when standing beside Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, appears diminutive. He glanced at himself. Despite possessing the athletic prowess akin to that of Derrick Rose, his physique still seemed somewhat frail in comparison to these NBA titans. It appears that my next badge must focus on enhancing my physical strength, Elja mused. Otherwise, I shall never find my footing on the NBA court. After finishing a game, James Harden remained eager for more. He raised his gaze, scanning the crowd as if searching for a challenger. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Elja, spotting a young man with yellow skin amidst the throng. Intrigued, Harden waved at Elja, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, "Hey, Asian boy, do you play basketball?" Engrossed in thoughts about his badges, Elja initially failed to notice Harden calling out to him. However, upon hearing someone address him, he jolted back to reality, astonished to see Harden beckoning him. No way, Harden is actually talking to me? Elja thought, disbelief washing over him. What incredible luck I have. Harden nodded again, confirming he was indeed calling Elja. He gestured toward the court and then pointed at himself, seemingly inviting Elja to join him in a game. How about playing a match with us? Harden asked with a smile. Me? Really? Elja exclaimed, pointing at himself in sheer exhilaration. He could hardly believe that he was actually being offered the chance to play alongside Harden. Yes, it's you, Harden affirmed with a nod. We need one more player. Come join us. Oh my goodness. This is unbelievable. Elja felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly jumping with joy. He quickly nodded and dashed toward the court. Elja, hurry up. Jiang Xingjie urged him excitedly from the side, pushing Elja forward. This is a rare opportunity. You must perform exceptionally well. Chapter 49. Dazzling DeRozan. As soon as he stepped onto the court, Luja felt a twinge of nervousness. He moved back and forth, attempting to acclimate to the tempo of the game while also gauging the speed and athleticism of the NBA players around him. He quickly realized that both Harden and DeRozan exhibited remarkable quickness, their movements a notch above his own. Furthermore, their physiques were incredibly robust, with well-defined muscle lines, like two titans of steel. Compared to these NBA players, my physical attributes still leave much to be desired. Luja mused. It seems I must hasten my efforts to enhance my strength and speed. In one sequence, Luja found himself defending against DeRozan. He was eager to test whether he could withstand DeRozan's offensive prowess. Upon recognizing that his defender was Luja, DeRozan appeared somewhat surprised. He glanced at Luja, then at the surrounding audience, seemingly puzzled about the identity of this young man with yellow skin. Concerned that he might inadvertently injure Luja with excessive force, he opted to tone down the physicality, executing a mere feint with his back to the basket before turning and effortlessly sinking a jump shot. Swish. The basketball smoothly descended through the hoop. This guy is truly formidable, Luja thought, filled with admiration as he watched DeRozan score with such ease. Despite his best efforts to leap for a block, he was unable to thwart DeRozan's shot. It appears I have a long journey ahead of me, Luja lamented, clapping his hands in frustration. Meanwhile, DeRozan was equally astonished. During their confrontation, he could distinctly sense Luja's speed and impressive leaping ability. If typical street players represent an average level, Luja was certainly a cut above. Had it not been for his own refined skills, he might have been on the receiving end of a block from Luja. Who exactly is this young man? DeRozan pondered as he jogged back to his half of the court, discreetly studying Luja. He began to speculate whether Luja was a player from a prestigious NCAA team or perhaps a professional athlete from another country. Hey, you played quite well. Harden approached Luja, his tone brimming with encouragement. Your defense earlier was quite assertive. However, you still need to master some defensive techniques. As he spoke, Harden animatedly shared various defensive strategies with Luja. He instructed him on how to discern an opponent's offensive intentions, leverage his physical advantages in defense, and obstruct the opponent's path to the basket. Always remain vigilant. Do not allow your adversary to easily breach your defense. When defending, ensure you make contact to unsettle him. Additionally, employ help defense to assist your teammates. Harden continued to impart his extensive defensive wisdom to Luja without reservation. Luja listened attentively, nodding as he committed Harden's words to memory. Now, you take control of the ball, Harden instructed. Let me see your offensive skills. Luja nodded and dribbled into the front court. He passed the ball to Harden, eager to observe how Harden executed his offense. After receiving the ball, Harden utilized his exceptional agility to effortlessly bypass the defender and scored with a layup. In the subsequent possession, Luja again passed to Harden, who again scored with ease. By the third sequence, as Luja received the ball once more and prepared to pass to Harden, the latter suddenly halted. He shook his head at Luja, then passed the ball back, gesturing for Luja to take the shot. Go for it, buddy. Show me what you've got, Harden exclaimed, clapping his hands in encouragement. Luja found himself bemused by Harden's gesture, feeling as if he were being treated like a child. All right, since you insist, I shall demonstrate my abilities, he thought. Let us see if I'm truly just a novice. DeRozan stepped forward to guard Luja, eager to gauge the skills of this young man with yellow skin. Observing DeRozan's decision to defend him, Harden raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is up with DeMar? He wondered. Why is he choosing to guard this Asian kid instead of me? Could it be that this young man truly possesses exceptional talent? Hey, DeMar, don't bully the kid, Harden teased. DeRozan paid no heed to Harden's jest, concentrating entirely on Luja. In truth, he was not exerting himself fully. He merely sought to test Luja's capabilities. Just then, Luja exploded into action. Utilizing his outstanding explosiveness and speed, he surged forward, attempting to break past DeRozan on the right. What a quick burst. DeRozan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Luja's remarkable acceleration. He hastily shifted his feet to block Luja's path. However, Luja's speed was too formidable, and DeRozan was a moment too slow. As DeRozan prepared to adjust his defensive stance, Luja executed a swift crossover between his legs, changing direction with fluidity that caught DeRozan off guard. DeRozan's balance was disrupted, his footing lost, and he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Luja seized the opportunity to accelerate toward the basket, completing a thunderous dunk. Boom! The rim reverberated with a resounding crash, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Whoa! Absolutely spectacular. He just made DeRozan stumble. The audience erupted in raucous cheers, utterly captivated by Liu Zhi's dazzling performance. They had not expected this young man with yellow skin to possess such formidable prowess. Harden was equally astonished. He laughed heartily and approached DeRozan, helping him up from the floor. "What did I tell you?" He chuckled. "You were simply too complacent. You lost focus. You were only trying to test him. And now you've been thoroughly outmaneuvered." DeRozan shook his head, unyielding. "Did you not see? His speed is extraordinary. His acceleration is undoubtedly on par with professional players. Moreover, his change of direction was seamless. I barely had time to react." He pointed at Liu Zhi, who was returning to his half of the court. "Look at his movements. He is no ordinary player." All right. I concede he is impressive." Harden continued to laugh. "However, I still maintain that you were caught off guard due to your lack of focus. In the next round, I'll let him take you on again. Let us see how it goes." DeRozan looked at Harden, bemused. This guy just loves to watch the spectacle, he thought. Yet, that yellow-skinned kid truly possesses something special. Who exactly is he? At that moment, Liu Zhi himself was taken aback. He anticipated that he would so easily maneuver past DeRozan. His earlier actions had flowed almost seamlessly, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Could it be that DeRozan was not fully committed to defending me? Liu Zhi pondered to himself. Perhaps it is simply due to his overconfidence. However, he was acutely aware that he had merely capitalized on DeRozan's lapse in concentration to seize an opportunity. He understood that there remained a significant chasm between himself and genuine NBA players, and he must not allow this moment to inflate his ego. Yet, as Liu Zhi reminisced about the moment he managed to outmaneuver DeRozan, a thrill of excitement coursed through him, mingled with an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. He recognized that his actions had been somewhat exaggerated, even bordering on taunting. He initially considered offering DeRozan a hand, yet he soon concluded that such an act would appear rather pretentious. Ultimately, he opted for silence and swiftly returned to his half of the court. In the stands, some keen-eyed spectators recognized Liu Zhi. "Hey, that fellow resembles that yellow-skinned kid from Rucker Park," one spectator exclaimed. "Indeed, I have seen his videos online. His moves are identical. Could he be that enigmatic Chinese player?" Another chimed in. "Look, he just made DeRozan stumble. Incredible." The crowd buzzed with excitement, pointing at Liu Zhi and murmuring amongst themselves. "Liu." Suddenly, someone in the audience called out his name loudly. Startled by the shout, Liu Zhi instinctively looked up toward the source of the voice. When he realized that someone in the crowd had recognized him, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He scratched his head and awkwardly waved to the audience, acknowledging their cheers. Seeing Liu Zhi's response, the crowd erupted with even greater enthusiasm. "It's really him. It's really him. The Asian boy from Rucker Park. He is phenomenal." The cheers grew louder as they celebrated Liu Zhi's remarkable performance. Chapter 50, Harden's Recommendation. DeRozan initiated an offensive maneuver, utilizing a screen to reposition himself against Liu Zhi. He aimed to continue his one-on-one confrontation with Liu, seeking to validate his prowess. Observing DeRozan once again face off against Liu, Harden felt a twinge of curiosity. What has come over DeMar today? Harden pondered. Why must he engage in a rivalry with this young man of Asian descent? Could it be that he is genuinely incensed by Liu's presence? A smile crept across Harden's face as he found DeRozan's demeanor somewhat juvenile. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a flicker of intrigue towards Liu Zhi. Initially, Harden had invited Liu to join the game merely for amusement, as Liu's distinct appearance stood out amid the crowd. However, he had not anticipated that Liu would possess such commendable skill. Particularly striking was the moment Liu managed to elude DeRozan, leaving Harden thoroughly astonished. This young man truly possesses an intriguing talent. Harden mused. It seems I have stumbled upon a gem today. This time, DeRozan approached the game with renewed seriousness, intent on demonstrating his capabilities. He sought to dismantle Liu Zhi with his offensive prowess. Employing his speed and explosiveness, he endeavored to breach Liu's defenses. Yet, he soon discovered that Liu's footwork was equally swift, with Liu maintaining a close guard, denying DeRozan any opportunity for an easy shot. Frustrated, DeRozan adjusted his strategy, opting for a back-to-the-basket approach. He leveraged his physical advantage, repeatedly backing into Liu in an attempt to create space for a shot. However, Liu's strength effectively stymied DeRozan's efforts to pivot right, resulting in considerable strain for DeRozan. Unable to turn right, DeRozan was compelled to shift left. Yet he remained wary of Liu's potential to steal the ball, hesitating to take a shot. Instead, he resorted to a series of feints to mislead Liu. He feigned a jump shot, drawing Lu's weight forward, then leaped in to score. With a sigh of relief, DeRozan watched the ball swish through the net, internally acknowledging the tenacity of Lu's defense. Lu, in turn, gasped in realization of the formidable prowess of an NBA star, recognizing the chasm between his abilities and theirs. This is what a true NBA player is. Lu contemplated. Both in offensive technique and defensive capability, I find myself utterly outmatched. Haha, DeMar. Why are you struggling so much? Harden chuckled at DeRozan. Are you intimidated by this Asian kid? DeRozan looked at Harden with exasperation, wishing to retort but unsure of how to respond. The audience, witnessing Lu's impressive defense against DeRozan, expressed their astonishment, beginning to cheer for Lu's remarkable performance. Hey, that Asian boy is incredible. Did you see his defense? He's so fast. He's truly remarkable. The cheers and accolades from the crowd resounded throughout the arena. Harden, catching the audience's enthusiasm, cupped his hand to his ear, feigning an act of listening. Hey, do you all know this Asian boy? Harden called out. Lu, Lu, Lu. The crowd chanted Lu's name in unison. Oh, his name is Lu. Got it. I'll remember that. Harden nodded, affirming his commitment to remembering Lu's name. He then passed the ball to Lu, signaling him to continue the offensive. Lu, it's your turn to shine, Harden said with a grin. Show me your skill. Encouraged by Harden's words, Lu advanced with the ball, filled with both reverence and determination as he faced DeRozan. Aware that he needed to be more diligent and exert greater effort to penetrate DeRozan's defense, he found DeRozan adopting a more serious stance, eyes brimming with focus and resolve, intent on thwarting Lu's offensive attempts. Just as Lu felt a sense of pressure, Harden unexpectedly rushed over, setting a quality screen. He deliberately obstructed DeRozan, chuckling, Hey, DeMar, you're too close. You're blocking Lu's path. With another hearty laugh, Harden created an opening for Lu. Utilizing the screen, Lu successfully evaded DeRozan's defense. He then stepped back and launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish. The ball sailed through the net. Both Harden and DeRozan were left momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated Lu's choice to take a three-point shot under such circumstances, nor had they expected him to execute it with such precision. You crazy kid, DeRozan remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Why did you set that screen for him? Haha, I had no idea he was this good, Harden replied, his voice laced with surprise. In the ensuing possession, DeRozan refrained from challenging Lu again. Perhaps the previous exchange had taken a toll on him. Or perhaps Harden's jibe had ignited a sense of competition within him. This time, he opted for a solo effort, attempting a layup despite Harden's defense, but failed to score. Harden secured the rebound and promptly passed the ball to Lu, signaling for him to continue his display. Charge ahead, Lu. It's your moment to shine, Harden encouraged with a smile. Receiving Harden's pass, Lu accelerated towards the front court. Utilizing his exceptional speed, he deftly evaded the other defenders, barreling towards the basket. The only one left to contest him was DeRozan, who had just returned to defensive position. This time, I absolutely cannot allow him an easy score, DeRozan thought to himself. He swiftly advanced to defend, attempting to push Lu away and prevent him from reaching the basket. Lu sensed the intensity of DeRozan's defense and recognized that he had become serious. However, rather than feeling intimidated, he found himself invigorated. Just when DeRozan assumed Lu would force his way through, Lu unexpectedly altered his approach. Employing a deceptive glance, he led DeRozan to believe he was about to drive. As DeRozan focused on guarding against the drive, Lu suddenly tossed the ball into the air. It was a no-look pass. He didn't even glance at his teammate, but relied on instinct to guide the ball. DeRozan was caught off guard, failing to comprehend how the pass had been made. When he turned to look, he discovered Harden soaring high, poised for an alley-oop. The precision and force of the pass were impeccable, allowing Harden to effortlessly secure the ball. With a powerful motion, he slammed it into the hoop. Boom. The sound echoed as the rim quivered. Woo. That pass was unbelievable. How did he even see Harden? This kid is a genius. The audience erupted once more, captivated by Lu's impressive play, cheering for his assist and applauding Harden's alley-oop. DeRozan stood astonished, gazing at Lu with disbelief. How on earth did he accomplish that? He managed to deliver such an accurate alley-oop pass. His court vision is simply astounding. Upon completing the alley-oop, Harden did not celebrate in his usual self-absorbed manner. Instead, he dashed to Lu's side and excitedly lifted him into the air. Lu, you are phenomenal, Harden exclaimed loudly. Lu, you are incredible, truly magnificent. You are the strongest player I have ever witnessed on the streetball court. As he spoke, he elevated Luja high above his head, proclaiming to the audience as if he were showcasing Luja's prowess to the entire world. The crowd erupted in cheers for Luja, utterly captivated by his passing and Harden's alley-oop. Lu, 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 MVP, MVP, MVP. The chants reverberated throughout the park. DeRozan observed Harden and Luja, shaking his head with a wry smile. He recognized that he had encountered a true rival that day. Approaching Luja, he exchanged a high five with him and said, "Well done, kid. You are truly remarkable." DeRozan's tone was infused with encouragement and admiration. He genuinely respected Luja. Harden gazed at Luja in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. "Hey, Lu, are you a professional player? You are astonishing." As he spoke, he mimicked Luja's recent impressive moves, his face reflecting exaggerated astonishment. "I have never seen such talent in a streetball game. I truly believed you were an NBA player." Luja, witnessing Harden's incredulous expression, felt a complex swirl of emotions. He recalled his own aspirations of pursuing a professional basketball career back home. However, due to various circumstances, he had been sidelined from the national team and forced to relinquish his dreams, opting instead to come to this distant land to chase a new basketball ambition. Yet, until now, he had not had the opportunity to play professionally, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. "What am I, after all?" he pondered. "Am I merely an amateur player in a street league?" In truth, he had only participated in street ball and amateur leagues, never having been afforded the chance to play in a professional league. "What? You are not a professional player?" Harden exclaimed, even more astounded by Luja's revelation. "Impossible. You are undoubtedly better than many professional players I have seen. You are so gifted. Why have you not been selected? I simply cannot comprehend this." Harden shook his head repeatedly, unable to grasp the situation. He could not believe that someone as talented as Luja had yet to receive a professional league opportunity. "If you don't mind, I could recommend you to the Thunder," Harden said earnestly, looking at Luja. "Perhaps you could start by playing for their G League affiliate." "Really?" Luja's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing Harden's words. He could hardly believe he was receiving such a recommendation from Harden. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful," Luja exclaimed with excitement. "It would be an honor to serve the Thunder." Harden patted Luja on the shoulder, smiling. "Don't be so overwhelmed. While you possess great talent, you must continue to enhance your skills." In his excitement, Harden had inadvertently exerted too much force, causing Luja to cough. Noticing this, Harden sheepishly said, "Oh, apologies, my friend. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all right, I'm fine." Luja replied with a smile, dismissing Harden's clumsiness. "However, you should work on your physicality. You are a bit too slender," Harden added. "Don't worry. I will do my utmost." Luja nodded affirmatively. Harden then turned to DeRozan, lamenting, "I have no idea when the NBA lockout will conclude. I can't even access the Team Mesh training facility. I miss playing in the NBA so much." DeRozan sighed in agreement. "So do I." Luja, hearing them discuss the NBA lockout, felt a flicker of hope. He knew that the lockout would conclude in early December 2011, with the new NBA season commencing later that month. "Perhaps it will be over soon," Luja reassured. "I truly hope so." Harden shrugged. "Hey, Lu, let us exchange contact information," he suggested suddenly. "If I hear any news, I will call you right away. Or if you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out to me." Luja was taken aback by Harden's offer. He quickly pulled out his phone, and they exchanged numbers. "All right, I must take my leave," Harden said to Luja. "I hope to play alongside you again soon." "Okay, thank you. I will never forget everything you have done for me," Luja replied, brimming with gratitude. "Not a problem," Harden chuckled, giving Luja's shoulder one last pat before turning to leave the court. DeRozan also bid farewell to Luja before departing with Harden. Chapter 51. Ankle. On the way back, Luja was in high spirits. He gazed out the car window at the fleeting scenery, feeling the caress of the sea breeze and listening to the crashing waves, his heart brimming with joy. The night at Santa Monica Beach held its own unique charm. Colorful lights twinkled, illuminating the streets lined with bustling pedestrians and quaint little shops. The warm yellow glow emanating from the shops created a particularly cozy atmosphere amidst the night. Sitting in the car, Luja took in all of this, a slight smile playing on his lips. "What a lucky day," he thought to himself. "I actually got to play ball with Harden and DeRozan. I even received a recommendation from Harden." He felt he was one step closer to his dream of joining the NBA. "How about that? I told you it was the right decision to drag you out for some fresh air," Jiang Qingjie said, looking at Luja with a smile. "If I hadn't forced you out, you'd probably still be in the hotel, lost in your thoughts." Yes, brother Qingjie, you're absolutely right. Luja nodded in agreement. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Harden and DeRozan today. Exactly. I am your lucky star, Jiang Qingjie declared proudly. From now on, just stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have good fortune every day. Despite Luja's elation, a sense of urgency lingered in his heart as he thought about the NBA lockout, knowing it would take 4 to 5 months to resolve. He wished he could do something to expedite an agreement between the players and owners to hasten the return of the NBA season. However, Luja was aware that these matters were beyond his control. After numerous rounds of discussions, the rift between both parties remained stark. NBA players and owners continued to clash over their respective interests. Players believed they deserved greater compensation for generating immense wealth for the league, while owners argued that they bore significant risks and should not allow players to claim too much profit. Both sides remained steadfast in their positions, leading to a stalemate in negotiations. Sigh, I can only play in the Drew League for now and continue to accumulate incentive points, Luja mused. In the following days, with no games to compete in, he grew somewhat bored. Thus, he made it a point to train with the high school team at the venue of the Drew League every day. He even became quite familiar with the school team's coach, who welcomed the presence of a high-level player to assist in their training and refine their techniques. Luja spent countless hours in the gym, tirelessly honing his skills and enhancing his abilities. Although the incentive points awarded during the school team's practice games were limited, through Luja's relentless efforts, the points gradually accumulated. At night, after training, the gym was left in solitude, with only Luja remaining. He persisted in extra shooting drills until he was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the gym floor, gasping for breath. As he gazed up at the bright lights on the ceiling, he suddenly realized he had become somewhat of a basketball fanatic. I practice shooting every day, yet I'm not gaining any incentive points. What am I even doing? He chuckled at himself. Suddenly, a voice called out from nearby. Hey, we're about to turn off the lights. Please leave as soon as possible. It was the gym staff, signaling the impending closure. Luja hurriedly got up from the floor, reluctantly departing from the gym. In the subsequent 2 group matches, Luja continued to lead his team to victory against their opponents. He had become the team's cornerstone, with every one of his offensive plays eliciting cheers from the audience. Luja's performance remained outstanding, utilizing his exceptional driving ability to frequently breach the opponent's defense and score effortlessly. He also showcased his precise shooting, sinking 3-pointers with ease. In the 3rd group match, he achieved 35 points, 12 assists, 6 rebounds, and 3 steals. In the 4th group match, he recorded 30 points, 14 assists, 7 rebounds, and 2 steals. His statistics were impressive, and his prowess was recognized by everyone. However, a thread of doubt lingered within Luja. He found it peculiar that, despite having played for such an extended period, he had yet to encounter any NBA players participating in the Drew League. Logically, during the NBA lockout, many players should have chosen to play in the Drew League. He recalled a particularly classic Drew League game where Kobe Bryant led his team against a squad featuring Harden and DeRozan. That match was thrilling, and Luja had once seen related videos online. Could it be that my arrival changed history? Luja pondered. Is that even possible? While I will undoubtedly alter the league's history upon entering the NBA, I can't possibly have such influence at this moment, can I? Luja felt he was overthinking things. Perhaps it's just not the right time. He considered. Maybe those NBA players will show up in upcoming games. Perhaps I should contact Harden one day to see if I can meet Kobe. Kobe Bryant was one of the basketball players Luja greatly admired. The formidable skills he exhibited on the NBA court, along with his unwavering Mamba mentality, profoundly influenced Luja. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Kobe was already 33 years old. Yet he maintained an exceptional level of athleticism, averaging 33.9 minutes on the court, scoring 25. 3 points, 5. 1 rebounds, 4. 7 assists, and 1. 2 steals per game, remaining one of the league's premier shooting guards. He possessed not only remarkable offensive skills, but also formidable defensive capabilities and game control. His Mamba mentality symbolized an indomitable will to never give up or back down, inspiring every basketball enthusiast. Luja yearned to face Kobe on the court and experience the power of the Black Mamba firsthand. Nevertheless, Luja redirected his focus back to the games at hand. He understood that the most crucial aspect was to perform well in every match and continuously enhance his skills. Since he had not encountered any NBA-caliber players, Luja's abilities in the Drew League were significantly above par, allowing him to lead his team to victory against every opponent. However, an unexpected incident occurred in the final group match. In the second half, during an offensive play, Liu Zhu attempted to break through the defense with a crossover dribble. Due to his swift pace, his left ankle suddenly twisted, causing him to lose balance and fall heavily to the ground. Liu Zhu involuntarily let out a soft cry. What happened? The audience gasped as they saw Liu Zhu on the ground. Are you okay? His teammates rushed over, expressing concern for his condition. Seated at the sidelines, Jamal immediately rose to his feet and hurried to Liu Zhu's side, his face etched with concern and anxiety. Liu, are you all right? What happened? Jamal inquired urgently. Liu Zhu gradually sat up, assessing his left ankle. Fortunately, it was not sprained. It had merely twisted slightly, causing a moment of alarm that left him drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 52, Asian AI. With the support of his teammates, Liu Zhu gradually descended from the court and settled onto a bench at the sidelines. He gazed at his slightly trembling left ankle, a sense of trepidation washing over him. That was perilously close. He mused to himself. If my ankle is truly sprained, I shall be sidelined for an extended period. He reflected upon his shortcomings, acutely aware that despite possessing the athleticism badge inspired by Derrick Rose, significantly enhancing his speed and explosiveness, his physical conditioning had yet to fully align. I cannot solely pursue speed while neglecting the strength of my body, he thought. He recalled Rose's career, which, despite showcasing astonishing talent and prowess during his peak, was marred by injuries, leading to a tragic decline from greatness. One contributing factor was Coach Thibodeau's excessive utilization of Rose, leaving his body in a perpetual state of fatigue and paving the way for injury. Additionally, Rose's style of play, heavily reliant on explosive athleticism and rapidity, involved frequent high-intensity drives and sharp cuts, placing immense strain on his ankles and knees. His attacks were characterized by audacious, forceful penetrations that disregarded defensive barriers, rather than employing rhythmic changes, resulting in a significantly elevated risk of injury compared to his peers. Fixating on his left ankle, Liu Zhu resolved anew. I must swiftly seek a badge to enhance my physical attributes and equip it. Otherwise, I too shall inevitably follow in Rose's footsteps. He opened the system panel to peruse his incentive points. Calculating, he determined that if he secured victory in this match, his incentive points would barely suffice to purchase a bronze badge. However, should they lose, it would be unlikely, as the number of incentive points was intricately tied to match performance. As Liu Zhu pondered these matters, Jamal approached, inquiring with concern about Liu Zhu's condition. Liu, how are you? Are you injured? Jamal asked anxiously. I'm fine, Jamal, really. Liu Zhu replied, shaking his head. I just twisted it a bit. A moment's rest will suffice. That's a relief. Jamal exhaled. You should take a breather on the sidelines. I'll manage the remaining game. All right. Liu Zhu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that his current state was not conducive to remaining on the court, he required time to recuperate. However, following Liu Zhu's exit, the team's offense and defense began to falter. Their attacks grew sluggish, and their defense became lax. The opponents seized the opportunity, steadily narrowing the score gap. In one possession, they executed a fast break for an easy layup. On the next possession, they sank a three-pointer, even taking the lead. This cannot continue. Liu Zhu sat on the sidelines, observing the tense match unfold, growing increasingly agitated. He knew he could not afford to wait any longer. He must return to the court and lead his team to victory. 3 minutes later, unable to contain himself, Liu Zhu rose and approached Jamal. Jamal, I feel much better. I want to re-enter the game. Upon hearing Liu Zhu's declaration, Jamal's expression turned to one of surprise. Liu, are you sure you're all right? Is your ankle fine? He asked, concerned. I assure you, Jamal, I am perfectly fine. Liu Zhu asserted, stamping his foot and smiling. You needn't worry. I'm uninjured and fully capable of continuing. But Jamal hesitated, wishing to dissuade Liu Zhu, especially since the team had already secured advancement in the bracket, rendering further risk unnecessary. Yet, Liu Zhu's resolve was unwavering. He was determined to return to the court. Jamal? Trust me. I can lead the team to victory. Liu Zhu insisted firmly. Observing Liu Zhu's determination, Jamal realized he could no longer sway him. He found himself pondering why Liu Zhu was so fervently devoted to basketball, so desperately eager to compete. Watching Liu Zhu stride back onto the court during the timeout, Jamal was filled with admiration. Perhaps Liu Zhu truly loved the essence of basketball. Jamal mused. He is indeed a pure enthusiast of the game. Upon Liu Zhu's return to the court, the audience erupted in deafening cheers. Liu, 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 he is back. He is back. We knew you would return. The spectators waved their arms, vociferously chanting Liu Zhu's name. Their affection for his style of play and performances was palpable, celebrating every remarkable basket and exceptional pass he delivered. Their admiration for Liu Jia was evident. Once back on the court, Liu Jia immediately revitalized the team's offense. Like a maestro, he orchestrated the rhythm of their play, guiding his teammates as they relentlessly pursued the score. However, his teammates were not performing at their best. They were plagued by turnovers and a dismal shooting percentage. Liu Jia had to shoulder the burden, scoring himself while creating opportunities for others. He incessantly drove, passed, and shot, effectively shouldering the entirety of the team's offensive responsibilities. As the game neared its climax, the score remained tightly contested. Initially, Liu Jia's team led by 1 point, only to be surpassed by the opponents with a swift basket. With mere seconds remaining, possession lay with Liu Jia's team. "Quick, inbound the ball," Liu Jia shouted urgently. His teammates swiftly complied, and Liu Jia seized the ball, propelling himself toward the front court. Utilizing his exceptional speed, he evaded the defenders and positioned himself beyond the three-point line. With just 3 seconds left on the clock, he had to make a move. Yet, rather than opting for a three-point shot, he accelerated, executing a deft change of direction to evade the defender and penetrated toward the basket. Faced with a defender towering over him, he did not flinch. He leapt high, executing a challenging reverse layup in midair. His body contorted dramatically as he deftly flicked the ball towards the hoop. Swish! The ball nestled securely within the net. Whoa! What an extraordinary feat! He accomplished it. The crowd erupted once more. The spectators cheered and roared, utterly captivated by Liu Jia's game-winning shot. It was a breathtaking and remarkably challenging decisive basket. Liu Jia, through sheer talent, captivated the audience and validated his worth through his performance. Incredible! Admiration and awe filled the hearts of all present. They had not anticipated that a 182-centimeter tall Asian could deliver such astounding prowess on the court. In the NBA, such height would typically preclude one from excelling as a player, yet Liu Jia, with his superior skills and court awareness, dominated the game. They were reminded of the legendary Allen Iverson, one of the greatest undersized players in NBA history. He stands at an impressive height of 183 meters. Despite his relatively diminutive stature, he has ascended to the ranks of NBA superstars through his remarkable speed, explosive power, and exceptional dribbling skills. During the 2000 to 2001 season, he led the Philadelphia 76ers to the NBA Finals and was honored with the prestigious regular season MVP award. He has claimed the title of NBA scoring champion 4 times and the steals leader 3 times, solidifying his status as one of the most legendary figures in the annals of NBA history. His drives to the basket cut through opponents' defenses like a sharpened blade, and his crossover dribble is revered as a classic maneuver. Many spectators, upon witnessing Liu Jia, are reminded of Allen Iverson, as they perceive both players to share striking similarities, including their formidable scoring abilities and indomitable spirit. "He resembles Iverson," one spectator exclaimed. "Indeed, he is just like Iverson, the Asian Iverson," another enthusiastically concurred. "Perhaps we should refer to him as Asian AI." "Yes, Asian AI. I adore this nickname." An increasing number of onlookers embraced the moniker Asian AI, believing it to be a fitting tribute to Liu Jia's characteristics. They were captivated by this diminutive athlete of Asian descent, filled with anticipation for the enigmatic Asian AI. Ultimately, in a dazzling display of talent, Liu Jia scored a game-high 50 points, while also providing 6 assists and grabbing 3 rebounds. Through his prowess, he led his team to a resounding victory. Chapter 53, The Ancient Divine Beast. After the match, the players congregated, embracing one another in jubilant celebration of their victory. They cheered exuberantly, leaping and laughing, their faces aglow with excitement. Meanwhile, Liu Jia found himself alone at the sidelines, accessing the system panel to check how many motivation points he had accumulated during this period. He understood that his foremost need was to enhance his physical prowess, which necessitated the purchase of appropriate badges. After 5 matches in the Drew League group stage, coupled with his diligent training sessions with the high school team, he had worked hard to amass motivation points. This time, it should be sufficient, he mused. Upon seeing the total displayed on the panel, he finally exhaled in relief. 5,115 points. A smile crept upon Liu Jia's lips as he realized, at last, it is enough. I can purchase a new badge. Eagerly, he opened the system store to explore badges related to physical attributes. However, just as he was about to make his selection, he was abruptly interrupted by a chorus of cheers echoing in his ears. "Asian AI! Asian AI! Asian AI!" He heard his teammates exuberantly chanting Asian AI, the phrase resonating in his mind. Initially, Luja was taken aback, uncertain why his teammates were suddenly exclaiming this peculiar term. Yet, as the chant grew in volume and fervor, he suddenly comprehended that they were referring to him. He recalled that during the match, the spectators had been chanting the same phrase. It dawned on him that he had indeed earned the title of Asian AI, with everyone likening him to Iverson. A grin broke across his face. Asian AI, Asian AI, Asian AI. The surrounding voices grew louder and more vibrant. Luja lifted his gaze, discovering his teammates encircling him. They linked arms, forming a circle, jumping and chanting Asian AI around him. Their faces radiated joy and elation. They regarded Luja as a true hero, filled with pride for his remarkable performance. Witnessing his teammates' exuberance, Luja's spirits soared even higher. Unable to contain his laughter, he raised his right hand high and joined his teammates in their jubilant leaps and cheers. Together, they danced in a circle, their figures shining brightly on the court. Their revelry enveloped every spectator present. When the players finally dispersed, Jamal approached, a smile gracing his face as he patted Luja's shoulder and exchanged a high five. Lu, your performance today was absolutely outstanding. Jamal praised. I heard them chanting your name. Asian AI. They all say you resemble Iverson. Huh, really? Luja chuckled. Perhaps one day, I could become the NBA's leading scorer like Iverson. He jested. Jamal, taken aback by Luja's ambition to become the NBA's leading scorer, looked at him with exaggerated disbelief. Wait, Lu, you can't be serious? You genuinely want to play in the NBA? I thought you were just a street ball player aiming for internet fame. Shrugging, Luja remained silent, merely smiling in affirmation of his aspirations. He refrained from elaborating, aware that his abilities would ultimately speak for themselves. Jamal, still incredulous, shook his head and gestured to Luja's height. With your stature, you might be at a disadvantage. If only you could grow another 5 centimeters. Your chances would certainly improve. But since you've made your decision, go chase your dreams. I will support you. Go for it. Asian AI. Once the crowd had dispersed and the others had left, Luja exited the arena alone, seeking solace on a patch of grass outside, where he finally had the time to open the system panel and meticulously review the badges he wished to purchase. He re-entered the system store and navigated to the physical attribute badge category, scrutinizing each option to find the one that best suited him. Malone's Iron Elbow badge, bronze, 5,000 motivation points. O'Neal's Paint Beast badge, bronze, 5,000 motivation points. Names flashed before Luja's eyes, but none seemed to align with his desires. What I seek is a badge that will transform my physical attributes dramatically, he thought. I yearn for a badge that grants me monstrous physical capabilities. Suddenly, a name caught his eye. Wilt Chamberlain's Ancient Divine Beast badge, bronze, 5,000 motivation points. Wilt Chamberlain, the basketball emperor. This name is a mythic presence in the realm of basketball. Standing at 2.16 meters, he possessed extraordinary physical attributes, strength, speed, and leaping ability that reached the limits of human potential. He once scored 100 points in a single game and grabbed 55 rebounds in another, feats unparalleled in basketball history, perhaps never to be replicated. Not only was he a titan on the court, but he was also a figure of legend off it. He famously claimed to have conversed intimately with 20,000 women to learn English, studying late into the night before dominating the court the following day. He is nothing short of a monster. Luja thought, I must choose his badge. I must possess his extraordinary physical attributes. Without hesitation, Luja selected Wilt Chamberlain's Ancient Divine Beast badge, bronze. Ding. Host has chosen to purchase Wilt Chamberlain's Ancient Divine Beast badge, bronze, costing 5,000 motivation points. Confirm purchase? Confirm. Ding. Purchase successful. 5,000 motivation points deducted. Remaining motivation points, 115. Wilt Chamberlain's Ancient Divine Beast badge, bronze, equipped. As the system's notification chimed, Luja felt a warm surge envelop his entire being. He sensed his muscles growing firmer and more powerful, his physique strengthening. However, the change was not immediately apparent. This doesn't seem right. Luja pondered, confusion creeping in. Why don't I feel the same pronounced enhancement as when I unlocked the Rose badge? This is supposed to be Wilt Chamberlain's badge. Why is the effect so weak? Luja began to doubt whether the system was playing tricks on him once more. Chapter 54. Nick Young. In the early morning, Luja and Jiang Qingjia were relishing a sumptuous breakfast in the hotel restaurant. Thanks to the prize money from the EBC League, their meals had significantly improved, no longer limited to simple fast food. They could now indulge in crispy bacon and eggs while savoring rich milk. Engrossed in his meal, Lu Zhi suddenly noticed Jiang Qingjie observing him intently. He looked up and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What's the matter, Qingjie? Why are you staring at me?" Jiang Qingjie squinted, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Lu Zhi with an expression brimming with curiosity. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, "Lu Zhi, I can't shake the feeling that you seem different." "Different how?" Lu Zhi asked, puzzled, glancing down at his own physique. "I can't quite pinpoint it, but it seems you have become more muscular." Jiang Qingjie mused aloud. "Could it be that your rigorous training has contributed to this transformation?" Upon hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, Lu Zhi began to examine himself more closely. He noticed a subtle increase in muscle on his arms, and that his shoulders appeared broader than before. He recalled that when he had purchased the Wilt Chamberlain badge the previous night, he hadn't felt any significant change. Could it be? A sudden hypothesis crossed Lu Zhi's mind. Is the badge's effect gradually enhancing my abilities? No wonder I didn't sense an immediate boost last night. It seems to work slowly. Really? Lu Zhi chuckled, not fully admitting it. Perhaps I've just been eating more lately. Indeed, with a bit of money to spare, it's only natural to enjoy better food. Jiang Qingjie replied with a smile. After finishing their breakfast, they stood up to leave. Jiang Qingjie paused once again, his gaze fixated on Lu Zhi, his expression awash with astonishment. "What is wrong now, Qingjie? What have you noticed?" Lu Zhi asked, slightly bewildered. "I feel like you might have grown taller as well." Jiang Qingjie gestured, trying to compare their heights, still unable to believe his own eyes. Is it possible to train oneself to grow taller? He pondered aloud. This defies logic. Perhaps I'm just experiencing a late growth spurt. Lu Zhi hastily interjected, wishing to steer Jiang Qingjie away from further inquiries. Who knows? Jiang Qingjie shrugged. It seems that playing basketball truly can lead to height growth. As he spoke, he and Lu Zhi playfully jostled each other while exiting the restaurant. A couple of days later, while walking down the street, Jiang Qingjie suddenly halted, once again scrutinizing Lu Zhi. "What is it now?" Lu Zhi felt a bit uneasy and turned to face Jiang Qingjie. I feel like you've grown a little taller again." Jiang Qingjie furrowed his brow, examining Lu Zhi closely. Then, with a rather peculiar expression, continued, "Are you sure you're not imagining things? I haven't done anything out of the ordinary lately." Lu Zhi quickly countered, Maybe I just misjudged it." Jiang Qingjie replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Days passed, and upon returning from the gym, Lu Zhi was preparing to shower when he discovered Jiang Qingjie standing at the bathroom door, staring at him. "What are you doing?" Lu Zhi felt uncomfortable, looking up at Jiang Qingjie in inquiry. "Are you hoping to see me change?" And no, not at all. Jiang Qingjie quickly shook his head. "I just think you seem to have grown taller and bulked up again." As Jiang Qingjie mumbled, he turned and left the bathroom door. Lu Zhi closed the bathroom door behind him and opened the system panel to check his personal information. Host: Lu Zhi. Age: 19. Height: 186 centimeters. Weight: 82 kilograms. Goodness, I've really grown taller. Lu Zhi exclaimed, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. My height has increased from 182 centimeters to 186 centimeters. And my weight has risen from 75 kilograms to 82 kilograms. He finally comprehended that the Wilt Chamberlain badge did not take immediate effect, but rather worked gradually, subtly altering his physique and enhancing his height and weight over the course of a few days. This is astonishing. Lu Zhi marveled at the system's formidable capabilities, which surpassed his expectations. He posed in front of the mirror, admiring his muscles, feeling the newfound strength coursing through him. Satisfied, he smiled and turned on the shower. The shower head released a cascade of steaming water, enveloping the mirror in mist while washing away his perspiration. On a weekend afternoon, Lu Zhi and Jiang Qingjie arrived early at the Drew League gym. Jamal had sent them a message the previous day, urging them to arrive promptly. Although Lu Zhi was uncertain about the reason for Jamal's insistence, driven by his eagerness for the game and respect for Jamal, he and Jiang Qingjie arrived more than 2 hours early. Upon reaching the gym, they were surprised to find an unusually large crowd. The venue was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Why are there so many people today? Lu Zhi wondered aloud, glancing at Jiang Qingjie. I have no idea, Jiang Qingjie replied, shaking his head. I've never seen this many people when I came to watch a game before. Is there some sort of special event happening today? After squeezing into the gym, they discovered that the previous match had yet to conclude. They located Jamal and took seats in the back row of the audience, watching the ongoing game. As Lu Zhi scanned the court, he sought familiar NBA players. Suddenly, he spotted a very recognizable figure. Nick Young, Lu Zhi exclaimed with excitement. What is he doing here? Who? Nick Young? Jiang Qingjie asked, puzzled. Yes, that's him. Lu Zhi pointed excitedly at the player clad in a red jersey. Dribbling the ball. Look, that's Nick Young. Jiang Qingjie followed Lu Zhi's gaze and, indeed, recognized the figure. It really is Nick Young, he exclaimed. At the age of 26, Nick Young was playing for the Washington Wizards, occupying the role of shooting guard small forward. He was renowned for his confident, flamboyant, and distinctive playing style, making him a popular figure in the NBA at that time. He excelled at one-on-one plays, utilizing various fakes and changes in direction to confound his opponents, with his mid-range stop-and-pop jump shot being his signature move. In the 2010 to 2011 season, Nick Young averaged 25 minutes per game, scoring 17 for points, grabbing 2, 7 rebounds, and providing 1 for assists. He was an exceptional scorer, though his shooting consistency was not particularly high. As Lu Zhi observed Nick Young on the court, his heart raced with excitement. At long last, he glimpsed the presence of NBA players in the Drew League. Subsequently, Lu Zhi attentively observed Nick Young's performance on the court. He noted that Nick's movements remained exceptionally graceful, his ball handling fluid, and his shooting form remarkably elegant. However, Lu Zhi found himself somewhat speechless, as Nick's shooting touch appeared far from optimal. Nearly every shot he attempted ended in a clang off the rim. Initially, he executed a double spin to evade his defender, followed by a step-back jumper from beyond the arc, yet the basketball merely struck the rim and bounced away. In the next possession, he performed a behind-the-back crossover, then abruptly halted for a jump shot. But again, the ball failed to find its mark. On the third attempt, he employed a feint to shake off his opponent's defense, then unleashed his signature fadeaway jumper. But once more, the ball did not traverse the threshold of the hoop. Alas, Nick Young shook his head in frustration. Nevertheless, a smile lingered on his face. He seemed unfazed by his string of missed shots. He continued to relish the joy of the game, expressing his individuality in his own distinctive manner. Watching Nick's antics on the court, Lu Zhi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, Nick Young embodies this very style. He mused. His shooting is inherently unstable, yet his confidence and humor are undeniably endearing. Chapter 55. Kobe Bryant. However, as the game reached its climax, Nick Young's shooting touch suddenly ignited. He transformed into a different player, effortlessly sinking difficult shots as if endowed with boundless energy. His mid-range jumpers became remarkably precise, and his three-pointers found their mark consistently. During one offensive play, Nick utilized a crossover dribble to evade a defender, then executed a sudden stop and smoothly released the ball into the net. In the subsequent play, he executed a feint that deceived his opponent, leading to another successful three-point shot. The audience erupted in excitement at Nick Young's sudden surge, cheering for every basket he made and applauding his every dazzling move. The pinnacle of their excitement came in the final moments of the game when Nick received a pass from a teammate and boldly opted for a three-pointer. As the ball soared through the air, he raised his arms in celebration, turning away in anticipation. Swish. The ball went through the net. Nick triumphantly held his hands aloft, basking in the adulation of the crowd. The cheers reached a crescendo. This is Swaggy P. He is the clutch performer. He is undeniably cool. The audience roared, deeply moved by Nick Young's confidence and charisma. Looking at Nick's performance, Lu Zhi couldn't help but reflect that Nick Young truly lived up to his name, always managing to inspire everyone in the arena in his unique way. His confidence and audacity are incredibly captivating. Lu Zhi mused. Yet, he can be quite the show-off. Are we going to play against Nick Young in the next match? Lu Zhi turned to Jamal beside him and inquired. You're overthinking it. Jamal chuckled, shaking his head. The Drew League is quite casual in terms of team formations. Many NBA players just show up to play a game and leave. You may not encounter them again in the next match. Ah, so that's how it is. Lu Zhi realized, finally understanding why he had never met an NBA player before. Then why did you want me to come early today? Lu Zhi asked, puzzled. Of course, to welcome the two big names joining our team. Jamal replied with pride. What? Are there NBA players coming to our team? Lu Zhi was instantly excited. Who? Who? He eagerly pressed for information. You'll never guess. Jamal said mysteriously. Who is it? Stop keeping me in suspense. Lu Zhi urged impatiently. All right, I'll tell you. Jamal laughed. Today, Harden and DeRozan will be joining our team. What? Lu Zhi was taken aback by Jamal's words. He never imagined it would be Harden and DeRozan. Didn't I just see them recently? Lu Zhi thought. What a coincidence. There's also another player coming to the venue, but to avoid causing a commotion, I can't reveal that yet. Jamal continued. Moreover, the game will be moved to the adjacent auxiliary gym to prevent overcrowding. Lucia's heart raced once more upon hearing Jamal. Another player? And they're changing venues to avoid chaos? Could it be Kobe? Lucia trembled with excitement. Am I really going to play on the same court as Kobe? This is simply unbelievable. Is my dream truly about to come true? Lucia felt his blood boiling with anticipation. He could hardly wait to begin the game, eager to see Kobe in person and compete alongside him. After some time, as the crowd began to thin, Jamal checked the time and waved for Lucia and Jiang Qingjie to follow him. The two of them trailed Jamal out of the main gym and into the smaller auxiliary gym. Compared to the main gym, the auxiliary was significantly smaller, with only 2 stories and just one basketball court surrounded by a row of seats. Nevertheless, a considerable number of people had already gathered there, seemingly awaiting something. Jamal entered the court, greeting the players who were warming up. Lucia followed Jamal's gaze and noticed him shaking hands with a black player. That player was none other than Harden, clad in a white jersey, wearing a friendly smile. Upon spotting Jamal, he immediately approached, fist-bumping and shoulder-bumping in a distinctly street-style greeting. Jamal then moved to greet another player, who was DeRozan. He still bore a hint of melancholy, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Jamal. At that moment, Harden suddenly noticed Lucia, and his face lit up with surprise. Upon seeing Lucia wearing the same white jersey as him, his astonishment deepened. Hey, Lou, you're here too, Harden exclaimed, his mouth agape in exaggerated surprise, then waved at Lucia to come closer. Lucia smiled and waved back, stepping up beside Harden. Wow, are you here to play in the Drew League too? Harden asked in astonishment. Yeah, Lucia nodded, grinning in affirmation. Huh, how did I not think of that? Harden laughed heartily. Of course, with your skills, you'd definitely be here to compete. But this is fantastic. We can be teammates again today. Harden excitedly slapped Lucia on the shoulder. Absolutely, Lucia replied with equal enthusiasm. He had not anticipated being reunited with Harden and DeRozan so soon. The prospect of competing alongside Kobe heightened his anticipation even further. What a rare opportunity, Lucia thought. Such chances can only arise in the Drew League. Harden squeezed Lucia's shoulder, suddenly noticing something. Lou, you look much stronger than last time. You've been training hard, haven't you? I'm genuinely impressed, Harden remarked, surprised by Lucia's transformation in just a few days. Did you know? Maybe we could train together sometime? Harden suggested. I feel like you're progressing much faster than I am. Perhaps I should seek your guidance in the future. He chuckled heartily as he spoke. Sure, let us improve together. Lucia laughed in response. At that moment, DeRozan approached, initiating a greeting with Lucia, indicating his acknowledgement. There was also a hint of surprise in his eyes, clearly noting Lucia's enhanced physique. Hey Lou, I'm looking forward to your performance today. DeRozan turned to Lucia and said, Okay. Lucia responded with a smile. Suddenly, Harden pulled Lucia aside, leaning in with an air of mystery, lowering his voice with an expression of great pride, and asked, Hey, Lou, do you know who else is coming today? Could it be Kobe? Lucia chuckled playfully. What? How did you know? Harden exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Lucia. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. A man clad in a purple jersey slowly made his way through the entrance of the arena. Lucia focused his gaze, and his pupils dilated in shock. He beheld a familiar face, a legendary figure, Kobe Bryant. He had finally arrived. Chapter 56. Provoking Kobe. Upon entering the arena, Kobe wore a confident smile that never left his face. He waved casually to the surrounding crowd, signaling his presence before making his way directly to the court to commence his warm-up. He began with a series of simple stretching exercises, followed by a sequence of jump shots, layups, dunks, and defensive drills against his teammates. Each movement was infused with power and grace, showcasing the professional prowess befitting a superstar. He resembled a finely tuned machine, executing every action with precision and exuding confidence with each shot. Standing at the opposite end of the court, Lucia watched Kobe warm up from a distance, a wave of surrealism washing over him. Am I really about to play alongside Kobe on the same court? Lucia pondered, feeling as though he were in a dream. Memories of the shocking news about Kobe's tragic helicopter crash flooded his mind, evoking feelings of disbelief and sorrow for such a great star to have vanished so abruptly. Gazing back at the vibrant and self-assured Kobe, he realized he must seize this opportunity and play with him to the fullest. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality when Harden approached, patting him on the shoulder. Hey, Lou, what are you thinking about? Harden asked with a grin. It's time to warm up. The game is about to start. Luja nodded, shaking off his reverie. Don't worry. I'm ready. He replied confidently. That's the spirit. Just remember to warm up first. Harden chuckled, pointing at Luja. And later, I'll let you handle the ball. Really? That is fantastic. Luja exclaimed, taken aback by the honor, eagerly thanking Harden. All right, just wait and see. Harden laughed before walking away. Before long, the referee blew the whistle, signaling both teams to prepare for the game. The audience gradually retreated from the court, clearing the space for the players. On the sidelines, Jamal gave Luja a thumbs up, cheering him on, while Jiang Chengjia, filled with excitement, alternated his gaze between Kobe and Luja, exclaiming, wow, wow, wow. Luja, you are actually going to play against Kobe. I wish I had brought a camera. This is a historic moment. Don't worry, many people are filming. Luja pointed to the spectators nearby, holding cameras and buzzing with excitement. You won't miss it. There will definitely be plenty of videos online after today. Absolutely. I must witness you make history. Jiang Chengjia exclaimed enthusiastically. You need to perform well and showcase your talent. I will. Luja assured him with confidence. As the players gathered near the center circle, they exchanged pleasantries. Kobe greeted Harden and DeRozan with a relaxed demeanor, his confident smile unwavering. In contrast, Harden and DeRozan, as younger players, appeared somewhat anxious in Kobe's presence, particularly DeRozan, whose eyes sparkled with admiration for his idol. Kobe continued shaking hands with the players, but when he reached Luja, his brow furrowed momentarily. Looking at Luja, he inquired of the other players. Is he a player too? Yes. This is Lu. He's incredibly talented. Harden quickly introduced Luja, highlighting his skills and strength. Yet, Kobe remained skeptical. He scrutinized the slender Asian youth before him, thinking, can he really play basketball? Can he truly compete with me? As Kobe grasped Luja's hand, he anticipated a weak grip, but instead felt a firm hold that surprised him. He sensed Luja's strength rivaling his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Intrigued, Kobe looked up to meet Luja's confident gaze. Hello, Mr. Bryant. It's an honor to play against you, Luja declared in fluent English, a smile illuminating his face. Kobe's competitive spirit ignited, a teasing smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You know what? I'm going to destroy you out there. Let us see about that, Luja retorted, refusing to back down. He understood that against a formidable opponent like Kobe, he must showcase his confidence and abilities. Kobe released Luja's hand and turned away, while Luja marveled at the moment he had just shared with Kobe, his heart racing with excitement. I just shook hands with Kobe, he thought, and I actually provoked him. This is absolutely insane. As the game commenced, Kobe took the initiative to jump for the tip-off. Harden joined him, vying for the ball. The referee tossed it high into the air, and both players leapt simultaneously. However, Kobe's superior athleticism allowed him to make contact first. Directing the ball to his teammates, Kobe's team seized possession and launched the first offensive play. After receiving the ball, Kobe opted not to attack immediately. Instead, he orchestrated the team's movements with his passing before positioning himself in the low post. Utilizing his exceptional footwork, he began his assault. In the first exchange, Kobe executed a back-to-the-basket move against DeRozan, using his strength to back him down before spinning swiftly to drive to the hoop for a layup. Swish. The basketball effortlessly nestled into the net. The crowd erupted in cheers, chanting Kobe, 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 in admiration of his effortless score. In the next sequence, Kobe employed another back-to-the-basket maneuver. He faked a right turn, then executed a sudden fadeaway jump shot. Swish. Another flawless basket. The audience marveled at Kobe's strength and skill. With the third play, Kobe continued his back-to-the-basket strategy, performing several probing steps before accelerating into a quick stop and turning for another jump shot, which found its mark. Though Kobe was now 33 years old and lacked the explosive speed and leaping ability of his prime, his unparalleled technique remained unmatched. Every movement flowed gracefully, and his shooting form was as exquisite as ever, truly a sight to behold. As Harden witnessed Kobe's consecutive scoring, he chose not to pursue his own offensive opportunity, but instead proactively passed the ball to Luja, signaling him to initiate the attack. Upon receiving Harden's pass, Luja meticulously assessed the dynamics on the court. He discerned that the players from the Drew League were not particularly diligent in their defensive efforts. Their defense exhibited various vulnerabilities, which, after acquiring the passing badge of the legendary Magic Johnson, became strikingly apparent to Luja. Thus, leveraging his exceptional vision and passing prowess, Liu Jia delivered a series of remarkable long passes, assisting his teammates in scoring. In the first play, Liu Jia executed a long pass that directly found DeRozan on a fast break, facilitating an easy layup for him. In the subsequent play, Liu Jia again utilized a long pass to locate Harden, who was cutting towards the basket, enabling him to execute a stunning alley-oop dunk. The audience erupted in excitement upon witnessing Liu Jia's passing skills, captivated by his extraordinary talent. Asian AI. The Asian AI has returned. The crowd enthusiastically chanted the moniker Asian AI, celebrating the remarkable performance of this diminutive Asian player. Kobe, hearing the audience chant Asian AI, furrowed his brow in perplexity. What were they exclaiming? He placed his hand to his ear, adopting a listening posture, then shook his head in bewilderment, signaling his lack of comprehension. Liu, they are calling for you. Harden approached Liu Jia with a smile, informing him, they say you resemble Iverson. Kobe, overhearing Harden's words, furrowed his brow once more. Casting a skeptical glance at Liu Jia, his expression one of disbelief. He resembles Iverson? I find that hard to believe. He mused. I must see what he is truly capable of. In the next play, Liu Jia advanced the ball once again, attempting to utilize another long pass to find DeRozan cutting towards the basket. However, just as he was poised to make the pass, a purple figure suddenly surged in from the sidelines. With a swift motion, the individual soared through the air, snatching the basketball from Liu Jia's hands. He then raced down the court, completing a spectacular dunk. The crowd erupted in cheers. That individual was none other than Kobe. After executing the dunk, Kobe deliberately approached Liu Jia, speaking in a taunting tone, "You still wish to pass? I will not allow you to succeed." Liu Jia gazed at Kobe with a resigned smile. It seems Kobe is indeed taking this seriously. He thought, from now on, I must exercise caution. Chapter 57, Beware. In the following exchanges, Kobe altered his offensive strategy. He ceased to engage in back-to-the-basket plays, instead opting to initiate his attacks from the flanks. He signaled his teammates to create space, and then confronted Harden in a one-on-one duel. Despite Harden's undeniable prowess, his defensive skills struggled to keep pace with Kobe's agility. Kobe first employed a feint to mislead Harden's center of gravity. Then, with his remarkable explosiveness, he swiftly broke through Harden's defense. During one offensive play, Kobe executed a deceptive move, drawing Harden off balance before accelerating towards the basket for a smooth layup. In the next sequence, Kobe executed a sudden stop-and-pop jumper, effortlessly sinking a mid-range shot. He resembled an indefatigable scoring machine, capable of effortlessly finding the net from any position or employing any technique. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. The crowd erupted once more in applause for Kobe's dazzling display, deeply awed by his technical mastery and strength. Meanwhile, Harden, receiving a pass from Liu Jia, managed to land a three-pointer, keeping his team within striking distance as the scores remained tightly contested. Kobe, observing Liu Jia's unwavering command on the court, recognized his sharp passing and menacing offensive threat, igniting an intense desire to assert his dominance over Liu Jia and prove his superiority. In the subsequent possession, Kobe utilized a pair of screens to successfully switch his defender to Liu Jia. With a provocative smile, he dribbled at the top of the arc, taunting Liu Jia with playful banter. "Hey, L, there's no escaping this time." Liu Jia closely monitored Kobe, acutely aware of the intensity in his gaze. Realizing that Kobe was genuinely focused, suddenly, Kobe surged forward. His first step was lightning quick, his speed unparalleled as he aimed to outpace Liu Jia. Liu Jia adjusted his defensive posture, sticking closely to Kobe, striving to contain his offensive onslaught. Remarkably, he managed to hold his ground. Kobe felt a twinge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly unassuming player could exhibit such commendable defensive skills. His physicality is quite impressive, he mused. I didn't gain any advantage. Kobe abruptly halted his advance, executing a spin move followed by a fadeaway jumper. His movements remained fluid and graceful. Liu Jia attempted to contest Kobe's shot, but his height proved insufficient to affect Kobe's release. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Kobe cast a triumphant glance at Liu Jia, shrugging with a nonchalant expression as if to say, "You can't stop me." In the following sequence, Kobe continued to isolate Liu Jia, choosing to drive from the side. He attempted to shake off Liu Jia's defense with a change of direction, yet Liu Jia's footwork was remarkably quick, allowing him to stick with Kobe closely. This guy is quite a handful. A hint of defiance surged within Kobe, igniting his competitive spirit. I must break through him, he thought, fueled by determination. Kobe exerted his body, attempting to force his way past Elja's defense. Elja found himself somewhat taken aback. Why does Kobe's drive feel less fierce than I expected? He pondered. How did he manage to evade Harden's defense earlier? At that moment, Elja felt a sudden push from Kobe's arm, causing him to lose his balance as Kobe successfully penetrated towards the basket. Bam! Kobe executed a thunderous dunk, the rim reverberating loudly. He turned to Elja, continuing his trash talk. I told you, you can't guard me. Elja, shaking his head in resignation, thought to himself, this guy is incredibly competitive. But it's just the Drew League. Does he really need to take it this seriously? It seems I have truly riled him up. Turning back, it was Elja's turn to attack. Kobe closed in, applying tight defensive pressure. His defensive intensity was remarkable, sticking closely to Elja and denying him any opportunity to dribble freely. Elja found himself struggling, nearly losing the ball as Kobe forced him into a corner near midcourt, compelling him to halt his dribble. Oh my goodness. Elja silently marveled. Am I really being singled out by Kobe like this? The seriousness of Kobe's defense was palpable, and Elja felt the significant gap between their skills. His ball handling abilities were still lacking. Any moment of hesitation would invite a steal from Kobe. On the sidelines, Jiang Qingjie watched in bewilderment as Elja faced such fierce scrutiny from Kobe. Wow, he thought. A high school student from China, and he's receiving this kind of treatment from Kobe? That's astonishing. The spectators, witnessing the matchup between Kobe and Elja, grew increasingly excited, cheering for both players and elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Harden maneuvered towards midcourt, seeking to catch a pass from Elja. However, Kobe anticipated Harden's position, effectively cutting off the passing lane and leaving Elja with no options. Just when Elja felt a sense of despair, he had a sudden flash of inspiration. Utilizing a behind-the-back pass, he slipped the ball through Kobe's legs to DeRozan, who lay in wait just beyond the three-point arc. Upon receiving the ball, DeRozan took a step forward and confidently shot from within the arc, scoring 2 points. Swish! The crowd erupted once more in cheers. Kobe turned to Elja, astonished by his unexpected ability to make a play under such challenging circumstances. Not bad, Kobe remarked. Slightly surprised, Elja returned his gaze to Kobe, sporting a provocative grin. Come on, Mr. Bryant. You need to take this more seriously. Hearing Elja's words, Kobe shifted from irritation to amusement, finding Elja's spirit and determination quite captivating. This young man is truly intriguing. Kobe thought, I must thoroughly defeat him. The audience, astonished by Elja's ability to deliver such an impressive pass under Kobe's relentless defense, buzzed with excitement. He is remarkable. How did he achieve that? Unbelievable. This kid is genuinely impressive. The Asian AI has emerged. The audience buzzed with chatter, utterly captivated by Elja's pass. Subsequently, Kobe intensified his full-court pressure, denying Elja any opportunity to receive the ball. He clung to Elja like glue, making it impossible for him to connect with his teammates. Kobe's defense was overwhelming. Elja could scarcely escape his grasp, forced to watch as his teammates attempted to score. Seeing Elja struggle to receive the ball, Kobe wore a smug grin, as if to say, my defense is impenetrable. The competition continued to unfold with alternating scores. During one offensive play, Harden showcased his deft ball handling skills, evading Kobe's defense before stepping back for a three-pointer, which he sank with ease. Yeah, Harden exclaimed in exhilaration. In the next round, Kobe immediately responded in kind. He skillfully employed his exceptional post-up capabilities, forcefully maneuvering past Harden's defense, and executed a smooth fadeaway jump shot, sinking the ball once more. Learn from my technique, Kobe proclaimed with pride. Observing the intensity from both players, DeRozan was not to be outdone. He seized the opportunity with a decisive drive, successfully finishing with a layup. Well done, DeRozan shouted, as if to remind everyone of his presence. The match had entered a fervent stage, with each possession brimming with passion and rivalry, igniting the spectators' fervor and sending adrenaline surging through their veins. Chapter 58, The Black Mamba. After several rounds, Kobe observed that Luja was unable to receive the ball under his defense, filling his heart with pride. He looked at Luja, retreating while boasting about his defensive prowess. How about it, young man? Are you adapting to my defense yet? Kobe taunted as he backed away, hurling verbal jabs at Luja. I told you before, you're no match for me. Just sit back and enjoy my performance today. Luja shook his head helplessly, fully aware of Kobe's formidable defensive skills. After all, Kobe had been named to the NBA All-Defensive First Team 9 times. His defensive capabilities were no laughing matter. It seems that breaking through Kobe's defense is not an easy feat. Luja thought, I must devise a strategy to dismantle his defense. He contemplated his tactics while observing Kobe's retreating figure, but Kobe is already 33 years old. His stamina is certainly not what it once was. If he relaxes even slightly, I will seize the opportunity. After a few more possessions, Harden passed the ball to Luja once again. Hey Lou, how does it feel to be treated like this by Kobe? It's quite an honor, isn't it? Harden chuckled, encouraging Luja to cherish this rare opportunity. Luja smiled in response, but remained silent. He dribbled into the front court, his gaze sweeping over Kobe as he searched for an opening. He noticed that although Kobe was in front of him, his focus lay on the teammates nearby. An idea sparked in Luja's mind, leading him to make a bold decision. He stepped back beyond the three-point line and shot. Swish. The basketball smoothly settled into the net. Kobe turned to see the ball go through the hoop, his face registering shock. He hadn't anticipated that Luja would dare to shoot from such a distance, and even more so, that he would make it. Why aren't you guarding me? Luja made a gesture imitating a gunshot, provocatively questioning Kobe. If you don't defend me, there will be consequences. Hearing Luja's words ignited Kobe's competitive spirit once more. With a sardonic grin, he pointed at Luja and said, You really have some skill. You're not planning on giving up, are you? Well, I like your attitude. Let us continue. Kobe clung to Luja like a piece of chewing gum, tightly guarding him. Luja began to move without the ball, constantly changing directions in an attempt to shake off Kobe's defense. He understood that Kobe's defensive prowess was immense. He could not afford to confront him directly. Instead, he needed to leverage his agility to wear Kobe down. Like a nimble leopard, he darted across the court, seeking opportunities. After several exchanges, Kobe began to feel winded. He watched Luja continuously change direction without the ball, seemingly endowed with boundless stamina. How can this guy have such endless energy? Kobe mused in disbelief. Luja's vitality was indeed enhanced by Wilt Chamberlain's badge, subtly transforming his physique. At last, Luja spotted an opportunity. The moment Kobe's footwork faltered, Luja surged forward. He utilized his extraordinary speed to receive the ball beyond the three-point line. Kobe quickly reacted, rushing to block Luja's path. However, Luja abruptly altered his direction, skillfully pushing past Kobe's defense. He executed a difficult pull-up layup. Swish. The ball nestled securely into the net. Luja's layup was a showcase of remarkable body control, leaving the audience in awe. Kobe, witnessing Luja score again, wore a look of astonishment. He had not expected Luja's determination to be so fierce. This young man is truly a formidable opponent, Kobe thought. Throughout the remainder of the match, Kobe shadowed Luja like a ghost. He meticulously guarded Luja, denying him any easy chances to receive the ball. On offense, Kobe intentionally sought to isolate Luja, eager to dismantle his defense and prove his own prowess. The audience, enthralled by the matchup between Kobe and Luja, grew increasingly animated. They cheered loudly, chanting Kobe's name while also shouting Luja's nickname, reveling in this dramatic contest. Kobe, 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 Asian AI, Asian AI, Asian AI. They rallied behind both players, as if the game had transformed into a personal duel between the two. Despite possessing Derrick Rose's athleticism badge and Wilt Chamberlain's physical prowess badge, Luja, having played for an extended period, was beginning to feel fatigued. Kobe too was panting heavily, yet he persisted, continuing to guard Luja while simultaneously hurling taunts in an effort to disrupt his rhythm. Luja gazed at Kobe, feeling an overwhelming sense of amazement. To be treated like this by Kobe is truly astonishing, he thought. However, Kobe's abilities are undeniably formidable. He is shadowing me throughout the court, leaving me little room to maneuver. And when he single-handedly challenges me, it's nearly impossible to defend against. Throughout the match, Luja found himself largely restrained by Kobe's defense, with few opportunities to shine. Only once did he successfully intercept the ball during a moment when Kobe turned, managing to snatch it from his possession. In the remaining exchanges, he was consistently outmatched by Kobe's superior technique. In one offensive play, Kobe executed a feint that threw Luja off balance, then effortlessly scored with a fadeaway jumper. In the next round, Kobe again used his back-to-the-basket game to overpower Luja's defense for another easy score. Fortunately, Harden and DeRozan were matched up against less formidable street ball players, allowing them to utilize their skills to score consistently for the team. Harden showcased his exceptional dribbling skills, deftly maneuvering past defenders before sinking a three-pointer with precision. DeRozan, not to be outdone, relied on his explosive drive to break through the opponent's defense, culminating in a spectacular dunk. The score remained tightly contested, with neither side able to pull ahead. Jiang Qingjie, sitting on the sidelines, marveled at the intensity of the match. Why does Liu Jia have to provoke Kobe of all people? He muttered to himself. This is no amateur game. It's almost at the level of an NBA Finals. At that moment, Liu Jia and Kobe found themselves entangled near the sidelines. Hearing Jiang Qingjie's words, Liu Jia called out loudly. Now, this is what makes it interesting. Kobe, puzzled by Liu Jia's comment, looked at him quizzically, slightly out of breath. What did you just say? Liu Jia grinned at Kobe and replied, I was just saying, playing against you is really enjoyable. Upon hearing Liu Jia's words, Kobe chuckled, his admiration for Liu Jia's indomitable spirit growing even stronger. He glanced at the game clock, aware that the match was nearing its conclusion. All right, now I shall take this seriously, Kobe declared, directing more banter toward Liu Jia. No matter how hard you strive, I shall ultimately claim victory in this game. At that moment, the score was tied. With just over 30 seconds remaining, Liu Jia maintained possession of the ball. To his surprise, Kobe had not adhered to him as closely as before. Nevertheless, even without tight defense, Kobe remained a mere step or two away, shadowing Liu Jia with the intensity of a predator, his gaze piercing and unsettling. Liu Jia dared not dribble directly, opting instead to position his body sideways to protect the ball as he advanced cautiously. He could acutely sense the intensity of Kobe's defense. Every movement and glance from Kobe exuded a formidable pressure. While dribbling, Liu Jia deliberately consumed the remaining time. Suddenly, he noticed Harden, utilizing a teammate screen, breaking free into an open space. Without hesitation, Liu Jia made a discreet pass, not even looking at Harden, relying solely on instinct to deliver the ball into Harden's hands. Upon receiving the pass, Harden sprang into action, preparing to shoot a three-pointer. Just as the ball was about to leave his hands, a figure surged forth from behind. With a swift motion, that individual swatted the ball away from Harden. Surprised, Harden could hardly believe that Kobe had managed such a rapid intervention, thwarting his shot from behind. Liu Jia, equally astonished, wondered, this guy has been fixated on me. How could he suddenly intercept Harden? He marveled at Kobe's astonishing speed and reflexes, thinking, his movements are incredibly swift and fierce. Kobe's actions were indeed a blur, quick, ruthless, and precise, reminiscent of the Black Mamba, emanating an aura of threat. Harden, Liu Jia, and the other players hurried back on defense, aiming to thwart Kobe's fast break. Yet, upon reaching the front court, Kobe chose to slow the tempo. Glancing at the clock as he dribbled outside the three-point line, deliberately waiting for the final seconds to tick away. A confident smile graced his face. His eyes filled with focus and determination. A foreboding sense washed over Liu Jia. Kobe is definitely going to take this one on his own, he thought. Moreover, he is undoubtedly aiming for a game winner. As the final 3 seconds approached, Kobe sprang into action. He accelerated to his utmost speed, seeking to penetrate Liu Jia's defense. Noticing this, both Liu Jia and Harden rushed forward to double-team him, determined to halt his advance. However, in an instant, Kobe abruptly stopped, executing a trademark fadeaway jump shot. Both Harden and Liu Jia lunged to block him, yet the basketball sailed effortlessly over Liu Jia's fingertips and soared toward the hoop. Swish! The ball nestled securely into the net. Kobe had clinched the game. Yeah, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. The crowd erupted in euphoria. They cheered and roared, intoxicated by Kobe's game winner, utterly captivated by his prowess. They surged onto the court, encircling Kobe, eager to embrace him and celebrate this monumental triumph. Harden, with a resigned smile, shook his head, exclaiming, alas, this guy Kobe is simply impossible to defend. Liu Jia stood rooted in place, watching the throng celebrating Kobe, silently cursing, damn it. He mused, why couldn't I stop him? I fell for his trick. Then, lifting his gaze, he exchanged a knowing smile with Harden, both feeling a sense of resignation. All right, we lost. A defeat well accepted, Liu Jia remarked. Truly, Kobe is exceptional. Amidst the echoes of victory, Kobe engaged with the spectators, basking in the triumph. His countenance radiated an unwavering self-assurance as he acknowledged the adulation. A veritable monarch reveling in his due honors. As the throng dissipated, a retinue of bodyguards advanced, poised to escort Kobe from the arena. With a gesture, he bid them to tarry, his gaze sweeping the assembly until it alighted upon Liu Jia, who was quenching his thirst courtside. Kobe strode purposefully toward Liu Jia. Jiang Qingjie, animatedly extolling Liu Jia's performance, stood nearby. Luja, you are absolutely phenomenal. Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, punctuating his words with emphatic gestures. To execute a nutmeg pass against Kobe himself. And that steal, that three-pointer, that reverse layup under duress. Pure brilliance. You'll dine out on this for years. Luja mused. This is merely a prelude to potential NBA encounters. Raising his gaze to respond to Jiang Qingjie, he was met with the unexpected sight of Kobe's approach. What's this? Rendered speechless by my dominance, Kobe commenced his verbal jousting. Have you conceded defeat? Luja offered a wry smile, but before he could retort, Kobe erupted in laughter. Just jesting. Kobe playfully nudged Luja's shoulder with his fist. You acquitted yourself admirably. What's your moniker? Which team do you represent? Kobe's abrupt volte face left Luja momentarily disoriented. He regarded Kobe with bemusement, unsure of how to respond. Still awaiting your reply. Which team claims your allegiance? Kobe pressed, a hint of urgency in his tone. I'm not a professional player. I'm unaffiliated, Luja demurred. I'm merely a high school student who's dabbled in street basketball, never having graced a professional court. What? Kobe exclaimed, visibly taken aback. His eyes widened as he queried, not a professional? How old are you? I'm 19. Luja replied. 19? Kobe reiterated in astonishment. Such prowess at 19? Are NBA scouts blind? Why hasn't anyone courted you? At this juncture, Harden, having overheard their exchange, joined the fray. Hey, Kobe, don't poach him. Harden jested. I've already vouched for Luja with the Thunder. Hands off. What? You've truly endorsed him? Kobe responded, a trace of surprise in his voice. He gestured toward Luja, addressing Harden. Very well. I'll concede this one. Turning his attention to Luja, Kobe declared, Lad, I'll remember you. Once you're in the league, I intend to continue my dominance over you. With that, Kobe departed the court, muttering 19. Inconceivable. Utterly captivating. In Kobe's wake, Luja marveled anew at Kobe's pathological competitiveness. Why such ardor for a mere street ball exhibition? Luja pondered. Truly daunting. Hey, Lu, pay it no mind. Harden reassured, patting Luja's shoulder. Kobe's perpetually driven to excel. He simply craves victory. Don't take it to heart. I understand. Thank you, Harden. Luja nodded, smiling. Indeed. I've apprised the Thunder's scouts of your existence. Harden continued. However, they've noted your lack of formal competition experience and require further substantiation of your capabilities. Do you possess any game footage? Yes, I do. Jiang Qingjie interjected. Could they utilize the video I uploaded to YouTube? You have footage? Harden queried, a hint of excitement in his voice. Excellent. Forward me the link, and I'll ensure the scouts review it. Certainly, no problem. Jiang Qingjie promptly agreed. Nevertheless, I must caution you that it may still present a challenge, Harden cautioned. Scouts tend to prioritize NCAA athletes over those without NCAA pedigree. I comprehend, Harden. I'm grateful for your willingness to recommend me to the Thunder, Luja affirmed, conveying his understanding. Very well. Enough of this. Harden chuckled, clapping Luja on the shoulder. I must depart. I'll apprise you of any developments. Understood. Thank you, Harden. Luja reiterated his gratitude. Following Harden's departure, Jiang Qingjie turned to Luja, posing a question that had been weighing on his mind. Luja, it suddenly occurred to me. Were we perhaps too cavalier in spurning the New York University coach after leading him on about a tryout? Luja responded with a wry smile. Indeed, I concur that our conduct was less than ideal, considering we exploited his goodwill. However, New York University's stature within the NCAA is rather modest, a Division III institution. Attending would have yielded little benefit, Jiang Qingjie rationalized. Indeed, Luja concurred. Nevertheless, deceiving him wasn't commendable. Actually, I sought him out the day after the tryout, offering profuse apologies. Fortunately, he was understanding and didn't pursue the matter, Jiang Qingjie disclosed. You rascal. Luja chuckled, shaking his head. Let's abstain from such stratagems in the future. Alas, Jiang Qingjie sighed. Our elimination from the Drew League signifies the cessation of our competitive endeavors. What are your plans? He continued, given the NBA lockout. Opportunities for formal NBA tryouts are presently scarce. Luja pondered for a moment before responding. I believe I shall return to my homeland. I must finalize certain administrative matters pertaining to my high school graduation, and I yearn to visit my parents. I can always return once the NBA situation clarifies. Chapter 60, Recommended Players. Upon his return to Huagua, as Luja disembarked from the plane, he spotted his parents anxiously awaiting him at the exit. The moment his mother caught sight of him, she rushed forward, embracing him tightly. Oh, my son, you have finally returned. Her voice brimmed with excitement and concern as she bombarded Luja with questions about his time in America. How was your stay? Did you eat well? Did you sleep properly? Mom, I'm fine. I'm doing quite well. Luja replied with a smile, feeling warmth swell within him. I eat well, sleep well. So you needn't worry. His mother scrutinized him closely, noticing that Luja had not only gained considerable strength but had also grown taller. A smile of contentment spread across her face. My son has indeed grown up. He knows how to take care of himself now. Yes, everything is quite good. His father chimed in quietly, observing Luja with an expression filled with concern and worry. Let us go home, his father said, his tone laced with a subtle tenderness. The family climbed into the car, embarking on the journey home. As they crossed the bridge over the river, his father suddenly spoke up. Luja, I've already taken care of your paperwork. Once your summer vacation concludes, you should report to Jinling University of Technology. What? The paperwork? You've completed it all? Luja was taken aback, not anticipating that his father had already arranged his university admissions. Indeed, his father nodded. Once you start university, you must focus and study diligently. Even if you don't pursue a career in sports, you will still have a means of livelihood. Luja fell silent at his father's words, contemplating to himself, if I attend university and then drop out to join the NBA. Seemingly perceiving Luja's thoughts, his father sighed and said, Luja, you aren't seriously considering playing in the NBA, are you? It would be best to stop dreaming and take practical steps forward. I understand, Dad. Luja nodded, refraining from countering his father's advice. He recognized that his father only wished for his well-being and did not want to cause him further worry. I'm glad you understand. His father replied, by the way, you should devote more of your attention to your studies. And also, you. All right. His mother interjected abruptly. Your son has returned from America, stronger and taller, and he can take care of himself now. What is there left to worry about? Moreover, he played basketball in America and even won some prize money, dollars, no less. What more could you want? All right. I won't say any more. His father conceded, shaking his head in resignation before falling silent. However, Luja, I must remind you, his father resumed after a moment. When you were expelled from the national youth team, many universities were hesitant to accept you. It was your high school coach who spoke highly of you and recommended you to Jinling University of Technology, which reluctantly accepted you. Make sure to find your high school coach when you have the time and express your gratitude. Yes, I understand. I will, Luja hurriedly promised. At that moment, on the largest basketball forum in Huaghua, Hoop Forum, due to the NBA's suspension with no games to watch, bored netizens began discussing a myriad of topics. They gathered news about basketball games from around the world, with some even turning their attention to European leagues. Naturally, many began to focus on the Drew League as well. In the relevant discussion threads, users began to converse, having heard that due to the NBA's suspension, numerous NBA players had taken to streetball, including superstars like Kevin Durant appearing at Rucker Park. Indeed, I've also heard that many NBA players are participating in street leagues. One user commented, the games there are said to be incredibly thrilling. I really want to go see it. As the discussion continued, the users expressed their longing. Wait, I just remembered. The Huaghua player who used to play at Rucker Park hasn't been heard from in a while. One user suddenly remarked. Yeah, what was his name again? Luja. Yes, that's him. He seems to be playing at Rucker Park, right? I recall that his last video featured him playing some obscure street games, and his opponents were merely streetball players, without any encounters with NBA players. Absolutely. I feel like his abilities have been greatly exaggerated. After all, streetball may seem flashy, but the actual competition level is not that high. Some users began to question Luja's prowess, believing that his skills might not be as formidable as the online hype suggested. Sigh. I said it. Streetball appears flashy, but its competitive value is rather low. One user mocked. Luja's skills have been severely exaggerated. He is certainly not a prodigious player. Come on. What do you know? A supporter of Luja promptly retorted. Luja's skills are undeniably strong. He just hasn't faced the right opponents. Humph. Keep on boasting. I simply don't believe it. Believe it or not, you'll soon find out you were mistaken. The users began to argue passionately, each holding steadfastly to their opinions. At that moment, one user posted a shocking message. Breaking. Kobe appears in the Drew League. He delivers a miraculous performance, defeating his opponents. The moment this post was made, it ignited the entire forum. No way. Is this real? Kobe actually went to play in the Drew League. Seriously? That is Kobe. This is absolutely unbelievable. Quickly, post the video link. I want to see it. Users flooded the comments with their astonishment. Soon, someone shared the relevant video link. As users clicked on the video, they diligently watched Kobe's performance in the Drew League. When they witnessed Kobe on the court, still exhibiting his peak scoring ability and unparalleled technique, excitement and exhilaration surged within them. Wow, it really is Kobe. He is still so strong. He is still so incredible. Those who can watch Kobe play live are truly fortunate. Users expressed their admiration, captivated by Kobe's prowess and envious of those fortunate enough to witness the game in person. Hey, look quickly. The player guarding Kobe looks like Liu Jia, one sharp-eyed user suddenly pointed out. Oh my, it really is him. He has actually matched up against Kobe? How did he end up in a game with Kobe? Users were once again astonished. They had not anticipated that Liu Jia would appear in a game with Kobe and directly face off against him. They began to scrutinize Liu Jia's performance in the video. Whoa, he is actually being closely guarded by Kobe and even trash-talking him. This is insane. I feel like he is asking for trouble. Indeed, Kobe's defense is renowned for its tenacity. How could anyone possibly surpass him? Yet, let us not overestimate Kobe. After all, he is already 33 years old. It is uncertain whether he can effectively guard Liu Jia. Some netizens mockingly remarked, look, under Kobe's defense, he can't even receive the ball. At this moment, others began to counter. Indeed, with Kobe's close defense, who could possibly receive the ball? Tell me, can you name a single Chinese player who could manage to receive the ball while being closely guarded by Kobe? Then, a netizen replied, however, look at this. He managed to execute a difficult layup while being defended by Kobe, and even stole the ball. Wow, is that really true? This young man truly possesses remarkable talent. The speed of his improvement is astonishing. Netizens were once again left in awe. They witnessed Liu Jia, facing Kobe's defense, accomplish such a splendid offensive maneuver, leading them to feel that Liu Jia's prowess seemed to be escalating. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in a luxurious apartment in New York, Rodney Hurd was also watching the footage of Liu Jia facing Kobe in the Drew League. He frequently pressed the pause button, meticulously analyzing every move and decision Liu Jia made during the game. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed at others, his eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. This young man has improved again, he thought. Moreover, his rate of improvement is truly astonishing. Rodney picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the number of Glenn Grunwald, the general manager of the New York Knicks. Glenn, I apologize for interrupting your vacation, but I have a player I am incredibly eager to recommend to you, Rodney said, his tone infused with excitement and enthusiasm. Chapter 61, Jinling No. 2 High School. Liu Jia returned to his alma mater, Jinling No. 2 High School. Although it had only been a little over a month since his high school graduation, he felt as though he had traversed many years. Since his rebirth, he had experienced an array of events, playing basketball in the United States, participating in street competitions, encountering NBA stars, and even matching up against Kobe Bryant. All these experiences made Liu Jia feel as if he had lived an entirely different life. Moreover, from the time of his rebirth, he realized he had not set foot in this place for nearly 20 years. As he gazed upon the familiar yet somewhat foreign campus, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He reminisced about the days spent training, competing, and sweating alongside his teammates. His heart brimmed with fond memories and reflections. He had reached out in advance to his high school coach, Coach Zhang. At this time, Coach Zhang was just over 30, slightly plump, and possessed a warm and enthusiastic demeanor. Liu Jia had affectionately referred to him as Brother Zhang. However, he felt a twinge of concern about whether he would recognize Brother Zhang in this phase of his life. Approaching the school's gymnasium, he heard the sounds of practice emanating from within. Coach Zhang was vocally directing players, shouting out tactical instructions. Upon hearing those familiar sounds, Liu Jia felt a surge of recognition. He pushed open the gym doors and stepped inside. Coach Zhang spotted Liu Jia immediately and called a halt to the training session. The gym was filled with sophomore and freshman players, the new generation of the school team. Upon seeing Liu Jia, the senior who had led them to the finals of the National High School Basketball Championship the previous year, they erupted with excitement, eagerly surrounding him to welcome his return. Brother Jia, you're finally back. Brother Jia, I missed you so much. Brother Jia, you've become even stronger. Liu Jia looked at the familiar yet youthful faces before him, and his heart swelled with emotion. He greeted them with a smile, embracing them as if he had returned to the past. All right, Coach Zhang chuckled. Go ahead and practice freely for now. I need to have a word with Liu Jia. The players dispersed, returning to their routines. Let us step outside for a moment, Coach Zhang suggested to Liu Jia. It's too noisy in here. Nodding in agreement, Luja followed Coach Zhang out of the gymnasium. They strolled onto the playground, engaging in light conversation as they walked. Luja, you've really made a name for yourself now, Coach Zhang said, laughing. Upon hearing this, Luja initially thought Coach Zhang was being sarcastic, alluding to his recent dismissal from the national youth team, causing a flush of embarrassment to creep across his face. Brother Zhang, Luja began to explain, but was cut off by Coach Zhang. I saw the videos of you playing streetball in America, Coach Zhang exclaimed, beaming. You were incredible. I even saw you going head-to-head with Kobe. You've truly made it. The more Coach Zhang spoke, the more excited he became, his eyes nearly sparkling with pride. I never imagined you would reach this level, competing alongside NBA stars. What was it like being defended by Kobe on the court? Coach Zhang teased, leaning closer to Luja. As they conversed, Luja realized that the videos of his American exploits had been widely shared on various basketball forums back home, garnering significant attention. He had been so focused on playing that he had not paid much attention to the online world, unaware of his growing popularity both in the United States and domestically. I saw your videos online. You truly played brilliantly, Coach Zhang exclaimed. Your skills are more refined than ever, and your athleticism has improved remarkably. You're practically a prodigy. Luja scratched his head, chuckling modestly. It's not that amazing. I'm really not that impressive. Don't be so humble. Coach Zhang clapped Luja on the shoulder. However, while you are extraordinary, the controversies surrounding you are also quite significant. With a teasing tone, Coach Zhang inquired, what on earth did you do to cause such a stir with the national youth team? Sighing, Luja felt a sense of helplessness. He pondered how to explain the unfair treatment he had faced. How can I convey to Brother Zhang the injustices I encountered with the national team? Luja thought. Oh well. Coach Zhang, noticing Luja's expression, sensed that there were things left unsaid. He chose not to press further, instead offering words of comfort. I believe in you, Luja. I understand your character and know the kind of person you are. I trust that you have your reasons. Hearing Coach Zhang's words filled Luja with gratitude. He recognized that Coach Zhang genuinely understood him, and he felt reassured that he could make the right choices. Suddenly, Coach Zhang playfully kicked Luja's backside, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. However, Luja, I must remind you, Coach Zhang said earnestly, if you truly wish to pursue a professional path, focus on excelling in college basketball. As long as you perform well, there is still a chance to enter the professional league. Luja nodded, remaining silent. He knew that Coach Zhang spoke from the heart. Yet, his aspirations did not lie within the confines of the domestic league. His sights were set on the NBA. Who would believe me if I shared this? Luja thought. Why so quiet, huh? Coach Zhang looked at Luja with a grin. Do you really want to play in the NBA? Ha ha ha. If that day ever comes, I'll buy a ticket to watch you play live. Sure. No problem. I'll definitely get you tickets. Luja replied with a smile. The two continued to jest and banter for a while, the atmosphere lightening considerably. However, from that moment until September, Luja received no news from the NBA. He yearned to reach out to Harden for updates, but he knew the league was currently in a standstill, with all teams yet to commence operations. Thus, he could only bide his time patiently. He resolved to check in at college, complete his studies, and utilize this period to further hone his skills. Chapter 62, The King of Streetball. As Luja arrived at the university for enrollment, navigating through various formalities, he felt somewhat disoriented. Just a month prior, he had been in the United States, sweating it out on the court alongside NBA stars. Now, he found himself retracing the familiar path of university life. Observing the bustling crowd at the welcoming sports hall and the well-known buildings juxtaposed with unfamiliar faces, his heart brimmed with a myriad of emotions. To his astonishment, he was assigned to a dormitory shared with the same roommates from his previous life. However, Luja chose not to engage in extensive conversation with them. Their relationship had been quite ordinary in the past, and he was determined to avoid any unnecessary complications in this life. He opted for solitude instead. Within a few days, Luja reported to the university basketball team. As a student-athlete with exceptional basketball skills, he was directly admitted to the team, allowing him to participate in training. However, upon arriving at the gym, he noticed that the other players regarded him with peculiar glances. Some whispered amongst themselves, while others averted their eyes, seemingly intent on avoiding him. This behavior was not limited to the newcomers. Even the upperclassmen exhibited the same demeanor. Luja felt perplexed, unsure of why the team members treated him in such a manner. Hey, Luja, you made it. The team captain approached him with a broad, welcoming smile. We're thrilled to have you on the team. From what everyone says, You're the strongest player to join us in years. After all, you've even been selected for the national youth team's training roster." The captain's tone was laced with insincere flattery. "Is that so? The strongest player?" Liu Jia couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He recognized that the captain's enthusiasm stemmed not from genuine admiration, but from a palpable fear of his capabilities. Later, Liu Jia overheard some teammates discussing him privately. They acknowledged his formidable skills, but characterized his personality as quite unpleasant. Reports of his past behavior during his tenure with the national youth team, where he often clashed with teammates and coaches, had preceded him, painting him as a difficult individual to get along with. Sighing, Liu Jia wore a bittersweet smile. "So this is how my reputation has evolved?" He mused. He was aware that he could not alter others' perceptions of him. He could only strive to prove himself through hard work. From that point onward, Liu Jia embraced a solitary existence, dedicating nearly all his time to training. Each day, he practiced tirelessly in the gym, honing his skills and enhancing his strength. Despite the team's recognition of his talent, he felt that he could not improve under their limited guidance, so he continued to practice alone. However, the team placed significant importance on Liu Jia, even starting him in a friendly match against their long-standing rival, Jinling University of Technology. In this warm-up game, Liu Jia showcased astonishing prowess, proving nearly unstoppable. His exceptional ability to penetrate defenses and his precise three-point shooting allowed him to score effortlessly. By halftime, he had already netted 41 points, leading his team to a commanding 30-point lead. Due to the overwhelming score difference, the coach opted not to play him in the second half. This marked the first time Jinling University had been defeated by such a margin by their arch-rivals. The coach lauded Liu Jia's performance, his voice brimming with excitement and praise. Yet, seated on the bench, Liu Jia responded with a calm smile. His thoughts preoccupied with the NBA and pondering how he could elevate his skills to attract the attention of scouts. One day, while training alone in the gym, Liu Jia continued to refine his shooting techniques, his movements growing increasingly fluid and proficient. His mind was consumed with reflections on his future. "If there are no developments regarding the NBA, what will I do?" he pondered. "Am I destined to remain in university, waiting for opportunities? No, I cannot simply sit idly by." Liu Jia resolved. He mustered the determination to take initiative and create his own opportunities. He considered seeking guidance from faculty regarding any international exchange programs that might enable him to travel to the United States and participate in NCAA competitions to enhance his visibility. Lost in thought, Liu Jia suddenly noticed a surge of people entering the gym, gathering around the court, their voices animated and the atmosphere growing increasingly boisterous. Curiosity piqued. He paused his training and looked up to see that these individuals were not team members, but rather onlookers drawn to the spectacle. Why are they all here for a mere exhibition? He wondered, bemused. Even during team matches, there aren't this many spectators. At that moment, a young man clad in hip-hop attire, sporting dreadlocks and a headscarf, swaggered into the gym, cradling a basketball and surveying the court with disdain. Liu Jia recognized him immediately. It was Wang Yu, a streetball player who had stirred considerable controversy online. Wang Yu was a well-known figure in the streetball scene, notorious for his brash behavior and a reputation that preceded him. Although his flashy dribbling skills and ability to break defenses were undeniable, his arrogance had left many with a negative impression of him. Liu Jia noticed someone following Wang Yu with a professional camera, capturing the unfolding scene. It dawned on him that this was likely a streetball event. However, Liu Jia felt little interest in such happenings, preferring to focus on his training. He lowered his gaze and resumed his practice. "Hey, you!" Suddenly, a voice called out to him, prompting him to look up in confusion. To his surprise, it was Wang Yu. "Are you talking to me?" Liu Jia inquired, pointing to himself. "Yeah, I'm referring to you." Wang Yu replied dismissively. "We're about to play here, so could you train over there in that smaller area?" Liu Jia felt a surge of annoyance at Wang Yu's tone, finding it disrespectful that he didn't even bother to learn his name and instead referred to him as Yu. The audacity to demand he vacate the space left him feeling quite displeased. Nevertheless, Liu Jia remained silent, simply watching Wang Yu, waiting for his next move. At that moment, some onlookers recognized Liu Jia. They began to whisper among themselves, seemingly discussing the impending clash between Liu Jia and Wang Yu. They were aware that Liu Jia had previously demonstrated formidable prowess in the high school league, while Wang Yu was a figure of considerable controversy within the streetball community. They all sensed that an enthralling spectacle was about to unfold. However, Wang Yu appeared oblivious to Liu Jia's identity, perceiving him merely as an ordinary college player. Dismissing him entirely, Chapter 63. The Cycle of One-on-One Challenges. Wang Yu noticed that Lu Zhi remained unresponsive, and his brow furrowed in concern. He stepped closer and reiterated. I said, did you hear me? We need to compete here. Could you possibly train in the smaller court nearby? Upon hearing Wang Yu's brazen words, Lu Zhi felt a flicker of irritation. He raised his head, meeting Wang Yu's gaze, and inquired, what competition? What is the big deal? Can't we just play together? Wang Yu was taken aback by Lu Zhi's response. He halted in his tracks, scrutinizing Lu Zhi closely. To his surprise, Lu Zhi appeared rather unremarkable in stature and was clad in a mere school team jersey. It seems he is nothing more than a fringe player on the team. Wang Yu mused. He likely lacks any real skill. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Zhi audaciously challenging Wang Yu, became animated. They relished the spectacle, jeering. Hey, that kid just challenged you. You have to accept the challenge. Yeah, aren't you the best? Why are you hesitant to face him? Afraid? If you're scared, just concede. Wang Yu, incensed by their taunts, retorted, who is afraid? I fear no one. He shouted back at the crowd. Then, turning to Lu Zhi, he waved dismissively and declared, all right, if you want to play together, then let us do it. However, our competition will be a cycle of one-on-one matches. The players ahead are already queued up. If you wish to play, you'll have to wait your turn at the back. Lu Zhi nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to engage further in argument. He positioned himself at the sidelines, quietly observing as Wang Yu faced off against various street players. The rules of their matches were simple, 3 baskets to determine victory. Wang Yu first challenged an unknown street player, showcasing his deft dribbling skills and flamboyant moves, effortlessly toying with his opponent. He executed several crossovers, followed by a behind-the-back dribble that left his adversary disoriented. He then spun like a top, twirling in place 3 times. Yet his spin had no effect other than to amuse himself. Subsequently, he took a step back and launched a 3-pointer, the ball swishing through the net. As he played, he boisterously taunted his opponent. How about that? Am I impressive, or what? You're no match for me. You'd be better off heading home. Watching Wang Yu's display, Lu Zhi felt a tinge of boredom. He perceived that while Wang Yu's movements were flashy, they were utterly impractical. The spinning move, in particular, was merely a pointless exhibition. Nevertheless, Wang Yu reveled in his performance, fully immersed in his display of confidence and pride. He triumphed over 5 street players in succession, claiming victory. With arms outstretched, he gestured for the spectators to cheer for him. However, to his surprise, the audience's reaction was tepid. Their applause was sparse, far from the thunderous cheers he had envisioned. Instead, they whispered among themselves, seemingly engrossed in discussions unrelated to the match. Increasingly, they began to notice Lu Zhi, casting curious glances and murmuring amongst themselves. Oh dear, it seems I still haven't impressed them enough. Wang Yu thought, I must decisively defeat the final player to captivate their attention. Thus, he turned to Lu Zhi at the sidelines, beckoning, hey, it's your turn now. Lu Zhi chuckled resignedly, offering Wang Yu a friendly gesture before stepping onto the court. The crowd began to stir with excitement, eagerly anticipating the clash between Lu Zhi and Wang Yu. Finally, the showdown begins. This is bound to be entertaining. Let us see who truly excels. The first ball went to Wang Yu as he initiated his offensive. He commenced an array of ostentatious maneuvers before Lu Zhi, dribbling and performing various feints, attempting to throw Lu Zhi off balance. Yet, Lu Zhi remained unfazed, steadfast in his defensive posture, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu, not missing a single move. Seeing that Lu Zhi was not fooled, Wang Yu suddenly surged forward, charging toward the basket. Lu Zhi intentionally allowed him access to the lane, closely trailing behind, biding his time. Just as Wang Yu prepared to score, Lu Zhi leaped high, executing a stunning block that sent Wang Yu's shot soaring out of bounds. The crowd gasped as the basketball was swatted away, leaving Wang Yu momentarily stunned. He gazed at Lu Zhi in disbelief, astonished. How could he be so fast? He actually blocked my shot. With the ball now out of bounds, Wang Yu regained possession. He resumed his offensive, dribbling beneath his legs with increasing frequency, seemingly eager to showcase his skills. Lu Zhi sighed, feeling a sense of ennui. He regarded Wang Yu's antics as mere showmanship, devoid of substance. Losing interest in this display, he closed the distance and, leveraging his superior physicality, snatched the basketball away from Wang Yu. With a loud smack, Lu Zhi claimed the ball, prompting Wang Yu to rush in an attempt to reclaim it. His movements were aggressive, as he shoved Lu Zhi and swatted at his arms. Lu Zhi secured the ball against his waist and quipped, "Are we playing basketball, or are you trying to fight me?" Wang Yu, defensive, shot back. Street ball is just like this. Lu Jia thought to himself, street ball doesn't involve such roughhousing. He recognized that Wang Yu was merely justifying his crude actions. Disinterested in further debate, Lu Jia accelerated past Wang Yu's defense and charged toward the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. The basketball crashed into the hoop with a resounding thud. Wang Yu was once again taken aback by Lu Jia's prowess. He finally realized that this young man was far from the simple player he had envisioned. He possessed formidable skill. How are you so strong? Wang Yu murmured, disbelief and frustration lacing his voice. Regaining possession, Wang Yu's demeanor shifted. He approached the game with newfound seriousness, no longer dismissive. Lu Jia received the ball and, without dribbling, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly. Wang Yu was left speechless, the smile fading from his face. He stared at Lu Jia, repeatedly stammering, You're that strong? Then, Wang Yu pressed closer, initiating a more aggressive and intimate style of defense. Chapter 64, Becoming an Internet Celebrity? Elja shook his head in resignation. He understood that he could no longer linger in this frivolous competition with Wang Yu. It was imperative to conclude this tedious match swiftly. Elja once again seized the ball, executing a mere feint that caused Wang Yu to stumble back a couple of steps. Wang Yu nearly lost his balance, teetering dangerously close to the ground. Instead of pressing his attack, Elja paused, allowing Wang Yu a moment to regain his footing. Then, with renewed vigor, he surged towards the basket. Once more, Wang Yu lunged forward, intent on thwarting Elja's advance. However, Elja's speed was simply too formidable. Wang Yu found himself outpaced. Just as he was about to lose his position, Elja executed a sudden change of direction without losing momentum. Wang Yu was caught off guard, his balance faltering as he staggered back towards the hoop. Meanwhile, Elja charged towards the basket, leaping high to deliver a thunderous dunk. The basketball crashed into the hoop with a resounding boom. The match concluded. Wang Yu lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. His eyes filled with confusion and frustration. He could scarcely believe that a mere college student had so effortlessly bested him. That sudden change of direction. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before, Wang Yu thought, an epiphany striking him as he recalled a video he had watched online. Could it be? Elja, observing Wang Yu on the ground, felt a pang of boredom. What a waste of time, he mused. He opened the system panel to check his earned incentive points. Ding! For this one-on-one match, he received a meager 5 points. He found the reward pitifully scant, almost negligible. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned to leave the court. Hey, what's your name? Suddenly, Wang Yu scrambled up, grasping Elja's arm and inquiring loudly. Elja, came the calm reply. Elja, you are Elja? Wang Yu exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief. How can you be this strong? It's truly an honor to meet you. No wonder you're so formidable. He gushed. I can't believe I didn't recognize you. Elja regarded Wang Yu with a hint of puzzlement. You're the one who played at Rucker Park and later participated in the Drew League, facing off against Kobe? Wang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Elja nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Wow, it really is you. Wang Yu exclaimed again. But why have you returned? Why are you still playing in college? After a moment of contemplation, Elja was unsure how to respond to Wang Yu's inquiries. He merely smiled and shook his head, certain that some matters were beyond explanation. Hey, would you be interested in joining my team? Wang Yu suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm. I acknowledge your incredible talent. Let us fight side by side. I will provide you with the utmost resources. Elja waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Forget it. I have other matters to attend to. I must be on my way. He turned to leave. Wang Yu hurried in front of him, picking up a basketball and handing it to Elja. Could you sign this for me? He asked with a smile. Once you make it to the NBA, this ball will surely be valuable. Elja looked at Wang Yu with a hint of curiosity. It was the first time someone had asked for his autograph. Nonetheless, he accepted the basketball and inscribed his name upon it. He handed it back to Wang Yu, shaking his head with a wry smile. I'm off, he declared, turning to exit the court. The following day, Elja visited the administrative office at school, seeking information about any exchange programs to the United States. Hello, sir. He greeted the administrative teacher politely. I would like to inquire if there are any exchange programs available for studying at American universities. The administrative teacher glanced up at Elja, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Which major are you in? What class? My name is Elja. I'm a freshman in the physical education program. Elja replied. Oh, you're a sports major. The teacher's expression shifted as he picked up the attendance sheet on the desk, flipping through it. You're a first-year student. Why are you already interested in exchange studies? Your main task now is to focus on your studies and perform well in the university league to improve your grades. Most exchange programs are reserved for third-year students, and there are specific GPA requirements as well. I suggest you concentrate on raising your academic performance first, and then consider such matters in your junior year. The administrative teacher continued, his tone rife with indifference. All right, thank you, sir, Elja responded, somewhat disheartened. He realized he could not rely on the school's exchange program. It seems I must depend on myself, he thought. He departed the administrative office and returned to his dormitory. Lying on his bed, his thoughts became tumultuous. He reminisced about his days playing basketball in the United States, recalling the NBA stars he had competed alongside, including Harden and his endorsement. He also pondered his current predicament, still awaiting the NBA's resumption, unsure how much longer he could wait. He picked up his phone and opened a basketball forum, hoping to find any new updates. Suddenly, a striking post caught his attention. Shocking. Streetball King Wangyu encounters national youth team Elja in a street basketball showdown. Another spectacle awaits. Come and witness it. Elja clicked on the post and was astonished to find a video of his recent game against Wang Yu at the school gym. He expected Wang Yu to upload the footage online. What astonished Elja further was Wang Yu's unabashed display of the entire game, highlighting his own defeat at Elja's hands. At the video's conclusion, Wang Yu recorded a separate segment, proudly showcasing the signed basketball while effusively praising Elja's prowess. Elja felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This guy is something else, he thought. Even after such an embarrassing loss, he still finds the time to boast. He began perusing the comments section, only to find it rife with derision. Wang Yu is at it again. How shameless. Is he trying to ride the coattails of Elja to become an internet sensation? Elja, too, is ridiculous. He claimed he wanted to play in the NBA. Yet now he is back here, associating with someone like Wang Yu. I knew it. He was always aiming for the influencer route. His aspirations of playing in America were merely a gimmick. I've maintained that Elja not only has a bad temper, but also poor character. He is just a schemer. The comments were filled with various criticisms and skepticism, targeting both Wang Yu and Elja. Sigh. What a bore. Elja muttered to himself. He gazed upon the venomous remarks, a wave of irritation washing over him. He yearned to retort, to engage in a debate with them. However, he soon realized that there was no necessity to confront them at all. He understood that arguing with such individuals held no significance whatsoever. Chapter 65, The Invitation to Tryouts. In the days that followed, up until November, Luja's life became remarkably tranquil. Apart from attending classes, he dedicated himself to training in the basketball gym and participating in the school team's matches. The level of competition in the university league was disappointingly low, allowing Luja to triumph effortlessly over all his adversaries. Yet, these competitions failed to provide him with the motivation he sought. He yearned for higher caliber games to enhance his skills. Consequently, Luja persistently beseeched the school team's coach to assist him in connecting with the local HBA team's youth squad. He frequently visited the HBA team's training base, engaging in practice and drills with the youth players, thereby rapidly accumulating the motivation he needed. With the aid of his badges, Luja's current prowess was sufficient to dominate the HBA youth training team, often delivering performances that left coaches and players alike astounded. However, he deliberately maintained a low profile, choosing not to fully showcase his abilities to avoid attracting the attention of the HBA's parent team, as he wished to steer clear of a repeat of the absurdity he experienced after the tryout at New York University, where he was rejected after declining to join. He awaited news from the NBA with bated breath. On a basketball forum in Huaghua, he stumbled upon an announcement regarding the cessation of the NBA lockout, with plans to commence the new season's regular games by the end of December. Nevertheless, despite this glimmer of hope, his phone remained silent, devoid of any calls or messages. A sense of unease crept over him, as the interminable wait felt increasingly unbearable. Finally, he could no longer remain idle. One fateful night, coinciding with daytime in America, Luja seized his phone and dialed Harden's number. The phone rang for an eternity before it was answered. Hello? This is Harden, came the voice on the line. Hello, Harden, this is Luja. Luja greeted eagerly. Luja, I momentarily couldn't recall who you were, Harden responded, momentarily taken aback. I'm the one who played alongside you in the Drew League, the Asian AI. Luja quickly clarified. Oh, now I remember. It's you, Harden exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. How have you been lately? I called you to inquire about the recommendation you made for me to the Thunder. What is the update? Lucia asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Oh, you mean that? Hardin's tone shifted to one of awkwardness. I did speak with the Thunder Scouts, and they expressed interest. However, they mentioned that they need to consider further and will continue to monitor your progress. They encouraged you to keep working hard, showcasing your talents in games. After a brief pause, Hardin added, but you know, the competition in the NBA is incredibly fierce. Whether you're selected depends on luck as well. Upon hearing Hardin's response, Lucia felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Isn't this just a classic American rejection letter? He mused. What do they mean by considering further and keeping an eye on me? These are merely pleasantries. They clearly haven't taken me to heart. Alas, it seems my path to the NBA is not as straightforward as I had envisioned. Lucia felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. All right, I understand. Thank you, Hardin. Lucia replied, his tone heavy with disappointment. Don't be too disheartened. Keep playing and striving. I believe you can make it to the NBA, Hardin encouraged. Okay, thank you. Lucia hastily concluded the call, his spirits plummeting to an all-time low. Standing on the balcony of his dormitory, he clutched his phone. It was winter now, and the cold night breeze enveloped him. The campus was sparsely adorned with a few lights, and the street lamps cast an especially forlorn glow. As Lucia gazed at the scene before him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. He was at a loss for what to do next. Am I truly meant to give up like this? He pondered. Am I destined to remain in this ordinary university, waiting until my dreams are completely shattered? Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure, realizing that his previous state of mind was not conducive to clarity. He felt as though his experiences had unfolded like a dream. Was he to tread the same path as in his past life? He compelled himself to think rationally and began to contemplate. He knew that he still had options. I cannot afford to passively await opportunities any longer, he resolved. I must take the initiative and create my own chances. He delineated two potential paths before him. The first was to prepare for direct admission to an American university. However, he lacked any relevant qualifications. He had not taken the TOEFL or SAT exams, and starting preparations now would be far too late. Moreover, even if he received an acceptance letter from an American university, there was no guarantee he would have the opportunity to compete in the NCAA, let alone break into the NBA. The second path was to shed his low profile, directly approach the local HBA team, showcase his skills, and strive to join the HBA league, thereby increasing his exposure. However, this would necessitate abandoning his university studies, which would undoubtedly concern his parents. How should I choose? Lucia felt a headache coming on. After some reflection, he decided it would be prudent to consult Jiang Qingjie. He picked up his phone and dialed Jiang Qingjie's number. Hello? Qingjie, it's Lucia. Oh my superstar. What a surprise to receive a call from you. Jiang Qingjie's enthusiastic voice came through the line. Have you heard about my rejection from the Thunder? Lucia cut straight to the chase. He assumed Jiang Qingjie was already aware of his predicament, and he wanted to discuss their next strategy. What? Rejected by the Thunder? I had no idea. What happened? Jiang Qingjie's tone was filled with astonishment. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask what we should do next, Lucia sighed. Don't be too disheartened. Basketball is a game of wins and losses. It's not always smooth sailing. Jiang Qingjie reassured him, his tone light and seemingly unaffected by Lucia's rejection. Lucia felt a pang of discomfort. Qingjie, is something going on? Why are you so cheerful today? He couldn't help but inquire. Wait, you called me not because you heard the good news and wanted to share it? Jiang Qingjie's voice was laced with confusion. Good news? What good news? Lucia felt increasingly perplexed. Oh dear, you don't know yet. Jiang Qingjie paused, then continued. I just received a call from Rodney Hurd, the chief scout of the New York Knicks. He said he wants to invite you for a tryout with the Knicks and asked when you could come. What? What did you say? A tryout with the Knicks? Are you sure you're not joking with me? Lucia was taken aback, unable to believe his ears. Convinced he must have misheard. Of course it's true. How could it be false? Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Rodney also mentioned that he sent you an email, urging you to check it promptly and respond with your available trial dates. I will take a look right now. Elja hastily hung up the phone, then opened his computer and logged into his email. He noticed an unread message with the subject line, Trial Invitation from the New York Knicks. Trembling with anticipation, Elja clicked on the email. The message contained formal greetings, expressing the team's interest in Elja. At the end of the email, the specific location and details of the trial were outlined, along with a request for Elja to respond promptly with his available dates. The email concluded with the emblem of the New York Knicks. As Elja gazed at the screen, He found himself momentarily speechless. His heart swelled with exhilaration and fervor, for it seemed that his dream was on the verge of realization. Ah! Elja suddenly leaped from his chair, raising his arms in triumph. Ha! I finally have an opportunity. I'm going to the NBA. I'm going to play in the NBA. He shouted joyfully, startling his roommate, who was sleeping in bed. Hey, what on earth are you doing? His roommate grumbled, awakened by Elja's exuberant cries. I'm dropping out of school. I'm dropping out to pursue the NBA. Elja exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, he flung open the dormitory door and dashed out. His roommates looked at Elja's retreating figure, shaking their heads in disbelief, convinced that he had lost his mind. Chapter 66, Taking a Leave of Absence. Pursuing the NBA, Lucius sat aboard the plane en route to New York. His thoughts drifting back to a few days prior. He recollected the scene of his visit to the school administration office, where he approached the teacher to announce his intention to take a leave of absence. Teacher, I wish to take a leave of absence, Lucius stated directly as he entered the office. What? A leave of absence? The administrative teacher responded, taken aback by Lucius' declaration. Why would you want to take a leave? You've only just enrolled. I aim to play in the NBA, Lucius asserted. What did you say? The teacher exclaimed, momentarily speechless, believing he had misheard. He raised his hand to feel Lucius' forehead and continued. Are you feverish? Why are you speaking nonsense? Just a few days ago, you inquired about exchange programs to American universities. Now you're claiming you want to play in the NBA. Are you under too much pressure? Should we schedule a visit to the school hospital? The administrative teacher spoke with concern. Lucius smiled wryly, aware that explaining to the teacher would be futile. Thus, he retrieved his phone, opened his email, and presented the trial invitation from the New York Knicks to the teacher. Teacher, look, this is the trial invitation from the New York Knicks. I'm going to the United States to participate in the tryout. The teacher donned his glasses, took Lucius' phone, and meticulously read through the email. However, no matter how many times he read it, he could not grasp the reality before him. Are you pulling my leg? He asked incredulously. Teacher, it's real, I assure you, Lucius urged anxiously. All right, even if this is true, you can't just declare a leave of absence. The administrative teacher waved his hand dismissively. You must return home and think it over. Once you've calmed down, we can discuss it again. Teacher, I am not joking. I truly want to play in the NBA. Lucius reiterated emphatically. Enough of that. You are clearly not in the right state of mind. The teacher shook his head. I approve your leave, but you need to go home and rest. Continuing like this will lead to trouble. Sighing in resignation, Lucius understood the teacher's disbelief. Nevertheless, with the leave application in hand, he exited the office. As he stepped out, he overheard the teacher lamenting to his colleagues. Today's students. The pressure is immense, and their mental resilience is so poor. It's truly worrisome. Lucius then recalled his parents' reactions upon hearing the news. His mother, upon receiving the information, was utterly incredulous, her face a canvas of shock and confusion. However, once Lucius assured her of its authenticity, her expression transformed into one of joyous surprise. Oh my son, you're going to play in the NBA, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. In contrast, his father did not share his wife's enthusiasm. His face was etched with anger as he questioned Lucius why he had made such a significant decision without consulting the family. Why didn't you discuss it with us? How could you decide unilaterally? His father reproached. For a son to pursue the NBA. That is truly the NBA, something I never even dared to dream of. His mother quickly intervened. Why are you so upset? At the airport send-off, his father remained silent. His mother whispered to Lucius, don't blame your dad. He is actually very happy. When he learned you were going to the NBA, he secretly went out for drinks with his old friends to celebrate, bragging all the while. Those old friends said your dad was tipsy and started boasting. Really? He is just worried about you. He knows how fierce the competition in the NBA is and doesn't he want you to have unrealistic expectations or undue pressure. He fears you may end up too disappointed. Lucius nodded, understanding that his parents meant well. They are simply expressing their love in their own way, he thought. As the plane gradually descended, Lucius' thoughts returned to the present. He gazed out the window at the familiar cityscape, his heart swelling with anticipation and excitement. He knew he had returned to New York, a city brimming with opportunities and challenges. Upon disembarking, he stepped outside the airport, greeted by a brisk winter breeze. The air, infused with a hint of chill, was a stark contrast to the warmth of summer. He inhaled deeply, feeling that the city was both familiar and foreign. I might just embark on my NBA career here. Lucius mused, his heart racing with exhilaration. He could hardly wait to participate in the tryout, to showcase his skills, and to prove himself as a potential NBA player. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure at the airport exit, waving enthusiastically at him. It was Jiang Qingjie. "Luja, my superstar," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he rushed forward to embrace Luja tightly. "How are you, my superstar? Aren't you thrilled to see me?" Jiang Qingjie laughed. "Indeed. I'm ecstatic," Luja replied, grinning. "I'm back, ready to stir up a storm in New York." "Haha, that's the spirit. I love your ambition." Jiang Qingjie patted Lu Zhu on the shoulder. The two friends hopped into a car, with Jiang Qingjie at the wheel, driving towards the tryout location. Along the way, they engaged in spirited conversation, dreaming about the future and discussing how to establish themselves in the NBA. Their exuberance and anticipation filled the air as they drove northward, traversing the vibrant cityscape until they reached the outskirts, where a training facility nestled against the mountains awaited them. This training center was the official training hub of the New York Knicks, boasting a grand and modern design characterized by a blue-gray color palette and glass facade. "Here we are. This is the Knicks training facility," Jiang Qingjie announced, pulling the car to a stop. They exited the vehicle and approached the grand entrance of the training center. Upon entering, they were greeted by Knicks-themed decor adorning the walls, which were plastered with posters and photographs showcasing the team's illustrious history and its players' dynamic prowess. Iconic Knicks symbols were omnipresent, decorating the walls, floors, and corners. As Luja wandered through the gym, he marveled at the array of peculiar fitness equipment, some of which he had never encountered before. He noted that some apparatus resembled colossal steel cages, while others appeared to be intricate mechanical devices. Eventually, Luja and Jiang Qingjie arrived at the basketball court. It was a standard NBA-sized court, nearly identical to the Knicks' home arena. The smooth and refined wood grain of the floor, coupled with the pristine white nets hanging from the hoops, created a spacious and grand ambience. Around the perimeter of the court, the walls are adorned with the numbers of retired jerseys from the Knicks. On the court, several staff members await their arrival. Luja immediately recognized one among them, an elderly gentleman with a small mustache and graying hair. That individual is none other than Mike D'Antoni, the head coach of the New York Knicks. Chapter 67, Jeremy Lin. As Luja stood before Mike D'Antoni, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He was well acquainted with D'Antoni, particularly with his renowned 7 seconds or less offensive philosophy. In his previous life, he had only witnessed this figure on television, yet now, he was physically present, poised to evaluate Luja in a trial. This sensation stirred both excitement and trepidation within him. Mike D'Antoni is a celebrated basketball coach, recognized for his offensive strategies and player development. With years of experience in the NBA, he has cultivated a wealth of tactical acumen. He has coached prominent teams such as the Denver Nuggets, Phoenix Suns, and New York Knicks. During the 2004 to 2005 season, he led the Suns as head coach, orchestrating a fast-paced style that astonished the league. Under his guidance, the Suns emerged as one of the most offensively prolific teams in the NBA. His advocated 7 seconds or less approach emphasizes rapid transitions, swift ball movement, and quick shots, demanding that players possess exceptional speed, agility, and shooting prowess. In 2011, D'Antoni took the helm of the New York Knicks, endeavoring to implement his offensive system in the city. His coaching style is infused with passion, and his tactical insights are decidedly progressive, especially his unique approach to nurturing young talent. Standing beside D'Antoni was a middle-aged African-American man who, upon noticing Luja, approached him with a warm greeting. "Hello, young man. Welcome to the Knicks training facility." The man beamed. "I am Rodney Hood, the director of scouting for the Knicks, and I am the one who invited you here for the trial." Luja regarded Rodney, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that this was the very person who had tested his jumping ability and speed at the Drew League. You are the scouting director for the Knicks?" Luja exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that's me." Rodney chuckled, nodding in affirmation. "You are Luja, correct? I am thrilled you could join us today. What a delightful surprise. I am merely a high school student. I am quite astonished that you are the scouting director for the Knicks," Luja admitted, a touch of bashfulness creeping into his tone. "Haha, you are far too modest." Rodney clapped Luja on the shoulder, grinning. "Your presence here is entirely based on your own merit. I had the opportunity to watch you at the EBC League, courtesy of Alston's invitation. After witnessing your performance, I resolved to bring you to the Knicks for a trial." Luja's heart swelled with gratitude upon hearing Rodney's words. "So it was Alston who recommended me," he mused. He never mentioned this to me. He felt compelled to express his thanks to Alston. Without him, this opportunity might never have materialized. Eagerly, Lu Zhe inquired, "Mr. Rodney, when may I begin my trial?" "Patience, young man." Rodney chuckled. "You are not the only one here for a trial today. We have invited another player who should arrive shortly. You both can trial together and learn from one another." Lu Zhe's curiosity piqued at Rodney's words. Another player? He thought, realizing that the intense competition of the NBA had already commenced at this moment. The individual arriving today would undoubtedly be a rival vying for a coveted player spot. In the NBA, every roster position is extraordinarily precious. A team must limit its roster to 15 players at the season's outset, meaning that signing one player results in another losing their opportunity. "Who is this other player?" Lu Zhe asked. "Haha. Interestingly enough, this player is also of Asian descent and plays the point guard position." Rodney replied with a smile. "Perhaps you will find some common ground." Lu Zhe's heart quickened at Rodney's words. Sharing a position meant they would be direct competitors. "It seems I must give my all today," he resolved. "I must showcase my utmost strength to surpass my rival." However, Lu Zhe suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He instinctively understood that the player Rodney referenced could very well be Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin is an American-born Taiwanese basketball player, hailing from California, where his parents immigrated from Taiwan. He exhibited remarkable basketball talent from a young age, leading his high school team to a state championship. He graduated from Harvard University but went undrafted in the 2010 NBA draft. Subsequently, he was signed by the Golden State Warriors, yet remained on the fringes of the team without substantial playing time, his career marked by numerous challenges. In 2011, Lin was waived by the Houston Rockets, leaving him in a precarious position, desperately seeking a chance to return to the NBA. What a remarkable coincidence, Lu Zhe thought, to encounter Jeremy Lin here. He is a diligent and capable player, yet his opportunities have been regrettably scarce. Yet, a fierce determination ignited within Lu Zhe. Even if it is Jeremy Lin, I must give my all, he resolved. "I am sorry, brother Lin. To secure my place in the NBA, I must prevail over you." Lu Zhe opened his system panel to check his motivation points, discovering that despite his relentless efforts over the past 2 months in college, he had amassed only 503 points, far from sufficient to unlock the next badge. "It appears I must rely solely on my current abilities to compete," he thought. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the training facility, growing increasingly distinct. Then, a breathless voice came through. "Apologies. I am late." Lu Zhe turned to the source of the voice and, indeed, Jeremy Lin entered. Dressed in simple athletic attire, he bore an expression of slight regret. After greeting Rodney and D'Antoni, he introduced himself. Upon spotting Lu Zhe, he noticed that Lu Zhe was also of Asian descent and dressed in sportswear, which surprised him. "Is he also here for a trial?" he pondered. "Another Asian player?" Rodney introduced Lu Zhe to Jeremy Lin. "Jeremy Lin, this is Lu Zhe, another player participating in today's trials." "Hello, I am Jeremy Lin." Jeremy extended his hand toward Lu Zhe, greeting him amicably. He assessed Lu Zhe and noted his shorter stature, likely also a point guard, yet remained unaware of Lu Zhe's true capabilities. Upon seeing the high school appearance of Lu Zhe, he felt a slight sense of relief. He believed that Lu Zhe was merely here for a trial, after which he would join one of the development league teams affiliated with his organization. "Hello, I am Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe smiled as he extended his hand to shake with Lin Shihao. In his heart, he quietly mused, according to the historical timeline, "You are about to embark on your insanity with the Knicks this season. However, I must apologize, brother Hao. I must enter the NBA, and it is I who shall inscribe the tale of madness." Chapter 68, NBA Tryouts. D'Antoni signaled the commencement of the tryout. He instructed the staff to first assess the fundamental statistics of the two participants, including height, weight, and wingspan. Jeremy Lin stood before the measurement board, extending his arms as the staff began to record the data. Lu Zhe observed Lin closely, noting that Lin's wingspan was indeed somewhat shorter. He saw the recorded figures. Lin stood at 190 centimeters tall, yet his wingspan was only 196 centimeters. Next, it was Lu Zhe's turn. He positioned himself at the measurement board, and the staff commenced their recording. His height was 186 centimeters, while his wingspan measured 198 centimeters. "Impressive. This static talent is certainly commendable," the staff remarked. Rodney and D'Antoni were conversing nearby, discussing Lu Zhe's credentials. D'Antoni nodded, though his expression revealed little insight. The next phase was the vertical jump test. Lin was the first to attempt the test. He inhaled deeply, then propelled himself upwards with force. His vertical jump from a standstill reached 82 centimeters, while his running jump soared to 103 centimeters. Rodney scrutinized Lin S' results, reflecting, Lin S' jump is quite decent. But in comparison to Liu Zha's previous records, there seems to be a noticeable gap. He recalled Liu Zha's prior jump data. Last time, Liu Zha's vertical from a standstill was 85 centimeters, and his running jump was 102 centimeters. He instructed the staff to adjust the height of the vertical jump bar to match the previous test, allowing Liu Zha to begin his attempt. Liu Zha readied himself beneath the jump bar, took a deep breath, and launched himself skyward. Smack! His palm struck the bar with considerable force. Rodney was taken aback as Liu Zha nearly toppled the entire apparatus. What on earth? Rodney gasped internally. How has his jump suddenly improved so dramatically? He hastily signaled the staff to raise the jump bar for Liu Zha's next attempt. Lin watched in astonishment. This high schooler possesses extraordinary athleticism, he thought. His vertical is simply astounding. This hardly aligns with the physical attributes typically associated with Asian athletes. When the test concluded, Liu Zha's vertical jump from a standstill was recorded at 91 centimeters, while his running jump reached 110 centimeters. Rodney, staring at Liu Zha's results, was rendered speechless. How is this even possible? He pondered. His jump has increased so significantly, while it appears to be only a few centimeters for a professional athlete. Each additional centimeter is an arduous feat. How did he manage this? Liu Zha gazed at his own results, feeling a surge of gratitude. It seems Wilt Chamberlain's physical prowess badge has truly enhanced my abilities, he mused. Next came the 3-4 court sprint test. During his college days, Lin was renowned for his speed and ability to drive. He thought, this time, I absolutely cannot lose to this high schooler. Yet, a sense of unease crept in. He felt uncertain about his capacity to outpace Liu Zha. Conversely, Liu Zha felt comparatively relaxed. He had heard tales of Lin's speed, likening it to that of John Wall. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge Lin's true capabilities. Rodney proposed that both participants sprint simultaneously, allowing for a more direct comparison. Lin and Liu Zha exchanged glances. You are truly impressive, Lin said with a smile. I hope I won't disappoint. Not at all. You are quite formidable yourself, Liu Zha replied with a grin. Though inwardly he reflected, the static talent test is merely a small fraction. The real challenge lies ahead with the practical tests. Moreover, Lin has already spent a year in the NBA. Although he may be a fringe player, his experience and physical conditioning surely surpass mine. They stood side by side at the baseline. Rodney indicated for them to prepare. Both faced forward, adopting their starting positions, arms extended, bodies slightly leaning forward. Ready? Go. With Rodney's command, they surged forward simultaneously. Liu Zha pushed off the ground with all his might, sprinting ahead. Out of the corner of his eye, he sensed Lin closely trailing him. After 3 trials, the margin between them was minimal. They nearly reached the finish line at the same time. Both Liu Zha and Lin clocked in around 3.1 seconds, with Lin edging ahead slightly. Liu Zha felt a wave of surprise. His speed is astonishingly swift, he thought. Despite the enhancements from Rose's athletic ability badge and Chamberlain's physical prowess badge, combined with my innate athleticism, I still couldn't surpass Lin. It appears I must elevate my badge levels further to secure my place in the NBA. After this segment, Lin approached Liu Zha, engaging him in friendly conversation. Feeling somewhat relieved. At last, there's an aspect where I excel over this high schooler, he mused. Next was the shooting test. Rodney pointed to 5 locations: the corner of the 3-point line, the wing, and the top of the arc, instructing Lin and Liu Zha to shoot 10 shots from each spot. Let the shooting test commence, Rodney announced. Lin, you go first. Lin nodded and approached the corner of the 3-point line to begin shooting. He stood just beyond the arc, executed a shooting motion, and launched the ball. Swish. The basketball cleanly swooshed through the net. He followed with several more 3-point attempts. Though his accuracy fluctuated, some shots strayed from the rim, while others barely grazed the edge before dropping in. Upon reaching the wing, his rhythm faltered, missing 4 consecutive 3-pointers, affecting his mindset. However, being a professional player, Lin adeptly adjusted his technique and regained his touch. Ultimately, he made 33 3-pointers across the 5 locations. D'Antoni observed Lin's shooting with a neutral expression, seemingly unmoved by Lin's performance. Meanwhile, Rodney meticulously analyzed Lin's shooting form. He noted that after takeoff, Lin exhibited a forward thrust with his feet, and his shooting technique was not entirely conventional, appearing laborious. Next, it was Liu Zha's turn. He stepped onto the court, grabbed a basketball, and began shooting from the corner of the 3-point line. His release was exceptionally swift. He employed a one-motion shot with a high arc, executing it with remarkable precision. Swish, swish, swish. The basketball consistently found its way into the net, all perfect swishes. Rodney had been observing Liu's shooting technique, and he noticed that Liu's release was remarkably fluid and his movements exceptionally cohesive. Moreover, the trajectory of the ball was impressively high and stable. He approached D'Antoni and engaged in conversation. "Mike, did you see that? Liu's shooting motion is incredibly swift and remarkably steady," Rodney exclaimed. "His shooting style reminds me of someone." "Who?" D'Antoni inquired. "Stephen Curry," Rodney replied. "There are indeed similarities between Liu's release and Curry's." D'Antoni nodded, contemplating Liu with a thoughtful expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. Liu felt increasingly at ease with his shooting, and his accuracy was steadily improving. At every position, he nearly made consecutive shots without fail. Ultimately, he successfully sank 42 three-pointers from 5 different spots beyond the arc. Jeremy Lin stood nearby, watching Liu's shooting exhibition, feeling a growing sense of despair. He realized that Liu's skills were overwhelmingly superior, excelling in nearly every aspect compared to his own. "It seems my only chance to surpass him lies in the practical test," Lin thought to himself. "I must perform exceptionally well in the practical test to showcase my abilities to the coaches." Chapter 69, Limitless. Upon the conclusion of the preliminary test, D'Antoni expressed that the foundational assessments were sufficient, and it was time to proceed to the comprehensive abilities test. He instructed the staff to place training cones on the court. Subsequently, he directed Liu and Jeremy Lin to commence with 2 sets of full-speed sprints, followed by lateral movements to receive a pass, dribbling around the training cones. And finally, passing the ball to the trainer. They would then engage in off-ball positioning, maneuvering around the cones, and ultimately, under the interference of another trainer, receive a pass to execute a 3-point shot. "Do you understand?" D'Antoni inquired. "Understood." Liu and Jeremy Lin nodded in affirmation, indicating their comprehension of the testing requirements. "Very well. Now, begin the test," D'Antoni announced. Liu thought to himself, "Finally, it's time to get serious. This is indeed a targeted assessment for a genuine NBA tryout." He noticed that Jeremy Lin's expression had turned particularly serious. Instead of greeting him, Lin was intensely focused on preparing to sprint from the baseline. "It seems Lin also feels a sense of urgency," Liu mused. "However, that won't matter. I possess a higher vertical leap, and my shooting accuracy surpasses his. In this test, I shall prevail." At D'Antoni's command, Liu and Jeremy Lin shot off like arrows released from a bow. Both exhibited remarkable speed, racing neck and neck, neither yielding to the other. Their bodies radiated power as their legs propelled them forcefully against the ground. They gritted their teeth, exerting themselves fully in the shuttle sprints. Following this, they swiftly moved laterally to the opposite baseline to catch the ball passed by the trainer. At the moment of receiving the pass, they simultaneously sprang into action, beginning to dribble around the cones. During the dribbling segment, Lin's technical advantage became evident. His movements around the cones were fluid and adept, and he maintained an impeccable dribbling rhythm. In contrast, Liu struggled to keep pace with Lin's rhythm, relying solely on his ability to change direction without losing speed. He recognized the need to enhance his dribbling practice. D'Antoni attentively observed their performances, his gaze filled with concentration. Lin was the first to reach the 3-point line on the opposite side, methodically passing the ball to the trainer before executing off-ball positioning, maneuvering around the cones, and under the interference of another trainer, successfully making a 3-point shot. Liu followed closely behind, also reaching the 3-point line. In a bid to save time, he executed a no-look pass to the trainer, who nearly fumbled the catch. He then swiftly repositioned himself, received the ball, and, under the distraction of another trainer, also made a 3-point shot. Lin noticed the casualness of Liu's passing and thought to himself, "It seems Liu indeed lacks experience. His practical abilities cannot compare to mine." D'Antoni regarded Liu's passing motion with contemplation. Rodney, who was also observing, remarked with a smile, "Mike, did you see that? Liu's movements always exude a street ball flair. His passes are invariably unexpected, leaving one guessing." D'Antoni did not respond to Rodney's comment. Instead, he clapped his hands, signaling Liu and Lin to repeat the entire testing procedure. Both were taken aback. "We have to continue," they thought. Nevertheless, they promptly resumed the shuttle sprints, followed by lateral movements, dribbling, passing, and shooting once more. They repeated this high-intensity test, fatigue beginning to etch itself onto their faces. Yet, D'Antoni remained keenly focused on their performances. Luja continued to struggle to match Lin's rhythm during the dribbling segment. His dribbling skills paled in comparison to Lin's finesse. Nevertheless, each time he passed the ball, he did so with an artistic flair, often surprising the trainer with his unconventional methods. As the trainer adapted to Luja's passing tempo, he gradually began to synchronize with Luja's rhythm. Suddenly, D'Antoni turned to Rodney, his eyes fixed on Luja, who was exerting every ounce of effort in his running. Rodney, this must be the creative passing ability you mentioned, right? Indeed, Mike. Rodney nodded with a smile. Luja's passes always bring surprises. You can never predict where his next pass will land. A subtle smile crept onto D'Antoni's lips. This season, the Knicks roster, aside from Carmelo Anthony and Amar'e Stoudemire, along with Tyson Chandler, recently acquired from the Dallas Mavericks, lacked any reliable players. D'Antoni had been in search of a suitable point guard. Currently, the aging Baron Davis and Mike Bibby were proving to be of little use. D'Antoni urgently required a player capable of breaking through defenses, facilitating passes, and shooting three-pointers to serve as the engine of the entire offense. An added bonus would be if this player were young. As Luja and Lin repeatedly engaged in the high-intensity tests, their bodies grew increasingly fatigued. Their breaths became more labored, and sweat drenched their forms. However, Luja appeared to possess slightly better endurance than Lin. He speculated that this might be attributed to the physical prowess bestowed by the Wilt Chamberlain badge. The enhancement from this badge is indeed formidable, he thought. After 5 or 6 rounds of testing, both were panting heavily. Just as they were nearing their limits, D'Antoni suddenly announced, "You may stop now. That's enough for today." Lin, upon hearing D'Antoni's words, immediately set the basketball down and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath in an effort to recover his stamina. Luja approached Lin's side. Lin proactively exchanged a high five with Luja, then smiled, saying, "You are a formidable opponent." His tone was imbued with certainty and confidence. "It has been fantastic to try out with you." Luja, reflecting on his performance compared to Lin's, realized he still lacked experience. His dribbling was not as fluid, his passing somewhat haphazard, and the overall execution of his movements fell short of Lin's seamlessness. A sense of unease crept over him as he worried that he might have been outperformed by Lin in the practical test. Stealing a glance at D'Antoni, Luja noticed that he was engaged in a quiet discussion with Rodney, and he could not discern their conversation. Jiang Qingjia, having witnessed the entire tryout process, felt that the intensity was remarkably high, even exhilarating. Unfamiliar with Lin's background, he was astonished by Lin's displayed prowess. He surmised that Lin appeared to be stronger than Luja. What should I do? Jiang thought anxiously. Will Luja be overshadowed in this tryout? After D'Antoni and Rodney concluded their discussion, Luja continued to observe them. D'Antoni approached, a subtle smile gracing his face as he made his way directly toward Lin Shaheo. A sudden shock coursed through Lja's heart. It's over, he thought. Has the Knicks truly chosen the more experienced and technically refined Lin Shaheo? Will everything revert to the original timeline? Do I truly have no chance at all? A chill enveloped his heart as he watched D'Antoni and Lin Shaheo engage in a spirited handshake and conversation not far away. He observed Lin Shaheo's face light up with a gratifying smile upon receiving D'Antoni's praise. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Shaheo sighed with relief and followed the staff to the locker room for a shower and a change of clothes. Then, D'Antoni turned toward Lja. His heart raced, uncertain of how D'Antoni would convey his rejection. To his surprise, D'Antoni did not deliver a cold dismissal as Lja had anticipated. Instead, he opened his arms warmly, welcoming Lja. Stunned, Lja could hardly comprehend the profound twist of fate. What is happening? He pondered. Could it be? Have I passed the tryout? Have I been selected by the Knicks? D'Antoni looked at Lja and cheerfully remarked, Lja, you have left a remarkable impression on me today. Your speed is impressive, your shooting is precise, and your potential has truly astonished me. Your future is limitless. Finally, Lja came to realize that perhaps he had indeed been chosen. He had passed the tryout. Had that handshake between D'Antoni and Lin Shaheo been a gentle rejection of Lin Shaheo? He gazed at D'Antoni in shock, emotions swirling within him. Momentarily at a loss for words. Did I truly pass the tryout? Do I genuinely have the opportunity to play in the NBA? D'Antoni, noticing Lja's stunned silence, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, all right, don't just stand there. I have great faith in you. I believe you will achieve success in the NBA. Our team's training camp begins next Tuesday, right here. Don't be late. Yes. Lja finally snapped back to reality, leaping into the air with exhilaration, unleashing the emotions that surged within him. I did it. I've truly entered the NBA, he thought. My dream is finally coming true. Elja, you are incredible. You are amazing. Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. Excitement and elation radiating from his voice. I knew it. I knew you could do it. Rodney also approached, smiling as he extended his congratulations to Elja. Elja, congratulations. You've passed the tryout. However, I must point out that there are still many areas for improvement. Your ball handling skills need further refinement. And your game experience is still lacking. You must continue to strive and enhance yourself. Nonetheless, your strengths are remarkable. You are very young and exceptionally talented, with immense potential. Moreover, your distinctive characteristics shine through. Your passing ability is exceptional, and your physical attributes are astonishing. Rodney emphasized the notable enhancement of Elja's physical capabilities. Frankly, your rate of improvement is astounding. I have high expectations for you. Shortly, our Team's operations department will contact you to finalize a contract, so prepare yourself. Once again, congratulations, Elja. After speaking, Rodney shook Elja's hand and turned to leave. Elja watched Rodney's departing figure, his heart overflowing with gratitude. He understood that reaching this point was made possible by Rodney's recognition and endorsement. He vowed not to disappoint Rodney's expectations, committing to work even harder, continuously improving himself in pursuit of greater achievements in the NBA. Chapter 70. The Contract Signing. In the heart of Manhattan, New York. The bustling streets were choked with dense traffic and a cacophony of voices, rendering the entire city a hive of activity. Towering on either side of the meticulously laid-out streets were old high-rise buildings, each bearing the marks of time. Their venerable facades imbued with an air of solemnity and history. Elja and Jiang Qingjie finally located the office of the New York Knicks. The building was a quintessential Manhattan skyscraper, soaring into the heavens and imposing in its stature. Upon entering, they ascended to the 32nd floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, they were greeted by the prominent emblem of the New York Knicks emblazoned on the walls, a striking sight indeed. Approaching the reception desk, they conveyed their purpose for visiting. They had come to sign a contract. The receptionist, upon noticing the two men were of Chinese descent, assumed they were there for advertising, software, or consulting services. We are here to sign a player contract. Jiang Qingjie quickly clarified. A player. The receptionist was taken aback, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Elja. In disbelief, she asked, Are you the Elja? Elja nodded, affirming, Yes, I am Elja. The receptionist, still astonished, apologized, I'm sorry. I'm not very familiar with basketball. The only Chinese player I know is Yao Ming. I thought all signing players would be as tall as him. Haha. Elja chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further. The receptionist then directed them towards the general manager's office, extending her warm congratulations to Elja. As they entered the office area, they observed a flurry of activity. The entire floor was abuzz with workers in suits, hurrying to and fro, their expressions indicating the weight of numerous responsibilities. They soon found an office with a sign that read, General Manager's Office. After knocking, they stepped inside. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged Caucasian man with glasses and golden hair. A nameplate on his desk identified him as Glenn Greenwald, General Manager. Upon their entrance, Glenn stood up amicably, greeting them and inviting them to take a seat. Hello, gentlemen. I am Glenn Greenwald. I have received a recommendation from Coach D'Antoni, and I have thoroughly reviewed video footage of Elja. I am very eager to sign Elja as a future player for our backcourt. Elja and Jiang Qingjie exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy, feeling the Knicks' earnest regard for Elja. Considering Elja has no prior NBA experience and did not participate in the draft, we can only offer a contract at the rookie minimum, Glenn continued. This contract is priced at $480,000 for 1 year, non-guaranteed. If you appear on the season's opening roster, 25 of the contract will be guaranteed. Should you remain with the team through mid-season, we will additionally guarantee another 25. Elja, whose command of English was limited, could only grasp the gist of Glenn's words. While he had anticipated receiving a minimum contract, hearing the figure felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Jiang Qingjie, upon hearing the offer, immediately wore a troubled expression. He endeavored to negotiate, seeking a higher salary for Elja. Mr. Glenn, isn't this salary a bit too low? Jiang Qingjie inquired. Elja's skills are exceptional, and he possesses tremendous potential. He deserves a higher salary. Glenn, maintaining a gentle tone, remained resolute. I acknowledge Elja's talent and potential. However, our team has its budget constraints, and I can only extend an offer based on rookie standards. I am also aware that several other teams are interested in Elja. Hearing this, Jiang Qingjie attempted to negotiate a higher salary, but Glenn did not relent. He steadfastly adhered to his baseline, insisting on the rookie contract standards. It seems unlikely to squeeze any more money from him, Jiang Qingjie mused. He then tried to extend the contract duration to secure more guaranteed funds, but Glenn systematically declined. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Qingjie patted his thigh and said to Glenn, "Mr. Glenn, I apologize. I need to discuss this with my player." With that, he pulled Elja out of the office. "What's wrong, Qingjie?" Elja inquired, puzzled. "Goodness," Jiang Qingjie lamented. "Negotiating NBA contracts is incredibly challenging." He paused, excitement suddenly swelling in his voice. "But on another note, I can't believe I'm actually sitting here negotiating a contract with an NBA team's general manager. It's truly surreal. I never imagined I would experience such a day. Having this contract is already a significant achievement," Elja responded. "Consider this salary in any other profession. It would be undeniably top tier." Elja looked at Jiang Qingjie with confusion, asking, "Then why did you show reluctance earlier and pull me out to discuss?" Jiang Qingjie chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Well, that was just the negotiation skills I learned during my internship over these past few months. I never anticipated they would prove utterly ineffective." Elja gazed at Jiang Qingjie in exasperation, feeling a sense of resignation. The two stood outside the office for a couple of minutes before Jiang Qingjie remarked, "It's about time. Let us go back in. If we linger too long, it might seem like we lack resolve." They re-entered the office. "Have you come to a decision?" Glenn inquired. Jiang Qingjie made one final attempt, looking at Glenn earnestly. "Mr. Glenn, we all know that rent in New York is exorbitant. Could you possibly add an additional $50,000 to the contract so we can secure a decent apartment?" Glenn chuckled at Jiang Qingjie's request, finding the young man quite amusing. "Official players receive housing subsidies," Glenn explained. "However, I do believe your request is not entirely unreasonable. I do have $50,000 of salary space available." "Very well. I agree to add $50,000 to the contract. The total amount of your contract is $530,000. How do you feel about this result?" "Acceptable. Acceptable. Thank you so much, Mr. Glenn." Jiang Qingjie quickly shook hands with Glenn, his excitement palpable. "We agree to sign." "We will sign immediately." The legal department swiftly prepared the standardized player contract. Luja picked up the contract and examined it closely. At the very beginning were the names of both parties, his own name, Luja, and the other, the New York Knicks. Following that were densely packed English clauses, which Luja found somewhat challenging to read. He diligently sought the aspects that concerned him, and when he saw the contract amount listed as $530,000, his heart quivered slightly. $530,000, he mused. This is a substantial sum for me. However, he soon recalled the clauses regarding guaranteed money, which cast a shadow over his spirits. He understood that if he could not remain with the team, he would have nothing at all. This money felt akin to a fleeting illusion, beautiful to behold, yet utterly unattainable if not grasped. The NBA. Luja contemplated. This place appears glamorous, but it is only for the elite stars. For newcomers like me at the bottom tier, it is an unprotected arena where one could be eliminated at any moment, losing everything. I must continue to strive and enhance my skills. Yet, the quality of games in NBA teams must be exceedingly high. I can earn more incentive points, and my badge purchases and upgrades should soon be on the agenda. At the end of the contract, Luja solemnly inscribed his name. The moment he completed his signature, he felt as if his heart skipped a beat. He realized that from this moment on, he had truly become an NBA player. "I really did it," he thought. "I have finally realized my dream." Glenn and Luja shook hands, encouraging Luja to perform well. "Luja, I have great expectations for you," Glenn remarked. "You must continue to work hard and carve out your own space in the NBA." Luja nodded, and then, together with Jiang Qingjie, they exited the office. On the bustling streets of Manhattan, the two celebrated exuberantly. They danced and shouted, their smiles brighter than the sun. Surrounding cars honked incessantly, seemingly joining in their jubilation. The air was filled with an exhilarating scent, and everything appeared to transform into something splendid. Their spirits rose in tandem with the surrounding clamor. "Luja, you are truly amazing," Jiang Qingjie exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. "I have genuinely become your agent. I really succeeded in signing with an NBA team." "Indeed," Luja replied with a smile. "We have both achieved our dreams. From now on, We must work even harder to create greater miracles. Shortly thereafter, a brief announcement appeared on the news section of the New York Knicks official website. The New York Knicks have officially signed Chinese player Liu Jie. This news quickly drew the attention of local New York media closely monitoring the Knicks' developments. In the editorial rooms of the New York Times, the New York Daily News, ESPN New York, and Sports Illustrated, editors were puzzled, wondering who exactly Liu Jie was. They began a vigorous online search for any information regarding Liu Jie. Chapter 71 News. Upon discovering a brief announcement on the Knicks official website, the editor at ESPN's New York bureau promptly commenced an online search for information regarding Liu Jie. Initially, he scoured English-language sites, yet found scant material. Aside from a few short articles about the Knicks signing Liu Jie, there was little of value. How peculiar. Who exactly is this Liu Jie? The editor mused. Why is there so little information about him online? He resolved to alter his search keywords and attempted to find videos. Soon, he stumbled upon a game video of Liu Jie uploaded by Jiang Qingjie on YouTube. As he watched Liu Jie's dazzling dribbling, inventive passing, and explosive dunks, he was astounded. Wow, this young man's playing style is absolutely electrifying, he exclaimed. His streetball moves are nothing short of spectacular. His athleticism is remarkable. He then came across footage of Liu Jie competing against Kobe in the Drew League. Although Liu Jie appeared somewhat challenged by Kobe's defense, he boldly engaged in direct confrontation with him. The young man's fighting spirit and competitive nature are truly formidable, the editor remarked. Even in the face of Kobe, he exhibits no fear. However, he noted that apart from these videos, he could find little else about Liu Jie. Reflecting on his search, the editor realized that his English queries might be inadequate. He thought he should attempt searching in Chinese, yet lacking proficiency in the language. He had no choice but to contact a Chinese-speaking journalist he knew at ESPN headquarters to assist in gathering information about Liu Jie. Upon receiving the New York bureau editor's call, the journalist at headquarters was equally astonished. What? You mean this player is Chinese? He inquired. This news is quite surprising. Could you provide me with the full spelling of his name? I can only tell you that it's spelled Lvzhe. The New York editor replied helplessly. I am unable to find his Chinese name. The journalist furrowed his brow at the editor's words, sensing that this task might be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, he resolved to do his utmost. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered Liu Jie's corresponding Chinese name on various basketball forums in China. He then began an online search for all available information about Liu Jie. However, he discovered that media coverage of Liu Jie was remarkably sparse. He only found brief reports concerning the Chinese high school basketball league and some information regarding Liu Jie's exclusion from the national youth team. The journalist found this exceedingly puzzling. He could not comprehend why a player capable of entering the NBA would be shunned by his own country's youth team. Determined to delve deeper, he continued his search to learn more about Liu Jie. As he perused the Chinese basketball forums, he sought to discern the opinions of netizens regarding Liu Jie. However, the internet slang proved challenging for him, and he spent considerable time deciphering what the commentators were expressing. Ultimately, he grasped that Liu Jie had been expelled from the national youth team due to his poor conduct and behavior. Many netizens described him as a troublemaker, asserting that he often clashed with coaches and resisted discipline. As he continued to scroll, he noted that Liu Jie's game footage had sparked considerable discussion on the basketball forums, with opinions about him being decidedly mixed. Some users believed Liu Jie to be exceptionally talented, a basketball prodigy with limitless potential. Conversely, many others dismissed him as a mere attention seeker, lacking genuine skill. They contended that Liu Jie was merely seeking to attract attention through basketball. The journalist grew increasingly perplexed. Logically speaking, a player capable of entering the NBA should already be a well-known figure in his home country, he pondered. But why is the information about this Liu Jie so convoluted? Why is he so controversial in his own nation? Even more strangely, it seems the Chinese netizens are unaware of his true abilities. They appear oblivious to the fact that he has signed with the NBA. The journalist felt a deep curiosity about Liu Jie, convinced that this player harbored many secrets. He believed this story held great potential for exploration. Thus, he decided to reach out to a familiar colleague in China, a basketball journalist named Su Jun, hoping to obtain further insights about Liu Jie. Su Jun, hello. The journalist dialed Su Jun's number. I have recently been following a Chinese player named Liu Jie. Do you know him? What? Liu Jie? Su Jun's tone was filled with surprise. Are you referring to the one expelled from the national youth team? Yes, that's him. The journalist confirmed. I've seen that he seems to have signed with the New York Knicks. Do you have any information about him? Su Jun contemplated for a moment before responding. This is quite strange. I heard he was banned. How could he suddenly be playing in the NBA? I find it perplexing as well. The journalist replied. I am very curious about him. Could you assist me in gathering some information? All right. I will do my best to find out. Su Jun responded. For now, it appears I have no news about him either. I will keep an eye out. After hanging up, the journalist called the New York bureau editor to share what he had learned. This Liu Jia is truly fascinating. The journalist exclaimed. He is shrouded in mystery. His story must be incredibly captivating. I hope to travel to New York soon to conduct an on-site interview. He sensed that this would be a story with significant explosive potential. Just as he concluded the call, his phone rang again. This time, it was a call from the New York Times. The Times editor also sought to learn more about Liu Jia. The journalist thought to himself that it seemed everyone was keenly aware, having caught wind of this highly promising news story. In China, upon receiving the call from his American counterpart, Su Jun was equally astonished. He immediately began searching online for information regarding Liu Jia. However, like his American colleague, he could only locate a few reports concerning Liu Jia's exclusion from the national youth team, along with sporadic articles. Continuing to browse the basketball forums, he discovered several videos of Liu Jia in the EBC League and Drew League. He watched these videos attentively and noted that Liu Jia's talent was indeed exceptional. His drives were remarkably incisive, his passes highly inventive, and his three-point shooting remarkably consistent. Most astonishingly, Su Jun realized that Liu Jia was only 19 years old. No wonder he had caught the attention of the New York Knicks. Su Jun sighed, reflecting on the remarkable potential of the young man. However, it was indeed perplexing that after being blacklisted by the national youth team, he managed to quietly infiltrate the NBA. Why has this not garnered any attention from mainstream media or the Basketball Association, aside from online forums? He pondered. This is exceedingly unusual. He sensed that there were countless untold secrets lurking beneath the surface. He believed it was imperative to delve into the growth story of Liu Jia, considering it a highly valuable news topic. Initially, he resolved to investigate Liu Jia's most significant controversy, the ban imposed by the national youth team. He intended to reach out to those involved for in-depth interviews, eager to uncover the truth behind the matter. However, he could scarcely contain the excitement bubbling within him. The arrival of a Chinese player in the NBA was undoubtedly monumental news. He opened his blog and published a brief announcement. I have received word that a Chinese player has been signed by an NBA team. However, further details require verification. Friends, please await my subsequent in-depth report. Upon the release of this news, it immediately attracted the attention of numerous netizens, who flocked to the comment section to speculate about the identity of the player who had signed with the NBA. Could it be Yi Jianlian making a return to the NBA? Unlikely. After concluding last season with the Wizards, he returned to the HBA. Surely, he wouldn't go back to the NBA. They mused. Could it be Sun Yu? Or perhaps Wang Zhizhi? The netizens buzzed with anticipation. Since Yi Jianlian wrapped up his season with the Washington Wizards and returned to the HBA during the NBA hiatus, no teams had signed him. At this juncture, there were no Chinese players left in the NBA. Suddenly, a netizen humorously replied in a sarcastic tone, "It can't be that internet celebrity Liu Jia, can it?" Haha. Others chimed in. It might actually be Liu Jia. After all, he dominates every street court and could hold his own against Kobe. He would surely excel in the NBA. Well, you might be onto something, they exclaimed. Didn't he claim he wanted to join the NBA? Now, his dream is finally coming true. But wait, isn't he still in college? Haha. He'll probably drop out to pursue the NBA. He could storm into his professor's office and declare, "Professor, I'm dropping out to play in the NBA." The netizens continued to echo one another, employing various tones of mockery to express their disbelief that Liu Jia could truly make it to the NBA. Through their humorous banter, the entire forum was filled with an atmosphere of joviality. Chapter 72, Training Camp. Jiang Qingjie initially intended to find a decent apartment for Liu Jia in New York, allowing him a more comfortable living arrangement. However, Liu Jia expressed that the time was not yet ripe. He conveyed to Jiang Qingjie that he would consider such matters only after he had firmly established his position within the team's roster. He felt he was not yet a bona fide NBA player. His situation remained precarious, and he did not wish to squander money on frivolous pursuits. Upon hearing Liu Jia's sentiments, Jiang Qingjie nodded in understanding. Consequently, Liu Jia continued to reside in the dilapidated rental that Jiang Qingjie occupied. Nevertheless, in recent days, Liu Jia's spirits had lifted somewhat. He had finally shed the weight of the pressure that had long burdened him. Together with Jiang Qingjie, he meandered through the various corners of New York, indulging in culinary delights and exploring the city's vibrancy. They visited Times Square to marvel at the colossal billboards, strolled through Central Park to appreciate the beauty of nature, enjoyed captivating performances on Broadway, and soaked in the fashionable atmosphere of Fifth Avenue. They savored a plethora of culinary delights, immersed themselves in diverse cultures, and experienced the vitality and passion of the city. These past months had been a relentless grind of training, striving for a place in the NBA, leaving little room for relaxation. This period had been a rare opportunity for respite. After all, they were soon to face the harsh realities of the NBA season. On Tuesday, Liu Jia arrived early at the Knicks training facility. The dawn was just breaking, the sun yet to fully ascend. However, a throng of reporters had already gathered outside the training center, poised with cameras and microphones, ready to conduct interviews with the players. Liu Jia was taken aback by the sheer number of journalists present. Isn't this merely a preseason training camp? He mused. Yet, he quickly recalled that the Knicks, being a New York team, boasted a rich history and a vast fan base. Regardless of the team's performance, it remained a darling of the media, perpetually in the spotlight. Disregarding the reporters, Liu Jia made his way into the training facility. The journalists did not recognize him, mistaking him for an ordinary staff member. Upon entering the locker room, he discovered a personal locker adorned with his nameplate. Gazing at the locker bearing his name, a rush of excitement and pride surged within him. He felt that this locker held significant sentimental value. Unable to resist, he snapped a photo and sent it to Jiang Qingjie. After donning his training gear, Liu Jia stepped onto the court. Alone, he engaged in warm-up exercises, shooting hoops and dribbling, eager to find his rhythm. Gradually, several players began to arrive. While practicing his shots, Liu Jia observed them closely. He noted that some players were unfamiliar to him. They did not seem to be part of the Knicks roster. Nonetheless, these players were intensely focused, their warm-up routines executed with earnest effort. Today's training camp seems rather serious, Liu Jia thought to himself. Soon, the Knicks players trickled onto the court. Liu Jia spotted Carmelo Anthony, who was laughing and joking with Amar'e Stoudemire as they entered together. Their camaraderie appeared strong as they engaged in some light duo drills during their warm-up. Then, he noticed Tyson Chandler, a towering center who had recently claimed an NBA championship with the Dallas Mavericks. This season marked his debut with the Knicks, and he seemed to be somewhat unfamiliar with his teammates, concentrating quietly as he warmed up alone. Liu Jia also recognized the newly drafted rookie, Iman Shumpert, along with shooting guard Landry Fields. Both were youthful and brimming with vitality. Following them was Baron Davis, distinguished by his iconic beard. Now at 32, he epitomized the robust point guard, yet Liu Jia remembered him from his days as the leader of the Golden State Warriors, where he had orchestrated the historic upset against the Mavericks in 2007. Back then, Davis played with explosive energy, but now, he appeared to be winding down, his warm-up movements lethargic. Finally, Liu Jia recognized Mike Bibby, another veteran whose career was nearing its twilight, his prowess diminished from earlier years. Outside of these players, Liu Jia had little familiarity with the rest. He silently mused. It seems the Knicks' backcourt is in a state of transition. The veterans are nearing retirement, while the younger players are just entering the league, lacking experience. No wonder D'Antoni is willing to extend me this opportunity. Once D'Antoni arrived, he called everyone together. The players gathered in a circle around him. Welcome to the Knicks training camp. D'Antoni greeted them with a smile. We have endured a lengthy lockout, and now, the new season is finally upon us. However, our training camp is condensed, lasting only a week. December 25th will mark our first game of the season, a Christmas showdown. Before that, we need all players to quickly regain their form, adapt to the rhythm of play, refine our roster, and finalize the list for the upcoming season. I expect each of you to give your utmost effort and showcase your abilities. Some players noticed Liu Jia standing among them, the only Asian face in the crowd. He did not appear particularly tall or muscular. Several players regarded him with curiosity, skepticism, and caution regarding a potential competitor. D'Antoni continued to introduce the players present at the training camp, hoping everyone would familiarize themselves with one another's strengths. He briefly highlighted Anthony, Stoudemire, Chandler, Davis, and others. Each introduced player responded with nods or gestures indicating their readiness. When D'Antoni introduced Liu Jia, he paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. This player is quite special. He hails from China. His name is Liu Jia. Moreover, he did not arrive here through college drafts, but was discovered by our scouts on the streets. Upon hearing D'Antoni's introduction, Liu Jia nodded to the group. The other players, surprised by D'Antoni's words, regarded Lu Zhe with increased astonishment. Wow. Are you the Asian AI who faced off against Kobe in the Drew League? Carmelo Anthony suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, pointing at Lu Zhe. He smiled and remarked, I've long wished to see you. I've heard you possess remarkable talent. I have collaborated with the true AI, Allen Iverson, in Denver. Lu Zhe responded, brimming with confidence. I shall certainly demonstrate my prowess to Mr. Anthony. Anthony nodded, seemingly intrigued by Lu Zhe. Mike D'Antoni continued to introduce the other players, eventually mentioning some who had merely signed training camp contracts, vying for an opportunity. It was then that Lu Zhe comprehended why there were over 20 players on the court. Many of them had not even secured formal contracts. They could only hope to seize a chance through this brief training camp. The competition within the NBA is indeed ruthless. Lu Zhe pondered. D'Antoni announced that the morning's training would commence with a scrimmage to help the players familiarize themselves with one another's skills. He divided the starting players into one group, the substitutes into another, while the remaining players formed a third group. Lu Zhe found himself assigned to the substitute group. As everyone dispersed, a black player brushed past Lu Zhe, intentionally bumping into him with his shoulder before walking away. Lu Zhe turned to observe the player's retreating figure and recognized him as Tony Douglas. Tony Douglas, also a point guard, had been placed in the same substitute group as Lu Zhe. A frown creased Lu Zhe's brow. He sensed that the fierce competition had already commenced at that very moment. Chapter 73, The Internal Scrimmage. Lu Zhe approached Tony Douglas, questioning him, Hey, what are you doing? Tony Douglas furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance, and retorted, What? What are you talking about? I asked you, what did it mean when you bumped into me just now? Lu Zhe's tone turned somewhat icy. Oh, are you referring to that? Tony Douglas spread his hands, pretending to be innocent. It meant nothing. I merely brushed against you by accident. If you can't even handle this minor physical contact, you might as well go back to Huagua. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Is that so? Physical confrontation? Lu Zhe sneered. He made a move to confront Tony Douglas. Just then, Iman Shumpert rushed over, pulling the two apart. Hey, what are you two doing? Shumpert exclaimed. Are we about to start fighting in training camp? Besides, aren't you teammates? Is this really necessary? I just wanted to scare him a little. Lu Zhe shook his head. Humph. Tony Douglas scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. I really don't understand why the team would recruit someone like you. A street player, thinking he can play in the NBA? What a delusion. With that, he turned and walked away. Shumpert watched Tony Douglas leave, somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated such a palpable tension within the Knicks. This was merely a training camp. Why was the competition among players so fierce already? Sigh, what a troublesome bunch. Shumpert shook his head in resignation and then turned to Lu Zhe, saying, Don't mind him. Perhaps he just enjoys provoking others. I know. Lu Zhe nodded, smirking with disdain. He strained to recall everything about Tony Douglas as a player, only to realize he had almost no impression of Douglas's performance in the NBA. It seems he is truly just a fringe player. Lu Zhe thought to himself. His aggressive attitude just now stems from his own insecurity. He fears losing to me in this positional competition. All right, Shumpert, let's go, Lu Zhe declared. Tony merely wanted to intimidate me. I don't regard him at all. As the game commenced, the opposing starting lineup featured Carmelo Anthony, Amare Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler, Baron Davis, and Landry Fields. Baron Davis brought the ball up while Douglas pushed Lu Zhe aside, signaling him to guard Davis with an unfriendly tone. Hey, you, go guard Davis. Lu Zhe retorted directly, What? Tony, are you afraid of Davis? You incompetent player, shut your mouth. Tony Douglas roared in anger. Huh, is this what it takes to rattle you? Lu Zhe mused. He turned his gaze intently on Baron Davis, his eyes brimming with challenge. As Davis advanced with the ball, he saw the seemingly frail Huagua guard standing before him. Humph, just a rookie fresh into the league, Davis thought, dismissing Lu Zhe. He opted not to take on Lu Zhe one-on-one, but instead passed the ball to Carmelo Anthony on the wing. Upon receiving the ball, Anthony smiled slightly, utilizing his exceptional triple threat skills. With a feint, he created space for a clean jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net with a satisfying sound. Lu Zhe observed Anthony's fluid shooting motion, internally admiring. His form is indeed exquisite. As the substitutes prepared to inbound, Tony Douglas aggressively demanded the ball. Upon receiving it, he surged towards the basket, but his reckless drive was mercilessly blocked by Stoudemire. The basketball was emphatically swatted away, and the starters seized the opportunity to counterattack, scoring effortlessly. Frustrated, Douglas threw up his hands, his poor decision-making evident. earning disapproving glances from his teammates. "Hey, why didn't you help defend?" Douglas complained, his tone harsh, seemingly placing the blame on Liu Jia. "Then why didn't you make the shot?" Liu Jia coldly countered, his gaze laced with disdain. "Because you were too soft. Is that it?" "You." Douglas, enraged by Liu Jia's words, resolved to prove himself through action. He took the ball again, forcing his way to the basket. But once more, his layup was thwarted. The starters launched another counterattack, with Davis executing a brilliant pass, assisting Stoudemire for an alley-oop dunk. The entire arena trembled with excitement. Douglas's consecutive blunders had brought the substitutes' morale to a freezing point. No longer opting for reckless plays, he passed the ball to a teammate, deliberately ignoring Liu Jia. Even when Liu Jia created a wide-open opportunity and called for the ball, Douglas refused to pass it. "Not giving me the ball. Then I'll take it myself," Liu Jia thought, deciding to take the initiative and demonstrate his capabilities to all. As Baron Davis advanced with the ball once more, he found himself facing Liu Jia again. He resolved to force his way past Liu Jia, determined to show this rookie he was not to be underestimated. Davis, using his robust physique, attempted to push past Liu Jia's defense. However, to his surprise, Liu Jia matched his every step, his body unyielding as if made of steel. This Huahua kid may not look strong, but his ability to withstand contact is impressive, Davis thought. Just as Davis prepared to change his offensive approach, Liu Jia suddenly stole the basketball from him. The clear sound of the steal echoed throughout the arena. Davis turned in shock, attempting to recover the ball, only to find Liu Jia's speed had left him far behind. Liu Jia propelled forward on a fast break, surveying the empty half-court. Instead of opting for a layup, he decisively launched a three-point shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the air, finding nothing but net. Davis stood stunned, unable to comprehend Liu Jia's speed and precision. He seemed to see the visage of the Warriors' baby-faced boy, Stephen Curry, reflected in Liu Jia. This is impossible," Davis murmured to himself. Anthony, initially poised to chase back, was equally astonished by Liu Jia's speed. As he witnessed Liu Jia's bold three-point attempt, his face registered pure disbelief. This kid might actually have something special, Anthony mused. Even Iverson didn't possess such a precise three-point shot. On the sidelines, D'Antoni watched Liu Jia's performance, a slight smile gracing his lips. He nodded, clearly impressed with Liu Jia. Chapter 74, Team Swap. Carmelo Anthony returned to the half-court for a throw-in, glancing curiously at Liu Jia as he passed by. Liu Jia met Anthony's gaze. "Haha, kid, you truly have shown me your prowess," Anthony remarked with a smile. "Unleash your skills. Let me see just how formidable you are." With that, he turned and sprinted away, evidently intrigued by Liu Jia. "Hey, what are you dawdling for?" Tony Douglas approached, nudging Liu Jia with his shoulder, his tone irritable. "Get on defense. What are you standing around for? And you better execute the strategy. Do you even know what the NBA is? You street baller from China who can't play. Just because you fluked one three-pointer, you think you're something special?" Liu Jia regarded Tony Douglas with a cold smirk. "Then why don't you show me how it's done?" Tony Douglas was left speechless. His face contorted with anger as he shot Liu Jia a fierce glare before storming off. In the subsequent plays, Douglas continued to dominate the ball, bellowing at his teammates to pass it to him whenever they were on offense. He seemed utterly oblivious to his previous mistakes, persisting in his own style of play. During a throw-in, Liu Jia raised his hand several times, signaling for the ball, hoping to receive it. However, his teammate, Steve Novak, ignored him completely and passed the ball to Douglas. "It seems they still harbor some biases against me," Liu Jia mused. He understood that he had to prove himself through his performance to alter their perceptions. While Tony Douglas appeared physically imposing, dark and strong, his speed was merely average, and his game experience and skills were severely lacking. He relied solely on simple ball handling and forced shots, presenting no real threat. He either missed long-range shots or, during fast breaks, passed the ball to Shumpert or Novak. The offense of the substitute team descended into disarray. On the sidelines, Mike D'Antoni observed the substitute's performance, his brow furrowed and his expression increasingly grim. In contrast, the starting team, led by Carmelo Anthony and Amar'e Stoudemire, effortlessly scored through seamless cooperation, their offense flowing smoothly. In one play, Tony Douglas, with the ball, stubbornly attempted to penetrate the paint. However, he found himself stifled by Tyson Chandler and Amar'e Stoudemire, who sealed off all avenues. Realizing he had to pass or risk being forced out of bounds, he reluctantly passed to the open Liu Jia. Upon receiving the ball, Liu Jia did not shoot immediately. Instead, he executed a deceptive feint, causing Davis, who was defending him, to leap. Then, he sidestepped, leaped, and released a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly. Luja had once again sunk a three-pointer. Tony Douglas watched Luja's successful shot, maintaining an air of disdain, yet feeling a twinge of shock inside. How can his shooting be so precise? He pondered. Is he really just a street ball player? Hey, you. Tony Douglas shouted at Luja. If it weren't for my pass, could you have made that shot? Aren't you going to applaud your teammates? Douglas's voice boomed, filled with provocation, drawing the attention of other players on the court, who paused in their movements, curiously observing the exchange between Luja and Tony Douglas. They were puzzled as to why these two teammates were hurling insults at one another. Baron Davis approached, hoping to mediate the tension. Hey, what is going on between you two? Davis inquired. We're all teammates. Can't we resolve our differences amicably? As he spoke, Davis scrutinized Luja, thinking, I initially believed this Chinese kid lacked any real skill. Yet, to my surprise, when given the chance, he can seize it. His shooting is quite steady. I just wonder if it's sheer luck. Although Davis was the starting point guard, he was older and had endured numerous injuries. Having experienced various scenarios, he had grown indifferent to many things and was eager to nurture younger players. I can't fathom why we're sharing a team with a Chinese kid who can't play. Tony Douglas scoffed, shaking his head and turning away. Luja shrugged and said to Davis, I don't know why Tony seems so intimidated by me. Intimidated? Davis replied, astonished. Why do you think Tony is afraid of you? Luja shrugged again. It's quite obvious. Davis frowned. Despite his years in the NBA and exposure to numerous trash-talking incidents and player provocations, he could indeed sense that Tony Douglas was wary of Luja's competition. Yet, Luja, as a complete rookie, appeared far too mature, his experience too profound for someone just entering the league. At that moment, D'Antoni unexpectedly called a timeout. The players were taken aback, glancing at D'Antoni, uncertain about the reason for the abrupt pause. D'Antoni pointed at Luja and stated, Luja, switch teams with Davis and resume the game. Davis was taken aback by D'Antoni's command. What? Swap teams with Luja? He thought. What does the coach mean? D'Antoni reiterated firmly. Baron, you heard correctly. Switch teams with Luja. Resume the game. Davis finally grasped D'Antoni's intent and patted Luja on the shoulder, whispering, Looks like the coach values you. Kid, show what you can do. Luja was equally surprised. He glanced at D'Antoni and noticed him smiling and nodding. Why is he suddenly having me switch teams with Davis? He wondered. Does he truly recognize my abilities? D'Antoni had been closely monitoring the game. He had already noted that Tony Douglas's style of play was too self-centered, monopolizing the ball and refusing to pass to his teammates. Moreover, he had consistently denied Luja any opportunity to showcase his skills. D'Antoni needed a point guard with basketball intelligence, capable of both passing and shooting. Clearly, Douglas fell short of his expectations, while Luja had at least demonstrated his shooting prowess. Thus, he wanted to assess Luja's passing abilities. Luja nodded, then reversed his training jersey, donning the starter's uniform. Haha, welcome to the team. Carmelo Anthony deliberately approached and patted Luja on the shoulder, extending a warm welcome to his addition. I am truly looking forward to your performance. Luja responded with a hint of shyness, offering a smile. Thank you. By the way, Luja, Anthony suddenly exclaimed, you must pass me the ball a few times. I want to truly dominate out there. Rest assured, I will showcase my abilities. Luja replied. However, I have an even better idea. Oh, what idea do you have? Anthony inquired, his curiosity piqued. If you set screens for me and execute some strategies, we could effortlessly overpower them. Luja grinned as he spoke. Anthony, taken aback by Luja's suggestion, exclaimed, Wow, you, my friend, want me to set screens for you? His face radiated intrigue. He then turned to Stoudemire and said, Amare, can you believe this? This kid actually wants me to set screens for him. Stoudemire, equally surprised, chuckled and shook his head. I certainly cannot believe it. This is utterly delightful. However, since it is an intra-squad scrimmage, let us treat it as a bit of fun.